In this program, we shall, among many things, be seeking answers to the great and pressing question of evil. Before beginning, however, I must ask you to put away the science and psychology textbooks and all the Bibles, together with the conditioning you have received in your head from the accepted institutions of learning, in order to be free to explore with me some alternative perspectives and answers to this question and problem of evil. The evil and injustice which is in evidence everywhere and which plagues us personally and collectively derives, I believe, from an original sin very different from the one detailed in the Scriptures and traditionally accepted today. As I've shown to my audiences, it is only when we discover the facts about the origins of evil that good has a real chance of triumphing. The question of evil has been with our ancestors, and it will be our legacy to our descendants, our own children, if we do not come upon the answers now. This program will take us back through time to the official origins of the human race, and also further back to the more controversial mythological cycles of the pre-Diluvian ages, those before the flood. My research is based largely on the legends and myths of the Celtic race, my ancestors, who had much to say about the fall of men, the war between the forces of darkness and light, the abuse of sacred knowledge, and even on subjects like genetic manipulation. A close reading of the world's myths reveals that behind the veil of fairy folklore lies information concerning super technologies and advanced weaponry. In fact, throughout the world's seminal texts, be it the Bible, the Book of Enoch, the Popol Vuh, the Sanskrit Vedas, the Norse Edda, or the Annals of Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, we always find that those who were capable of fashioning and using such power weapons were also endowed with advanced mental and even psychic power. Indeed, these sagas and epics often make fact seem stranger than fiction, which is one of the reasons why they have not been taken seriously by most readers, or by those who labor under the weight of disinformation, indoctrinated into them by the disingenuous educational edifices concerning the level of proficiency and wisdom of our ancestors. And I suppose we don't need to be reminded that the subject of history, as it is taught to us in schools and textbooks, is certainly one of the most boring subjects there is. However, we should know that the study of how the subject of history has been manipulated is one of the most interesting subjects of all. Now, my work is not merely based, however, on idle speculations about the distant past, but is born from a passionate interest and involvement in what is transpiring in our own times, economically, politically, militaristically, and psychologically. From the very ancient texts that I will review come prophecies concerning our own age. Indeed, there is not a thing happening in today's complex world which has not been foreseen by the master seers and seeresses of old. In the early part of this millennium, I began work on this book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation. In the opening preface of the book, I make the prediction that in a relatively short time from now, humankind is going to discover the facts about its actual origins, ancestry, and destiny. My own work is, I believe, a key part of this revelation. It is, however, revisionist in nature and rather controversial, since I believe and advocate that the truth concerning our history and beginnings would already be known to us had there not been an age-long overt suppression of such knowledge from religious, educational, and technocratic elites, operating in accordance to agendas which are severely detrimental to both humanity and the planet. Both the aristocratic and religious hierarchies and corporate regimes of today's world also have their origins in the primordial past. And there are important reasons why they have deemed it necessary to desecrate our planet, subordinate indigenous peoples, suppress women, massacre their enemies, sequester knowledge, and maintain a status quo in which the ordinary individual is economically and spiritually enslaved, reduced to being a pawn in a disposable and chronically disempowered underclass. In my book, and in this presentation, I address who these oppressors are, how they operate, and what their main agendas are, and what the next steps in their master plan are likely to be. We are presently in the early part of a new millennium, the 21st. The future rests on the past, and our futures will be determined in no small part by what we come to discover about our own origins. And though scientists are dedicated to finding their answers in the hypothetical future, perhaps we can find what is required in the dark pages of a hidden but very real and fascinating past. We are gradually discovering, as this new millennium proceeds, that the control of minds and the social behavior of the masses of mankind has been going on for a great deal longer than we might at first expect. Now, this point is, I think, beautifully brought out in a testimonial for my book Atlantis that I would like to read. For 50,000 years, the technocracy of power has indulged in suppression and slaughter in order to conceal the truth about humankind's origins and purpose. This indispensable work signals the failure of their age-old stratagems and deceptions, and is compulsory reading for those with a passionate desire to know the real origins of conflict on the planet and in the psyche. This generous testimonial from scholar and alternative historian Jordan Maxwell perfectly encapsulates, I think, the themes and the content of this book and also of this program, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation. Now, I began work on this book in the year 2000, but it encapsulates over 20 years of constant research into alternative history, comparative mythology, subversive movements, and into the origins of evil. Of the many things that I intended to accomplish in the writing of the book, and in the creation of this entire series, in fact, is one of the most important is to show that we have had on this planet no real campaign of empowered opposition against those forces who have seen fit to misinform, to impoverish, and even annihilate the human race. It's a sad fact that those whom we refer to loosely as the hidden masters have had no consistent opposition from us, until now, that is. I wish to let my readers know, and the viewers of this program know, that we are in the early stages of this new millennium, going to find ourselves in a time when we can, in fact, offer some actual and proactive opposition to those hidden forces who have long controlled our psychic and social lives. The present unrest in the world is part of this. It's part of the phase of the coming and healthy opposition. But the open economic extortion, the illegality and the saber-rattling of those forces within the government is all part of it. It's part of a symptom from those who know in government that their time of exposure and demise is close at hand. As I've already made clear, my interest is not just in the ancient past, but in the goings-on of our own time. I am very interested as to where we're heading as a species and whether we're going to have a future worth living. Fortunately or unfortunately, I haven't quite decided yet, my exposure to criminality and injustice and crime came when I grew up in Belfast, Northern Ireland, a war-torn and terror-ridden city, to say the least. Because of my utter contempt, though, of the injustices that I saw occurring in every corner of my country, I decided to separate myself from all of that abuse and criminality, and in fact to discover what might be described as the other Ireland. And of course, that's the Ireland of the Gaelic, the Celtic, and the Druidic traditions. This interest was to change the course of my intellectual life and spiritual destiny. My interest took me out into the field to study the remains of what is left of the ancient megalithic sites, and to go out on location and to see these marvels, many of which are impressive to say the least, many of which are in fact aligned to constellations and to the compass points and to other celestial events. It's not far-fetched to call Ireland a cathedral or even a temple without walls. Now, after discovering the level of advancement of the ancients, the Celtic forefathers, and of the English and other pre-Diluvian civilizations, I had to ask myself how it could be that we in the modern world can find ourselves so backward in so many areas. We may be technologically advanced, but we seem to be very primitive psychologically and emotionally, so much so, in fact, that we seem to relish warfare and bloodshed and crime and destruction. And we are so mind-controlled at this day and age with all of the religious and scientific fallacies and dogmas, not to mention all of the different political tyrannies that abound. And not to mention the moral leprosy that we find in so many people in this particular age, in this particular world. Naturally, like many of you, I soon realized that I would have to dispense with a great deal of what I've been told and taught from the books and the other official sources, because the very evidence of my own eyes was flying in the face of what I was being told from official channels all over the world, in hill and valley, on plain. Something remarkable was before my eyes. Now, I soon realized that I was not the only one asking these kinds of questions, because other researchers had also long pondered how it is that all manner of human creations and customs and idioms and cultural anomalies should just appear fully formed without the prior antecedent stages. Now, we know that these stages must have existed because the arts of writing, mathematics, musical composition, astronomy, navigation, basket weaving, and pyramid building don't just come into being overnight. Even the arts of warfare and empire building and all that that entails must come from somewhere. But if a person has not gone out and spent some time studying the ancient megaliths or the great cities of the world, the ancient cities of the world, they may be excused for accepting the fallacy that everything that is advanced and culturally and technically chic does originate from the time of the Industrial Revolution or perhaps the Renaissance. But those who have spent quality time at such locations know that that just does not hold any weight. And that was certainly the case for me after studying the mythologies of Ireland and the rest of the world. Cultures, beliefs, and inventions with no apparent antecedents. That's right, folks. We have races and nations appearing out of nowhere, fully fledged, and then disappearing into the mystery, the mists of history. And then we have these experts of the modern day trying to deny and even trash the idea that we've had advanced civilizations in the pre-flood, pre-diluvian times. But that's not all. We've got men with domesticated horses. These are cave paintings, cave images in which we see human beings with domesticated horses many thousands of years before we're told that that came into being. We have the Lussac carvings. This is in France, in which we see men and women wearing hats, trousers, and skirts 15,000 years ago. And that's not a joke. That is actually images that have been discovered at Lussac in France. We have concrete that is 7,000 years old. We have the Japanese Jomon people making pottery over 16,000 years ago, and their pottery created by them, has been found as far away as Ecuador. We've got footprints in 60-million-year-old stone. People familiar with the works of Michael Cremo, Forbidden Archaeology. The alternative historians are now discovering this fact. In Zimbabwe, we've got an entire city there, the ruins of which have been discovered. They're 50,000 years old, and the stones that make the city walls are in perfect alignment. You couldn't even insert a blade in between them. There's absolutely nobody in the professional world who knows or who can account for the origin of these ruins in Zimbabwe and Africa. And I've said many times to audiences in all parts of the world that I've spoken in front of that the true occult history of Africa is something that still has to be told in our world. These images on the caves show men fighting dinosaurs. Now, how can that be? All over the world, we're told, in every school and college and in most textbooks, we're told that dinosaurs predate mankind by millions of years. And yet images have been found, no less, images have been found showing men in combat with dinosaur-like creatures. We have coral deposits brought up from the depths of the ocean, fathoms down, with striations on them. That's markings on them. These are understood to be markings that are on these coral deposits. They could only, repeat, only be made in an atmosphere of air, an air environment. Yet these are found fathoms deep. But the striations on them are made by wind and other elements that are found above the water level. We have this strange phenomena called notophilia. Notophilia just means sort of like the memory within animals and the strange behavior based on memory patterns, like eels. Eels are known to, when they cross the Atlantic Ocean, they don't just go straight across to the Sargasso Sea and then back across the Atlantic. They swim out, they maneuver, and then they mysteriously circle around nothing. In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, they suddenly make this big detour in a semicircular type of position, and then carry on. The same thing has been noticed with certain birds that fly overhead. They will circle in the sky in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean as if trying to land. But of course there's nothing there to land on, and then they proceed. The strange, almost humorous, comical behavior of the famous lemming, the little rodent that just hurls itself off the cliffs, in a sort of a suicide pact. And we're not really given descriptions as to why these manic creatures would do that. Well, it stands to reason that if in their racial memory, if in their genetic memory, these little creatures knew that there was land there in the north, up in Sweden and Norway and Siberia where these animals frequent, once upon a time in their memory, there was land there. So these are not some kamikaze animals that want to commit suicide. And more recently has come to light anomalies, very striking anomalies like the star-child skull and, of course, the crystal skull. And there's more than just one of those. Now this phenomena has, as I said, puzzled many a scholar. And Lawrence Gardner, he's a writer of books like The Genesis of the Grail Kings and so on, he perfectly summarizes the whole predicament. He says, it took man over 1 million years to progress from using stones as he found them to the realization that they could be chipped and flaked to better purpose. It then took another 500,000 years before Neanderthal man mastered the concept of stone tools, and a further 50,000 years before crops were cultivated and metallurgy was discovered. Hence, he says, by all scales of evolutionary reckoning, we should still be as far removed from any basic understanding of mathematics, engineering, or science. But here we are, only 7,000 years later, landing probes on Mars. So how did we inherit this wisdom, and from whom? It's a legitimate question, one that definitely needs to be answered. Who were they? Who were these individuals who created these megalithic sites and these marvels, these cyclopean ruins, what are often called the cyclopean ruins, the places of the giants? All over the world, especially in Celtic Ireland, you see these standing stones. Again, marvels of architecture, marvels of creations, and these are often aligned to compass points and to celestial events. And some are perfectly aligned even to this day. Another interesting thing that you see a lot in Celtic countries of the Sarmatians and the Vikings and even the northern Russia and all through the coast of England and Ireland are the great burial mounds where they say their fallen heroes, their fallen kings are meant to be interred. Again, the opening of these tombs often faced due north, and the stones around these burial chambers also were aligned to the constellations. Of course, they are not in pristine condition anymore. This is one of the great problems and predicaments of this kind of research, because down through the centuries, not only farmers, but all manner of people have come in and desecrated these barrows, these ancient tombs, by taking the stones out from inside and using them to build their walls during the later agricultural period. Now, some would not do that because they were frightened. They believed that these places were sacred and that the fairies and the spirits of the earth would seek retribution. But most of the places that you go, they have in fact been desecrated. And then you look around at the walls of these farms and you'll see gigantic stones that obviously were taken from these sacred sites. So the desecration is very pronounced. We've got the dolmens, we have the magnificent temple sites all over the world. And then we have this. Strange anomalies, strange figurines that, again, no satisfactory explanation. Are these earth spirits? Are these elves? We might compare these also to eyewitness accounts of extraterrestrials in modern times. I'm particularly fascinated by the crossbones motif. We find crossbone motifs in the cathedrals and churches and graveyards of Scotland and also of Ireland. But these little figurines, these little gnome-like creatures, the little people, as one might also want to call them, they're striking resemblance to the Greys. But this strange crossbone motif, we will be coming back to reanalyze that a little bit later on in the latter part of this program. One of the most fascinating of all sites in the entire world, and one that is considered to be the oldest megalithic site, that's older than even the pyramid by thousands of years, is situated in Ireland. The little red circle on the left of your screen shows you the County Meath, or County Meath, in Ireland, which is one of the 5 great provinces of ancient Ireland. The site known as New Grange, that's Brooke-na-Boyne in Gaelic, it's on the River Boyne, is a marvel of construction, and it's built out of quartz crystal using no cement. But the marvelous thing about it is that the sun, at the winter solstice, on the 3 days of the solstice, the sun will rise on the horizon and pass over this magnificent stone with the 3 spirals on it. This is the very famous stone that you may have seen. Well, the sun on the winter solstice passes across it, and then, as you can see on the picture on the left, it crosses the stone and enters into the little window that's about 7 feet high, and it penetrates into the inner part of the tomb, into the chamber, a beam of light lasting 17 seconds, and will fall on the rear of New Grange tumulus. That's the inside of the cairn. The light will fall for precisely 17 seconds on those 3 days. And on the evenings of those same 3 days, the moonlight will do the same thing. And folks, this happens today. And many of the American scholars and scientists like Arthur C. Clarke have gone out there and have taken their cameras and have visited this. I find this particularly moving and interesting because one of the great theosophists, that's George Russell of the Theosophical Society and the Occult Order of the Golden Dawn, who also was a poet, an Irish mystic, he declared that the phenomena of putting a camera or inserting a camera between the light as it comes in and the wall is actually responsible for the troubles in Ireland, and that this should not in fact happen, that the light should not be prevented on entering into the tomb on those sacred days. That's quite interesting theory. But again, England, Glastonbury Tor, the great mound which was central to all ancient peoples. All the kings of Ireland were interned in a mound representing the womb or the breasts of the mother goddess. And then you have the phallic tower on the top. And of course one might speculate that the famous Sermon on the Mount, you know, one emphasizes the sermon, but very few people think of the significance of the mount turning up in the Bible. It's quite a pagan symbolism there, that the sermon should have been on a mount. Then we can turn to Avebury in England, a fascinating site if ever there was one. One could do an entire 10-hour program on each of these particular anomalies. And of course the famous Stonehenge. The geometry alone of Stonehenge proves that these individuals were very, very sophisticated. So there is an actual archaeoastronomical or geomantic connection between the place that we know as Stonehenge and the Pyramid at Giza. There's a lot of work has been done on that. One of the most fascinating of all the anomalies, I think, in my opinion, in the world, and which pretty much got me started at the age of 13 into researching these things, was what was known as the Glastonbury Zodiac. The Glastonbury Zodiac was discovered by Lady Catherine Maltwood. And this is, in fact, a zodiac that can only be seen in its completion from the air. So just like the Nazca lines in Peru, so in England are these remarkable sites in which, from the air, you can see the 12 signs of the zodiac. This is the hedges, the lakes, and even some of the townships make the signs of the 12 signs of the zodiac. And then, lo and behold, not very long after the Glastonbury zodiac was discovered, Mary Kane, a friend or associate of Lady Maltwood, discovered what was known as the Kingston Zodiac, just south of London. And in fact, a third one had also been discovered. So the study of these was really fascinating, because there is not too many explanations of how these earthworks came into existence. But they were known as earlier as the Tudor dynasty. Sir John Dee had made some researches into these zodiacs. And then in the south of France, as came to light in the famous book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, came to light that in the south of France, in Languedoc area, there's a place called Rennes-le-Château, famous for its geometric alignments, where all the cities and the townships and the cathedrals and the churches are in perfect alignment with the constellations, and they make geometrical patterns. And some of the top cartographers in the world have confirmed this. Then we turn to the pyramid itself. And what do we find? One could write volumes, and one could do a show lasting 10 hours on the mystery of the pyramid alone. And we find, just in brief, that there is enough stone in the Giza pyramid to build 30 Empire State Buildings. There's enough stone in the pyramid to build a wall around the country of France, 3 meters high and 1 meter thick. The pyramid spans 13.5 acres and has 2.3 million blocks of stone. And nearby, there's a stone called the Baalbek stone, which is 1,000 tons. That's heavier than 3 jumbo jet planes. In China, if people think the pyramid in Egypt is monumental in its scale and its mystery, we have in China the Xi'an pyramid. And there are 15 smaller pyramids around the central one, which reaches up 1,000 feet. That's twice that of the Giza pyramid. 100 pyramids have been discovered in the Shenzhou province of China. The largest, according to one claim, is 1,200 feet high. That's 2.5 times the height of the Great Pyramid at Egypt. And it could, if hollow, swallow 26 Empire State Buildings. This is a man-made artifact in China. And then Angkor in Cambodia, one of the most fascinating sites, and recently has been studied by Graham Hancock. This entire precinct and temple and gardens is laid out, it has been discovered, to correspond as a terrestrial version of the constellation of Draco. Now, astronomers and astrologers know that Draco is probably one of the largest constellations in the night sky. This immense constellation making up, of course, innumerable stars. Well, it turns out that the little shrines and the little pagodas and the decorations and the entire layout of Angkor in Cambodia is based on the constellation of Draco. And England, one of the most ancient names of England, long before it was called the British Isles or United Kingdom or England, purists in the Celtic tradition or the Arthurian tradition would never refer to England by those names. The original ancient Arthurian name of England was called Logres. That's Logres, Logres. And it basically meant the land of the summer stars. Again, I think, it's a Druidic word, commemorating the fact that from England there was a Druidic or a priestly class who also were enamored by the mystery of the heavens and the stars. Graham Hancock has also proven and shown incredible underwater cities. In his book Underworld, there's some fine photographs and information on that. But in Egypt, we also have not just the anomalies in stone, we also have technological devices or hints at technological devices that were far ahead of its time. And let's not forget about the famous maps that predate what we have been told, maps that chart the world as it was in the days of old, like the Piri-Reis map, and others that are now coming to light. Longitudes were not even able to be accurately calculated until the 1770s, when John Harrison invented his chronometer number 4. However, the Piri-Reis map had the correct and accurate relative longitudes of the world. And of course, to make matters worse, when the little device was made by John Harrison, he died in scorn and nobody even bothered using his invention. He was completely laughed at. And let's not forget the phenomena of the crystal skull. This is a perfectly crystalline skull that has no join. And it's now come to light that there are more than just one of these fascinating artifacts. And of course, not only was there a high culture in Africa, not only was there a high culture in Ireland or in Egypt, but we know that in the Mexicos and South America, there was also an advanced civilization living there. And it has now recently been discovered at the turn of the millennium that the dates that are given for the Maya are incorrect, and that the Maya originated a lot earlier than has been thought before. And we know, because we can see the design of their temples, that they were also astronomers. In fact, the jaguar priests were even raised from childhood in the dark for almost 9 to 18 years in the dark, so that their eyes would be acclimatized to the night sky. And they make reference to something called the smoking mirror. And these smoking mirrors, once decoded, once that term is correctly decoded, we find out that that meant telescopes, meaning that telescopes were in the world hundreds of years, thousands of years before Galileo in the West is said to have discovered them. And what's more, we have coming out of the Aztec and the Maya kingdoms and their ancestors this most fascinating anomaly of all, which is the great so-called Aztec calendar, the Xolcan calendar, and the strange speculation of the end date, 2012. Those who have watched the my other production in the Origins and Oracle series will know that we go into that in great depth, the significance of that date and that calendar. In Egypt, we have a flower of life, a strange geometrical master cipher or symbol that's carved into the temple of Abydos in Egypt. The only trouble is, it's not carved, it's lasered into the walls. Scientists have discovered that this flower of life is actually lasered into the walls. And nobody has an explanation for that either. But all over the world, from Australia to the Himalayas, to the Ohio Serpent in America, to the Temple of Luxor, to Easter Island, we have anomalies and mysteries all over the world. In India, we also know that there was a great interest in constellations and the heavens because we have gigantic sundials that are almost as big as a whole town that have been discovered in Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Jantar. One can hardly believe it. When you go there, we realize that these gigantic stone ruins were actually at one time great calendars. And then we have more famous anomalies that still befuddle us, like the Bermuda Triangle. And of course, every school child knows about the 7 great wonders of the ancient world. But what has to be understood is that these so-called 7 great wonders of the world were late in the day compared to what was going on many, many thousands of years before. Now, the major meta-theme of this particular program and of my work with Atlantis, alien visitation, and genetic manipulation is, of course, as I've mentioned before, the origin and nature of evil, what we have come to call evil. In order to focus in on this particular question now, I'd like to read the opening chapter, or the opening from the preface of my book, which says here that during the next 10 years, the human race is destined to finally discover the facts about its true origins and destiny. As part of this discovery, we have to address the overwhelmingly important question of how the phenomena of evil came into the world and into the consciousness of Earth's human inhabitants. This is a question that should be on the mind of every living man and woman. It has been with us for millennia, and it will be with the children of the future if we do not come upon the answer now. We have left the question of evil in the hands of theologians and scientists for too long. This was surely a mistake, for as the casualty statistics clearly testify, the institutions of religion and science have been the worst purveyors of evil that this planet has ever had to endure. After centuries of prevarication and criminality, we can no longer afford to look to these edifices to answer the all-important conundrum of evil. But if we turn from religion and science in this regard, does it mean that we are left in a void? Is there perhaps another answer to how the phenomena of evil came into being? I believe that the answer lies in the ancient records of our forefathers and in the myths and legends of the pre- and post-Diluvian epochs. Now, this question of how did the injustice and the criminality and the abuse that we see on every corner of this globe, how did it actually originate, has been addressed by several writers. Leonard Shlain, for instance, in his most recent book, Sex, Time, and Power, he has this to say: Eve's descendants have steadily accumulated the power to destroy each other in an unholy Armageddon and, like sleepwalkers, are shuffling towards a planetary ecological disaster. But how could a slight, 5-foot-tall, 2-legged animal create such sublimity and yet wreak so much havoc in so minuscule an interval of Earth's history? Erich Fromm, in his Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, writes about the real difference between the man and the beast. I mean, this is a question that has puzzled so many people, biologists, scientists, theologians, activists. What is the actual real difference, if there is one, between man and animal? Well, the real difference might in fact surprise you. Fromm says this: man differs from the animal by the fact that he is a killer. He, the only primate that kills and tortures members of his own species without any reason, either biological or economic, and who feels satisfaction in doing so. It is this biologically non-adaptive and non-phylogenetically programmed malignant aggression that constitutes the real problem and the danger to man's existence as a species. And he goes on to say, the most ample and horrifying documentation for seemingly spontaneous forms of destructiveness are on the record of civilized history. The history of war is a report of ruthless and indiscriminate killing and torture, whose victims were men, women, and children. Many of these occurrences give the impression of orgies of destruction, in which neither conventional nor genuinely moral factors have any inhibitory effect. There is hardly a destructive act human imagination could think of that has not been acted out again and again. Leonard Shlain talks in his book on aggression. Homo sapiens, he says, possesses features that are located so far out at the extremes of the bell-shaped primate curve that they invite the curious to explore them. One of these is the capacity for aggression among humans, particularly the male of the species, and the pleasure most men so obviously derive from hunting and killing other animals. Our aggression has not only been outwardly directed at other species, interspecies mayhem, in the form of wars, duels, fights, persecutions, diabolical tortures, and genocide due to ethnic, racial, and religious hatred, has no parallel in the animal world. The sexual aggression exhibited by some human males towards females is without correspondence in the wild. The major rise in out-killing prowess occurred primarily in the last 100,000 years, with the sharpest spike limited to the last 40,000 years. Creation is a nightmare spectacular, taking place on a planet that has been soaked for hundreds of millions of years in the blood of its creatures. The soberest conclusion we can make is that the planet is being turned into a vast pit of fertilizer. And this is from San Francisco surgeon, one of the leading authors of our time. A perplexing problem, the whole problem of injustice and inhumanity. And the idea that it's just a natural movement of evolution, it's just nature's blunder, is simply not carrying weight anymore. How could that which is responsible for perfect order in the universe, from the greatest neutron star to the smallest atom, which is in perfect equilibrium, perfect harmony, make such a blunder in its highest creation, which is human beings? Man the destroyer, Homo vastans. On the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals in that he fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is among the thousands of species that fight the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. This is from Norman Tinbergen. Then from Erich Fromm, again, he says, man's aggressive behavior as manifested in war, crime, personal quarrels, and all kinds of destructive and sadistic behavior is due to the phylogenetically programmed innate instinct which seeks for discharge and waits for the proper occasion to be expressed. He goes on to say that only man seems to take pleasure in destroying life without any reason or purpose other than that of destroying. To put it more generally, only man appears to be destructive beyond the aim of defense or of attaining what he needs. And I might add, what is this strange phenomena that man requires religion? He has this barbaric, sadistic side, and then at the same time, he is the only creature that requires a religion. You don't see any other animal worshipping at altars or praying or even needing to conceive of that kind of thing. So where did this need arise is also one of the perplexing questions that is still with us. And of course, as I said in the preface of the book, when we normally have questions regarding the nature of evil, where is it normally that we turn? We turn to religion. We turn to the priests and the priestarchies. And they tell us, yes, this is our problem, this is our province, and we'll certainly explain it. But 2,000 years has gone by, and they've created more labyrinthine questions in trying to answer that one. And the scientists, well, they're not much concerned with the moral question. Again, making things more difficult. And as I said in the preface, in one way you can think that the institutions of these organizations have been the worst purveyors of evil we've ever known. That goes almost without saying. And then when we actually look into the pages of the Bible, this so-called holy book, we find nothing but destruction and chaos and contradiction. Now we are told by the religions that man has two natures, good and evil. This is particularly brought out in the three major religions of the world, and specifically Christianity, Judeo-Christianity, that we have two natures, good and evil. One is then compelled to ask why God would instill such propensities in his own creations, who are meant to be made in his image. And if there's a point to that decision, what is it? we read that God created man and woman. This implies that God is not himself man or woman. Yet the religions all over the globe consistently and constantly depict and refer to God as male, even when, as in the case of Hebrew, the name for deity is of feminine gender. And why would God create something born in his image and then deny him some aspect of knowledge and then banish him from paradise once it has been received? Why does God condemn his creations for something that was not a conscious transgression? And we are told that man was not originally evil. You see, when we ask these questions of the clerics, then they come back and say, well, man was not originally evil. He became that way after the disobedience of Eve in the garden, or that they both became so after falling under the influence of the evil one, Satan. But then why would God allow his newly created beings to be in the proximity of such a being? One can also ask, who created the serpent, and why the tests on those who must already be innocent in nature? Were there not other more reliable angels descend? In the case of Job, why the test on someone that the omnipotent God must know is innocent? And again, why send Satan to do the testing, a being that himself cannot be trusted? Nowhere in the Genesis account, says Lawrence Gardner, is there any mention, direct or indirect, of Satan's involvement. And yet, it has become common practice for the church to portray the serpent as an emissary of Satan, or even as Satan himself. Well, that's a heavy piece of information. One cannot also conceive, I write here, of the reason for the existence of any being like Satan that has no good in him at all. Surely God could only know evil if he had already brought evil into the world. What are we to think of the implication that evil was in the world even before man or woman were created? Well, if we're thinking creatures at all, we would have a lot to say about it. And if Satan could even have the ability to aspire towards supreme Godhead, and there are hierarchies of angels, etc., then perhaps God can indeed be rivaled and perhaps even surpassed. What are we to make of that? Now, in the book of Isaiah, God is quoted as saying, I create evil. While in Amos it is asked, shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it? So we're hearing here that evil is actually created by God, who can actually himself act in evil ways if he so chooses. And what about the character of Jesus? We have contradictions and ambivalence there as well, because he turns over tables, he rebukes his mother, he talks about bringing a sword rather than peace. And in Luke he states, but those mine enemies, which would not that I reign over them, bring them hither and slay before me. Well, this is the Bible. This is the holy books. They're telling us, thou shalt not kill. But then we find that in Exodus 32, thus saith the Lord of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And one only has to browse through the book of Deuteronomy to see that it is a testament of absolute annihilation and slaughter. The prohibition against killing, thou shalt not kill. We find that this was broken by the massacre of the Canaanites and others. The pronouncement and prohibition against stealing, thou shalt not steal. We find that this was broken when the Israelites robbed the cities of their enemies. And thou shalt not covet the property of a neighbor. That was broken when the land was confiscated. Now, if it is true, as the Bible declares and theologians state, that the sin involved Adam and Eve being made conscious of their nakedness, does this mean that God and the serpent and the others were clothed? We also find that God told a lie. Eve did eat off the tree, but did not, as was warned, die. So how and why would a God that put such currency in morality tell lies? I mean, it's just verbatim. If you can read it, there it is. Eve will die if she eats off the tree. Now we read that Cain, after slaying Abel, is banished forever by the Lord, but is then endowed with the mark to prevent anyone from slaying him. But why would the Lord want Cain's life spared? How would anyone know Cain's past deeds and want to kill him? And how could any mark matter one way or another? Is there a mark that denotes that one has committed fratricide? And furthermore, who would be in a position to kill Cain, since he and his parents were supposedly the only beings alive? Why does God create mankind and then, lamenting its supposed evil nature, proceed to destroy all his creations? And if indeed God wished to annihilate all that he had created, why do it so as to cause so much pain and fear, as we read in the Scriptures? We read that when Moses encounters Jehovah at the burning bush, God tells his prophet to be that he is the God of thy fathers. And this is very important. God tells Moses, I am the God of thy fathers. But how can this be? Moreover, why does Moses ask to know God's name if the chosen people would already know it? Among the many commandments that were levied by Jehovah was one categorically forbidding magical practices by any of the chosen. Why, in this case, were Moses and Aaron doing the rod and snake trick, so to speak, when in front of Pharaoh and his priests? Where do the exceptions begin and end? And why does Jehovah, who summoned Moses to secure the freedom of the chosen people, then, quote unquote, harden Pharaoh's heart to prevent their easy release? I mean, you're going to all this trouble to send your prophet in to release the chosen people, but the Scriptures then say that in this incredible game of chess, God himself hardens Pharaoh's heart to make it all that much more difficult. And why do we read of Jesus experiencing baptism from John? We take this as a given, but wait a minute. Why would the sinless Son of God need to go through a ritual reserved for the sinners seeking repentance and conversion? Why indeed? And Jesus himself wrote nothing, either of his own biography or his doctrine. Now, was such behavior consistent with someone who cared about the future or who was bent on founding a new global religion? I think not. Jesus also openly rebuked all public prayer. So why was this made a staple in later Christianity? Now, the American president, Thomas Jefferson, who had also studied these matters, has something very fascinating to say about the subject of Christianity. He says, and I quote, I have examined all the known superstitions of the world, and I do not find in our particular superstition of Christianity one redeeming feature. They are all alike founded on fables and mythology. Millions of innocent men, women, and children, since the introduction of Christianity, have been burned, tortured, fined, and imprisoned. What has been the effect of this coercion? To make one half of the world fools and the other half hypocrites, to support roguery and error all over the earth. He also says in another place, the clergy converted the simple teachings of Jesus into an engine for enslaving the world, and adulterated by artificial constructions into a contrivance to filch wealth and power to themselves. These clergy, in fact, constitute the real Antichrist. Now that is absolutely fascinating coming from such a famous historical personage. He's not only referring openly to Christianity as a superstition, but he's also saying right here that the whole Judeo-Christian paradigm is a contrivance. He's also making it clear that one can be against the institution of religion, of Christianity, but obviously glean something important from the teachings of Christ. Here we have the works of a man, an individual, a highly enlightened being. That's a totally different understanding than the bastions and the institutions and the dogmas. If only we had Jefferson's wisdom today. President John Adams, one of the early American presidents, he says the doctrine of the divinity of Jesus is made a convenient cover for absurdity. Strong language there. And he also says in another place, the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. Not in any sense. Now, Erich Fromm, in his book Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, says this: the deep need of man not to feel lost and lonely in the world had, of course, been previously satisfied by the concept of a God who had created this world and was concerned with each and every creature. But for many of those for whom God was dethroned, the need for a godlike figure did not disappear. Some proclaimed a new God, evolution, and worshipped Darwin as his prophet. So again, we human beings seem to be creatures of this ambivalence. When we give up one bromide, we move to another, equally unsustainable, which in history then becomes eventually refuted. If it's not religion, it's science. But as I said in the preface, if we turn aside from these two bastions, are we left in a void? Is there no other place to look for the answers to the world's conundrums and mysteries? Well, I think there is, and my work very much proves this, that the answers are in the myths and legends of our own ancestors, those individuals who did things right the first time round. And of all the ancient pre-Diluvian cultures, the mysteries of Atlantis, of course, take central focus. But Atlantis, what do we really know? Well, H.G. Wells puts it this way: there is magic in names, he says, and the mightiest among these words of magic is Atlantis. It is as if this vision of a lost culture touched the most hidden thoughts of our soul. And Plato, who wrote extensively on Atlantis, he says, on this island of Atlantis had arisen a powerful and remarkable dynasty of kings who ruled Europe as far as western Italy. Marcellus, the Roman thinker, he says Atlantis, which was extremely large for a long time, held sway over all the islands of the Atlantic Ocean. Socrates declared, it has the very great advantage of being a fact and not a fiction. Now here we are, the greatest philosopher in the world. Copplestone and some of the commentators on philosophy said that all later philosophy are but footnotes to Plato. And of course, Plato was the writer, the spokesman, and the biographer of Socrates. So here we have literally the greatest philosopher of all time, confirming for us that Atlantis, in his own words, is not fiction, but in fact. And my mentor from England, J.R.R. Tolkien, he says of Atlantis, of all the mythical or archetypal images, this is the one most deeply seated in my imagination. This is the creator of Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth. And he's saying that of all the archetypal images that one could think of, this is the one that he finds the most gripping on his imagination. And the names of Atlantis are many, of course. We have all different cultures referring to Atlantis and the Garden of Paradise, or the Elysian Fields and so on. The Celtic people knew it as Hyperborea, which simply means extreme north. The Germanic Teutons, the Teutonic people, called it Tula, or ultimate Thule. And the Garden of Hesperides. In fact, we get our word Brazil from an old Celtic word, Hy Brasil, which referred to, again, the land of everlasting youth. And all nations of the earth, all cultures, be they the Native American Indians, or the Greeks or the Chinese or the Babylonians, all talked about their forefathers coming from highly advanced cultures in ancient times. But we also read of this kind of thing in the book of Genesis. We also read about in the book of Isaiah and Ezekiel, and then the Ramayana of India, stories about ancient gods and weaponry, advanced weaponry, and the war between the forces of good and evil. And as I said, the myths, once one gets into them, that is one of the most interesting archives of knowledge that we could possibly turn to reveal some of the secrets that science still has not uncovered or is very slow to uncover. So let's take a brief look at what the myths actually have to say. Starting with the Celtic legends. In Irish mythology, at the dawn of the historical era, we have this incredible and famous tale of St. Patrick, who is meant to have gone up to the Holy Mountain. This is a mountain on the west coast in County Galway called Croagh Patrick. And this is the famous mountain of Patrick that he is meant to have ascended and meditated on the top of the mountain. And then when he came down, he is meant to have pronounced to those gathered there, if you believe these stories, of course, that he has cast all the serpents from the land. That's what he said. I have cast all the serpents from the land. Of course, the local Irish are thinking, well, wait a minute, what's he talking about? We've never had any snakes here to begin with. Well, it becomes very difficult to understand this story, this particular statement, until you understand what it means. It was nothing more than political propaganda, theological propaganda for something, because the serpents were not, in fact, relating to physical snakes at all. They were referring to a race of people, a race of beings. In Ireland, there were many visitations to the land of Ireland before the Christian era. There was, in fact, 5 waves of invasions by different groups. And one of these groups is known in Gaelic as the Tatha Di Danan, or the Tuatha Di Danan, if you want the pronunciation in English. It looks as it sounds there. And I'll spare you the Gaelic. If you're interested in these Gaelic pronunciations, you can get a good book on it. There's lots of good books. This particular one here by Steve Blamies, which is Glamorai, is an excellent book which will help you with the various pronunciations of these terms. But the Tuatha Di Danan, or the Tuatha Di Danan, simply means, when translated, the tribe of the goddess Danu. The tribe of the goddess Danu, implying that they were a matriarchal group. This was the 5th wave of invasions of powerful magicians, Druidic class, who were a matriarchy, who visited Ireland after what they claim was the destruction of their own kingdoms and their own lands. And it has always been a point of contention why it is that Ireland was colonized from the west. But of course, one only has to look at a map to know that there's nothing out there. You would expect colonization from the east, or maybe even from the south. But it's recognized by the scholars of Trinity University and elsewhere that Ireland was colonized from the west. And yet, out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, there is no land. Well, there's no land there now. And as I said, the leaders of the Didanan were very emphatic about the fact that they had come from lands in the west, beautiful, paradisical, technically advanced lands, but these had been destroyed in a great cataclysm. And these 4 lands, these 4 great islands, were known in Gaelic as Fallius, Murius, Gorius, and Phineas. And in Celtic mythology, if you really get into it, you'll find that there's a whole slew of other famous lands and islands. The land of promise, the land of happiness, the land of living, and of course the famous Tir na Nog, the land of the everlasting youth. Now the High King of this particular order of Druids, this particular race that visited Ireland in prehistoric times, is known by the name of Nada, or if you want to anglicize it, Nuada. But that word can also be written Nua, and often is written that way, which is very close, I think, to the word Noah. Well, so is the mythology relating to the Tuatha Di Danan and to Nada, because Nada and his tribe of the goddess Danu not only come from the west, but they arrive on ships. They arrive on ships that they say that they were told to build in order to survive the great deluge that was coming. And they arrive safely to the haven, which was Ireland. So many thousands of miles apart, and we have a very similar type of story going on. And very much at the heart of the legends of the Didanan is mention of the weapons of magical power, because there is great mention of the psychic power that these ancients had, but they also refer to magical weaponry, the famous harp and the sword and the lance. In fact, the Celtic mythology speaks of the 4 gods of the Tuatha Di Danan, each possessing or owning a weapon or a magical talisman. There was Nada's sword, Retaliator. There was Lu, the sun god. He had a lance, a famous lance. There was the great cauldron or cup of the Dagda. Dagda was like a sort of a Hercules type god. And then there was the stone or the stone plate of Manannán Mac Lir, very similar to the Bethel stone or the stone of Jeremiah. The stone of Manannán Mac Lir. And the Isle of Man, which exists between Ireland and England, is named after Manannán Mac Lir. But any students of the tarot cards, will notice something strange in this, because in fact these 4 weapons or 4 objects are in fact nothing less than the 4 suits of the tarot: the famous wand, the cup, the sword, and the plate or the disc. So we have a lot of questions there. Was the tarot known to the ancient Celts, as well as to the Egyptians and the Semites? And not a sword would vibrate or shimmer in the presence of evil. It is actually a prototype to the later Excalibur. And in fact, for those who are interested in Arthurian legends, most of the Arthurian legends were in fact based on the earlier legends of Celtic Ireland. This particular epoch that I'm talking about and referring to, of the tribe of Tuatha Dé Danann and their subsequent story and mythologies and wars and fights on the land of Ireland, became the prototype for the later Arthurian legends, and many of the dramatis personae are in fact the same if you actually get into it. And in one of the most incredible stories relating to the exploits of the gods, the sun god Lu, as a young man, has to come out and do battle with a great giant, a very evil being who's connected to a race called the Fomorian race, who had occupied Ireland many thousands of years before the coming of the Dé Danann. And the young Lu is said to have come out, and he defeats Baelor of the Evil Eye, this great giant, with a sling. Now wait a minute, where have we heard this story before of the young hero, the young man, the sun god, the radiant one, who comes out and saves his people against a great evil giant using a slingshot as a weapon? It's so old, it's new. Now, Baelor of the Evil Eye was a member of the earliest Aboriginal inhabitants of Ireland, a very mysterious people called the Fomorian race. The Fomorian race. The most prehistoric race of Ireland, the Aboriginal inhabitants, the Fomori. It actually is a word that means the giants. And it's also derived from a term meaning those from under the sea. One of the ancient Celtic names of the Lost Isles was Tir Fo Thuan, which means land under the wave, or land beneath the wave. Now, the king of the Fomorians for part of the time was Conan, King Conan's people. And Robert Howard, the mythologist and historian, writes of Conan, "In Conan's veins flowed the blood of ancient Atlantis." Interesting statement. But when it comes to mysterious races of the past, we only have to look at the Bible itself. Because in Genesis chapter 6 we read, there were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. So we've got men, and we've got the daughters of men, implying women. And then we got somebody else loose on the world. And in fact, this Tuatha Dé Danann, who went by the name of the serpent priests, in Egypt they had a serpent race, a serpent culture. But their name was the Jedi, or the Jedi. Now, where we heard that term before? And the Egyptians noted them as a race of magical druids with special powers, the Jedi. In fact, the word serpent in the Americas was known as Amaraka. Amaraka, or America, actually means land of the serpent. It's one of the oldest words for the serpent. And of all the symbols and sigils of the serpent race, of course there were many, like the serpent itself. One of the most important was what we now recognize as the letter K. And this is very well brought out when you look at the names of the Native American tribes of North America, because they were very involved in the serpent symbolism. They loved the symbol of the serpent. A lot of their dances were based on the serpent. In South America, you have the idea of the plumed serpent. But the letter K also stands out to emphasize this. The term Oklahoma, Muskogee, Choctaw, Nakota, Dakota, Cherokee, Mohawk, Yaqui, Comanche, all of these terms, like Seneca and America or Yankee, these terms have the strong K without fail. And that is because the letter K originally was a sigil or a sign referring to the serpent. Back to Celtic mythology, one of the later important personages was known as Finn MacCool, or Finn MacCoomhail. He was the hero of the Fenian cycle and last of the giants. He was indirectly related to the Tuatha Dé Danann by way of his godfather Lu, the sun god. But he was one of the last great heroes. And his name actually means white foreigner or white Gael. He was the father of Oisin, the son of Cuchulainn. Now the word Fenian derives from Phoenician. Okay, so Finn McCool and his group was known as the Fenian cycle in Irish mythology. This is a mythological cycle that's recognized. And he gave rise to the Fenians. But the word Fenian is very interesting because it actually derives from the word Phoenician, the great maritime race that originated from Britain and not from the Middle East, as we have been told. And the Phoenicians later became what we know as the Venetians. Now, we'll be coming back to this at a later part of this program, because a very interesting connection there that has not previously been brought out. Finn McCool's father was called Cuchulainn, and Cuchulainn is, as any Irish person knows, one of the greatest heroes in our culture. Cuchulainn, the great giant and hero. But all I can say about that is, before we get into the legends of Cuchulainn, one only has to look at the name. There's something interesting there. The word Cuchulainn of Ireland is remarkably similar to Kukulkan, the great hero of Mexico. Kukulkan, of course, was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. The pronunciation, the syllables, it's very similar there. Cuchulainn of Ireland, Kukulkan of Mexico. And if you get into the symbolism of these two deities and what they got up to, again, there are many correspondences. Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, was the feathered serpent. So thousands of miles away, we have the same symbolism. We have the serpent symbolism and the raven symbolism in the totem poles all over Americas, from Alaska right down to South America. We have the great sand paintings, which always include the symbol of the serpent. Talking about dispersion, it is a fact that the Norse Edda, the holy books of the Norsemen, the holy books of the Teutons, written by the Skalds, is a book known collectively as the Norse Edda. Well, the sacred books of the Far East, of the Indus Valley, and the ancient Sanskrit works are called the Veda. Now, when you take the V off Veda, you have the term Edda. Both means holy books. Edda, Veda, it's the same thing, holy books. And what's more, if you think I'm stretching this point, you will find that the dramatis personae of both books are uncannily similar. The king lists and the goings-on, the exploits, are remarkably similar. This can be proven and has been written about. In the Bible again, while in the wilderness, we find that Moses was said to have carried a standard known as the brazen serpent. Since the Old Testament strictly forbids graven images of God, we can surmise that the brazen serpent was a very important symbol of power, which was not forbidden. But there again, just for now, let's note that they were talking about a serpent, a brazen serpent standard of the Israelites. When Moses destroyed the Amalekites, he erected a pillar to a god, his god, and that God's term in the Bible is Jehovah Nissi, which when translated means God of the serpents. Now wait a minute, how come we weren't told this in Sunday school? God of the serpents? What's that? What God? In the Bible, the Nashon. This is the Judaic tribe of which King David was a member, the Nashon. But this word also, translated, means the serpent. And it's in fact where we get the word nation. The modern word nation comes from the Semitic or Hebrew Nashon. So when we hear people talking about the nation states, the great nation states, just remember that it means the serpent. Over 2,000 years BC, the Sumerian name for the Giza pyramid was the House of the Serpent. And if one really does their mythological homework, it will be discovered that what we call Egypt was not known as Egypt in those days. The actual name of Egypt was Kem. But anyone who lived outside the region of the country of Egypt used to habitually refer to Egypt as the land of the tree and the serpent. The land of the tree and the serpent was how everyone from the neighboring states, neighboring countries referred to the land of Egypt. We have in Egypt the famous symbol of the uraeus. That's the winged disc. And with the wings and with the disc always comes the symbols of the uraeus serpent. We have the famous symbol of Buto, the god of the northern part of Egypt, wearing the crown, and that is always shown again as a winged serpent. They had a fascination with this image. Even the pharaoh upon his head would wear the uraeus serpent. Did that represent enlightenment? Or did it also represent that, like the Tuatha De Danann, they were calling themselves the race of the serpent? That this was a serpent race? Miss Harrison, the historian, quoting from Joseph Campbell's Occidental Mythology, she says, Zeus, that's the Greek god Zeus, is one of the very few Greek gods who never appears attended by a snake. Well, actually, there are symbols of Zeus with the serpent, but she's saying that he's one of the few Greek gods who never appears attended by a snake, implying that most of the other gods are. Now, Madame Blavatsky, in her fine book, Isis Unveiled, speaks of Pythagoras, the famous pre-Grecian philosopher Pythagoras. She says, Pythagoras never allowed his neophytes to see him during the years of probation, but he instructed them from behind a curtain in his cave. Now, one might ask, why would he do that? Well, the word Pythagoras actually means, I am the python. I am the python? What does that mean? In Celtic Ireland again, or in the Arthurian tradition, we have this mysterious word Pendragon. It's actually said to be the surname of Arthur. Arthur's father was Uther, Uther Pendragon. The word means the head of the dragons. That's right. Pen is head, and dragon, same as it is today, the dragon, the head of the dragons. What dragons? We have the Scottish Regiment, the Dragoons. In 15th century England, we have the Plantagenet, the Dragon Court. Those mysterious megalithic sites we were looking at earlier, especially the ones in Carnac and in Brittany and also in Cornwall, the locals refer to these standing stones as the dragon's teeth. And why would they be associating serpents and dragons with these ancient sites? And of course, even some of the flags of the British Isles still commemorate the dragon, like the Welsh flag and the Scottish flag, but particularly the Welsh, where they have the five-toed red dragon. Now, in the turn of the century, Alfred Watkins discovered what is known as ley lines. These are mysterious earth energy grid lines that are in the earth. But he also referred to them as the dragon paths. These were also known as the dragon paths. And Watkins and other people who had studied these ley lines understood that these were used by ancient peoples when they were designing and aligning their cities, and when they were designing and setting the sites for these ancient mounds and these ancient burial sites. The ley lines were very much in use and can still, of course, be seen today. And closer to home, America, we have the Ohio serpent, a very famous earthwork that is being studied at this time. They don't know if it's coming from the Native American Indians or something more aboriginal, but here is this vast mound that from the air looks like a serpent. And in Avebury, we have one that's about 8 miles long, called the Avebury serpent. And of course, the ley lines, it's now been discovered that these ley lines and these serpentine force grid lines in the earth, this is where, if you follow them, if you track them, you'll also find that some churches and cathedrals and even famous buildings have been put directly on the vertices between these ley lines, even in modern times. But all over the world, from China to Japan to England and Ireland, you have the symbols of the griffins and the dragons and the gargoyles. It's almost so common that we don't even notice it. Now, it's interesting because the dragon, from one point of view, has some very spiritual meanings and symbols attached to it. It has been noted that the dragon actually encompasses the 4 elements and is in fact a representation of the 5th mysterious element. They know this because they say that the dragon's claws, which dig into the earth, represent the element of earth. And they say that the scales, the fishy-like scales on its body, represent the element water. And of course, the wings that beat the air of the dragon represent the element air, and the fire that it breathes is meant to represent fire. So the dragon is a composite of the 4 states of consciousness and of the 4 elements, and the dragon being the 5th element. But all over the world, and especially in Celtic drawings, even of the Christian era, we see a great emphasis on the twin dragons and the serpent. Here are 3 coiled dragons, which are known as the Ouroboros. But interestingly, these come from 3 different places. This is from China, Mexico, and Egypt. The exact same symbol of the coiled dragon eating its own tail, from 3 different cultures. In Scandinavian mythology, in the famous Norse Edda, they have an entity called the Midgard serpent. And it turns out that in Christianity, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, we hear about the cherubim and the seraphim. But if you actually translate these words, you will find that both words mean flaming or burning serpent. And it's interesting, too, that the adversarial force is often seen as some sort of a hybrid devil or a loathsome creature. But in many renditions, in many images coming out of the Christian world, the adversarial force, the satanic force, is actually shown as a human being and not as some monstrous creature. We'll be coming back to that point later on. It's very interesting as to why the adversarial energy would also be shown in human shape. In fact, it's interesting why even the angels are shown in human shape. And of course, the most famous rendition of the serpent image is in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, at the Garden of Eden, and the scene of Adam and Eve at the tree, and Eve's discussion with the serpent, which is meant to have led to the temptation and the fall of man. But what Christians will fail to tell you, or probably don't know, is that originally the symbol of the cross was always attended with a serpent. Just as you see in this picture, this was the original Christian symbol. The cross was never seen in any culture, and even in the earliest days of Christianity, it was always attended with a serpent. And this is again brought out in the words of Christ himself when he, remonstrating with his 12 disciples, he actually said, be as gentle as doves, but as wise as serpents. What serpents? Why would the Son of God be remonstrating with his disciples and telling them to be as wise as serpents? Of course, we have footnotes in the Bible for everything else, but there's no footnote explaining to what serpents he's referring. In Celtic mythology, we find out that the famous location of the kings, this is the capital of Ireland, where the 3 kings of Ireland would sit on the east coast of Ireland, in County Meath, is well known as Tara. But in Gaelic, Tara is known as Drumcain. But Drumcain, translated into English, means the hill of the serpents. Again, this identification with royalty, Irish royalty, Celtic royalty, and the serpent image. The Pendragons of Arthurian England, the serpents of Ireland. Now, in ancient times, the serpent was known by the word Cain. In fact, the word land of Canaan actually also means the land of the serpents. But the word Cohen, this is a word that is given to many Jewish people. But go and ask any rabbi, ask anybody who has that term what it actually means, and they will tell you. The word Cohen means serpent priest. And that's where we get the word Cain from, and we get the word Khan from, like James Khan. The American television channel CNN, not only is that the word without the vowels for the word serpent, but even the logo is very serpentine shaped. In Far East we have Chan. Chan is like we would say sir to a man over here. Well, Chan in China means the serpent. In the Middle East, we have the title that is given to man over there, Khan, Khan. It's exactly the same meaning. We have the word Kieran. It's a name of a man in Ireland, Kieran, or the English word name of women, Karen. And the word for death, Karn. All of these terms and many more actually have derivation. Their derivation goes back to the word for serpent. So we come full circle. When we hear St. Patrick descending from the holy mountain, this is the paragon of Christianity, descending from the holy mountain and telling the people gathered there, "Behold, I have cast the serpents from the land." He is not talking about physical snakes. This is political, or it is religious, theocratic, theological propaganda. He's saying, Christianity has arrived, I am in town, there's a new gig, there's a new game in town, and you can just forget about these serpents and the previous races that were here. Their time is over, and the new sun religion, the new solar paradigm has arrived. That's what it represents. And it implies, of course, that the people of the prehistoric times, before Christianity, not only revered the symbol of the serpent, but were actually known as the serpents. And we'll come to more explanation of why that is a little bit later. Now, even though there's a great wealth coming out of the ancient mythologies of all countries, scientists disagree and speculate that there was no ancient civilizations of any merit in ancient times. But the ancient legends also speak about their own demise, just like the Tuatha De Danann, saying that they came from islands that were destroyed in a great war of the gods and a great calamity of nature. So we have in many of the mythologies of the world this reference to destruction and cataclysm and upheaval. The most famous story, of course, is Noah, the famous patriarch, being literally told by God of a coming flood, and that the whole earth was going to be in tribulation, and that he should build a vessel so that the chosen ones could be saved. But that's not the only area in the scriptures where we read of cataclysm. Yes, there's the deluge, but then we also have the story of the 10 plagues of Egypt. We have the story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. And we have the story of the walls of Jericho being blasted to pieces. And many other areas through the whole book of Job, there's tumult and cataclysm and stories of great upheaval. In Genesis 6, God is saying, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. Now, from a scientific point of view, what are we told? We're told, yes, we have an ice age. This ice age happened in what we know as the Pleistocene epoch, and before the ice age, there was nothing. Men walked around in skins, and Neanderthal man, hunter-gatherers. No such concept as Atlantis or Lemuria or any other advanced civilization could possibly existed. So what is the tenets of the official theory? Well, the high priests of geology were of Charles Lyell. He was the exponent of the theory of uniformity. That simply means that through the geological record, nature, evolution, all of these things are incrementally slow. Very, very slow movements of development over vast expanses of time. Louis Agassiz, he was the exponent of the glacial theory, exponent of the ice ages. And particularly Professor James Geekie, geology professor, Edinburgh University, a major champion of the ice age theory. And believe me, that's all it is, a theory, as we're about to see. Now, the ice ages are meant to have taken place, geologically speaking, in what is known as the Pleistocene epoch. This is the epoch lasting 2 million years that is housing what we know as the ice age. But Professor James Geekie says, if there is anything more fantastic than Geekie's extravagant theory, it is that it has been lapped up by his successors and by intelligent men who, by logic alone, should be able to denounce it. Yet it is today a dogma. This is Commons Beaumont, one of the most suppressed scholars of all time, talking about Geekie's findings. He says it's unsustainable, simply a dogma. Commons Beaumont goes on to say, the flood, to the world, generally a vague and nebulous tradition, really conceals the most appalling visitation, and its ravages in the British Isles and Scandinavian lands may be retraced to more considerable extent by the effects of what geologists term the drift age. It was no mere ice drift, it was a sudden and terribly swift and violent. So Beaumont was one of the great catastrophists. Along with Immanuel Velikovsky, he was a person who decried and did not believe in or subscribe to the uniformitarian philosophy. He understood that we had been visited by tremendously swift cataclysms of the past. And he spent his life trying to refute what Geekie and the uniformitarianists were advancing. And in the fine book, When the Earth Nearly Died, by Allen and Dallaire, they say, it is an astonishing that such an unscientific explanation ever came to be formulated, yet in a short time both it and the concept of immense, thick ice sheets descending from a hypothetical northern mountain system was enthusiastically embraced as virtually established fact. They go on to write, the evidence is perfectly unambiguous, along with the removal of an ice age like that which is hitherto commonly envisaged. The evidence suggests that there is something seriously amiss with the last phases of standard geological chronology. Now, these unsustainable theories of ice ages and drift ages has been refuted in the 90s by several authors, not only Alan and Dallaire, but by Michael Cremo in his monumental work Forbidden Archaeology, and more specifically by the Observer magazine scientific writer Robert Milton, who wrote a fine book called Shattering the Myths of Darwin. Now, Clifford Wilson, in his book, The Chariots Still Crash, he says, some dates obtained by other radiometric methods are seriously astray, such as the age of millions of years being attributed to volcanic rocks in Hawaii, which are known to be less than 200 years old. This is reported in the Journal of Geophysical Research. It is known that these lava rocks were actually formed in 1800 and 1801 in Hualai in Hawaii. The potassium-argon dating methods was utilized, and a formation age of 160 million to 3 billion years were given for this rock formation, which was known to be just over 170 years old. This is not an isolated report. Rock samples from 12 volcanoes in Russia and 10 samples from other places around the world, all known to be of recent age, that is, formed within the last 200 years, when dated by the uranium-thorium-lead method, gave ages varying from millions to billions of years. So here's your science for you. But luckily, a lot of these scientific findings are now being seriously refuted, and we need to know about this. Clifford Wilson goes on to say, there is increasing evidence to suggest that those figures of millions of years, which we were given in our childhood, must be put to one side. And indeed they must. But what would happen if they are? What happens if we suddenly start to question these Royal Academy and Royal Society dates and figures and scholarship? Well, then the truth of what might be behind that Pleistocene epoch, I mean, if you concertine the whole 2 million year Pleistocene epoch out of existence, suddenly you have no ice ages, no substantial ice ages, and therefore no great wall between our time and the past. Evidence thus converges from numerous directions to support the conclusion that on the testimony of radiocarbon and other dating techniques, immense physical and climatic changes occurred on Earth some 11,000 years or so ago, when an ice age that probably never existed came to an end, and an apparently uniformitarian regime was abruptly terminated. There you are. That's Alan and Dallaire saying that something happened so much more recently, and it had very little to do with an ice age. Thus, if many of today's highest mountains were much lower when the alleged ice age was reputedly at its zenith, then how did so much ice, if it actually existed, manage to accumulate? Indeed, we can take a step further and ask whether the ice sheets so beloved of the glacialists ever existed at all. Now, these two geologists have discovered that the mountains that are quite high today all over the world were not as high 11,000 years ago. Well, of course, that goes to the heart of the glacialists' theory. You have to have very high peaks in order to have the cold for the ice sheets to be created. But if those mountain peaks were much lower than they actually were being told, then there goes your ice theory right out the window. They go on to say, the time allegedly occupied by the glacial and interglacial episodes of conventional Pleistocene chronology was actually non-existent. Now, how come we have not heard worldwide debate about this book or of Robert Milton's Shattering the Myths of Darwinism? How come we are not hearing debate on the television and in the magazines about these fine books? In Colin Renfrew's book, Before Civilization, he says, archaeologists all over the world have realized that much of prehistory, as written in the existing textbooks, is inadequate, some of it quite simply wrong. And I have a question. If this is the case, then how can science go that wrong? We have experts like Agizes and Lyle. We have Darwin. We have these uniformitarian theories that are just wholesale sold to us, over the counter, so to speak. We have millions of dollars being thrown into all of these researches, and yet we come up now to discover that the whole Pleistocene epoch is unsustainable. I have a question. How can science go that wrong? Now, the refutations to Darwinism and the refutations to the uniformitarianists would take too long to go in here. I just want to give an overview of this fascinating dichotomy and the new research that is showing that a lot of these philosophies are simply unsustainable and unrealistic. And we have to take that on board before we can proceed. But what I want to look at now is another anomaly. All over the world we're hearing about strange vehicles and visitations from other planets. Dr. Harrison H. Brown of the California Institute of Technology has this to say about our universe. He says, he estimates that virtually every star in our galaxy has a planetary system, in each of which, from 2 or 4 planets, might have an Earth-like environment and chemistry that encourages our kind of life to exist. He gives the enormous figure of 100 billion stars with planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone. And guess what, folks? There are 450 billion galaxies. And that's just the ones they know about, or the ones that they can see. So it's preposterous, is it not? I mean, we can lay it aside once and for all. That when somebody says, on Earth is the only kind of life that could possibly exist of our type in the universe, simply, that could not be true. And the Bible seems to agree. Because here is a passage from the book of Ezekiel. In fact, this is a very famous passage, well known to people in the UFO and paranormal community. But for those who have never seen it, let's read it. Now, as I looked upon the living creatures, says Ezekiel, he has a vision, and he says, now as I looked upon the living creatures, I saw 4 wings upon the ground, one by each of the living creatures with their 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their composition was like the color of shiny amber, and all 4 wings had but one likeness, and their composition was like a wheel in the middle of a wheel. You can draw your own conclusions, but this sounds very much like he's actually seeing some kind of mechanical apparatus. But of course, not being able to understand it, he describes it in the idioms of his own time. Wheels within wheels. In Assyria, in Babylon, we have, just like in Egypt, the winged disc. Here you can see, again, from Sumeria, Babylon, strange artifacts. On the picture on the left, you can see that above the heads of the people who are standing on the ground is a strange winged satellite, a strange winged object satelliting above in the air. And on the right, you can see the constellations and the symbols of the serpent and other celestial orbs. There's a closer image that in head height, floating in the air, we have some strange object. And the 2 fishes, that could represent one of the constellations. And we have lunar symbols and crescents and pictures of the planets, symbols of the planets. And then amid them, we have a shiny disk with wings, a projectile of some kind. We can look again at the Egyptian idea of the winged globe. In Christian art, it has come to light that in many medieval paintings we have symbols of UFOs. Here Giotto is showing the angels with wings and with halos circulating above. And in this one by Giotto also, from the same picture, we have a small projectile with a person sitting inside this capsule with a joystick. Here is a picture of the Madonna, and to her right shoulder, we see a man looking up into the sky, literally looking up into the sky with a strange metallic projectile, an egg-like projectile floating in the sky above this picture of the Madonna and the Holy Family. Coming out of the ancient world, we have artifacts that bear uncanny resemblance to projectiles and missiles and to shuttles and equipment that is used today. Here from the Temple of Abydos, literally bas-reliefs in the carvings in the walls show helicopters, submarines, submersibles. The picture on the left is from Abydos. It looks like a helicopter, again very much in the same shape as the Apache helicopter of today. Here from the Sumerian and Babylonian, we have a silo. On the left, there's a picture of what looks like a projectile, a silo, a rocket, under the earth with individuals inside seem to be manipulating controls, and the top of the projectile is amongst the trees, and you can see little human figures venerating and bowing. And in the Scandinavian and Celtic mythologies, there's reference to the dragon ships. And of course, the artist on the right has done something quite interesting. He's put his ship up in the sky. Is he trying to tell us something there? Now, in Far East, we have the mention of Vimana. In the Hindu tradition, the Vimana was a rocket ship or a flying UFO, clearly described in the ancient legends of India. They're also called the Shem, S-H-E-M. We have Elijah's vision, as we just saw. We have the myth of Etana. This is King Etana. This is a 4,700-year-old myth, but it supplies us with very accurate descriptions of the Earth's surface from progressive altitudes, descriptions which are not verified in our own era until high-altitude aerial flights of 1950s and the first space shots of the 1960s. King Etana, in an ancient Babylonian book, is talking about him being lifted off the Earth in a UFO-type craft and flying up and seeing the Earth receding behind him. We have the similar discussion in Enoch, another one of the patriarchs of the Bible, how he's taken up by God to walk amongst the heavens, and he again also explains that he sees the Earth receding behind him. In the book of Ezekiel, we have a fascinating passage. Then Eve looked up to heaven and saw a shining chariot come drawn by 4 gleaming angels whose glory no one born of woman could express nor look on their face, and angels went before the chariot. Book of Ezekiel. Book of Genesis. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the book of Ezekiel again, chapter 1. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them, and when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. So what we've got here, a smoking furnace, a burning lamp that seems to pass between places and pieces of rock. Book of Ezekiel again. Whithersoever the Spirit was to go, they went. Thither was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. From the book of Exodus in the Bible, and the pillar of the cloud went before their face and stood behind them. The pillar of cloud. His going forth is from the end of heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The book of Nehemiah is talking about the circuit and a craft that can fly from the end of heaven. And there's nothing hidden from the heat of it. The book of Ezekiel again. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. In the book of Exodus, and it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle. And the Lord walked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. In the book of John, then they willingly received him into the ship, and immediately the ship was at that land whither they went. So John is saying that this craft could move with such speed that it immediately, the ship, was at the land whither they went. I guess that's another biblical miracle. We just got to put it down to that. In Tony Bushby, he's a fine scholar of the secret hidden meanings in the Bible. Well, in his book, The Secret in the Bible, he has this to say. On September 25th, 1952, J.R. Josner, director of the International Academy of Sanskrit Research in Mysore, India, shocked the world when he revealed that Indian manuscripts, several thousand years old, recorded the existence of various types of aerial vessels that are called vimanas. An ancient Egyptian hieroglyph, translated by Wallace Budge at the British Museum in London, spoke of a vessel amongst the presents given to the Queen of Sheba, wherein one could travel by air. From the ancient books of the Hindus, we can read these passages. He boarded the aerial vehicle with Kara, which was decorated with jewels and the faces of demons, and it moved with noise resembling the sonorous clouds. Now remember, these books are many thousands of years old, much earlier than the Bible. The passages go on. So Ravana and Maricha boarded the aerial vehicle resembling a palace, Vimana, from the hermitage. Then the demoness brought the Pushpaka aerial vehicle and placed Sita on it by bringing her from the Ashoka forest, and she was made to see the battlefield with Triata. This aerial vehicle, marked with swan, soared into the sky with a loud noise. The word Vimana is often translated as flying swan. The ancient Mahabharata speaks of a Vimana as an aerial chariot with sides of iron and clad with wings. The Ramayana, this is another famous Indian text, describes a Vimana as a double-decker, circular or cylindrical aircraft with portholes on a dome. It flew with the speed of the wind and gave forth a melodious sound. In the Mahavira of Bhavabhuti, this is an 8th century Jain text, speaking of earlier records. So the Jains, who are already of the 8th century, are referring to much earlier text. It says, an aerial chariot, the Pushpaka, conveys many people to the capital of Adyodha. The sky is full of stupendous flying machines, dark as night, but picked out by lights with a yellowish glare. Then they say, now Vata's chariot's greatness, breaking goes it, and thunderous is its noise. To heaven it touches, makes light lurid, like a red fiery glare, and whirls dust upon the earth. Now what could these things possibly be talking about? From the Mahabharata again, direct translation. The airplane occupied by Salva was very mysterious. It was so extraordinary that sometimes many airplanes could appear to be in the sky, and sometimes there were apparently none. Sometimes the plane was visible and sometimes not visible, and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty were puzzled about the whereabouts of the peculiar airplane. Sometimes they would see an airplane on the ground, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes resting on the peak of a hill, and sometimes floating on the water. The wonderful airplane flew in the sky like a whirling firebrand. It was not steady, even for a moment. And from the renditions of artists, who are people who illustrate the texts from the sacred books, here are two renditions of the flying palace in the sky, and on the right the flying swans carrying the royal personages from here to there. Here from the Ellora caves in India, and if there's an 8th wonder of the world, it might be these Ellora caves. One has to see it to believe it. Carved out of the solid granite and out of the solid limestone are these fascinating caves in Ellora, India. And here is just one relief where you can see that if you study this picture, it basically is in 3 levels. You have all of these characters standing on the ground at the bottom. Then just above their head you have a chariot or a horse and cart, and to the right you've got some trees. But then look what is happening on the 3rd level above the tree line. What's this? We got this large winged Vimana with the gods sitting inside it, and all the heads are looking upward. So you can draw your own conclusions from this. Now Dr. V. Rajhaven, and he should know, because he's the head of Sanskrit studies at the University of Madras, he has this to say. He says, 50 years of researching this ancient works convinces me that there are living beings on other planets and that they visited Earth as far back as 4000 BC. There is just a mass of fascinating information about flying machines, even fantastic science fiction weapons, that can be found in the translations of the Vedas, the Indian epics, and other ancient Sanskrit texts. Well, wait a minute, I thought all those Hindus and all those primitive people over in India, we're not to listen to them. They've got nothing to say to us about history or mythology. We can just, ignore all of that. In Egypt,
We know that the Egyptians had a great love of images, of hieroglyphics. Instead of writing like we do today, in the form that we do today, they chose to use these ideograms and these hieroglyphics. All right, here is the image of the hieroglyphic for the Egyptian word for God. Now that word is neter, N-E-T-E-R, neter. It's where we get our English word nature from. But that was their word for the gods. And when they drew the hieroglyphic, this is what it looked like. Now I think of the innumerable images you could use for the god or for the gods. Why choose this one? You have a wave of electrical type energy, very similar to the symbol for Aquarius in astrology, and beneath it you have this mysterious shape. Is somebody trying to tell us something? Carl Sagan, no less, he has this to say about the subject. He estimates that super technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. And this is the skeptic. So mythology, history, abounds with information about the gods even having the access to not only powerful weapons and great psychic power, but that they even had the ability and command over the air. Jack Barringer, in his fine book Past Shock, says more than 30,000 written documents from all over the world tell of advanced beings who either came to Earth or who were already living on Earth. Well, the Bible seems to agree. Isaiah 13, they come from a far country, from the end of heaven, to destroy the whole land. Well, we might ask a couple of questions here. Who is they, and what is the end of heaven? Isaiah 6, who are these that fly in a cloud as the doves to their windows? Who indeed? In the book of Revelation, and the great dragon was cast down, the old serpent, he that is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was cast down to earth, and his angels were cast down with him. Cast down from where? From up there, from heaven. John Milton, more poetically, of course, in his Paradise Lost, he puts it this way: so numberless were those bad angels, okay, so now we got bad angels, hovering on the wing under the cope of hell. He's referring, of course, to the famous fall of Lucifer. Now, one of the anomalies that is at least accepted somewhat historically and somewhat scientifically, because of the evidence that's also been found, is the concept of the first deluge. We talk about the pre-Diluvian era, or we talk about the time before the flood. Because every single culture, every single nation, every single race has descriptions of a great deluge. Now, it might sound controversial, but as I advocate in the book and in this program, the deluge was not a natural phenomenon. It was caused inadvertently by alien beings who, from distant reaches, entered into our solar system between 50,000 and 30,000 years ago. These so-called fallen angels were extremely scientifically advanced humanoid beings who came to Earth after being forced to exit their own planet or planets. They had been expunged by opposition forces and pursued across the galaxy into our solar system. Upon arrival, they set up an unmanned makeshift decoy center on the planet Tiamat, which once existed between Mars and Jupiter. But they took refuge on Earth in its many underground caverns. Now, Tiamat was a vast ocean planet in our solar system, known from antiquity as the second sun. So, in short, if you follow the mythologies, not only of the Celts, but of the world, you will discover that what they're saying is that we were visited on this planet about 50,000 years ago by a race of beings from another solar system. And they arrived in our solar system. They set up a dummy base for whatever reason, maybe to decoy their pursuers. But they actually arrived on this planet, the Earth. The existence of this planet, Tiamat, is controversial to say the least. But it was known in antiquity, again in mythology, it was known as the second sun. The word Tiamat is a Scandinavian term, and it means the great mother or the great ocean. But Tiamat, the planet Tiamat, the second sun, was also known by a plethora of other names. And you need to know some of these names because when you come across it in mythology, you won't know that they're actually talking about a celestial orb or a celestial body. It was once called Lucifer, Phaeton, Marduk, Vulcan, Rahab, Typhon, Tistria, and Kingu. These are various names. And of course, Revelation 8 tells us, and there fell a great star from heaven. Now, Joan d'Arc, in their book, The Late Great Planet Tiamat, has this to say: according to the harmonic rule known as Bode's law, a planet should exist between Mars and Jupiter, some 260 million miles from the Sun. Beginning in 1801, tiny rock and metallic objects were discovered to be orbiting the Sun at about this distance. Since then, several 100,000 large asteroids have been catalogued. It had earlier become evident that much of the material of this missing planet had been pulled into the orbits of Earth, Mars, and Jupiter as either meteors or orbiting satellites. That's right. Bode's law postulates that there is a missing body out there and that the asteroid belt is its remains. Chuck Meisler, who's very much a scholar who's been delving a lot into these celestial happenings, in his book he says, these asteroids are not ordinary pieces of rock and clouds of dust that never quite coalesce to become a legitimate planet, because that's what we're being told by the cosmologists. He says, no, they're not. Another estimate is that the original planet that was up there may have been 15 times larger than the Earth. The rings of Saturn may have come into being because of these cosmic upheavals. Moreover, the added debris from Tiamat increased the weight of the Earth and slowed the rotation, adding 5¼ days to the year of 360 days. So when it finally blew up or disintegrated, that debris can be charted, and its effect on the other planets can also be measured. Allen and Dallaire, in their book Cataclysm, say, if we elevate the moon to planetary status, as the Sumerians appear to have done, then we have a total of 10 planets orbiting the Sun today. On this basis, one planet is currently still missing from the earlier Sumerian total. Could there really have been another planet known to the Sumerians and yet unknown to us, or lost since their day? Now, the fact that it was called the second sun implies that it was a very radiant orb, and this is not so far-fetched that there could have been a second sun in our atmosphere, or at least something that was very radiant, because Venus, the morning star, which is the second planet from the sun, is the third brightest object in the sky, so much so that it casts a distinct shadow on a moonless night. Now, it's probably likely that Tiamat, of course, was not a sun per se. It's more likely that the rays of the actual sun, when it was shining on the atmosphere of the planet Tiamat, and if Tiamat was also a watery planet, an ocean planet, perhaps it was the resplendence of the atmosphere of Tiamat that appeared to be, from Earth's vantage point at least, it was so bright that it was called by our ancestors a sun, and thought of as being a sun. From the old Middle East book, the Enuma Elish, there's a passage that says, go and cut off Tiamat's life, and let the winds convey her blood to the secret places. Tiamat reincarnated, that word, that image, that motif, reincarnated as a great primeval monster, a female hybrid, similar to the Medusa that the heroes had to go and destroy. But behind that story, behind those mythologies, is again mention of more celestial happenings. Go and cut off Tiamat's life, and let her winds convey her blood to the secret places. This is actually a reference to the destruction of that planet. Again, Commons Beaumont, the great catastrophist and scholar from England, he says it permanently affected the world's climate. The destruction of Tiamat permanently affected the world's climate towards greater extremes of cold and damp, lengthened the solar year by enlarging the world's orbit. It shaped world history by compelling the flight of survivors to other less inhospitable climes, and led in considerable degree to the dispersion of the Aryans. It inundated the British Isles for a period to a great extent except the higher lands. It was the drowning of Atlantis. The flood immortalized the collision of a fallen planet, later termed Satan. So he is referring to it as Satan. In one of the most enigmatic and insightful of the ancient texts is the Book of Enoch, which has a great deal to say about these matters. In the Book of Enoch it says, "And behold, a star fell from heaven, and the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud." This tumult in the heavens was causing havoc on earth. Now the cosmic upheavals, just like Beaumont was implying there, the cosmic upheavals that happen in the heavens above us were often stylized in myths as the conflicts between Rama and Ravana, let's say, or Horus and Set, or Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, if you are from the Persian persuasion, or Arthur and Mordred, or St. George and his dragon, you see, and Christ and Satan. A lot of these mythological adversarial conflicts are actually illustrations, motifs, portrayals of something that happened cosmically. This has now been accepted. Allen and Delaire, in their book Cataclysm, say that giant electromagnetic storms, lightning, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, stupendous hurricanes, abruptly displaced bodies of water, celestial bombardment, rains of astonishing volume, and a mighty flood are all quick-acting violent events. There's that key term, quick-acting. Now, these are individuals who are now putting aside this idea of slow, gradual, gradations of change over vast areas of time. Now, these two characters who've written this book, Cataclysm, and who wrote the book When the Earth Nearly Died, who are these individuals? Well, D.S. Allen is Cambridge University science historian specializing in paleography. His colleague, J.B. Delaire, is Oxford University geologist, anthropologist, and museum creator of geology at the University of Southampton. These characters come out with a book, When the Earth Nearly Died, and their other one, Cataclysm, in the 90s. And the science is in to prove that the uniformitarian theories are just not sustainable, and the Darwinian theories are not sustainable. But how come we have not heard universal debate about these works? These are the top specialists in their field. And yet we go to high school, we turn on the television, we read in the journals and the magazines and the newspapers the same old regurgitated Royal Academy, Royal Society information, as if nothing has ever changed. In the book of Enoch, it says, "And in those days Noah saw the earth that it had sunk low, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence and went to the end of the earth." Of course, I'd question how did he manage to do that. Anyway, it says, "He went to the end of the earth and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said bitterly 3 times, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I, Enoch, said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling upon the earth, that it is in such evil plight and shaken." Book of Enoch again. "And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear in her own time. And many chief stars shall transgress their prescribed order. And these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear as the seasons proper to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all." In Scandinavian mythology, they have a reference to it as well, although it's again figurative, it's mythological. They have the Midgard serpent, their great enemy, their great adversarial agency there, the Midgard serpent, blows so much poison that the whole sky and the sea are splattered with it. Here we have the essence of fable. Here we have the essence of allegory, that something stands in for something else. This is the way the ancients commemorated the histories that they knew. So for us to look back with contempt is outrageous. Allen and Delaire, in Cataclysm, traditionally the destruction was almost always associated with water in one form or another. That's right, not so much ice, but with water cataclysm. This is where the myth of the Great Deluge came from. They go on to say, "Ancient Mesopotamian texts repeatedly allude to the original watery nature of Tiamat. From such fragments, we may conclude that Tiamat was essentially a watery planet, and that very large quantities of water were probably dispersed into space during Tiamat's destruction. Well, we can enlarge upon that by saying, yes, water, if the planet Tiamat for some mysterious reason gets destroyed and its waters, its ocean waters are blown out into space, well, outer space is a cryogenic chamber. So we can expect a great deal of it also to coalesce as ice and huge fragments of ice, not only as liquid water. And sure enough, if we turn to the myths again, we find that what scientists are only discovering now in the most modern of times, hey, the ancient legends, they were saying it all along. In the famous book of Taliesin, this is a Welsh bard, a Welsh writing, a Welsh scripture. Taliesin was the equivalent of Merlin. A lot of people have heard of Merlin. Well, they had a Welsh equivalent. He was called Taliesin. They had an Irish equivalent, as I said earlier on. There was an Irish bard upon which Merlin was entirely based. But Taliesin, the Welsh version, in the triads of Taliesin, in the poetry of Wales, it has this to say: I have been in the bark of Dylan. A bark means boat. I have been in the boat of Dylan, son of the wave, when the waters rose as lances, falling down from the skies into the exposed abyss. I mean, there you've got it all in one sentence. Now, in Revelation, we have this well-debated term, wormwood. Well, taken in context of what I'm presenting here, let's revisit this. Wormwood, the famous wormwood, the bitter waters. Okay, it says in Revelation 8, and the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as if it were a lamp. And the name of that star is called wormwood, and many men died of the water because they were made bitter. Bitter waters falling onto the earth. In Cataclysm, we have a passage from the mythologies of the Navajo Indians of North America. Long ago, they say, the Navajo ancestors were surprised one day to see animals of every type running from east to west. 4 days later, they saw a bright light in the east, and those sent to investigate it returned with the news that it was a vast flood of water proceeding in their direction. Next morning, this flood had drawn quite close, and filling the entire horizon, except the west, advanced like a chain of high mountains. Numerous surviving accounts describe the waters advancing like a colossal wave, or wall of stupendous height and irresistible power. The relatively abrupt release of the waters, piled up by Kingu and Phaeton's combined gravitational influence, will have inevitably produced a deluge having precisely these characteristics. Now, Allen and Dallaire have hypothesized about Tiamat, but they're also more of the persuasion that it was a comet entering into our solar system by the name of Kingu that caused this. So again, it's up to you to do the research and discover which philosophy you believe. Was it an already existing planet in our solar system that destroyed? Or, as the Sumerians and Zechariah Sitchin and others are hypothesizing, was it the intervention of a cometary body that shook up our particular solar system? They go on to say the Zend Avesta, this is a very famous book in Persia. Zend Avesta mentions that when Tsarion assaulted Earth, it sent tremendous rains in which the drops were the size of saucers or of a man's head and were sometimes boiling hot. Now in the Norse Edda, during Odin, his battle with the Fenris wolf, the upper heaven is alleged to have been shattered, its wreckage plummeting to earth as hail and huge blocks of ice. So I would challenge anyone to explain what this is. Now you can see why so much of ancient mythology was just shunted to one side. Now you can understand why the marginalization campaign took place, because you simply can't explain it. Or at least you can't explain it with the tools that we've been given by the orthodox, by the official. If you're going to keep it in this pristine form, then it arises some very powerful questions. So the best thing to do is just trash it, and that's what's happened. And we have now in this world, in the new millennium, to help to restore this mythology, revisit the knowledge, the gnosis of our ancient forefathers, because we're not going to understand the times we're in. We're not going to understand the times that are coming unless we understand where we've come from, our origins, our roots. And that can only be done through a sound source. And the mythologies of the ancient world are certainly, in my opinion, a much more sound archive of knowledge than anything the religions of the world have ever been able to produce. In Genesis 7, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heavens were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth. All flesh died. Genesis 7, and the fountains of the great deep broke open, and the windows of heaven were open. So again, beautiful poetic language, but anyone can see what the reference is here. Revelation 8, and the fourth angel sounded, and a third part of the sun was smitten, and the third part of the moon, and a third part of the stars, so as the third part of them was darkened. And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth. Allen and Delaire. The gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from a powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age conditions conventionally believed to have existed then. Now, we need to understand something about any kind of celestial calamity, like what is being described here in the myths and in the scriptures. The impact of a comet, for instance. One comet can weigh up to 200,000 megatons, its impact being the power of 30,000 hydrogen bombs. And there are over 100,000 of these in Georgia and Carolina alone in America. Moreover, comet trails stretch behind the nucleus for millions of miles and contain every known gas. So when we're talking about percussion here, when we're talking about Carolina and Georgia and the whole of the world being pockmarked with cometary impacts of this kind, we can start to get an idea of the calamity that these myths are describing. For instance, the asteroid known as El Tanan, which struck the Earth, they say, 2.15 million years ago, but of course now we know to be a little bit suspicious of scientific dates. But even if you go by what is being said here, it says that between 1 to 4 kilometers in diameter was the crater. Had the explosive power of 100 billion tons of TNT, the impact blew a column of water 5 kilometers high. And it hit land, had it hit land, it would have made a crater 40 miles across. 140 asteroids have hit land in the time that we know. So this thing hit the water, but if it had hit land, it would have made a crater 40 miles across. There's a giant crater in Antarctica, weighing in at around 13 billion tons and measuring 2.5 to 3.75 miles across. The meteorite smashed into the Earth approximately 700,000 years ago at a speed of 44,000 miles per hour. In 1992, an asteroid approached the Earth. It weighed about 20 million megatons. Its impact would be over 1,600,000 Hiroshima explosions. Now we can understand why the ancients say that the Grand Canyon is considered to have been caused in a single day. So when we get our minds around this kind of perspective, we can start to see that that's not as far-fetched. In Jim McCanney's interview in the Spectrum magazine of May 2003, he says this: "The magnetic field of the Earth is very much misunderstood. Most of it is caused by currents that flow around the Earth. It is not caused by some kind of magnet in our core. Most of our magnetic field is in the form of the form of electrical currents flowing around the planet in the solar wind, and in the Van Allen belt, and in other forms. That's why when a very highly charged electromagnetic comet comes by, it can so much affect us." In Paul Dunbavin's book Atlantis of the West, he says, "Comets may approach the Earth from all directions, with velocities varying from 11 kilometers per second to as much as 72 kilometers per second. The magnitude of these velocities becomes apparent when one considers that the average velocity of a rifle bullet lies in the range of 15 to 30 kilometers per second. At these high energies, even a body of very modest mass has a catastrophic potential. The historian and writer of the ancient world, Hesiod, in his Theogony, he writes, Typhon, remember that's another name for the planet Tiamat, Typhon out-topped all the mountains, and his head often brushed the stars. Such and so great was Typhon when, hurling kindled rocks, he made for the very heaven with hissing and shouts, spouting a great jet of fire from his mouth. At Mount Haemus, he heaved whole mountains. A stream of blood gushed out of the mountain. So again, whether you think of it as being a comet or a portion of a remnant of the planet Tiamat falling into Earth's atmosphere, you can see that the ancients knew that it had caused incredible devastation throughout the world. In Lake Missoula, the Washington Indian legends of Washington State say that one summer morning the people were startled by a rumbling and a shaking of the earth. Then the sun was blotted out. Terrified people ran to the hills to get away from the pounding water. Then a rain of ashes began to fall, and it fell for several weeks. The Indians that are known as the Utes of Northern America, they have also legends pertaining to this. They say that the sun was shivered into 1,000 fragments, which fell to earth, causing a general conflagration. Then Tawats, that's their god, fled before the destruction he had wrought, and as he fled, the burning earth consumed his feet, legs, body, hands, and arms, until at last, swollen with the heat, the eyes of the god burst, and tears gushed forth in a flood, which spread over the earth and extinguished the fire. So here again we have the conflagration, we have fire, and we have water, and we have the burning god, and so forth and so on. Very dramatic language, but again, talking about actual events that took place on this planet. In Chinese legends, we also read that the pillars supporting the sky crumbled, and the chains from which the earth was suspended shivered to pieces. Sun, moon, and stars poured down in the northwest, where the sky became low. Rivers, seas, and oceans rushed down to the southeast, where the earth sank. A great conflagration burst out, and flood raged. Wild beasts and terrible birds made men their prey. The Miztecs of South America, in a single day, they said, all was lost. Even the mountains sank into the water. Subsequently, there came a great deluge in which many of the sons and daughters of the gods perished. The Cato Indians of California, every day it rained, every night it rained. All the people slept and the sky fell. The land was not. For a very great distance there was no land. The waters of the oceans came together. Animals of all kinds drowned. Human beings and animals alike had been washed away. It was very dark. The Zuni Indians, they say, presently thick rain fell, quenching the fires and waters, washed the face of the world, cutting deep trains from the heights downwards, and scattered abroad the wrecks and corpses of stricken things and beings, or burying them deeply. Lo, they are seen in the mountains to this day. The Hopi Indians, the earth was rent in great chasms, and the water covered everything except one narrow ridge of mud, and across this the serpent deity told all the people to travel. The serpent deity told all the people to travel. Now, the Quiche Indians of Guatemala have this to say in their ancient mythologies. The waters were agitated by the will of Huracan. That's where we get our word hurricane, by the way. The heart of heaven, and a great inundation came. Masses of sticky material fell, the face of heaven was obscured, and a heavy, darkening rain began. There was a great noise above, as if by fire. Now men were seen running, pushing each other, and filled with despair. In their book, When the Earth Nearly Died, Allen and Dallaire, they say that in Siberia, the picture is everywhere one of appalling disorder, carnage, and wholesale destruction, with countless animals and plants frozen in positions of death ever since the day they perished. In Europe, immense herds of diverse animals utterly vanished off the face of the earth for no obvious biological reason. The magnitude of the biological extinctions achieved by the deluge almost transcends the imagination, they say. It annihilated literally billions of biological units of both sexes and every age indiscriminately. Only incredibly powerful floodwaters operating worldwide could have achieved such results, and only a flood produced by the means previously suggested could have operated globally. So again, my question, how could science go that wrong? Now it's all out of the bag. Now the top scientists with the same amount of resources go out there and find all of this information. Well, how come we haven't been hearing about this for the last hundreds of years? What was wrong with all of the other geologists and paleontologists? Here we have Charles Darwin, a quote from his journal while he was on the voyage of the HMS Beagle. This is the famous boat that he went round the world to make his original discoveries as a young man. Well, what we don't know, what we're not told, is he had some very serious questions about what he was seeing in the fossil record and in the flora and the fauna. He writes, "What then has exterminated so many species and whole genera? The mind is at first irresistibly hurried into the belief of some great catastrophe. But thus to destroy animals, both large and small, we must shake the entire framework of the globe. No lesser physical event could have brought about this wholesale destruction, not only in the Americas, but in the entire world. Certainly, no fact in the long history of the world is so startling as the wide and repeated extermination of its inhabitants." And there we have Darwin almost himself. This is going to be the person that is considered the champion of uniformitarianism. This is the champion of the theory of evolution. And yet in his own writings, from his earliest and first observations, he's almost a catastrophist. He's almost but saying that this thing was worldwide, this thing was immense, and this thing was very swift. Whatever it was, it happened rapidly. Henry Howarth, one of the great scholars, in his book The Mammoth and the Flood, from 1887, he writes, "The mammoth and its companions perished by some widespread catastrophe which operated over a wide area, and not through the slow process of the ordinary struggle for existence, not the result of gradual accumulation, but the result of one of nature's hecatombs on a grand and widespread scale, when a vast fauna perished simultaneously." Paul S. Martin, in his book, Who or What Destroyed Our Mammoths? Animals, he says, that have been native for millions of years disappeared under circumstances that were suspiciously sudden. The loss of over 30 genera of large mammals and many other species of large animals in North America alone. Well, judging from the impact of those comets that we just heard about, one can understand that the casualty rate would be like this. R.W. Graham, in his book, Evolution of New Ecosystems and the End of the Pleistocene, says, at the end of the Pleistocene, about 10,000 years ago, there was an extinction event that decimated the large terrestrial mammalian herbivores and carnivores of North America, South America, and Australia. In North America alone, more than 32 genera of mammals became extinct. And he says the cause of this extinction is debatable. And look at the date that he's giving there. A mere 10,000 years ago? Robert Milton, in his monumental book, Shattering the Myth of Darwinism, he gives descriptions very much along the same lines. In 1878, miners at Bernissart, a small village in the Mons coalfield of southwest Belgium, made a spectacular discovery when they uncovered a fissure in the coal seam packed full of intact dinosaur skeletons. At a depth of 322 meters, 39 skeletons of the dinosaur Iguanodon were recovered from a fissure 100 feet high, many of them complete. The most striking thing about these creatures is that they measured 10 meters in length, stood several meters high, and weighed in the region of about 2 tons apiece. For their bodies to be rapidly buried would require rates of deposition thousands or even millions of times greater than the average 0.2 millimeters per year proposed by the uniformitarians. So you're talking about fallacy, and then there's capital F fallacy. You're talking about lies, and then there's capital L lies. And it's all coming out of the bag now. Milton goes on to say, in the Siwalik hills north of Delhi, they contain extraordinarily rich beds crammed with fossils, packed with the jumbled bones of scores of extinct species. These animals must have been killed by some singular event which took place on land. And whatever the nature of the event, it resulted not only in catastrophic extinction of many species, but also the formation of beds of sediment, thousands of feet thick. Darwin, again, the number of intermediate varieties which have formerly existed on Earth must be truly enormous. Why then is not every geological formation and every stratum full of such intermediate links? Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain, and this perhaps is the most obvious and gravest objection which can be argued against my theory. So here's the proponent, so-called, of uniformitarianism, of evolution, of the origin of the species, having severe doubts. He's saying there's something seriously wrong in the record. Something seems to have disturbed the fossil record because there's no simple chart. There's no simple record in a nice orderly progression. Far from it, in fact. Professor Frank C. Hibben, this is the Department of Anthropology in the University of New Mexico, says, although the formation of the deposits of muck is not clear, there is ample evidence that at least portions of this material were deposited under catastrophic conditions. Mammal remains are for the most part dismembered and disarticulated. Twisted and torn trees are piled in splintered masses, and at least 4 considerable layers of volcanic ash may be traced in these deposits, although they are extremely warped and distorted. He goes on to say, one of the most interesting theories of the Pleistocene end is that which explains this ancient tragedy by worldwide earth-shaking volcanic eruptions of catastrophic violence. Interspersed in the muck depths, and sometimes through the very piles of bones and tusks themselves, are layers of volcanic ash. There is no doubt that coincidental with the end of the Pleistocene, animals, at least in Alaska, there were volcanic eruptions of tremendous proportions. Toxic clouds of gas from volcanic upheavals could well cause death on a gigantic scale. So wait a minute, I thought it was about ice action. I thought we had stuff about millennia-long ice ages. And now the top scholars in the field are talking about volcanoes and fire and rain and water from the heavens? That's right. According to the experts, Harvard University, Dr. Donald Menzel is saying, wait a minute, it is not heat that causes ice action. If there was ice action in this world, it is not even caused by cold, but by heat. If solar variability causes the ice ages, I should prefer to believe that increased warmth brought them on, whereas diminution of heat caused them to stop. Or now we're even on the reverse track of what we've been told for ages. Allen and Dallaire, they agree. So even if they existed, the huge ice sheets of the Pleistocene times need great heat for their formation, an element conceivably provided by many volcanoes erupting simultaneously. Such an event, if it actually occurred, must also have generated tremendous atmospheric pollution and hurricane-force winds. The frightful hurricanes were doubtless primary factors in the demise of so much insect and bird life, for what other agency, other than extremely violent winds, could have brought together in one place such dissimilar avian species? Those who've spent time to look into these theories of catastrophism know that all over the cliffs of Dover, the caves in England and Ireland, and all throughout the world, there birds and insects and other flying mammals are found. Their bones are just heaped, millions of tons of bones heaped on top of each other. Birds and fauna which do not normally coexist in the same region. But how did they all end up lining the shores and beaches of the northern countries? In the North American legends and in the Persian legends, we read very much the same thing. In the Persian Zend Avesta, their holy book, it says that the sea boiled, and all the shores of the oceans boiled, and all of the middle of it boiled. The star Tistria, say the legends, let a stream of fire flow towards earth, and filled our earth with its devouring heat. great clouds appeared, say the Kashka tales of the Kashka people, great clouds appeared, such a great heat came, and finally the water boiled. People jumped into the streams and lakes to cool themselves, and they died. And the North American Indian legends say it grew very hot. Many animals jumped into the water to save themselves, but the waters began to boil. And of course, the rapid cooling of this immense heat, once it is hot, then the rapid cooling of that, the side effect of that, can be that ice is then caused. Allen and Dallaire are convinced of this fact. They're claiming that it's an age of water that we should be looking at, not ice. The deposits, the drift, the striations, the polishing, the fluting, the gouging, the scourging, the scouring, and the organic eradications were caused not by ice but by water. You see, there's often the geologists will say that, look, all you have to do is look at the rocks. All you have to look at as these erratic boulders. And all you have to do is look at the surface of the topography and the striations on them, the grooves and the scouring. That must, of course, been composed and created by ice, just like the great moraines are, just like the great river valleys and so forth. But these individuals are saying, no, water can cause this also. If comparatively modest cloudbursts can produce such scour effects, the prodigious rains and the enormous aqueous movements associated with the Phaeton disaster must have denuded the landscapes infinitely more acutely. Soil and softer surfaces would have been removed from whole regions to bury hillsides and entire valleys elsewhere. The ice action, which has been recorded, was the effect of the deluge and the superheating of the atmosphere from electromagnetic storms, earthquakes, and global volcanic eruptions. All of this was caused by the superheating and not by ice action. No satisfactory theory, they say, has yet been proposed which actually explains what caused the ice age in the first place. There appear to be no terrestrial conditions as we know them capable of producing the heat necessary to evaporate vast quantities of water to form the continental-sized ice sheets. So they're saying, where did this heat come from? The demise of mammoths and other animals was not caused by the onset of glacial conditions, as many authorities would have us believe. For the evidence shows that they were, in most cases, already dead before they were frozen. Therefore, instead of a slow, gradual freeze and building up of glacial conditions over a prolonged period, as is generally proposed, refrigeration was remarkably sudden and unrelenting. This was another of Phaeton's legacies. So here you have these individuals from Oxford and Cambridge not only refuting the ice action and the whole concept of official ice age theory, but you have them linking it, and this is most important, linking it to celestial events, the destructions of stars or the coming in of comets, the intervention of celestial bodies. And Commons Beaumont, who was speculating on this much earlier than any of these individuals, he says, what? No ice age which came and went, spreading over hundreds of thousands of years, as all good geologists proclaim? No smothering ice sheets which enveloped the British Isles and much of the northern parts of the continent, changed the climate to Arctic conditions? No, nothing of the sort. There was, admittedly, a tremendous convulsion of nature, which had the most direful effect on the inhabitants of Scandinavia, the British Isles, and those in northern Asia. It resulted in giving us, it is true, bitter cold, tremendous floods, and cruel dampness. That it affected the climate of the north, in the north, adversely and permanently, cannot be denied. And it did other things as well, but no ice age. It was an event, he said, sudden, rapid, devastating, and appalling in its magnitude, its destructiveness. It was a celestial impact of an immense cometary body. It rained or disturbed rocks, stones, boulder clay, till, gravel, sand, and other materia over great areas, utterly obliterating certain parts, elevating others, and entirely missing some regions. It created islands, drowned others, caused immense tidal waves, which swallowed up coastal lands, consumed huge spaces with electric waves, set up volcanoes, and swept away cities and largely populated districts, almost in a flash. Commons Beaumont, as I said, along with Emanuel Velikovsky, was one of the most lambasted
and marginalized of all researchers in any field at any time. The collective and unavoidable messages of these and other innumerable details is that, at some stage, colossal masses of water played a very important, although not the only, role in affecting these changes. This again suggests that the many surviving accounts of a worldwide deluge long ago may yet be found to rest upon a substratum now dimly remembered fact. In fact, all you really have to do is look at the etymology of the words for the sun and the moon to corroborate what we are proclaiming here. The word sun, which comes from the Latin sol, is a phoneme that we find in the word soul, solo, solitary, and other words like that. Because the word sol actually means alone or solitary. Well, the original word for the moon, luna, also is a derivation of the word alone. Luna, the lone one. Why are they called the alone ones? Because they understood, the ancients understood, that they are alone now. Because they had a cousin, they had a twin, the second sun. And the second sun is no longer there. So from that time onwards, in order to commemorate this celestial cataclysm, the sun and the moon were called the alone ones. That's their title, that's their name. In fact, the very words we use today to signify travesty also commemorate exactly what we are talking about. The word disaster comes from the two words dis, which means to be without or to be with loss, and aster is the word for star, no star. Disaster literally means no star. And the word catastrophe also means kata, to break down or to destroy, and strophe, which was star. So the destruction or the breaking up of a star. We use these same terms today to denote when something horrible, calamity has happened to us. Now, of course, it may seem quite far-fetched to accept any of this, and certainly the idea that torrents of water, ice and rain and what have you, is pouring into our atmosphere, into the earth, because to actually accept that is also to accept the fact that before this water presence was felt on our earth, that there may have been substantially much less water and probably no oceans as we know it today. That's a pretty far-fetched concept, is it not? But yet, that's what the ancient mythologies are telling us, that before the waters came down from the heavens, our earth was, relatively speaking, without a lot of water. There's a concept known to geologists as Pangaea. This concept is that the fact that Europe and Africa were originally coterminous with North and South America. That means all the land masses made a supercontinent called Pangaea, the whole Earth. At this time, one could travel anywhere on Earth without hindrance, and there was global interaction and commerce. Due to these catastrophes and earth changes, the biospheric radiation, pressure, magnetism, and water content of the atmosphere was dramatically affected. This in turn affected the biology of Earth inhabitants, who suffered greatly shorter lifespans and the reduction of their resistance to disease in environmental changes. Well, that can be understood. Vast changes to the flora and the fauna, upheavals on the earth, not to mention the emotional disturbance, psychological trauma that must have caused. In the Holocene period, what is known as the post-diluvian, that means the period after all of this upheaval, we have from the Babylonian Atrahasis scripture, we read, "The womb of the earth did not bear, vegetation did not sprout, the broad plain was choked with salt. For 1 year they ate couch grass. The third year came, their features were altered by hunger." In the Bundahish, it says, "Poison and venom of the noxious creatures were all mixed up with the water, and the waters became quite salt." In Latin philosophy, we have ver perpetuum, the perpetual spring. Various remarkable and often quite unbelievable characteristics were attributed to it, such as it being a place the human inhabitants are in the prime of life, with no aging or senility. This is in Fry's book, The Great Code. Allen and Dallaire say that the Roman writer Ovid stated that during the reign of the legendary king Cronus, springtime was perennial,
Virtually every commentator of antiquity on this topic agreed that this lost age was a golden one, and the earth a veritable paradise. So there we have a significant break. The Ice Age break, which is known to scientists. But the mythologists are talking about something quite different. They're talking about two distinct ages. An age in which there was a golden age, a paradisical place where people lived long lives and were hale and healthy. And then quickly after these cataclysms came something quite different, when man lost his power and was changed psychologically and even physically, and when the earth was unrecognizable. In more recent times, we have the works of the strange and enigmatic Charles Fort. This was an individual who was independently wealthy and decided to go around the world literally gaining evidence and charting all of the strange anomalies. And in his works, he charted all of the different stories and records and tales and eyewitness accounts of phenomena that has fallen from the sky. And he charted ice and oil and frozen and even live fish, all of the different accounts from all over the world of debris falling from out of the sky. And as I said, even live fish. This has perplexed people for a long, long time. How come that village people would go out and see live fish flopping around outside, and even frogs that would fall right out of the clear blue sky in ancient times and even more recently? Well, we can understand that if there was a planet out there which was mostly oceans, saltwater oceans, it would also have life on it. So can we really conceive that the oceans of our world, they're not even of our world? All that salt water? In more recent time, scientists have even found live bacteria that doesn't originate on our planet. Bacteria that's inhabiting the ionosphere, that doesn't originate there. The fact of the matter is that the Van Allen belt, or the asteroid belt more correctly, when it approaches in orbit our trajectory, the orbit of our planet, when the two coincide or come very close together and the asteroid belt approaches the Roche field of our planet, some of that debris is still caught and it enters into our atmosphere and falls to the earth in this manner, as Charles Fort so wonderfully catalogued. Recent analysis of NASA images of large icy bodies entering and melting through friction in Earth's upper atmosphere not only contribute to our planet's water supply, but indicate, through weighing as much as 20 tons each, the source of fallen ice blocks from space. So here we are, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, scientists would utterly refute this, and yet here we are with the new NASA images. We've actually seen this taking place. Astronomers announced the discovery just outside Earth's present orbit of a circumsolar ring of asteroidal dust in resonant lock with our planet. The plane of the ring's orbit differs from the Earth, whereby the two intersect erratically and partially at that. The ring seems to be a likely source of much of the 10,000 tons of extraterrestrial trail dust thought to fall on Earth annually, and probably of a high percentage of the countless meteorites, not meteors that is, just meteorites, which also arrive every year. Now, I believe, in my researches into these ancient mythologies, that we do read about it, but we don't know that we do. I actually believe that our concept in religion and in art and in mythology and in folk tales, our concept of hell, our concept of the bottomless pit, of the underworld, of Avernus and Tartarus, and the inferno, the abyss, of purgatory, and so forth. All of this is a racial memory, coming from the time when not there was a hell or hollow earth, or some sort of bottomless pit, but that the earth itself was in tumult, and that volcanoes were going off, and water was falling from the heavens, and everything was in upheaval, and the stinking corpses of bodies, putrefying bodies, and starvation, and emaciated corpses, and howling dogs and wolves. This cataclysm, which is in our racial memory, I believe, gave rise to the theory known today as hell. I mean, it's got all the ingredients. We've got torrential burning rains, furious magnetic storms, lightning and hail, volcanoes and earthquakes, foul fogs and steams, darkened skies. The earth's rotation slows or stops. There's clamor in the heavens, mangled vegetation, the howling and dying animals and the putrefying corpses, as I said, and the plague and decay. All of this, what would this contribute to? It would stay within, it would be burned in the imagination of the collective psyche. And also conversely, we'd have mythologies like the sacred mountain, because whatever mountains there were, they would be probably the only areas of refuge. So people would ascend the mountain, which is why all cultures hold the mountains sacred as a refuge. And they also hold horned animals as sacred, like they do in India with a sacred cow. But many other cultures hold the horned animal sacred. Well, they're the only animals that could accompany the human race into the high reaches of the peaks of these different mountains. So, of course, humans in their traumatized state would have thought of these animals as being companions. And therefore, even later, in later dates, they would have been worshipped and revered, and there would have been prohibitions against killing those animals that had given them food and given them clothing during the times of great upheaval. Now, these cataclysms that Alan and Dallaire and so many of these other theorists are talking about, the one piece that I have brought to this particular subject that is seemingly missing, still missing from the whole picture, is that the destruction of the planet Tiamat was not in fact formed or created by some intervening, careering comet from the nether reaches of space. And the planet Tiamat did not of its own just happen to explode. As I said, the visiting parties, these visiting alien beings that came and put up their dummy base on Tiamat, were being pursued. And it was their pursuers who, upon approaching our solar system and thinking that their enemy was on the planet Tiamat, these are the beings that I believe, and if you read the mythologies, there's a lot of evidence for this, destroyed the planet Tiamat artificially, just incinerated it, blew it up. And this is the reason why that planet was destroyed. Now, the beings that were being pursued, we can't know right away if they were talking good or bad. These are pantomime terms that really hold no currency. How do we know that the pursuers were not just as pernicious or negative or what have you as the people that they were following? We have to leave that aside for now. But the fact of the matter is, they innocently thought that the people that they were pursuing were on the planet Tiamat, and as a result, they took an extreme action and decimated the entire planet, causing this upheaval. But what had happened, in fact, is that these fallen angels, these beings that are spoken about in all the ancient legends, they had actually taken refuge on Earth, beneath the tree line and deep under the earth, in caverns of the earth that were already created and some that they created for themselves. And this brings us to the fascinating concept of the hollow earth. Now, hollow earth was recently rediscovered, or at least re-theorized, after the flight of Admiral Byrd, who in his flight across Antarctica is said to have seen these entrances to the hollow earth. And later on in his memoirs that were released, there was a lot of evidence for this. But it was known in ancient times. Caves and deep underground passages are nothing new. In the ancient world, we have the Serapeum. In Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval's great book, Talisman, they write about the Serapeum. There is something almost unnatural and something almost superhuman here, they say. For what is seen all along the huge tunnels and corridors are dozens and dozens of enormous sunken niches, the size of large living rooms, in which were inserted massive granite sarcophagi that once contained the mummified corpses of the Apis bulls. The size and weight of these sarcophagi, some over 60 tons, and cut from a single block of granite, fire the imagination, for at least on face value, it is very difficult to see how they were brought down there in the first place, let alone maneuvered into the niches. In Malta, the megaliths there are the oldest in Europe, dating as early as 5,000 years. The hypogeum was cut from living rock and descends into the earth. The Gardala cave was found full of animal remains, as if from a major cataclysm. Of the 7,000 skeletons found, only 6 skulls remain, indicating that someone has been seeking to prevent serious investigation of the site. In Genesis, in the Bible, in Genesis 4, we hear some hints also relating to hollow earth concept. In Genesis 4 it says, "And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me this day from the face, that means the surface, of the earth, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And Cain went out of the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Now, the Victorian writer Edward Bulwer-Lytton, he was also a member of some secret societies like the Order of the Golden Dawn and whatnot. In his book, The Coming Race, he describes the existence of a utopian society of advanced beings who lived in tunnels and caverns beneath the surface of the earth in a land called the Vrilya. These beings, known as the Ana, were forced into the inner earth because of earth changes, specifically a flood, which destroyed their civilization thousands of years before the biblical cataclysm. Does he know something we don't know? In his book, The Coming Race, in 1867, Wentworth Little founded the English Rosicrucian Society. He was in contact with the German Rosicrucians. Little recruited his followers, that's up to 144 people, from the ranks of the higher-ranking Freemasons. One of his disciples was Bulwer-Lytton, who was a learned man celebrated throughout the world for his novel, The Last Days of Pompeii. He also wrote The Coming Race, which featured a mystical, pre-Nazi group in Germany. This Berlin group called itself the Luminous Lodge, or the Vril Society. Vril, like the Force, has enormous energy potential. They lived in caves and would emerge to reign over the surface world. In 1 Samuel 28, and the king said unto her, Be not afraid, for what sawest thou? And the woman said unto Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. In Aeschylus, he writes, No craft they knew, with woven brick and jointed beam to pile the sunward porch, but in the dark earth burrowed and housed like sunless ants in sunless caves. In David Icke's book, Children of the Matrix, he refers to Cappadocia. 36 underground cities have been discovered in Cappadocia so far, and some are huge complexes going down 8 levels. The ventilation systems are so efficient that even 8 floors down, the air is still fresh. 30 vast underground cities and tunnel complexes have also been found near Derinkuwa in Turkey. Tony Bushby in A Secret of the Bible. Historical documents recorded that during the 20th century, staggering discoveries not spoken of today were made at Giza and Mount Sinai, and Egyptian rumors of the discovery of another underground city within a 28-mile radius of the Great Pyramid abound. The Apache Indians, they tell stories of tunnels between their land and the city of Tiahuanaco, and claim that their ancestors traveled for years by this route. The Indian chiefs also assured that the tunnels were carved out by rays that destroy the living rock, and that their creators were beings who live near the stars. The Hopi Indians speak of a plumed serpent god called Baho Linkinga, and an underground world called Sipapuni, where they say their tribe originated. So we're talking about the Hopi Indians actually saying that they originated from an underground precinct, underground worlds. And Warren Schufelt discovered the underground tunnels beneath Los Angeles, which the Hopi Indians had for centuries believed were inhabited. That's right. The whole of Los Angeles is networked with underground caves that stretch all the way down to Cusco and into Brazil. G.E. Kincaid in 1909 apparently discovered a massive underground city that was cut out into a wall of the Grand Canyon with a precision equaled only to that of the Great Pyramid. The highly advanced civilization that inhabited this subterranean city was of unknown origin. A Smithsonian Institution team discovered hundreds of rooms, some as small as the average living room and others as large as several hundred feet in length and breadth. It was estimated that the arena explored so far by the team could have comfortably housed 50,000 people. This is from John Rhodes, Human-Reptilian Connection. He's an expert in underground caverns and so forth. The Navajos, Coyoteros, Pueblos report Their only food was meat, for all kinds of game were closed up with them. Then the men and animals began to climb up from their caves, and their coming up required several days. The earth was at this time very small, and the light as scanty as it had been down below, for there was as yet no heaven, nor sun, nor moon, nor stars. In India, there is an ancient belief still held by some in a subterranean race of serpent people who dwell in the cities Patala and Bhogavati. According to the legend, they wage war on the kingdom of Agartha. The Nagas, according to the deep dwellers, are described as a very advanced race or species with a highly developed technology. They also harbor a disdain for human beings, who they are said to abduct, torture, interbreed, and even to eat. And one might want to notice the prevalence of hollow earth motifs in movies, not just of Hollywood, but of movies in general. We have a great deal of movies in this world that feature hollow earth, some of them very famous, and people watch them all the time and never think of it. And yet they're seeing constant reference to this, not just in science fiction movies, but in many others. Richard Sauder is an expert on this theory and has written 2 books, Underground Bases and Tunnels and Underwater Bases and Tunnels. These are fine books and definitely should be perused. He gives thorough understanding of how even in the modern age there's a lot of drilling and research into the hollow earth concept. In Paris, there are 6 million corpses buried directly under Paris in the 156 miles of caves which were discovered there. These are said to be limestone caves. However, it is known that many were hand-carved. These caves and labyrinths are 60 feet below the sewers and the metro. The corpses and bones came from the tombs and graves in Paris, which were disturbed at one point. But that was a later problem of the corpses and the graves being opened. The caves have been there for millennia, and nobody can account for how they got there. And you can take trips and go right down there on a guided tour and take a look. In Revelation 9, when he opened the abyss, smoke rose from it like the smoke from a gigantic furnace. The sun and sky were darkened by the smoke from the abyss. And out of the smoke locusts came down upon the earth and were given power like that of scorpions of the earth. They were told not to harm the grass of the earth or any plant or tree, but only those people who did not have the seal of God upon their foreheads. They were not given power to kill them, but only to torture them for 5 months. And the agony they suffered was like that of the sting of a scorpion when it strikes a man. During those days, men will seek death, but not find it. They will long to die, but death will elude them. So again, the concept of the abyss is a very primordial Christian image, and from the abyss comes some sort of entity administering justice. The locusts looked like horses prepared for battle. On their heads they wore something like crowns of gold, and their faces resembled human faces. Their hair was like women's hair, and their teeth were like lions' teeth. They had breastplates like the breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the thundering of many horses, and chariots rushing to battle. They had tails and stings like scorpions, and in their tails they had the power to torment people for 5 months. They had as king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in Greek, Apollyon. Now in Job 12, we read, "Dead things are formed from under the water, and the inhabitants thereof." This is the Bible, Job 12. "Dead things are formed from under the water, and from the inhabitants thereof." Now if you get the Bible and you look at the commentary that goes with these Bibles, you can get a Bible that has up to 26 different interpretations of every passage. So if you get an annotated Bible or one like the Companion Bible that has extensive footnotes, and look at this Bible reference, you'll find something very interesting. The comment to this particular passage, Job 12, is this: "The place where the Rephaim stay, which is beneath the waters." Dead things, in Hebrew, is Rephaim, the offspring of the fallen angels, akin to the Nephilim. As Rephaim, they were well known and are often mentioned. It is variously translated as dead, deceased, or giants. These Rephaim are to have no resurrection. They are the 7 times dead. Yes, and they live under the water, according to the Bible. In Genesis 4, "And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened up her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth." In Amos 9, "Though they dig into hell, thence shall mine hand take them. Though they climb up into heaven, thence will I bring them down." So you can actually dig into hell. "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea," says Revelation 12. In Revelation 9 it says, "Wherefore God also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee shall bow, of things in heaven, and things in earth, and things under the earth." In Exodus 20, we have this very famous prohibition. "You shalt not make for yourself a graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is under the water of the earth." So the Judeo-Christian paradigm in the Decalogue, they have this mysterious prohibition. I mean, this prohibition comes before even the one that says, "Thou shalt not kill." And it's very specific, is it not? It's saying you won't make a picture, you will not draw a painting of what? Of things that are on the earth, of things that are in the earth, of things that are in the water. And we've all heard the folkwives' tale, the motto, the devil and the deep blue sea. Now, there are many books on this incredible subject. Etidorfa, which was written by John Uri Lloyd. He was of the Lloyd family of Detroit, I believe, a very wealthy person who had a great deal to say, Hollow Earth theory, because he said that he was actually down there. In Kentucky, he was taken below. This is at the 1800s. American businessman and millionaire who's written a fantastic book called Etidorfa, which can still be found. And there are many other fine books on this subject. And if you do a search on the internet, you will even find some fascinating websites going into this whole theory of the hollow earth. Repeatedly, throughout all of the mythologies of the world, we hear about the giants, man of great stature. In Deuteronomy 9, we read, "A people great and tall, the children of the Anakims, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, Who can stand before the children of Anak?" Well, all over the world we have giantism. Here's a couple of pictures from the Far East and from China and Manchuria, where we have gigantic beings well in excess of 8 feet. In July 1877, says Charles Berlitz in his book, The World of the Odd and Awesome, 4 prospectors moved through along the hills of Spring Valley near Eureka, Nevada. Using their picks, the prospectors soon chipped out human legs and foot bones that have been encased in solid quartzite. From knee to heel, the bone was 39 inches long. And Valdemar Valerian, in his Matrix 2, he says a human skeleton 17 feet tall was discovered at Garganyan in the Philippines. And in Australia, Rex Gilroy, incredible researcher into this exact field, has discovered remarkable remains of beings that were on this planet of enormous size. You can get into the internet and do a search on Rex Gilroy and study what this man has discovered down in Australia. In the New Nation magazine, we find that huge corpses and skeletons have been unearthed. Recently, gas exploration is going on in the desert of southeast region of Saudi Arabia. This desert region is called the Empty Quarter. And this body has been found by Aramco exploration team. Saudi military took over this whole area, and nobody is allowed to go into this region except the Saudi Aramco personnel. Saudi government has kept it very secret, but some military helicopters took pictures from the air. And one of them he runs on the internet there in Saudi Arabia. Here's another picture of the same excavation. In Mesa Verde, in New Mexico, corpses were discovered 9 feet in height, possessing hands of 6 digits. Well, if the myths are right, and if these calamities in the heavens were created by visitors to our planet, we have a question. What's their name and what's their address? Do the myths reveal where these individuals come from or any more information about them? They've been called by many names. Nephilim, Anakim, Anunnaki, the fallen angels, the necromancers, the Nagas. The Celtic people refer to them as the Nadreds. And more recently they've been referred to as the Brotherhood of the Snake or the Serpent people. Cyclopeans and Prometheans, Olympians. One can pick a variety of names depending on what culture you're studying. In the Bible and in the Semitic tradition, they're known as the Nephilim. A word translates as giants, from the root Naphal, meaning fallen ones. Most modern translations or versions of the Bible have left this word untranslated. Now, when the Greek Septuagint was made, the Nephilim was retranslated as Gegenes, which means the earthborn. The word may also come from Nephel, which means bad or strange birth, or from Kenephilim, which means the serpents. So there's that serpent connection again. The etymology of Nephilim is uncertain. The following explanations have been advanced with mixed reception. First, it may derive from Niphal, of the verb meaning to be extraordinary or extraordinary men. It may be derived from the verb ne nafal or napal, meaning fall or the fallen ones from heaven, i.e. supernatural beings, or could be also morally fallen men. The International Standard Bible Encyclopedia defines it as meaning unnaturally begotten men, or bastards, from nepel, abortion or miscarriage. So actually it doesn't sound very holy when you really get into the etymology of it all. But as I said, one of the terms that's been used by more modern writers like William Bramley and Mark Pinkham is the serpents of wisdom. And given the fact that the serpent is so prevalent on so many places of the world, I mean, the serpent image has appeared in sculptures and in wall reliefs and in paintings in lands where snakes never existed, like Ireland. So how did the people even know to paint a serpent or a snake? And if we look down through history, we see so much usage of the symbol of the serpent. Here in the Hindu Vedic tradition, there's an enormous reliance on the iconography and symbol of the serpent. In Mexico, it adorns the walls of the great temple structures. But here in the Grecian and Latin tradition, we often see hybrid creatures, or we see a human in a conflict situation with a serpent. This kind of entity is called Abraxas, who is the head of a cock, and the tails, the feet, is designed as a serpent motif. This is one of the gods of the ancient world, ancient Europe. Here we have a symbol of the baboon god, who I think is representing the human being, venerating the serpent god, who is, of course, the wise one. And the serpent god is offering the ape-like god or ape-like creature a globe of knowledge. But wherever we look in the world, there's a tremendous prevalence of the serpent motif. Or the coiled serpent, or the intertwined serpents. These are images also on the bottom left there from the Picts of northern Scotland. They also made a lot of use of astronomical symbols. Again, the idea that there's a conflict, that the hero has to go forth and do battle with a dragon or a serpent. I mean, we seem to accept these quite blithely without actually wondering, where did this come from? And here in this picture, you even see the tree. The perennial mythologies of the tree, the female, and the serpent, and the hero doing battle. Here it's more explicit. Here's Zeus with his thunderbolt literally doing battle with a serpent-shaped person. Part man, part serpent. Again, the same thing here. And here in a Roman bas-relief, you can see the same thing happening here of the god. And if you look on the right where it's an enlargement of this, you'll see that the man is depicted as having the feet of a serpent. In the Native American Indian culture, we not only find images on the walls of the great mesas, we not only find beings of great stature, but again, we always find the symbols of the serpent or the twin serpent. Native American Indian culture is, of course, replete with the serpent, and there's really been no satisfactory explanation of these images, of these strange beings, or of the serpents that are in close proximity. But sure enough, here they are. All over the Native American lands, especially of the higher, more advanced Native American Indian cultures, there's enormous emphasis on that. And as I said, the names of cherubim and seraphim actually represent, they actually come from the words flaming or fiery serpents. But angels, as we know them today, later in Judeo-Christianity, they're always showed anthropomorphically, meaning with a human form. But they originate from the more Middle Eastern, Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Babylonian. They were never shown as a human. They were always shown as theriomorphic, with the head of an animal or like a bird. Now, Serapis, one of the most revered gods of Roman times and Grecian times, this Greek god was a personification of Osiris and was the basis of Jesus Christ. The word Serapis comes from seraphim, which meant shining serpent. In fact, even the word Hellenes, which is how the Greeks referred to themselves, they weren't called Greeks, they knew themselves as the Hellenes, also means the shining ones. And as we noted earlier, Pythagoras, the keeper of all the knowledge, Pythagoras, the mathematician, the initiator, the name actually means, I am the Python. And in Arthurian tradition, we have the Pendragon, the head of the dragons. And Tony Bushby says, as long as humanity kept records of its existence, serpents were used as emblems of the intelligence of God. In ancient times, and as widespread, as diverse as Australia, China, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Babylonia, Sumeria, Egypt, India, and Central America, serpents were feared and worshipped as gods for thousands of years. If there is a common origin to the mythology of the serpent, it may have developed at the Great Pyramid of Giza. To this day, serpents or dragons signify divine heritage and royalty in many Asian countries, while in the West, the serpent represents wisdom and knowledge. Among nearly all ancient peoples, the serpent was accepted as the ultimate symbol of wisdom or salvation. Now, the visitors emerged after the cataclysm and took up residency on the continent of Appalachia, where they founded their great city and empire of Atlantis. Initially, they set to work adjusting to the new planet and made elaborate astronomical calibrations in order to establish where exactly they were, and to aid them when they eventually made to vacate the Earth in their crafts. They enlisted the assistance of Earth's indigenous peoples to construct the astronomical earthworks. That's why we have all these wonderful monuments and all these incredible megalithic sites and the calendars. As I said earlier, it is known by students of these subjects that these earthworks are aligned to the constellations. Well, if you are visiting our planet or you've come here against your will, you've flown maybe millions of miles across the universe, certainly from a different planetary system or galaxy, and you have arrived on our little planet, which is very unfamiliar to you. You've gone through an upheaval. You've been sequestered and hiding yourself under the earth, and then you emerge, things are going to be different. A planet is missing from the solar system, and everything is in upheaval, just as the myths have been explaining. So what do you set about doing? You set about trying to calibrate and find out where you are on this planet, to re-navigate, to create up celestial coordinates. To do this, they enlisted the help of the indigenous people here and built what we now today know to be some of the fine land artifacts, these great temple ruins and structures that scattered are all over the planet. These were created so that they'd be aligned with the horizon. For these priest-like beings, these entities from another space, time, or whatever, in order to calibrate the rising and setting of the constellations, the stars, and the luminaries. And that is why today we see, when we go to these places, that indeed the sunrise, the sunset, the rising of the moon, the rising of the primary planets are aligned with these stones. There's a reason. In fact, the word Nephilim, one of its derivations, which is used in the Bible, is the term watcher. They translate it connotatively as the term watcher, which I believe was attributed to them because they were in fact astronomers who watched the skies. In Lenormand and Chevalier, in their Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, they talk about the gigantic men, the Adites. These Adites are remembered by the Arabians as a great and civilized race. They were depicted as men of gigantic stature. Their strength was equal to their size, and they easily moved great blocks of stone. Many beings have visited this planet for various reasons, best known to themselves. The policy of most extraterrestrial visitors is total non-intervention, for either better or worse. The Nephilim did not obey this edict, and they knew that they were doing a forbidden thing. When asked for the rationale of why they may have interfered and not obeyed the edict of non-intervention, I think immediately of John Milton's Paradise Lost, the words of Satan himself: better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. If you've been expurged from your own planetary system, and you're being pursued across the galaxy, and you arrive at this place and you are very sophisticated and scientifically and technologically advanced, and you have a population of the planet Earth that you can control and even modify, why not rule them? Now, originally the Serpent Masters did attempt normal sexual liaisons with the Earth women, but this proved unsuccessful. In Genesis 6 it says, "The sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them." So we are talking about the first phase was normal attempts at sexual liaisons with the Earth women. In the Ethiopian Kebra Nagast it says, "And the daughters of Cain, with whom the angels had accompanied, conceived. But they were unable to bring forth their children, and they died. And of the children who were in their wombs, some died, and some came forth. Having split open the bellies of their mothers, they came forth by their navels." So clearly this was absolutely not going to work. Then Samyaza, who was their leader, said unto them, "I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin." In the ancient books, the book of Enoch, this is what we hear: the leader of the Nephilim, the leader of the fallen angels, as they ascend into the world and they make contact with the erstwhile indigenous population of the earth, they attempt to mate, they attempt to have normal sexual liaisons. That doesn't quite work, and then they go one step further. Now the scholars are thinking that this sin that the leader is talking about actually concerns the physical impregnation of the earth females. And this is what is purported, this is what is put before us by people who've read these scriptures, that the sin involves the act of bonding sexually with these earth women. In fact, as I will show, that is not the case. Now the book of Enoch, in the book of Enoch, the name of the leader of the Nephilim is thought to be recorded as Samyaza or Samael or Belial or Anzal. In Genesis 1 we read, "And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." It's a very famous and oft-quoted passage from the Bible. But in fact, it says, if you go to the original Hebrew translation, it doesn't say, let us make man in our image. It says, and the God said, let us remake man in our image, after our likeness. And of course, there's that very controversial our. Well, I thought there was just one God. I thought the Israelites were monotheistic. So what's this our business? But more importantly, actually, for our purposes here, the term is actually to remake man, implying that man was already formed before the intervention. In 1 Corinthians, we see something of the same refrain. The first man, Adam, became a living being. The last man, the last Adam, a life-giving spirit. The spiritual did not come first, but the natural, and after that, the spiritual. The first man was of the dust of the earth, the second man from heaven. So this is like compounding the book of Genesis. This is an additional piece of information about Adam. There's two Adams. One is clearly spiritual, and the other is terrestrial. We have God speaking to Adam and Eve in Genesis. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. This is Genesis 1. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Replenish the earth. Now, the secret of secrets is that to form man in our image refers not to normal mating procedure. It in fact involves a greater sin, and that sin was genetic hybridization. That was, of course, the splicing of the alien DNA with the human DNA, the cross-pollination, if you will, in ancient times. Now, the term that has been used in the Bible to speak of the creation, the Mark 1 creature that would be created as part alien DNA, part human DNA, is known loosely in the Bible as the firstborn. And one has to understand how the Bible works, how the language makes reference to these things. The firstborn. This is a reference to the sons of the serpent. Because if we are wanting to call the original visitors the sons of the serpent, or the people of the serpent, then it might be accurate to call their first progeny, their first creation, the sons of the serpent. This is a hybrid race, also known in the Bible as the Elohim. So when in the Bible you come across the word Elohim, whether it's in the Torah, whether it's in the Hebrew translations, or whether it's the Old Testament Bible English translations, when you're coming across the word Elohim, just remember that it doesn't mean what you're being told. The Elohim is the creation, the first creation of the visitors to this planet who created a sin, who crossed over their DNA with the DNA of the earth inhabitants, creating a most remarkable being that can be known henceforth as the son of the serpent. I prefer to refer to him in my book as Homo Atlantis, because it was on Atlantis that he was created. Now Atlantis, as has been discovered and confirmed by individuals like Allen and Dallaire, Atlantis was a continent, not a continent. It was a citadel, a city-state upon a continent that was known by the name of Appalachia. Appalachia stretched for where Greenland, Iceland, and northern England is now, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a vast continent. And I believe that Atlantis was a city-state or a precinct, a temple complex on the continent of Appalachia. So again, we have to clear up the disinformation. When people refer to Atlantis as a continent, that's not correct. In the same way that London as a city is on the continent or the landmass of England. So Atlantis was on the landmass of the continent of Appalachia. And the experiments were done there on the continent of Appalachia, in the place we know as Atlantis. And there the hybridization program took place, and the creation we might want to call, for all intents and purposes, Homo Atlantis. Now the word created, as is used in the Bible, when translated, actually is much closer. The original word that was translated to be created actually is closer to the word for built. And the word Eden, in fact, may derive from Ea, Den, the precinct of Ea, because in the Sumerian mythologies, the head of Atlantis was called Ea, the god of the earth. And the word Titan comes from Tit and Den, meaning earthman, the great titans of old, the earthmen. Homo Atlantis was, of course, a remarkable individual, the likes of which one can only imagine. In fact, we are all descended from this remarkable being. Every human being that frequents the earth today is in some respect descended from Homo Atlantis, the original progeny of the visitors. Another term that might be used is only begotten. It was in Greek monogenes, and in Latin unigenetus. It was far from meaning only begotten. It meant that which was begotten of one parent, the father alone, not the offspring of the union of father and mother. So they're saying that it's a creature or a creation that is not of the sexes. It's from one parent alone. We have the prophet Enoch speaking of his own son Lamech. But look what words the book of Enoch chooses. I have begotten a strange son. He is not like an ordinary human being, but looks like the children of the angels of heaven to me. His form is different, and he is not like us. It does not seem to me that he is of me, but of the angels. Behold, I thought then within my heart that conception was due to the watchers and to the holy ones and the Nephilim, and my heart was troubled within me because of this child. Apuleius, the poet, the writer, he has a caption where he says, on some high crag, O king, set forth the maid. Hope for no bridegroom born of mortal seed, but fierce and wild and of the dragon breed. In the Epic of the Kings, from the poet Ferdowsi, we read that an Iranian king Sam is troubled over the strange appearance of his newborn son Zal. He says, no human being of this earth could give to such a monster birth. He must be of the demon race. Though human still in form and face, if not a demon, he at least appears a partly colored beast. Party-colored or partly colored means a different colored beast. I think that refers more to the fact that he's a hybrid. Now, this remarkable being, this Homo Atlantis, his job was to serve his masters. The continent of Appalachia, to which they went, they constructed the incredible citadel or city-state or precinct of Atlantis, and there they set to reign over the whole of the earth. And their servants, their slaves, their progeny, were to serve them in this. But there was a problem. Homo Atlantis, having both the alien DNA and the human DNA, had high intelligence. And a time came when he felt like he didn't want to be serving anymore. And during that period when they started to realize that they were being treated as servants and didn't want to continue serving, they decided it would be better to up and leave. And they did. And they left the precinct of Atlantis and migrated to another continent that we know today as the continent of Oceania or Lemuria. And this was what might be called the first great exodus of ancient times. Now, Lemuria was a continent that was speculated to be in the Pacific area or Pacific region of the world. But the word Lemuria means the land ancestral, the land of the ancestors. It comes from Mu or Muhadevi, the Hindu mother goddess. This goddess was the personification of Lemuria itself, the motherland of humanity. Shiva, her counterpart, is the great father of mankind. An Indian Tamil text, the Silapadarkan, or the Silapadarkaran, describes a lost continent in the Pacific and Indian Ocean that it calls Kamai Nadu, or Kamari Kandam, which means the dragon land of the immortal serpents. So the ancient tribes are talking about this land as the dragon land of the immortal serpents. There's that term again. The rebellion and exodus of the sons compelled the Atlanteans to return to their drawing boards. They began a second major hybridization program and created a Mark II being that we might want to call Adamic. These beings were of both sexes, but in the beginning they could not reproduce. They made excellent servants in the garden. So what we have is, after the exodus of the original sons of the serpent, the Homo Atlanteans, the original serpent masters, the visitors, the Nephilim, had returned to the drawing boards, and they created a second being to serve them, crossing DNA with the humans, the alien and the human DNA being crossed again. We have to look to the Mayan codexes here, and then the great book, the Popol Vuh, which is one of the surviving books that wasn't burned by the conquistadors. We find the most remarkable and monumental passage. Let us make him who shall nourish and sustain us. What shall we do to be invoked, to be remembered in earth? We have tried with our first creatures, but we could not make them venerate us. So then, let us try to make obedient, respectful beings who shall nourish and sustain us. In the Babylonian account, man is to be merely a slave, brought into being by Marduk at the plea of the defeated rebel gods, so that those gods themselves need not be subjected to servile labor. Man would be a puppet, a lowly, primitive creature. In the epic of Atrahasis, which dates to about 1630 BC, found in the Assyrian library of Nineveh, in a similar vein to the Enuma Elish, one of the main ideals is to show why man was created by the gods. It was so that they themselves need not work on the earth to produce their own food. So here we have it from the ancient text verbatim, that the gods wanted to be served. And if it didn't work with one of their groups, they were content to do it again and make another who would serve them obediently. In James Shreve's The Neanderthal Enigma, he says, an all-important transition did occur, but it happened so close to the present moment that we are still reeling from it. Somewhere in the vestibule of history, just before we started keeping records on ourselves, something happened that turned a passably precocious animal into a human being. So here we have the experts pondering and wondering about the whole mystery of the coming of Homo sapien. The Neanderthals, these are the entities or the beings that are always touted to be our ancestors, our direct ancestors. Neanderthals did not contribute mitochondrial DNA to human beings, we're now being told. Neanderthals are not our ancestors. So writes Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas in their book, Uriel's Machine. And John A. Ball of Harvard, he says, most evolutionists believe that it, that's life, was generated long ago, but perhaps it never was. Perhaps the earth was infected from elsewhere. Gunther Rosenberg, man is a unique animal, he says. He stands out like a sore thumb when comparisons are made with his cousins the apes. The differences are more numerous than the similarities. Darwin's theory of evolution is simply unproven. In Clifford Wilson's The Chariots Still Crash, he writes, Darwin himself admitted at times that mankind, in small ways, fitted his evolutionary theory the least of all creatures. Alfred Wallace, his contemporary formulator of the theory of evolution, was even more emphatic and forthrightly said that man was an exception to the orderly operation of biological laws, and that natural selection could not have operated in his case. What the true answer was, he hazarded no guess. Alan Alford, Homo sapiens has acquired a modern anatomy, language, capability, and a sophisticated brain, well beyond the needs of his everyday existence, apparently in defiance of the laws of Darwinism. There are a number of possible explanations for this anomaly. One is that mankind evolved in the sea, and that crucial fossil evidence is thus missing. Another is that Darwinian theory itself has a missing link. And a third explanation is that the genes for modern man were suddenly implanted by an intelligent extraterrestrial species who colonized the Earth. Now, again, two top scientists in California, Otto Binder and Max Flint, in their book, Mankind, Child of the Stars, have this to say. Molybdenum, a very rare metal, plays an important role as a trace element in the physiology of all Earth creatures. It is surprising, therefore, that life so dependent on a rare metal should arise on a molybdenum-poor world like ours. And Immanuel Velikovsky, the #1 most scandalized, marginalized, and lambasted scholar in the history of the world, has this to say. Most controversial is the evolutionary question. I have done a great deal of work on Darwin and can say with some assurance that Darwin did not derive his theory from nature, but rather superimposed a certain philosophical worldview on nature and then spent 20 years trying to gather the facts to make it stick. Alfred de Grazia of the Velikovsky Institute or Society, he says, what must be called the scientific establishment rose in arms not only against the new Velikovsky theories, but against the man himself. Efforts were made to block the dissemination of Dr. Velikovsky's ideas and to even punish supporters of his investigations. Universities, scientific societies, publishing houses, and popular press were approached and threatened. Social pressures and professional sanctions were invoked to control public opinion. There can be little doubt that in a totalitarian society, not only would Dr. Velikovsky's reputation have been at stake, but also his right to pursue his inquiry, and perhaps even his personal affairs. And that's absolutely factual. And one of the major scientists that was put onto the case of Velikovsky to totally try to refute all of his theories was none other than Carl Sagan. That was Carl Sagan's evening job, if you will, was to go around and harass and try to refute all the theories of Immanuel Velikovsky, and he was not able to refute any of them. Alfred A. Wallace, no less the co-founder, who discovered natural selection previous to Darwin, and with him was the founder of the evolutionist theory. But on reviewing the startling differences between Homo sapiens and other mammals, he realized that man was an exception to the rules of evolution. He amazingly wrote, "Some intelligent power has guided or determined the development of man." The famous Greek historian Herodotus, he says, key aspects, or Tony Bushby commenting on Herodotus says, key aspects of Herodotus' writings involve descriptions of advanced beings living on Earth, providing guidance and direction to local inhabitants. Now, according to Otto Binder and Max Flint, there are actually innumerable differences between man and the other primates. They delineate 312 physical differences, like the human female in heat without interruption. Man is the only truly hairless mammal. Only man cries copious tears. Man has delicate fingers and sensitive skin. The human skin has a slow healing rate, unlike other primates. Man lacks tooth gaps. Subcutaneous fat is found in humans only. Man has extraordinary facial mobility. Man has unique speaking apparatus. Man swallows slowly. Man has incredible eyes and seeing ability. And man makes sophisticated tools. And these are only a few of the extraordinary differences that can be found between the normal primates and the human creatures, the Homo sapien. They put it this way: Neanderthal man endured both cold and mild cycles with apparently equal success. He continued to exist in Western Europe right up to about 35,000 years ago, and then he abruptly disappeared. The evolutionary tendencies that he exhibited during this period are extremely puzzling, for he seems to have gotten more primitive, not less so. The early Cro-Magnons of 35,000 BC has a larger average brain case than we do today. Cro-Magnon is called our direct ancestor, meaning that by gradual and subtle transitions, he became the modern man. But there's no blending, no gradual shading. Now, of course, it's these Cro-Magnon individuals who are responsible, they say, for the famous cave paintings. Binder and Flint go on to say that this appearance of Neanderthal man and the advent of Cro-Magnon man at approximately the same time is one of the truly big stumbling blocks of the evolution theory, for they are non sequitur species. Neanderthal most decidedly could not be the direct ancestor of Cro-Magnon, for they were two distinctly different types of human, physically and even skeletally. Cro-Magnon man appeared with a mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with a cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man. A similarly large degree of brain expansion occurred in absolutely no other species on Earth in all the ages of the past, not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. So here comes Cro-Magnon man with this vastly increased brain capacity over Neanderthal and even over the human being. Well, if you were genetically hybridizing people, and if you had the ability to tinker around with the human DNA, could you not create a Neanderthal who is primitive but yet very strong, the kind of being who could help you build your cities and set up your celestial calendars? And then couldn't you dispense with those individuals, or maybe tweak them and change them into Cro-Magnon man? Or do it all from scratch again and create a completely different kind of being? Leonard Shlain, in his book, The change in the size of the brain from erectus to sapien seems to have occurred in an evolutionary instant. Early specimens of Homo erectus, our immediate predecessor, averaged a brain volume of 900 cubic centimeters. Our brain occupies on average 1,400 cubic centimeters. This one-third difference represents a huge increase in brain tissue over the astonishingly brief period of the last several 100,000 years of erectus's existence. The human brain's major design modification occurred primarily in the frontal lobes, the part of the brain that controls such uniquely human behavior as speech, long-range planning, delayed gratification, and complex puzzle solving. For the first 110,000 years of our species, there is no consistent record of art, burials, or grave goods. Then, what author John Pfeiffer calls the creative explosion began. A magnificent awakening mysteriously emerged nearly all at once, approximately 40,000 years ago, during which the above-mentioned cultural makers, unique to human, habitually make their appearance in areas as disparate as Australia, Morocco, Siberia, and especially Europe. Now, Otto Binder and Max Flint, in their book, go on to say, we are not quarreling with natural selection as it applies to other creatures, but we do state unequivocally that Darwinian evolution and natural selection do not apply to mankind at all. And Dr. Robert Bloom, the noted paleontologist, came out with a pronouncement that probably staggered all his colleagues, saying that it was clear to him that evolution was accomplished not by natural selection or mutations, but by spiritual beings of various grades and various kinds of intelligence. Now, the alien geneticists did not desire a repeat of their first experiments. They realized that their error centered on the intelligence of their progeny. The Mark II experiment, Adamic man, his intelligence would be confounded. That's right. The real reason, the original reason for the leaving of the Mark I sons of the serpent was because they had exactly the same mental capacities and genius and brilliance and technological advancement of their own creators, their own masters from another world. And so, after a certain period of time serving these masters, they decided to up and leave, that they weren't going to sit and be slaves. So they go and create their own thriving civilization on the continent of Lemuria. The masters go back to the drawing board and create Mark II, and this time they realize that they had better not make the same mistake again. So they dumb down genetically. I mean, this can be done in a laboratory today with a few probes in your head. Think what you could do if you had mastered the genome and you had mastered genetics on your own planet. And Genesis, the Bible again, reveals this if you know what you're reading. In Genesis 3 it says, by the sweat of thy face will be thy bread until you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken. For dust thou art, and to dust thou wilt return. This is the condescension, the change in attitude. This is meant to be the Lord speaking to His creations. And the Lord said, look, the people are united, and they all have one language. Come on, let us go down, and therefore confound their language, so that they cannot understand one another's speech. Now, there's been a great deal of speculation about this particular passage. What does it mean, and the understanding of the doctrines of religion, where they talk about the fall of the Babylon, and also about this us again, the appearance of this us. Let us go down and confuse the language. So rather than it being the confusion of physical language, I believe it has to do with the mix-up of the chemical soup, the DNA language of the genome and the chromosomes. This is the confusion that is being related to here.
Now, the euphemism in the Bible and in the Scriptures to refer to this dumbed-down state, this naive and artificially suppressed state, the euphemism used in the Bible to represent that is the word naked. Adam and Eve, the Adamic race, were sent into the garden, and as the Bible describes, they were sent in naked. This does not mean physically naked. This means intellectually naked. In Genesis 3, "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever." Now, of course, this is a very heavily debated passage from the Bible. It has that proverbial us again, let us go down and do something. But it also has this even more enigmatic statement, the tree of life. Let us go down and do something because man is about to eat off the tree of life. He's going to know good and he's going to know evil. How can you know those things unless you have high intelligence? So let's block that. Let's stop that. We can't have that. Let's go down and change things so that man, lest he eat off the tree of life, the tree of good and evil. But what is this tree? We have footnotes for every little detail in the Bible. And yet here, this most important motif that's well known in Christianity, that's in the first book of the Bible, there's so little debate, so little explanation of what the tree of life is actually meant to really represent. But when you take away the mystery, the proverbial mystery, it's then that you have true revelation. The forbidden fruit of the tree of life, both these terms are actually euphemisms for the knowledge of human genetics. So that is what is being suppressed. The tree of life is merely a euphemism, just like the word naked is a euphemism for the knowledge of human genetics, which was the knowledge that the masters, the Nephilim from another world, that was their expertise. And they were now going to dumb their second progeny down so the technical knowledge, the scientific know-how, that type of brilliance would be suppressed. And in that way, they could be more easily controlled. Now, this is perhaps the best and most appropriate place for explaining that whole concept of the serpent and why the serpent is really used, why we're calling these individuals the sons of the serpent, and why, as we saw earlier, the serpent is so common a symbol in regards to the gods. The word in Semitic for serpent is Nahash. Of course, they didn't use vowels, so it's just N-H-S-H, but that is pronounced Nahash. And it actually means to discover or to find out. And evidently, this refers to science. The Nephilim were scientists. And as scientists, those people who were able to find things out, they chose the symbol of the serpent. This is not, as David Icke and others have professed, that they looked like serpents. They did not. The serpent was merely their symbol for wisdom, the symbol for higher understanding, the knowledge of genetics, the knowledge of science. And that is because anyone who's actually seen the DNA spiral knows what it looks like. The DNA spiral is very serpent-like. It's coiled and it looks like a serpent. So those who were able to look at it used that symbol of the coiling serpent symbol. Not because they looked like serpents, but because they were wise ones, scientists, those who were able to know the mystery of the DNA and of the helix, the DNA helix. The DNA helix has always, from ancient times onwards, been figured as a serpent, a coiling serpent. And this is the symbol that is still used today on the medical conglomerates and monopolies of the world. The twin serpents, or the tree, the motif of the tree. All through Celtic Ireland, there's a great emphasis on the serpents. And here we have the Egyptian god on the right, with the twin wands. This is Thoth, the god of wisdom, and he's raising the Ankh to the dead Pharaoh. And in Genesis 2 we read, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." Now, in that picture we saw the Ankh being raised to the dead Pharaoh. or the dead god. Now the word Ankh, A-N-K-H, again, ancient languages did not use the vowels. But this Ankh does not mean what we're told it means. We're told it means the key of life, or breath. No, in fact it refers to a word that is known in Babylon and Sumeria as the Anunnaki. Filling in the vowel sounds, we have the Anunnaki. And the Anunnaki, or the Anunnaki, meant the heavenly serpents, literally the gods. So any of the gods who are always shown holding the Ankh in their right hand. You'll always see, if you open any book on Egypt, or you go to Egypt and study the walls there, the symbols, and the great hieroglyphs, you'll always see the gods holding the Ankh. Holding the Ankh literally meant that they were the ones from heaven, the An-Ki, from heaven to earth, the holy ones, the sacred ones, the heavenly serpents. And of course, we only need to look in today's world to see incredible usage of this serpent. But the serpent is still to this day always used in conjunction with medicine and the science of genetics. So it's old, but it's also used today. It's very new. Here we have the whole thing on Time magazine. We not only have the primal couple, Adam and Eve, but we have the tree of life, and the trees are becoming DNA, helix, the spiral, and then in the middle we have solving the mysteries of DNA. The tree of life and the DNA. Is somebody telling us something here? And the word Adam, Adamic man, the word Adam comes from Adom, which means cut off or divided. There again, implying the idea that cut off and divided. This man is not whole. This man is divided within himself. Part of him has been shut down. There's a difference of agenda than they had with the first progeny. Cut off and divided. Leonard Shlain, recounting Plato's Symposium account, he says, Zeus gathered the gods in council to express his concern that these unusual creatures would one day challenge their hegemony. He was loath to exterminate them with his thunderbolts, though, because there would be no one to bring the gods offerings. He solved the problem by putting each creature into a trance and then splitting it down the middle. Upon awakening, each half only dimly remembered what it had been prior to being cleft in two. Zeus explained to the assembled gods and goddesses the cleverness of his scheme. These creatures would no longer pose a threat to the gods, because they would dissipate their considerable energy by spending the rest of their days searching for their missing halves. Well, it's a good policy if you can manage it. Divide a man and you can rule a man. It's so old it's new. And it started in ancient times. In the apocryphal book called the Apocalypse of Adam, we read this. Then God, the Demiurge, that's Sataniel, the ruler of the aeons and the powers, divided us in wrath. Then we became 2 aeons, and the glory in our hearts left us. After those days, the eternal knowledge of the God of truth withdrew from me and from your mother Eve. Since this time, we learned about dead things, like men. Then we recognized the God who had created us, for we were not strangers to his powers, and we served him in fear and slavery. When God had created me out of the earth along with Eve, your mother, I went about with her in a glory which she had seen in the aeon from which we had come forth. She taught me a word of knowledge of the eternal God, and we resembled the great eternal angels, for we were higher than the God who had created us, and the powers with him, whom we did not know. So here again, in an apocryphal book, that's a book that was left out of the Bible, they're talking about Adam's awareness that he was divided, cut off, and that there was one or more of gods, and that even he and Eve were higher than the gods. Now, the tree of life is often referred to as the tree of good and evil. But this term does not refer to anything esoteric like a lot of people think. It just simply refers to the tree of the good or the evil, or the tree of the good and or the evil. So the term does not refer to anything esoteric.
It refers merely to the two contingents or races in residence upon this planet, both of whom were custodians and utilizers of the knowledge of genetics. So literally, the good or the evil. The Atlanteans or the Lemurians. Take your pick. Professor Auricio Nunes dos Santos, who's an expert on Atlantis, writes this: the dragon represents the two races of Atlantis, who contend for hegemony everywhere. They are the twins of all mythologies, the two contending serpents of the caduceus, which devour each other in endless wars from the primordial ages down to the present day. And we know that if we study the Arthurian legends that King Arthur had that famous vision when he was in a cave beneath the earth. He had the vision of the two contending and fighting dragons, the white dragon and the red dragon. This is a motif that you often see a lot in mythology. And we have it in the caduceus, that strange twin serpents of the two serpents facing each other. Two contending powers, one black, one white, one good, one evil. We can see this motif in the Mosaic as opposed to the Pharaonic, the great struggle of the Middle East. We see it in the conflict between the Elohim and the Yahwistic philosophies and so on. And we certainly see it depicted in the Christian world between the higher heavenly forces and the demonic forces. Or we'd like to say psychologically now, it's the higher man and the lower man. Now, we have in the ancient texts the vision of Amram, who is the father of the prophet Enoch. He has a dream and he says, I saw watchers in my vision. Two men were fighting over me. I asked them, who are you that you are thus empowered over me? They answered me, we have been empowered and rule over all mankind. They said to me, which of us do you choose to rule you? I raised my eyes and looked. One of them was terrifying in his appearance, like a serpent. His appearance, his visage, like a viper. Now this text identifies the last watcher as Belial, the prince of darkness and king of evil, while his companion is revealed as Michael, the prince of light, who is also named Melchizedek, the king of righteousness. In today's modern world, we also see this symbol of the tree of life, the fruit of the tree of life, the fruit of the tree of good and evil, used in the silicon world, in technology, like the Apple symbol, striated in the colors of the rainbow and the colors of the sacred chakras. This is the forbidden fruit. So I don't know. I ask you, what is the symbol from a scripture? What is a symbol, a well-known symbol, regarding forbidden knowledge and sacred knowledge that comes out of a religious tome, a philosophical and theocratic tome, doing as a symbol of a leading technocratic and technological company? We've got questions. We also have questions as to other logos in the corporate world. Around the Intel, we have what looks like a serpent. And we find that the word Pentium, which is a word that means nothing in English, if we add the prefix ser, then we have what it really means, serpentium, the serpent, the room of the serpent, or the place of the serpent. Francis Crick, the so-called discoverer of the DNA helix, the cracker of the big code, in his book, Life Itself, he too suggests that an extraterrestrial origin for life. He suggests that life in a microscopic form may have been sent to other planets by alien beings in suitable protective vessels, that life is like a message in a bottle. And is there any evidence of cloning in the ancient world? Well, let's look to the Bible. Genesis 2 has a very interesting statement. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, he made a woman, and brought her in unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. And again, note the Time magazine cover on the left. They seem to be happy here using religious symbolism, just like Microsoft, religious symbol and yet a scientific term, cloning humans. But look at the symbolism. It's religious symbolism.
We looked at earlier the reasons for the fall given by practitioners of the Judeo-Christian mythology. And of course, it starts at the beginning with Eve at the tree, the primal scene, and the entrance of the serpent, the tempter. John Milton in his Paradise Lost summarizes the scene for us in a very short stanza of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into our world and all our lives with loss of Eden. So yes, the fall from paradise, the loss of Eden, the disobedience in the garden, again specifying Eve. This is the mythology that we're all subjected to in the modern age. It's lasted for 2,000 years. To refute it, we have to go back to the beginning. Now the Lemurians, those who were the first progeny of the Atlantean warlocks, Mark I man, Homo Atlantis, the sons of the serpent, they up and leave and formed their own thriving civilization on a different continent, the continent of Oceania, or more commonly known as Lemuria. The Lemurians, the sons of the serpent, became aware of their creator's second experiments, and they had a dilemma, realizing that the race of Adam was in fact kindred to themselves. They both possessed human DNA. It was therefore decided that representatives would be sent to Atlantis to dialogue with the enslaved and dumbed down Adams and Eves. Thus, we have the story, corrupted later of course, of the serpent entering the garden. So here we have the real story of the serpent entering the garden. What would you do if you knew that one of your family, one of your cousins, somebody that you were bonded by blood, was being a servant in the very garden that you freed yourself from? Yes, you're all right. You're happy. But you have the intelligence to be monitoring what your forefathers are doing. And in the back of your mind, you know, yes, they're not just going to sit pretty with this. The sons, therefore, entered into the garden and spoke with their genetic cousins. They counseled them to throw off their chains of servitude and accompany them back to Lemuria, where they would be initiated into all that had been hidden from them. It is written that the Adams, well, they were resistant to the invitation. Fortunately, the response of the Eves was somewhat different. And so would yours be, because, to say the least, the Lemurian children, the children of the firstborn, were remarkable beings indeed. Fully human, when all of that entails, with a close symbiotic connection to the earth and to the universe, and a high, razor-sharp intellect, an intelligence, a scintillating universal intelligence that grasps the finer sciences, a perfect being. The Eves were enamored by these individuals. They were strangely attracted to them. And, in short, the Lemurians came into the garden and said to their cousins, you are in servitude, you are dumbed down, and there's a lot that you should know. And if you come with us, we will awaken you. We will save you, and we will awaken you, because just like Christ would later say in the New Testament, know ye not your gods, and what we can do, you can do also, and more. Madame Helena Blavatsky, one of the greatest scholars the world has ever known, who looked into these matters, sums it up this way. The appellation Satan in Hebrew belongs by right to the first and cruelest adversary of all other gods, Jehovah, not in the serpent, which spoke only words of sympathy and wisdom. So here is the point of refutation clearly made. Here is the philosophy that refutes the entire Judeo-Christian paradigm from its outset. Not only is Eve not responsible, but we have even implicated Jehovah, the Father, as implicated. How can that be sustainable? Now, interestingly, we have evidence that the Lemurians came into the Garden of Atlantis or made the trip. It's debated how they even knew in the first place what was going on. Did they send spies, or did they have some kind of seeing crystals that J.R.R. Tolkien seems to think that they had? But then when they approached the Garden of Atlantis, when they approached the continent of Appalachia, they actually came by way of spacecraft, because let's not forget, the Lemurians were highly intelligent and had a thriving civilization of their own, both technically and spiritually. And they had the hardware. And when we read chapters like in Numbers number 9, and when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Israel journeyed. And in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. Upon arrival to Lemuria, the Lemurians fulfilled their part of the bargain. They did awaken
Adam and Eve to the subtler mysteries. And perhaps that also had to do with genetic awakening, some kind of tweaking of the DNA to turn on those centers that have been dumbed down. I mean, today we think we know all about DNA. Only 3% is known of the DNA. And the mysteries of the tree of life were given unto them. And we see this in the early codexes of the Maya. We see scenes of instruction, not only in the medieval and post-medieval painters, but also in the ancient mythologies. The person sitting under the tree to receive instruction from the shaman or the holy man, the arcane knowledge of the flame. All over the world we see the instruction of the serpent god to his neophyte. And always the image of the female together with the tree of life. And the matriarchy and the tree of life. And it was actually from Lemuria that the high civilizations, the ones we associate with the high cultures, it is from Lemuria that they descend. It's from this time that we have the cult of the priestess. It's from this time that we have the cult of the enlightening, what later became known as the witch. But this is the matriarchal cults, those who were the initiators of the mystery, because being awakened themselves, they were then given to be the awakeners. And it was also noted by the Lemurians, in fact it was never forgot, by the original sons of the serpent, those ambassadors that came from Lemuria and made contact with the women. It was never forgotten by them that the women were the ones, the Eves were the ones who were most responsive originally. This was never forgotten. So the connection, the primal connection between the female Adamic population and the sons of the serpent was particularly strong. And this is what we see in the lineage, in the coming down to us through history of the cult of the matriarch and the cult of the oracle and the cult of the enlightened female, the initiator. It's very curious, in fact, that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for woman is a serpent. In other words, if you wanted to draw the word for woman in Egyptian, you would draw a serpent. It's as simple as that. Now, why that symbol of the many? So the women were the keepers of the gnosis, of the secret arts. The Holy Grail has even now been traced back to the mysteries of the female. In fact, you again only have to look at the etymology. The word secret comes from the word secretion, which implies the biology of the female and the mysteries thereof. The Holy Grail was the chalice, the cup of enlightenment, which is represented by the womb and the waters of life. Now, on the reverse side, we also have the campaign against womankind, the subjugation, the marginalization. And still to this day, a woman can barely hold an office in any kind of clerical sense. Well, it's a long story, and it comes from before Genesis. But in Genesis 3, we read, "Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly thou wilt go, and dust shalt thou eat all of the days of thy life." So this is the wrath. Well, of course, the Atlanteans wouldn't be too happy, would they? They're having to be slighted 3 times now. First, they get booted out of their own solar system, out of their own planets. They come to a planet which is devastated by cataclysm. They make a perfect servant who won't serve them. And then when they actually make the perfect servant who will, those servants are seduced away. So they're in a bad state. They're very unhappy. But all through time, we always find the symbol of the female and the serpent. They're very linked iconography. And all through mythology, we have the enlightening female. But we also have the witch. As Christianity got hold of this, they never forgot their old antagonism. So in Queen Guinevere, or Morgane Le Fay, or the Lady of the Lake, or Elaine, the mythology of the female, who is both a shadowy and dark character, but also an enlightening and elusive and alluring character. In the Elucidation, we read, "And the kingdom became dead and desert, for they lost the voices of the wells and of the damsels that were therein." Implying that at one point the damsels, that's the females, were very close to the mysteries. And by the time we move into the more modern eras, the thing has become very sordid. And the campaign of Christianity was to totally invert the image of the enlightening principle of the feminine. And we have the Medusa, and we have Delilah, the temptress, the
destroyer of life. Leonard Shlain puts it this way in his fantastic book, The Alphabet versus the Goddess. He says, when we look back across the historical time of patriarchy, there seems to be some terrible inevitability, a relentless desire to crush the female essence. The question of why is one of the most puzzling of our time. So here we have it, top scholars knowing what the problem is. Well, we all know what the problem is. But again, the answers are so few. Why would it be for thousands of years the marginalization of one of our own sexes? Why? It seems preposterous when you really think about it. And the reason? It must be a reason, and it must be a very serious reason. Now, in Lemuria, when the female Adams, female of the Adamic race and the Adams arrived and were instructed into the mysteries, there was another phase. Because it was not forgotten by the original sons of the serpent about the original attraction to them and the females, occasionally, very occasionally, there was a custom in which one of the sons of the serpent would marry with and mate with one of the Eves. A coupling would take place. Normally, the sons of the serpent would have wanted the Adamic race to stay together, that is, the Eves and the Adams to be together in matrimony or in company, in companionship. But occasionally, one of the females was selected, a particularly promising one, would be selected to actually bond with one of the actual sons of the serpent. Now, mind you, this is somebody who has very powerful, awakened alien DNA and human DNA. This bonding, the euphemism for that bonding that's used in the scriptures, but has never been revealed, is born of a virgin. So when we hear the term born of a virgin in the Bible, we have to realize that this is a euphemism for conception between a woman and a member of the serpent race. And those who have done their homework will know that the imagery confirms this. When we hear of immaculate conception, we better rewrite that and superimpose genetic conception, because that's all it means. The immaculate conception, the virgin birth, is simply explained in this way. It was said that way because, of course, the Eve was not mating with an Adam, one of her own kind. She was mating literally with a god, a fully enlightened or semi-enlightened individual. And because of this particular nuance, the female was considered to be a queen and also a virgin. And the tale is well told in the arts of the world, in the great legends and mythologies of the world. Again, we take it as fairy folklore. We take it as magical tradition and brush it aside. But the time has come now to take these out of the archive, remove the dust, and start thinking seriously about what we're being told in these mythologies, and not put them down to just old wives' tales and material which is good enough for children. Another euphemism that's used widely in the scriptures for genetics is the terms blood and seed. The blood of Abraham, the blood of the lamb, the seed of Jacob, the seed of him and the seed of her, and the blood of this and the blood of that. Always again in your mind when you're reading this, in order to make sense of these conundrous scriptures, just superimpose the word genetics and all will be revealed. Jesus of Nazareth. The problem with that is they've never been able to find a place on any map at any time ever called Nazareth. So what does it mean? Again, just like the old St. Patrick gig when he was talking about the serpents, and we realized that the serpents did not refer to physical snakes, but it referred as a title to a kind of tribe or a nation. So with the word Nazareth, it is actually a title. There was no locale called Nazareth. The word derives from the Egyptian Nazir, meaning the prince who is sent, and also from Nasir, meaning Sirius. That's a star, the star Sirius. So therefore it is Jesus of Nasirius. Furthermore, the word carpenter, you always hear about Jesus being a carpenter. This again is cryptic language. This is cipher language. The word carpenter comes from the word nagar, which means the serpent priests. Freemasons, even to this day, will use cover euphemisms like this. Instead of saying mason, they may say the word carpenter. But everyone in the know knows what that means. And in Revelation, Jesus' own words are, I am the root and offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. Well, wait a minute, I thought that's all iconography. I thought that's all paganism. But here's Jesus identifying himself with the morning star, with Venus, or the sun. In the Bible again, and the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman, and said unto her, Behold now, thou art barren, and bearest not. But thou shalt conceive and bear a son. For the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb,
and he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. So here we have some mysterious force, supernatural, supernal force entering in and telling a woman, you're not bearing now, you're barren now, but you will have a very special child born from God. In Judges 13, and the woman bare a son and called his name Samson, and the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. So many virgin births. Alexander the Great, Theseus, we've got Samson. The world is filled with crucified saviors and virgin births. It's not just Jesus Christ. Now the Semites had many cults, and one of the most popular of the Gnostic cults was the Essenes. Now there was another group called the Nassines. Perhaps they were related. Anyway, this Gnostic sect believed that the serpent was the moist essence of God. The moist essence of God? The moist essence of God is a reference to the male fluid, is it not? But then we have this term serpent. So are we knowing? Today, under a microscope, we understand that the spermatozoon, has an uncanny resemblance to a serpent or a snake, does it not? The wriggling figure. Well, wait a minute. How could the ancients have known that before they had access to those kinds of instruments? And is somebody trying to tell us something in modern art? In the corporate world? Here we have just one of the many logos that contain these kinds of ancient motifs. Virgin Atlantic. The two words alarm me from beginning. The word virgin and the word Atlantis or Atlantic. But if we study the artwork, what do we see? We see all the ingredients. We see the tree of life on the right. We see a coiling or encircling red dragon. We see some kind of cloned individual, a woman, a female, what they call a syzygy. And right in the front of that is the word virgin over a black heart. Richard Branson's Virgin. Looks like a cute piece of art until we ask some more questions. We hear edicts in the Bible, such as this one. Nor shalt thou lie with the beasts. Implying that there's some sort of bestiality in the Old Testament. And most Christians point to this going, oh yes, ancient Semitic man was running around copulating with the beasts. Of course, this is utter nonsense. What these kinds of terms relate to is not to actual bestiality, but to congress with the serpents. As time passed, the prohibitions started. You shall not lie with one of the serpents. That's out. And this term that we briefly looked at earlier in the earlier part of this program, when Jehovah, Yahweh, announces to his prophet Moses that, I am the God of thy fathers. Moses is asking, who are you? And the reply is, the God of thy fathers. Well, let's examine this for a moment. The sons of the serpents were the fathers of the high earth cultures. We've already established that from Lemuria, everything that is positive, everything that is glowing culturally, everything that aspires, everything that's in balance with nature, is coming from the Lemurian paradigm. Okay, so that implies that the Lemurians are the fathers of the high cultures. All right. But their literal fathers, that's the Atlanteans, are the warlocks of Atlantis, who later were in situ in the Middle East. So when Jehovah is announcing to Moses, I am the God of thy fathers, could it be that Moses has had the misfortune to bump into one of the original Atlantean warlocks? A fully alien being with no human DNA whatsoever? Is this the God that people are worshipping for 2,000 or more years? We have the peculiar rite of circumcision, a very ancient pagan rite, but appropriated and picked up by even modern religions. Why? Well, the foreskin is the remnant, is it not, of the real proto-human DNA. And the foreskin is perfectly natural, so it must have been something that our original indigenous population of the earth had prior to the visitation. So what does its removal signify? The ritual of its removal, said to be a divine edict, was to dehumanize and align one with the gods. It is nothing more than the mark of servitude. So, the Atlanteans turn around, or they wake up in the morning and there's no warm coffee, and the slippers are not beside the beds, and they suddenly discover that their Mark II progeny has been seduced away. You can imagine the state that they're in. There was a tremendous ire, a wrath, that they had been snubbed again. And the result of this ire was the unleashing of a fully global thermonuclear war, what we might want to call an atomic war. And the myths, believe it or not, are replete with this. From Celtic Ireland when I was 13, I'm sitting reading information from my own legends pertaining to violence and war with super technological weaponry and so forth. Here from the Egyptian mythologies. So the gods were brought together. Ra addressed Nun. Behold, mankind who came from my eye have been scheming against me. Nun replied, O Ra, if your eye was turned against those, how greatly would they fear you? Hathor said, I have prevailed over mankind, and it is pleasant to my heart. Then Ra said, now that I am in control of them, do not reduce them any more. Behold it, the I will be stronger than all the gods. It has mastered those who dwellest at the ends of the earth. It is sovereign over every god. This is spell 316 from the coffin texts. They will fall howling on their faces, and all mankind will cringe beneath you and your might. They will respect you when they behold you in the vigorous form which the master of the primeval gods gave you. So even in the Egyptian mythologies, we're hearing about a punitive god, punitive deities, holding man, their creations, in utter servitude and threatening to destroy them should there be any form of disobedience. In Revelation 12, and there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels, and prevailed not. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. O my people that dwelleth in Zion, be not afraid of the Assyrian. He shall smite thee with a rod, and shall lift up his staff against thee, after the manner of Egypt. O Assyrian, the rod of mine anger, and the staff in their hands is mine indignation. Scholars like Commons Beaumont have drawn attention to the fact that when you hear about the rod and the staff, these are actually weapons that is being referred to. In Samuel 4, woe unto us, who shall deliver us out of the land of these almighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all manner of plagues in the wilderness. There were the giants famous from the beginning, says the book of Baruch, that were so great of stature and so expert in war. So here we have it, gods and giants who are expert not in bringing peace and feeding the poor, but in war. From Manetho, one of the first historians in the world, the Egyptian pharaoh's historian Manetho, he speaks of the era of the pharaoh Amenophis. His was an intensely dramatic era which culminated in a prolonged war, the invasion of his country by vast and well-armed hordes, accompanied by meteorological events of a phenomenal character, and finally ended in the great catastrophe which destroyed him and most of his nation. Now this appears to be history of a later date than what I'm talking about. I'm speaking of something originally in the Garden of Eden 11 or more thousand years ago, and Manetho, of course, is writing a lot later, but we're going to soon see the answer to that. In the Ipuwer Papyrus, 1780 BC, we read, the land to its whole extent, confusion and terrible noise. For 9 days there was no exit from the palace, and no one could see the face of his fellow. Towns were destroyed by mighty tides. Upper Egypt suffered devastation, blood everywhere, pestilence throughout the country. The book of Isaiah, I am the Lord, and there is none else. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Well, I didn't write it. There it is. In 2 Kings, 2 Kings, the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians, 185,000. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. Ezekiel 5, wherefore as I live, saith the Lord God, surely because thou hast defiled my sanctuary with all thy detestable things, and with all thine abominations, therefore will I also diminish thee, neither shall my eye spare, neither will I have any pity. So we're talking about the Atlantean gods having absolutely no pity. They retaliate The Lemurians try to retaliate because they have weaponry too, and they're intelligent and have psychic power also. But there is a tremendous campaign of hatred from the Atlantean side here. That later chroniclers, mythographers in the Bible, they're referring to periods much earlier than the dates in which they were writing. This has been proven. In Ezekiel 6, "Then shalt ye know that I am the Lord, when their slain men shall be among their idols, round about their altars and on every hill, in all the tops of the mountains and under every green tree and under every thick oak, the place where they did offer sweet savor to all their idols. So will I stretch out my hand upon them and make the land desolate, and they shall know that I am the Lord." Ezekiel 5, "So I will send upon you famine and evil beasts, and they shall bereave thee, and pestilence and blood shall pass through thee, and I will bring the sword upon thee, and I the Lord have spoken it." Exodus 9, "The hand of the Lord will strike with a deadly pestilence to your livestock in the field." Job 1, "The fire of God is fallen from heaven, and hath burned up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee." In the book of Job, one person is saying that everything is destroyed. God has destroyed. You should read it. If you read the book of Job, it will clearly show you that some kind of atomic weaponry was being used here. In Jeremiah 4, "And all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord, and by his fierce anger." In Joshua 10, "As they fled from before Israel, that the Lord cast down great stones from heaven upon them to Azekah, and they died. And there were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword." So God's killing more people with his rocks and hailstones here than his servants were doing with the sword. In Psalms 18, "The Lord also thundered in the heaven, and the highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings and discomfited them." In Psalms 97, "A fire goeth before him and burneth up his enemies round about." The Bible makes fascinating reading. It really does. It's better than any of the Marvel comics or any kind of, Rambo movies. Psalms 97 again, "His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord." Job 14, "He shall flee from the iron weapon, and the bow shall strike him through." Okay, we got iron weapons now. Please note that. In Isaiah 16, chapter 16, we have, "For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind, to render his anger with fury." So we got whirlwinds and chariots now. In the book of Peter, "But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which heaven shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also, and the works that are therein, shall be burned up." In Isaiah 2, "And they shall go into the holes of the rocks, and into the caves of the earth, for fear of the Lord, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman and every free man, hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains." A close reading of the language concerning divine retribution compels one to contradict the supernatural context commonly espoused by clerics and annotators. The rhetoric of the Bible concerning God's wrath does not appear to be caused by mere spiritual indignation. The language and tone of the Scriptures is patently martial, vindictive, and catastrophic, and does not seem to be an expression of the divine agency seeking to right spiritual or moral sins. And this has to be taken very, very seriously. When we read any of these passages, I'm just canvassing a few. This is physical. This retribution and these attacks and this violence is a very physical thing. It's not the language of a moral God seeking to rectify moral sins or culpability. Commons Beaumont, in his fantastic tome, The Riddle of the Prehistoric Britain, has this to say: "Another prolific source of misunderstanding of the past is related to the vexed question of chronology. The Old Testament offers especially a flagrant example in this matter, for here the sequence of history was deliberately tampered with. Some dates are hundreds of years out of their true order. So again, when you're reading the Bible, make sure that you realize that even if you can date the existence of that prophet, which is tough enough, just because he wrote something down or just because a chapter or a passage is attributed to a particular date does not mean that that chronology is correct. Far from it. Beaumont goes on to say, in examining the Scriptures, we must frequently ignore the apparent chronological eccentricities of the prophets of Israel. The Bible is a book of hidden meanings and many events which relate to a far earlier date than which men like Israel, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel are supposed to have lived. And Beaumont says, the history of the Old Testament is the history of Atlantis. This scholar just cuts it to the quick. When you're reading about these issues and the whole story of the Old Testament, you are reading about not only a much earlier time, but you are reading about the pre-Diluvian civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, a lengthy tome of India, that book tells of a demon race which invaded the 3 planetary systems. Opposing the demons was the Hindu god Shiva, who possessed a powerful weapon that he fired at the enemy enemy airships from his own. Ovid, the Latin writer, giants attacked the very throne of heaven, Jove struck them down. 3 times had Poseidon ventured with stern countenance to thrust his arms out of the water. 3 times he was unable to endure the scorching heat of the air. In the Norse Edda of the Teutons and the Scandinavian people, they have the great winters, the winter of the wind, the winter of the sword, and the winter of the wolf. The second winter is called the winter of the sword. Those of mankind left alive rob and slay one another for what is left to feed on. Brother slays brother. Mighty battles occur in the world. In Alan Alford's Gods of the New Millennium, he writes, the people, terrified, could hardly breathe. Mouths were drenched in blood. Heads wallowed in blood. The face was made pale by the evil wind. The Algonquian Indians, they have this to say, long ago, 2 powerful Manitos, that's 2 powerful gods, felt themselves insulted by the hero Wasaka. This put them into a fearful passion, and intending to kill their enemy, they raged and roared over the earth, which heaved and shook under their angry steps. The Tahoe Indians, there was a time when their tribe possessed the whole earth, and were strong and numerous and rich. But a day came when a people rose up stronger than they, and defeated and enslaved them. Afterward, the Great Spirit sent an immense wave across the continent from the sea, and this wave engulfed both the oppressors and the oppressed. But a very small remnant were surviving. So again, in the early legends, even though they're composite tales and they're sanctified by time, we always hear somewhat of the same refrain. 2 opposing groups, the intervention of gods, wrathful gods, heroes that are in opposition to the gods. The motifs may be the same, even though the individual treatment may be more colorful and different. The Persian legends in the Bundahis book, the Bundahis is a tribe, and the Persian legends, they say, on 90 days and nights the heavenly angels were contending in the world, and the confederate demons of the evil spirit. In the Siberian legends, northern Russia, in the beginning was the earth, but then a great fire arose and raged for 7 years, and the earth was burned up. Everything became sea, and the Tungas were consumed except a boy and a girl who rose up with an eagle in the sky. Rose up with an eagle in the sky. In the Bolivian records, going back some 5,000 years, tells of the destruction of civilization in far-off times as a result of conflict with some non-human race whose blood was not red like ours. Blood not red like ours. Well, what is blood? We were talking earlier about the genetic connection. In the Norse Edda again, and the head of Mimir, fountain of all wisdom, counsels Odin to meet on the field of Vigrid, and to wage there such a war that the power of evil would be destroyed forever, even though his own world would be destroyed with them.
So the Skalds, that's the great Celtic and Teutonic Skalds, are saying that the war was so bad that they even contemplated destroying their own planet, the whole world, in order to be rid of the evil that they were fighting. Now death is the portion of doomed men. Red with blood the buildings of gods. The sun turns black in the summer after the winds whine. Earth sinks in the sea, the sun turns black. Cast down from heaven are the hot stars. Fumes reek, into flames burst. The sky itself is scorched with fire. Obviously, this account is talking about the ferocity of the weaponry being used by both sides. Ignatius Donnelly, one of the first American authors to study and write on Atlantis, commenting on the book of Job, he has this to say: "It sounds like the cry not of a man but of a race, a great religious civilized race who could not understand how God could so cruelly visit the world." And this brings up a very important point. Here Donnelly is talking about the cry of the race. We talked earlier about the Elohim and the Jehovah and the Adams. It has to be understood that if we read the Bible in the personal, if we think Adam is just an individual and Eve is just an individual and the serpent is an individual, we're not understanding how these ancient myths work. When we read Jehovah or Elohim or Adam or Eve, we have to think race. We have to think multiplicities of people. Then the story unfolds correctly. Jack Barringer, in his Past Shock, puts it this way: "It is in one of the most tragic ironies, the majority of humans continue to worship those gods who abuse them the most." And that's what we're still doing. Perhaps that accounts, would it not, for some of the predicaments that we find ourselves in right now? And again, in the ancient mythologies, plenty of reference to the super-technological weaponry. Here from the Celtic myth and legend, Charles Squire writes of one of our greatest gods. After Nada, the king of the Celts, his sun god, that's his right-hand man, so to speak, was Lu, the famous god Lu. And of Lu he says, "He also had a magic spear, which he had no need to wield himself, for it was alive and thirsted for blood. When battle was near, it was drawn out. Then it roared and struggled against its thongs. Fire flashed from it. It tore through and through the ranks of the enemy, never tired of slaying." So again, 50 years ago, 25 years ago, this may have seemed just like mythology, just like folk tales, not worth paying attention to. But today, as our own technology advances, we can revisit this. Does this not sound like a heat-seeking missile or heat-seeking weapon? As we progress into the future, we can now look back with more clarity to the mythologies of the ancient world. In Zechariah 9, "And the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning. And the Lord God shall blow the trumpet, and shall go with whirlwinds of the south." In Proverbs 20, "A wise king scattereth the wicked, and bringeth the wheel over them." Jeremiah 30, "Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord goeth forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked." Exodus 7, "And Moses and Aaron did so as the Lord commanded, and he lifted up his rod and smote the waters that were in the river, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood." One of the greatest sources for this kind of testimonial of ancient times is the Hindu tome, the Mahabharata. But any Hindu scholar will tell you that the dates given for the Mahabharata are far too recent. This tome could be, they speculate, as old as 6,000 years. From the Mahabharata, we read this: "The Subha clung to the sky at a league's length. He threw at me rockets, missiles, spears, spikes, battle axes, three-bladed javelins, flamethrowers, without pausing. The sky seemed to hold 100 suns, 100 moons, and 100 myriad stars. Neither day nor night could be made out, or the point of the compass." In the battle of the Mahabharata, the warrior king Arjuna was disturbed about the fact that so many would perish. His god and counselor, Lord Krishna, replied to Arjuna's remonstrations, saying, "Fear not to kill those before you, for they are already dead." This is the most mysterious comment and has caused a great deal of debate. Already dead. Not fully human,
perhaps? Now, in the Ramayana, another Hindu book, we have mention of an iron thunderbolt capable of killing hundreds of thousands of humans. It was also said to be so powerful that it could have destroyed the earth. These weapons could only be used by royal decree. There is even passages where it mentions the fact that the weapon was used in retaliation for the other side using it first. Now, where have we heard that story before? In the Samargahana Sudrahara, there is mention of manned space rockets as well as their means of propulsion. In the Samara Sudrahara, we find mention of the use of biological weapons, each of which produced its own results. The Samhara debilitated its victims by attacking the motor centers of the brain, and the Moha caused blockage of nerve impulses, resulting in complete paralysis. In a Chinese book, we find similar descriptions of germ warfare, and again references made to specific weapons causing specific results, just like today's world. Now, the Indian philosopher Ulukya discussed in his teachings the miniature solar system within the atom, molecular construction and transformation, as well as the theory of relativity more than 2,800 years before Einstein. Now, when the Mahabharata was to be translated in the last half of the 19th century into the modern languages, the fanciful descriptions of ancient warfare were generally ignored. Now, why would that be? If no one has anything to lose, just like the old glacialists and Ice Age theorists, if you have nothing to lose, why remove these passages? In Mohenjo-daro in India, what was found corresponds exactly to what was found at Nagasaki, where everything was crystallized, fused, or melted. This mysterious event was recorded in the Mahabharata. One scholar, one professor who was excavating, actually found a corpse in a chair that had basically turned to glass. His whole body and the walls and the chair had been fused into what appeared to be glass, but under tremendous heat. In the Mahabharata, we read stunning passages like this. It was as if the elements had been unleashed. The sun spun round. Scorched by the incandescent heat of the weapon, the world reeled in fever. Elephants were set on fire by the heat and ran to and fro in a frenzy. Water boiled, animals died, the enemy was mown down, and the raging of the blaze made the trees collapse. Horses and war chariots were burned up. Thousands of chariots were destroyed. Then deep silence descended on the sea. The corpses of the fallen were mutilated by the terrible heat so that they no longer looked like human beings. Never before have we seen such a ghastly weapon, and never before have we heard of such a weapon. A single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and fire as bright as 10,000 suns, from a shaft fatal as the rod of death. Endowed with the force of 1,000-eyed Indra's thunder, it was as destructive to all living creatures. Hostile warriors fell to the earth like trees burned down in a raging fire. A substance like fire has sprung into existence, blistering hills, rivers, and trees. All are being reduced to ashes. You cruel and evil ones, drunk with pride, through that iron bolt you shall become exterminators of your race. From Pratap Chandra Roy's translation of the Mahabharata in 1889, we read, Gurkha, flying in his swift and powerful Vimana, hurled against the three cities of the Vrishis and the Andhakas a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. It was the unknown weapon, the iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable. Their hair and nails fell out. Pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves in streams to wash themselves and their equipment. This weapon was so feared that, in great distress of mind, the king had the bolt reduced to fine powder and thrown into the sea. Even with these precautions, people's hair and fingernails fell out overnight. Birds turned white, and their legs became scarlet and blistered, and the food went bad. Jonathan Cray in Dead Men's Secrets, he says that in Pakistan, 44 exhumed skeletons appear from the year 2000 BC were found to be radioactive. And he goes into many other such cases like that. And all over the world there are such cases. In Scotland, for instance, a old fort or castle on a hillside, the entire corner of it was fused glass. They're finding 14-inch thick glass under the Syrian and Iraqi desert to this day. There is good reason to believe that the terms Sodom and Gomorrah actually relate to Atlantis and Lemuria. We read, "Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plains, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground." Genesis 24. In the story of Lot, the famous story of his wife and the pillar of salt, this is actually a mistranslation. It wasn't pillar of salt. The translated word is more like our modern vapor. So she was actually turned to a pillar of vapor. In Charles Berlitz' Atlantis, the Eighth Continent, he says, after finding layers of Babylonian and Sumerian artifacts, the archaeologist had passed through 14 feet of clay, which indicated a prolonged flood. Below this strata was reached a level of fused glass, the same kind found at Alamogordo in Texas after the A-bomb blasts. In western Scotland, there's a fort that has one of its sides completely fused into glass, and the same manner. It had received some intense heat, but it was not lightning. Now, Frederick Soddy, no less, this is one of the greatest physicists that ever lived. In his book, The Interpretation of Radium in 1909, he is commenting on the Mahabharata and says, "Can we not read in them some justification for the belief that some forgotten race of men attained not only the knowledge that we have so recently won, but also that power that is not yet ours? I believe that there have been civilizations in the past that were familiar with atomic energy, and that by misusing it, they were totally destroyed." Now, a theoretical physicist and supervising scientist of the Manhattan Project, Robert Oppenheimer, who is familiar with ancient Sanskrit literature, was giving a lecture at Rochester University when a student asked a question to which Oppenheimer gave a strangely qualified answer. And the questioner stood up and said, "Sir, was the bomb exploded at Alamogordo during the Manhattan Project the first one to be detonated?" Now that's a peculiar question in itself. Perhaps this person was familiar with the nuances of the ancient world. So he asks this peculiar question to Dr. Robert Oppenheimer. And Oppenheimer's answer is even more perplexing. "Well, yes, in modern times, of course." Now, Professor Hermann Oberth, this is literally the father of rocketry and was the German rocket scientist expert during the period of the Nazis. He says, "We cannot take credit for our record advancement in certain scientific fields alone. We have been helped by peoples of other worlds." And then we have etymology again. We have the word typhoon, which relates to a very strong, powerful whirlwind that is destructive in its nature. This word actually comes from Typhon, or the Typhonian beast. Typhon was the great serpent. And the word hurricane, as we saw earlier, cane is the word for the serpent. It's one of the earliest terms for the serpent, just like Cannes in south of France, Cannes Film Festival. Hurricane, the shaking of the serpent, a fierce wind. So in all the mythologies of the world, we hear about the fighting, the conflict of the demon race against the high ones. The Mahabharata, the Celtic legends, and the War of Troy are all meant to have gone on simultaneously, in fact, in history. Now we come to look at the result of all of this. Now we need to look at if there was, in fact, a war about 11,000 years ago, if the original alien masters arrived here approximately 50,000 years ago, and if this war broke out in the region of 13,500 years ago, as the fossil record now seems to be hinting and saying, then we need to say, what has happened since that period? And we find that there was an unforeseen variable. Because if there was indeed a war of the gods, and if evil came into being due to the repeated biomanipulation of Homo sapien, then why is it that neither side seems to have triumphed? That's right. How come it is that we're here 13,000 or 11,000 years later debating this problem, debating this question? Because, say the Atlanteans had won and evil had triumphed, we certainly wouldn't have been sitting here contemplating the question. We wouldn't have this inner dichotomy as good versus evil. And if the other side had won, the Lemurians had conquered, we'd all be living in peace and happiness and tranquility. So why are we not? Why 11,000 years later, a huge, vast expanse of time between where we are now and these events that we're referring to here? How come this problem still persists and has never been resolved? This is the stumbling block for most of the scholars and researchers. And the reason is quite startling. The reason, the unforeseen variable, that event that delayed the denouement was none other than a polar shift of the Earth, a pole shift of the axis of the Earth. And again, where do we turn for the information regarding this polar shift? To the mythologies of the world. Now, Allen and Dallaire, in their book When the Earth Nearly Died, they say that studies have shown that about 10,178 BC, or over 12,000 years ago, the celestial pole was inclined at an angle of 30 degrees from its present position. This, in turn, strongly suggests that the terrestrial axis then orientated differently from today. The gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from a powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age conditions conventionally believed to have existed then. Significantly, a drop in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field appears to have occurred sometime between 13,000 and 12,000 years ago, attended by various other important changes, including earthquakes, volcanism, water table fluctuations, and large-scale climactic variations. Of these, severe earthquakes in particular may even induce axial wobble and polarity reversals. So they're talking about the comets, they're talking about the possible destruction of Tiamat that we looked at earlier. They're talking about Tiamat's water by pouring artificially into our Earth, onto our Earth. That may have precipitated a polar wobble or a pole shift. Edmund Halley, after Halley's Comet, he was the first modern scientist to account for the deluge by polar displacement. When he first argued his case before the Royal Society of London in 1692, the revelation was so startling that his paper was not published until 30 years later. We are not talking about something small here. We're talking about the Eiffel Tower stuck headfirst in Georgia. We're talking about rocks the size of cathedrals charging through the air and landing thousands of miles away from where they are. We're talking about seas emptying out of their basins and so forth. This is a calamity the likes of which the Earth had never seen. This is not something that even approximates the first deluge. Water pouring in from another planet that's just been destroyed, that's one thing. It causes tremendous upheaval in the world. But maybe after a few hundred years, there's a semblance of normality returns. But pole shift, that's quite something else again. The destruction that would come with such an event can hardly be estimated. In Celtic mythology, Albion, that's the British Isles, England, Wales, Scotland, and so on, they have been referred to as the Fortunate Isles or the Blessed Isles, because it was known by the ancestors that they had survived such travesties. In the book of Enoch, Enoch is saying, I saw in a vision how the heavens collapsed, and when it fell to earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud and said, the earth is destroyed. Larry Brian Radke, in his book Astronomical Revelation, says, and the pillars of heaven were broken, the earth shook to its foundations, the heavens sunk lower towards the north. The sun, the moon, and the stars changed their motions. The earth fell to pieces. And the waters enclosed within its bosom burst forth with violence and overflowed it. The grand harmony of nature was disturbed. Now, Brian Radke and some of the other scholars are happy to tell you that these events that they have researched and they know existed and they know occurred, but they're looking to comets and to other natural phenomena. And my thesis, in my work, in my reading of the texts, these events were precipitated by human error and by human interference. In Chinese mythology, over 2,000 years BC, in ancient times, Kung Kung strove with Chuan Shu for the empire. Angered, he smote the unrotating mountain. Heaven's pillars broke. The bonds of the earth were ruptured. Heaven leaned over to the northwest. Hence, the sun, moon, and stars and planets were shifted in the southeast. Well, that's right. Any kind of axial wobble, any kind of pole shift, if anyone even survives this, they're certainly not going to be seeing the same heavens, the same stars, the same positions of the luminaries. Everything will be seen to be in chaos. Absolute confusion will reign. Clifford Wilson, in Chariot Still Crash, so terrible was the storm that even the gods afeared at the deluge. They took flight and went into the heaven of Anu. Cowered they like dogs and crouched down at the outer defenses. Well, of course, you can imagine that the gods who unleashed this war weren't prepared for this. They didn't realize that the ferocity of their own weaponry would precipitate a pole shift, would precipitate an axial wobble, would precipitate the moisture of the air being completely incinerated, which would then affect the magnetic shield of the Earth and the Roche limit, which then in turn would attract some more of the debris that was already out there from Tiamat. So again, more ice, more rain falling to the Earth. Now the word Atlas in Greek actually means the one who could not withstand the skies. And in Sanskrit, Atlantis or Atlas means deprived of its pillar, the bottomless, sunk to the bottom. Poseidon, this is the famous god, of course, of the ocean, but specifically he was the monarch of Atlantis. Po comes from the word Sirius, and Don, the lord of. And he was known as the creator of men, but also as the god of earthquakes. So here in one mysterious word, Poseidon, we have the whole story being told. Poseidon is the god of the waters. Poseidon is the god of Atlantis. But Poseidon is the earth shaker, the one who brings the earthquakes upon mankind. And his name means the Lord of Sirius, meaning from another place, from the stars, from the outer worlds. So it was that Earth lost the continent spoken of in the world's great legends. Appalachia, or Atlantis, Tyrrhenia, Oceania, Beringia, Fennoscandia. So today when scholars and antiquarians and archaeologists are digging around the Mediterranean area and saying that they've discovered Atlantis, no. They've discovered a great civilization that perhaps was controlled by Atlantis, because Atlantis was an empire. The city of London, in ancient times during its empire, controlled many areas of the world, and likewise did Atlantis. From the Toltec Song of the Feathered Serpent, Toland's towers are burned. Quetzalcoatl and his family are arrived here after the death of his homeland. From the Hopi Song of the Flood, down in the bottom of the sea is the proud cities and the worldly treasures corrupted with evil. From Ezekiel 17, though you be sought for, yet shall you never be found again. From the Egyptian papyri, south becomes north, they say, and the earth turns over. From the Laplanders of northern Sweden, their mythologies say, I shall reverse the world. I shall bid the rivers flow upward. I shall cause the sea to gather together itself up into a huge towering wall, which I shall hurl upon you wicked earth children, and thus destroy them and all life. The Aztecs, our forefathers dwelt in that happy and prosperous place they called Aztlan. In this happy place is the great mountain in the middle of the waters called Culhuacan, because it is the point turned over towards the bottom. And for this reason, it is called Culhuacan, meaning the crooked mountain. Culhuacan, from Culhua, means the serpent mountain. So here again, we have the same motifs, the same refrain. The crooked mountain, the mountain that used to be one direction, but is now turned over. And it was the place of the serpents. The Mixtecs. The Mixtecs, another instructed Mexican tribe, described the Culhuacan as the place of heaven, where the gods erected a sumptuous palace and dwelt therein. A great deluge occurred there in which many of the sons and daughters of the gods perished. And the Athenians of Greece, a priest of Sais told Solon, that's Plato's father, when the mighty power aggressing against the whole of Europe and Asia was held at bay by Athens alone, this vast power, he said, wantonly made war and endeavored to subdue at one blow our country, Egypt, and yours, Athens, and the whole of the land. That same vast power failed in their efforts, and then the great catastrophe suddenly burst upon the invaders and defenders. Nonus, the historian, in his work, he says there was a tumult in the sky, shaking the joints of the immovable universe. The very axle which runs through the middle of the revolving heavens was bent. In Plato's Timaeus, forwards and backwards, and again to the right and left, and upwards and downwards, wandering every way in all 6 directions. In one day and one fatal night there came mighty earthquakes and inundations that engulfed the warlike peoples. In the book of Baruch, there were the giants famous from the beginning, that were so of great stature and so expert in war. But they were destroyed, because they had no wisdom and perished through their own foolishness. The Russian mystic writer, Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, writes, under the evil insinuations of their demon, Thevetat, the Atlantis race became a nation of evil magicians. The giants and magicians and all flesh died, and every man. And Commons Beaumont writes, the prehistory of the Atlanteans and the race of Adam possessed peculiar similarities. The supermen of Plato's island were drowned in a flood like the Adamites, the giants of old time, men of renown, the men whose thoughts became wholly evil, destroyed in what is called the flood or universal deluge. The cause advanced for their destruction was in effect the same in both cases, they being accused of having mastered too many of the divine secrets of, or as we should say, science, as the ancients named it, the gods. Herodotus, the ancient historian, I observed that there were seashells upon the hills, and that salt excluded from the soil to such an extent as even to injure the pyramids. So he's talking about the sea level, that around the pyramids and around the Sphinx, definitely there was salt water at one time. And Tony Bushby, in his Secret of the Bible, says, some researchers advanced the possibility that seashells provided evidence that the Great Pyramid was erected before the deluge, a theory supported by much abused Arabian traditions, supported by the narratives in the Book of the Dead, and by a curious watermark running round the Great Pyramid 2/3 distance up its face. The Zuni Indians say, earthquakes shook the world and rent it. Creatures turned fierce, becoming beasts of prey, wherefore others turned timid. Wretchedness and hunger abounded. Black magic, war, and contention entered into the hearts of men and creatures. So in the Zuni myths, they're talking about the coming of evil. They're saying that the mentality, the behavior of animals changed, and the mental paranoia and schizophrenia of the human race began. In the book of Habakkuk, the sun and moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thine arrows they went. Joshua 10, and the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. So here we have in one passage of the Bible the idea that the scriptures are saying that not only was there a war, but celestial events were awry, and that there was 2, again, opposing peoples, a tremendous war that couldn't be abated. From the Bible again, the earth is utterly broken down, moved exceedingly. So the earth is moved exceedingly. Isaiah 24, behold, the Lord maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. So how come we haven't heard about this in Sunday school? How come the pastors and the preachers are not explaining what this passage means? In 2 Peter we read, for this they are willingly ignorant of. The world that was then, being overflowed with water, perished. So why is it that when we hit the Sunday school, and we're taking the Bible classes, no pastor or preacher goes into the terms and explains what these mean? These are talking about physical events. We've been under mind control for so long, we don't even know what we're reading when we're reading it. Here we have a statement that people are willingly ignorant. The book of Peter is saying that people are willingly ignorant as to the events of the past. in John 21, I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. Yes, that's right. Sea where it should be is no more. Sea that was over here, it's gone. Sea that's up in the sky, a whole planet of it, Tiamat, it's no more. The whole earth is in decay and chaos. From Geoffrey of Monmouth, one of the early pre-medieval historians of England, in his book, The History of the Kings of Britain, writes on the prophecies of Merlin. The moon's chariot shall run amok in the zodiac, and the Pleiades will burst into tears. None of these will return to their duty expected of it. Ariadne will shut its door and be hidden within the enclosing cloud banks. In the twinkling of an eye, the seas will rise up, and the arena of the winds shall be opened once again. The winds shall do battle together with a blast of ill omen, making their din reverberate from one constellation to another. From the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, from the Apocrypha, for in the old time also, when the proud giants perished, the hope of the world governed by the hand escaped in a weak vessel, and left to all ages a seed of generation. So the books that were purposely left out of the Bible, the Apocrypha, in this book they're saying there were survivors, and they escaped in a weak vessel. That means some sort of vessel that was impaired, not working correctly, but they were able to escape. Now we spoke earlier about the unforeseen variable, the idea that we're still inherited this problem of evil, and the problem of conflict, the problem of the alien versus the human DNA in us from 11,000 years ago or more. And we've inherited because the pole shift prevented conclusion. But what we also must understand, and one of the reasons for the great delay, is that after you have had a pole shift of this kind of magnitude, it's unforeseen by the perpetrator, it's unforeseen by the oppressor, it's unforeseen by the oppressed. Both contingents were not ready for this. They had no idea that the earth would respond this way. Like H.G. Wells talks about in his Time Machine, that man's violence awoken the earth. Earth's violence followed the human violence. Well, this is the same situation we find in the ancient days. And the earth is in upheaval. The 5 great continents have sank beneath the waves. What goes with it? What goes with it is all the spaceships, all the crystalline computers, all the technology, all the hardware, all the rockets and weaponry that both sides have. It's all destroyed. So we have the predicament of moving mankind forward. The Atlanteans decide that they have no choice now but to move mankind forward in history, to manipulate history, to move us forward to the point where we can rebuild the technology that they have lost in ancient times. The loss of their technological hardware was a major setback and predicament for the Atlantean serpents. They decided to manipulate the flow of history and the destiny of their Adamic progeny, pushing us ever forward to the point where the super-technological hardware that was destroyed in the War of the Gods could be reproduced. Some instruments and weapons had survived, and these were sequestered in underground chambers and in temple precincts, referred to as the Holy of the Holies. And the Book of Enoch, like many of the scriptures, talk about the refashioning of a lot of this weaponry. It's another motif that we read extensively in the mythologies of the world. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and to make known to them the metals of the earth and the arts of working with them. And they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. In Druidic tradition, in Welsh tradition, we have the Peralt. These are a fraternity of powerful druids who practice metallurgy in caverns beneath the earth, who fashioned artifacts like the Cauldron of Power, as well as instruments known as the gifts of the gods. That's right. They had to set about sequestering the weaponry that was left over, but they had to also subjugate the whole earth. They had to start mining. They had to start creating the metallurgy and getting the ores together to recreate all the hardware that they had lost. Because just like a gunfighter in frontier America, stripped of your gun, you feel naked. You may have all the intelligence in the world, but if you haven't got the instruments of authority and power, you're naked and you're helpless. Commons Beaumont says, I have said comparatively little in regard to this prehistoric science and weapons, including firearms, although it is manifest that they played the most vital part in ancient power politics. Possession of the knowledge of metallurgy must have been one of the most urgent yet secret objects on the part of those who desire to rule the ancient world. I cannot overstress how vital and important is always the problem of weapons. The science of ancient explosives has never been historicized to my knowledge, yet it lies at the root of most prehistory, for its knowledge and application enabled those who had mastered the secret, so jealously guarded, the innermost of mysteries, to rule over men and to claim godlike attributes. Now, Dr. R.V. Dolphin, after studying in the Libyan desert, studying the glass, Dolphin suggested that for the ancient Phoenicians to have worked with temperatures equivalent to 6,000 degrees Celsius, they must have known the secret of atomic power. 6,000 degrees, of course, is only 2,000 degrees short of the temperature of the sun. And yet here is the good doctor in the Syrian, Libyan desert, studying artifacts, digging up beautiful artifacts, beautiful globes and glassware. The only trouble is, it's been made in furnaces, which is almost atomic energy would need to be used. The temperatures are so extreme. The Smithsonian Institute and the Bureau of Standards in Washington have brought to light various objects that prove that 7,000 years ago, people were producing steel in furnaces at a temperature of 9,000 degrees centigrade. And we have, even from the most junior high, the most elementary level of education, a big question. How come the Iron Age, which is meant to be the earliest age, is the one that comes first? We have the Stone Age, which is the earliest period. We have the Copper Age. We have the Bronze Age. And then we have the Iron Age. So closest to us, our own time, we have the least complicated. It takes a great deal more skill to make copper and bronze than it does to make simple iron. And of course, the argument always put before us is, no, iron was more needed because, of course, it was made into weapons. But that's a side story. That's not what we're asking. We're asking, how come the sophistication precedes? So, meaning as you go further back in time, the skill with ores gets more. Well, it's the same predicament that you have when you go to any indigenous tribe of any culture. They always talk, do they not, of their own ancestors being more sophisticated and more cunning and more artful and even sometimes more spiritual than they. Every culture, they never put themselves first. They never say, we are the smartest ones in our own history. They always talk about their own ancestors being more advanced. Now, why would that be? The mighty flood frees the ship known as the Naglfar, a vessel that the giants were so long in building. Loki steers the ship of hell, and the Fenris wolf is aboard. This is from the Norse Edda again, the Viking mythology. And the ship, the Naglfar, sails out from the east. At its helm, Loki, with the children of darkness, the Doombringers, offspring of monsters. Of course, anyone who spent a few days or weeks studying the Viking and Scandinavian mythology knows that Loki was the dark one. Loki is the god of evil. Well, here we have Loki flying a spaceship, refurbishing an old spaceship with this bestial weapon on board, the Fenris wolf. After the destruction, after the demise of the 4 or 5 great continents, and Celtic mythology talks about lots of other islands as well, as we saw a little bit earlier. But if Fennoscandia, Tyrrhenia, Beringia, Atlantis, Appalachia, Oceania, if Lyonesse and Lachlan and all the ancient islands of Avalon that the ancient books are talking about, if all of these have sank beneath the waves and land is scarce, but you have a certain amount of survivors on both sides, both contingents have survivors, then what happens next is very important to modern history. We can surmise that the original Atlanteans were fewer in number than the progeny they later create. It goes without saying that the visitors may have been fewer than the beings that they later created. So that means that the sons of the serpent, the Lemurians, and their Adamic wards probably were larger in number than the contingents that were on Atlantis. No one knows for sure, but we can gather that this was the case. So, when we follow the histories and the mythologies through, we find that the serpent race, this is the original Atlantean race, they decide, after the pole shift, to now converge at the new equator. specifically Asia Minor and Mesopotamia and Sumeria. And Sumer, by the way, in Celtic means the land of the dragon. So the original serpent race come together, what's left of them, and they decide to vacate wherever they are and regroup at the new equator, because of course this is the only area that would actually sustain life all the year long. So they converge in the area of Mesopotamia, Babylon, Sumeria. The sons of the serpent, that's the Lemurians, together with their Adamic wards, they choose to do the opposite. They disperse to the corners of the earth, and they take their advanced Lemurian culture with them. So the Lemurians, for some reason, decide to do the opposite. And that could be because they realized that those Atlantean warlocks of theirs could still be out there, ready to hunt them down, and that they're very vulnerable. So they make the decision to split up and send contingents to different corners and quadrants of the earth. But here at the Sumerian, Asia Minor, the Middle East, the junction of the Tigris and Euphrates River, this is the area that became the new center of empire, based, of course, on the Atlantean pattern. The word Europe, in Greek mythology, Europa was the daughter of the phoenix, which rose from the flames of destruction. And one doesn't have to be an expert in mythology to understand what this means. Europe is literally the one that has risen from the flames of destruction. Europa, the daughter of the phoenix. Dionysius of Susanna says, they were the first great founders of the world, founders of cities and of mighty states, who showed a path through seas before unknown, and went each wandering tribe far off to share a different soil and climate. Hence arose great diversity, so plainly seen mid nations widely severed. So there we have it, folks. There's the answer. People who've studied these mysteries have long wondered how come the same symbols, the same dances, the same customs, the same artwork, the same performances, the same language. All over the world we find the same shapes and images and iconography. No matter how far you go, from New Zealand to Celtic Ireland, from Celtic Ireland over to the Mexicos, to North America, to China, to the Druids, to the Vikings, to even South America and Africa, we find a continuousness, a same similarity in symbolism and iconography. Well, of course, if it's one group dispersing and bringing the same culture to all parts of the world, could that not explain it? Commons Beaumont again. The ancient civilization of the land we call Egypt has been pronounced by archaeologists as flawless of its type from the very first. It reveals none of the painful steps from primeval beginnings passing through the Paleolithic, Neolithic, and Bronze Age to that of iron. It apparently burst upon the scene into exotic radiance, its perfected civilization accordingly having been described as a miracle. Science cannot admit any such miracle, and another explanation must be forthcoming. In the book of Deuteronomy, whither shall we go up, our brethren, have discouraged our heart, saying, the people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there. And of course, we learned earlier that the Anakim is another word for the Nephilim. So here we have in the book of Deuteronomy, eyewitnesses saying, yes, the Anakim are housing themselves in great fortified walls now. They're living behind the cities. Sir Leonard Woolley, in his book The of the Chaldees, writes, there is nothing to show to what race the first inhabitants of Mesopotamia belonged. At a date which we cannot fix, people of a new race made their way into the valley, coming whence we do not know. John Keel, in his book Our Haunted Planet, writes, according to the traditions of many isolated peoples, the first great emperors in Asia were god kings who came down from the sky, displayed amazing superhuman abilities, and took over. There was a veritable worldwide epidemic of these god kings between 5000 and 1000 BC. Professor W.B. Emery, in his book Archaic Egypt, writes, at approximately 3,400 years BC, a great change took place in Egypt, and the country passed rapidly from a state of advanced Neolithic culture to two well-organized monarchies, At the same time, writing appears. Monumental architecture and the arts and crafts develop to an astonishing degree. There appears to be little or no background to these fundamental developments. Now, Dexter Perkins and Patricia Daly write in their book, "Why did a lifestyle that had been so successful for tens of thousands of years give way to one so different? Modern hunting peoples, though living for the most part in marginal areas, are frequently better nourished and always more leisured than their agrarian neighbors. Agrarian peoples not only must work a good deal harder for their sustenance, but are much more precariously balanced in relation to their environment, since they have substantially altered the natural ecology of their surroundings." Diodorus Siculus writes, "The Egyptians themselves claimed that their ancestors were strangers who in very remote times settled on the back of the Nile, bringing with them the civilization of their motherland, the art of writing and a polished language. They had come from the direction of the setting sun and were the most ancient." So Diodorus here is saying that the Egyptians may have been those coming from Lemuria and not Atlantis. The Atlanteans are settling somewhat more north in Sumeria, Babylon, and farther to the east. But the Egyptian paradigm may have been, in fact, based on the Lemurians who settled there. Charles Boulez, he speaks of the new calendars. The Hindu, Egyptian, and Babylonian calendars start or commence a new cycle from the point of 11,500 years to 11,000 years BC, fairly close to the figure given by Plato for the end of Atlantis, or 9,500 years before his time. And is it not from this time that we have not only the rise of the great bloodthirsty empires, but all the later empires that move up into historical times and all the paradigms that we associate with modern city life? It all originates somewhere. It originates from exactly that period of time, from the Atlantean paradigm-based empires coming out of the Middle East. It's from those times that we have the concept of a removed and distant impersonal God. It's from those times that we have the concept of an evil God out there somewhere, or heaven and an afterlife. It's from those times that we have the idea of nature and woman being debased. It's from those times that we have acquired inheritance, or walled cities, when animals are domesticated, and the coming of the meat diet. What we know as the family organization, with a male invariably at the head, and the separatism racially and culturally. We have military strength and warlords as heroes. We have conquest and territorialism. We have the enslavement of foreigners or an overpopulation. And the list goes on and on and on. All of these things that now pester the human race, they have an origin also. And they come out of these times about 11,000 years ago, when the history books and the scholars are only too happy to tell you it all begins then. The whole lot all begins then. And we know that this is simply not true. And James DeMeo, in his fine book Sarah's Razia, says, after 3,300 BCE, divine kingship, the despotic central state, human sacrifice, slavery, polygamy, concubinage, female seclusion, infant cranial deformation, swaddling, and circumcision appeared in Mesopotamia in fully blown, institutionalized form. Erich Fromm, in his book Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, he writes, while granting that we do not have much direct knowledge of man's psyche before the beginning of the Neolithic period, there are good reasons to assume that the most primitive men were not characterized by destructiveness or sadism. In fact, the negative qualities that are commonly attributed to the human nature become more powerful and widespread as civilization developed. James DeMeo goes on to say, the enterprise of Columbus, if it occurred today, would without doubt be called a genocide, with accurate comparisons to the atrocities of Hitler or any of the world's most cruel and thuggish brutes. The merciless enslavement, mutilation, torture, and slaughter of just under 1 million island Arawaks at the hands of his followers, all within a few short years of his arrival at Hispaniola. The Europeans were not the first to create havoc in the New World, and by the time of the Europeans arrived, very many patristic tribes already existed in North America. Many were already cruel and murderous. Large patristic empires preoccupied with war and human sacrifice and led by blood-drenched god-kings. Influences did come from over the Bering Strait during the years prior to 8000 BC. These earliest migrations were of a peaceful and matristic social character. Patrism simply did not exist in any significant or enduring manner at those times. There is no evidence for it. These early peaceful people spread out and populated the islands of Oceania and the Americas as well. One can travel through large parts of both North and South America and visit places which are named after peaceful Indian tribes which have altogether vanished from the face of the earth. In the book Against Civilization, with agriculture usually comes the division of labor, increased sexual inequality, and the beginnings of social hierarchy. Priests, kings, and organized impersonal warfare all seem to come together in one package. And David Watson, in his Pathology of Civilization, writes, "Perhaps we will never fully understand the mystery of that original mutation from egalitarian to state society. Certainly, no standard explanations are adequate." There's also a theory abounding in some researchers' minds that the Earth, in fact, suffered such a calamity during these pre-Diluvian periods that, in fact, it may be dying. Is there credence to this theory? The migration and resettlement of the surviving Atlanteans and Lemurians was compromised by the continuing Earth changes. The after effects of the original polar shift and realignment, these changes continue to this day, being prolonged and severe. Aridity, that's the loss of moisture in the atmosphere, is the most conspicuous and devastating after effect. But volcanoes, earthquakes, climatic deviations, erratic weather patterns, loss of topsoil, desiccation, loss of forests and grasslands, oasis, and the shrinking of rivers and wadis all have a major ecological effect. Additionally, with mankind's own proclivity for ecocidal behavior, we can be in little doubt as to the future welfare of the planet Earth. Recent research into the Schumann wave fluctuation patterns suggests that the planet may be slowly dying. Now, the King Djeser from the 3rd dynasty of Egypt, "I am in mourning on my high throne for the vast misfortune, because the Nile flood in my time has not come for 7 years. Light is the grain. There is lack of crops and all kinds of food. Each man has become a thief to his neighbor. They desire to hasten and cannot walk. The child cries, the youth creeps along, and the old man falters. Their souls are bowed down. The counsel of the great ones in the court is but emptiness. Torn open are the chests of provisions, but instead of contents, there is air. Everything is exhausted." D.N. Wadia, in his book The Post-Glacial Desiccation of Central Asia, looks into this problem also. He writes, "In Asia Minor and Syria, which is called the graveyard of 100 cities, in Iraq, which possessed not many centuries the most fertile plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris, the granary of the ancient world, in parts of Iran, India, China, the same sequence of events has happened: increasing dryness, migration of the indigenous flora and fauna, erosion of the soil, cover by wind and undisciplined rush of water across the fields during the few occasional rainstorms, and the loss of vegetation cover. These ravages of nature have been supplanted by acts of man, his misuse and neglect of soil, overstocking and overgrazing of cattle, deforestation, political turmoil, and the depredations of war." So could this be true? Could it be that Gaia itself is dying? Here are the scholars talking about the post-Diluvian world, all the inhumanity and injustice and cruelty and want of the post-Diluvian empires. E.F. Huntington, in his book Principles of Human Geography, writes, "In all parts of Palestine, unnumbered ruins show that once the population was more dense than now. In Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, the terraces of vineyards, the cisterns of farmhouses, strewn scores of barren hillsides, or are scattered far beyond the limits of modern habitations. Old villages are waterless. Elsewhere, the limestone hills are so devoid of soil that a single farmer, and far less a whole village, could scarcely find land enough to raise crops. So from just a cursory look at some of these accounts, we can see that something is seriously amiss with the health and the welfare of mankind and of the earth in the post-axial shift, in the post-deluge, and in the post-war of the gods, leading up into modern times. Which leads us again to the more specific question of the nature of evil and the origins of evil, because these external events, a war of the gods or the destruction of the earth, what is that doing psychologically to the mind and to the heart of man? He's already in a schizoid situation because of the tampering with his own biology, his own DNA, the fundamental essence of a human being. He now has to deal with the fact that he's part alien in his nature. And this alien, cold-blooded, merciless nature sitting beside his human nature, his symbiotic connection to the earth and to the matrix of the universe. And again, the ancient mythologies have a great deal to say about all of this. In the book of Enoch, the child which is born to you shall survive on the earth, and his sons shall be saved with him. When all mankind who are on the earth die, he shall be safe, and his posterity shall beget on the earth giants, not spiritual, but carnal. Canon George Rawlinson, he speaks of this genetic devolution. They were the boldest mariners, the greatest colonizers who could boast a form of government approaching to constitutionalism, who of all the nations of time stood highest in practical arts and sciences, and into whose lap there flowed an increasing stream of the world's greatest riches, until the day came when they began to care for nothing else, and then the enjoyment of the material comforts and luxuries took the place of the thirst for knowledge. We have Commons Beaumont talking about the great falling off. For many generations, reports Plato, the people of Atlantis despised everything but virtue, not caring for their present state of life, thinking lightly on the possession of gold. But in time, the divine portion began to fade, and their human nature got the upper hand, having been too often diluted with the mortal admixture. The Atlanteans became unseemingly and base, having lost the fairest of their precious gifts. Now here, Beaumont is phrasing it sort of differently. He is emphasizing the falling off, but as many Christians also think, this is separation from God. We're handed this cartoon idea that because man has distanced himself from the Creator and from God, that is the account. That's the reason for his moral falling off. But could it be something much more intricate than that? Something more elaborate? Not just a simple falling away from spirituality, but actually a schizoid nature within himself. In Lenormant and Chevalier's Ancient History of the East, they write, "In these legends we find traces of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings with an advanced civilization analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonians. A nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity and obscene rites." Hermes Trismegistus, "So the gods will depart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men and drive the poor wretches by main force into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds, and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. The pious will be deemed insane, and the impious wise. The madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked man will be esteemed as good." From the Norse Edda, we have the prophetess predicting the falling off of man. In the caption, it says, "Then saw she wade in heavy streams men, foul murderers and perjurers, and them who others' wives seduce to sin. Brothers slay brothers, sisters, children shed each other's blood. Hard is the world. Sensual sin grows huge. These are the sword ages, the axe ages. Shields are cleft in twain, storm ages, murder ages, till the world falls dead." And in a similar refrain in ancient Ireland, the prophetesses and queens of the Tuatha Dé Danann, after their war with the dark powers, Queen Bave goes up onto the mountain to proclaim the victory. But in doing so, she also offers this prophecy. And I want to emphasize that this prophecy we're about to look at comes 5,000 years BC. Shall we think that the world that she is talking about is the world that we now have inherited? Then she added a prophecy in which she foretold the approaching end of the divine age and the coming of a new one, in which the summers would be flowerless, the cows milkless, and the women shameless, and the men strengthless, in which there would be trees without fruit and seas without fish, when old men would give false judgments and legislators would make unjust laws, when warriors would betray one another and men would be thieves, and there would be no more virtue in the world. From the Vishnu Purana of the ancient Sanskrit people, we read, "There will be contemporary monarchs reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects and be intent upon the wives of others. They will be of unlimited power. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example. Wealth and piety will decrease until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and women will be the objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. A man, if rich, will be reputed poor. Dishonesty will be the universal means of subsistence. Weakness, the cause of dependence. Menace and presumption will be substituted for learning. Liberality will be devotion, mutual assent, marriage, fine clothes, dignity. He who is the strongest will reign. The people, unable to bear the heavy burden and the load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kal age, will decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation, its prayala." Here we have it, millennia-old prophecies, not talking about the world that they inhabit, but the world that is to come. From the Book of Enoch to the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, the Skaldic Edda, and the Vedas, and the Celtic myths and legends, all speaking about the end of the divine age and the coming of one in which depravity will be the norm. When we look outside the window today, when we lift the newspaper or turn on the television, these prophecies sound all too pertinent to the world in which we have inherited, and we have to deal with it. But could this world and all of these creations be the actions of the gods that we worship? Instead of falling away from the light and falling away from the gods, could it not be our allegiance to the gods that has actually caused this problem in the first place? Now, evil, of course, is a relative term. Those who prosper from their evil perceive it as good, and see real good as a hampering weakness which needs to be repressed or even expunged. The propensity for immorality and evil, which exists personally and socially, came into being from the Atlantean hybridization process. Perhaps the Lemurians desired in time to reverse the process, but lacked the technological hardware after the pole shift. Perhaps the alien gene was to be conditioned out, made less dominant by the reinforcement of particular ritualistic identifications with nature, the supreme healer and balancer. This process was again, for the most part, thwarted by the advent of the unforeseen earth changes. And the net result is that the post-Diluvian humanity is left with the consequences of their schizophrenia, with each person condemned like Hamlets to deal with their moral dilemmas as best they can. As Nobel laureate Konrad Lorenz said, man is the missing link between the apes and human beings. It's like Mahatma Gandhi, when asked about civilization, he said, yes, it would be a good idea. And the great scientist and humanitarian Wilhelm Reich said, civilization, we have never had it yet. And as we saw earlier, the very word Adam originates from a word Adam in Semitic, which means cut off or divided. Cut off from nature, cut off from himself, and cut off from that which is his true destiny. You can't tinker around with the natural order, and you certainly can't tinker around with the genetics of a human being and have everything be okay. And then if man inwardly, psychically, phrenically is in turmoil, what is likely to be happening to the world that he builds around him? What's likely to happen in the relationships that he cultivates. The great scientist and biologist and student of schizophrenia, Julian Jaynes, according to Jack Barringer, Jaynes claimed that this period, thousands of years ago, was a time of intense psychosis for the emerging human race. And Terence McKenna, in his interview in the Institute of Noetic Science magazine, he says that Jaynes has suggested that human consciousness has changed its character even in historical times. The ego, as we now know it, was not really in existence except under extreme stress. And then it presented itself almost as an exterior intrusion into consciousness, like the voice of a god. Julian Jaynes and R.D. Laing and some of the other scholars who are studying the nature of the human psyche are saying that the ego is a modern thing, a modern creation, and only came about in us because of the trauma which was visited upon us after the pole shift and the subsequent War of the Gods. It was the stabilizing psychic muscle that kept us from completely falling apart, spiritually speaking and mentally speaking. Sigmund Freud had the same idea, but perhaps he was looking at things from the wrong end of the telescope. According to Theodore Roszak, Freud traced the original psychotic trauma to the mythic father of us all, somewhere in the dim prehistoric past. In effect, the archetypal father figure invented the repression of the instincts, first by emasculating his sons, then by becoming the focus of the remorse they felt for venting their murderous rage upon him. That's right, it's one of the earliest theories of Sigmund Freud, the idea of the primal father, the oppressor, that the sons have to rise up to kill, creating primal guilt, the original sin. But perhaps Freud was on to the subject, but not got it quite correct. Perhaps it was the father, the Atlantean fathers, that caused the psychosis. And in fact, if we look at our human fears and phobias, it might make more sense to think of them rather as psychological phobias and fears, but that their origin may be physiological. For why is it that we're scared of thunder and lightning, and of darkness and caves and hollow places? We have fear of water, we have fear of heights, of loneliness, of insects and certain other animals, and of enclosed spaces, and even paranoia against foreigners. And it's always put down to us by the psychologists that these are psychological fears. They just came about. So a man's fear of the ocean, that deep fear, that just came about psychologically. What? From a Homo sapien that's meant to have existed on the planet with oceans for perhaps millennia? Why would you have such an irrational fear? But wouldn't you have that fear if you racially encoded into your DNA, encoded into your racial memory, saw the whole earth torn apart, visited by unimaginable ravages, and it was in a historical blink of the eye? Such events are written in our genetic memory, and that is the origin of all these fears and phobias. They are physiologically based, not psychological. Terry Kellogg emphasizes the fact that abusive behaviors, whether we direct them towards ourselves or other people or other species, are not natural to human beings. People enact such behaviors because, he says, something unnatural has happened to them. I and they have become deranged. David Watson, in The Pathology of Civilization, writes, "We reproduce catastrophe because we ourselves are traumatized, both as a species and individually beginning at birth. Because we are wounded, we have put up psychic defenses against reality and have become so cut off from direct participation in the multidimensional wilderness in which we are embedded that all we can do is to navigate our way cautiously through the humanly designed day-to-day substitute world of symbols. A world of dollars, minutes, numbers, images, and words that are constantly being manipulated to wring the most possible profit from every conceivable circumstance. The body and spirit both rebel." James DeMeo, in his Tsarion, destructive human aggression and sadism in its worst forms, to include despotism, warfare, ritual murder, and the brutal subjugation of females and children for sexual purposes, are a relatively recent development in human history, of less than 6,000 years' duration, traceable back in time to Central Asia and Arabia. One of the statements that Plato made about the location of Atlantis was through the Pillars of Hercules. And people thought that that meant, again, something physical. All the literalists took that to mean, yes, the Pillars of Hercules. That is, if you go westward through the Mediterranean, you'll arrive at Spain, and then you'll pass out into the Atlantic Ocean through these Pillars of Hercules. But the writers of old were brilliant storytellers, and often wrote in allegory and in fable, using symbolism, rich symbolism. A closer reading of Plato, and we find that the Pillars of Hercules were something quite different than some physical pillars at the gates of the Atlantic Ocean. The Pillars of Hercules are the twin columns. We see a lot of images of the twinning. Here in the Egyptian, we have the two trees that stand either side of the gateway. In great structures like the Taj Mahal, we see the twin columns. Here in the tarot cards, we see the priestess between the two temples of Solomon. And the black and the white pillars always represented the banks of a river, like the banks of the River Nile. Occasionally we see heroes or even the Christ figure situated between two pillars to emphasize symmetry and opposition. Here in the Celtic books, again, we have the saint between two pillars. In Freemasonry, we see also a great deal of emphasis on the two pillars, the pillar of the sun and the pillar of the moon, the pillar of the east and the pillar of the west. And anyone who takes the time to visit a Freemasonic lodge will always see these two columns prominently displayed. In Babylon, we have the strange image of the tree of life between the two hybrid deities. We have the twin serpents of the Maya. And we have the Babylonian chalice of initiation showing the two serpents or the two pythons entwined. These, of course, are representing the two natures of mankind, that man is now a bipolar entity. Young children are wont to remark when seeing the deities of India as to why they all possess these 4 arms. Well, if you have 4 arms, it often implies that you're 2 people in one. 2 people in one would make 4 arms. And we have the left wing and the right wing again of Egypt. Freemasons also have a central figure in the double-headed eagle. One head of the eagle or phoenix facing east and the other facing west. If one studies a swastika, you'll find that it originated with 2 serpents. The Falfot, the original symbol of the swastika, comes from 2 interlaced serpents. And as we saw earlier, mythology is replete with the war or the conflict between man and his hybrid nature, his own lower self. The Old Testament puts it this way, in a passage that relates to the conflict between Jacob and Esau. We read, "In your limbs lie nations twain, rival races from their birth. One the mastery shall gain, the younger or the elder reign." But these are not just myths. As Carl Jung in his Approaching the Unconscious writes, the universal hero myth always refers to a powerful man or God-man who vanquishes evil in the form of dragons, serpents, monsters, demons, and so on, and who liberates his people from destruction and death. So the mythologies may often be referring to what appears to be an external conflict, a great hero fighting a dragon, and it can be read like that if you're so desire. But we need to also realize that these external portrayals represent the inner conflict, man fighting his own nature, the 2 brothers, the 2 twins, the higher and lower natures, Lucifer and Satan. It's inside. For some of us, it may be nothing more than the conflict over a more petty side of us. Shall we steal? Shall we not steal? Shall we rise over the bones of another individual? Shall we lie? Shall we cheat? And for others, it's a much greater conflict. Joseph Henderson, he writes, in many of these stories, the early weakness of the hero is balanced by the appearance of a strong tutelary figure or guardians who enable him to perform the superhuman tasks that he cannot do unaided. And let's not forget again that with this schism, with this inner conflict, the brain moves into a left hemispherical type of thought, and the feminine is repressed. And when you repress the feminine psychologically, you also do so sociologically. And therefore we have, from 11,000 years on, from the advent of official history, we have the rise of patriarchy and patriotism. Patriarchy arose after the threat of invasion, conquest, and war. Tribes feared being overtaken and decimated, and therefore, out of necessity, strong male leaders began to replace the female matriarchs. This, of course, is the official line. Well, if your world has been in chaos and you can hardly even feed yourselves, let alone build cities and fortify yourself and protect, of course now the balance completely changes. Those who were close to nature, the woman would have been more in the forefront politically, religiously, and socially. But once the earth is in upheaval, and now all you need are the muscular skills in order to be able to secure yourself and your culture, your race, your people, suddenly the masculine abilities, the masculine powers become dominant. P. Stern, in his Prehistoric Europe from Stone Age Man to the Early Greeks, writes, "The influence of the mother goddess, who had been all-powerful during the Stone Ages, now began to wane. Male deities, gods of war and conquest, were in the ascendant." James DeMille remarks on the advent of patriarchy. "There is no evidence to suggest that peoples of the more fertile times went about warring with each other, nor did they possess child abuse practices. The female principle was held in high status, or possibly revered. Where rock art was the dominant form, the female is seen to have occupied an equal or even central place in society, and was not viewed with anxiety by the artists. Royal tombs, excessive grave wealth, female grave murder, temple architecture, fortifications, weapon technology, and the fully blown nomadism were absent from these early cultures, as were male gods and phallic imagery. In all cases, the arrival of militant armored nomad groups from Central Asia and Arabia initiated cultural transitions which destroyed the male-female and maternal-infant bond and placed all family matters in the hands of the dominant males. The early peaceful people were either exterminated and replaced by the armored newcomers, or they were enslaved, losing their own cultural identity and legal controls over their land, property, and very lives. The once self-regulated, free choice of sexual partner and mate selection was increasingly suppressed and subordinated to the demands of parents, priests, and kings. An emphasis upon military matters occurred with strong men leaders growing in power and veneration, to the point where the masses enthusiastically genuflected to divine kings. In all cases, change towards increasingly stratified political hierarchy and despotism was accompanied by institutionalized changes in family structure towards an increased male dominance over basic life decisions of females and children, and increased control over children by parents of both sexes. Sadistic abuses within the family, in society at large, and in the military appear to have increased in direct proportion to these changes. Polygamy, the harem, veil, general seclusion of females, sexual slavery, male and female genital mutilation, the eunuchism, all developed within the Tsarist zone as power of dominant males, divine kings, and military castes grew. So we have something very serious happening here to mankind, something that is out of nature, out of context, and something that can only affect us in an extremely negative way. But these, again, utter changes are merely the mirror, the projection of what is happening to an individual within. The original tweaking of our DNA has caused all of this. That, compounded by the earth changes, so severely traumatized the human race that we have the ego replacing the self as the center of consciousness. We have the masculine proclivities becoming dominant. All these atrocities that we see in the so-called modern world can be traced back to an origin. But this origin has been concealed. And the reasons for all of these traumas and horrors of the world has also been concealed. You put religious in front of us and a God, and people stop thinking. We have this phenomena in ancient literature, and we also have modern questions arising as to the reptilians. After the pole shift, the Atlanteans continued a seek and destroy policy against their nemesis, the Lemurians. Despite having scant technological hardware, they also managed to continue some primitive genetic experimentation. The fauna of the Earth was studied, and eventually alien DNA was crossed with that of several species of creature. It was found that the reptile possessed the qualities that the alien masters of Atlantis had desired all along. So after you've failed twice with humanoids, and you know that going back to the drawing boards again is not probably going to work, and you don't even have the technology anymore, you don't have the super technologies and the computers and all the laboratory equipment that you once had. That's all several fathoms beneath these new oceans that have appeared. What do you do? The ancient legends say that they went back to the drawing boards for the third time, and this time they said, listen, why do we even deal with a humanoid in the first place? That's been nothing but a cause of problems from day one. And there's plenty of other life forms and species on this planet. And perhaps they had done like that on their own planet. So they experimented on all the fauna of the Earth and crossed their alien DNA with many of the species of the fauna, including the reptile. And that is where we have the theory of the reptilians. The reptilians are not from other planets. They do not come from other solar systems and visit the Earth. They're actually made right here on the Earth. All mysteries, all history, all mythology is filled with images of the strange births of the unicorn and the minotaur and the centaur and whatnot. And we have the mythology of the Tsarion coming out of the Greek mythology. Of course, we have the symbolism of the dragon again. But these are dragons who have the gift of speech and the gift of wisdom even. Clement, in his apocalyptic fragment, writes, "And on earth shall be monsters, a generation of dragons of men, and likewise of serpents." David Fidelier, in his Jesus Christ, the Son of God, writes, "Delphi was also known as Pytho because before the coming of Apollo, the site was haunted by a monstrous serpent or dragon." And from the Babylonian legend of creation, we read that men with bodies of birds of the deserts, human beings with the faces of ravens, these the gods created, and in the earth the gods created for them a dwelling. In the midst of the earth they grew up and became great, and increased in number. This legend is talking about that not only were these beings created, but they were created in laboratories perhaps beneath the earth. And somebody would say, well listen, if there are these reptilians, how come we don't see them walking around today? These individuals, because they also possessed alien DNA, could look quite humanoid, because the original aliens, as we said, were not serpent looking. They were humanoid looking. Ostensibly you could walk past one in the street. And some of the reptilians would have been born like that also. Though they had reptilian DNA, they could look quite human, and some looked very reptilian. So the ones that looked too reptilian, they were phased out or moved into caverns beneath the earth. Some people say they still are there. And that is why even up to the Middle Ages, you always hear about the hero having to go and prove his manhood by knocking on the door of some dragon and do battle or conquest with some hideous monster. So right up and almost until modern times, history confirms that such beings existed. And again, from Babylon, we have architecture, sculptures, bas-reliefs, images, sculptures showing hybrid animals and hybrid creatures. Here on the left is a phoenix-type bird, the Babylonian eagle gods. On the right is a reptilian lizard female with her offspring. We have cave paintings of erect, standing, bipedal lizard-type beings. One of the greatest American scholars in this subject, Professor J.J. Hurtak, says, "In our research, we have come across statuary of very grotesque beings who, according to the Indian and shamanic tradition, went into the earth at the time of a great cataclysm." So from all over the world, we not only have the stories of heroes and gods and great conflicts, but again we have the hybrid being, the hideous monster. We have suppression of facts regarding the skulls and skeletons of these types of beings. Slowly it's coming to light. G. Warren Shufelt, a researcher, discovered the underground tunnels beneath Los Angeles, which the Hopi Indians had for centuries believed were inhabited by a lizard race over 5,000 years before. Robert E. Dickoff, in his book Agartha, tells of a Tibetan monk who learned that an alliance of reptilians and human black magicians were causing chaos and destruction in the surface societies by projecting malevolent energy fields into people's minds, using what we call witchcraft, the manipulation of energy. Dickoff says that the monk led 400 warrior monks into the caverns to do battle with this serpent cult. And in Ireland again, the Celtic legends, we have the Fomorian race. This is the earliest prehistoric visitors to Ireland before any of the other races got there. And as we learned earlier, the Fomori means giants, but it also derives from a term meaning those from under the sea. And if you read Celtic mythology, you'll actually come across statements of the Fomori and realize how the gods had to fight them. And there's descriptions of these beings, descriptions of them, descriptions of their king, description of their heroes or so-called warriors. It makes fascinating reading. In the Emerald Tablets of Hermes, we read that only by magic could they be discovered. Only by sound could their faces be seen. But you know, the masters were mighty in magic, able to lift the veil from the face of the serpent, able to send him back to his place. Came they to man and taught him the secret, the word that only man can pronounce. Swift then they lifted the veil from the serpent and cast him forth from the place among men. Yet, be aware, the serpent still liveth in a place that is open, at times to the world. Unseen they walk among thee in places where the rites have been said. Again, as time passes onward, shall they take the semblance of man. Speak I of ancient Atlantis. Speak of the days of the kingdom of shadows. Speak of the coming of the children of shadows. Out of the great deep were they called by the wisdom of the earthman. In the form of man they moved amongst us, but only to sight were they as men. Serpent-headed when the glamour was lifted, crept they into councils, taking form that were like unto men, slaying by their arts the chiefs of the kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over man, to destroy man and rule in his place. Here we have an interesting Mayan picture of a god on the left with some kind of weapon and a shield coming to do combat. But if we study the image on the right-hand side, we will see that it's a large green serpent that has a man in his mouth. There's a large green serpent devouring a human being. If we study this corporate logo from the Italian company Alfa Romeo, we not only find a Knights of Malta or Knights of Columbus, Knights Templar cross on their left, but we find, strikingly, the very same symbol on the right. A green serpent devouring a human being with a crown above the serpent's head. And curiously, Italian Prime Minister Berlusconi has exactly that image in his garden. A large black serpent with a crown devouring a human being. And many corporate logos feature the symbol of the serpent, either in a designer abstract way or in a much more clear way, all throughout the world. In fact, the word Pepsi actually means serpent in Egyptian. In Egyptian, they used to scare their kids by saying, Pepsa will get you, or Apep, and Pepsi was the name of the devil in Egyptian. In this Origins and Oracles series, the program entitled Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism goes into this in a great deal of depth. And we might ask, who is protecting us from those supposed to be protecting us? Here's the symbol of the Marine Corps with a large green dragon in the motif. And many, many features, many programs, not only for adults but also for children, and many movies extensively feature the symbol of the lizard or the reptilian. One could do a 5-hour program on that alone. Many involve not only the symbol of the dragon or the serpent, but also of the Masonic pyramid. In the movie Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger, we actually see one of the heroes or anti-heroes of the show actually turning himself into a lizard. This film is situated clearly in pre-Diluvian times. The whole motif of the movie is to situate it in prehistoric periods. But we find it in much of our modern context, in music. We find the bestial symbols being used in the music business and in the corporate world today. Dick Gregory, the famous comedian, says, "Pay attention to Hollywood movies very carefully, for they normally tell you in a subliminal and occult way what they're going to do." Of course, we noted earlier that the caduceus of Hermes is the worldwide symbol for the medical profession. But here the World Health Organization uses clearly the symbol of the serpent. And in fact, our symbol for money, the American dollar bill, the symbol is this: two parallel lines vertically piercing the letter S. But in fact, that is a very ancient symbol. Here in a table of ancient symbols, we find the dollar sign, or what looks like the dollar sign, but that sign was originally known as a scourge. Now, if you look up the word scourge in a dictionary, it will tell you that it is a whip or a bond or a lash for brutalizing and keeping people in order, for keeping slaves in order. The scourge of the worlds. Now, the reptilians that possess and control many of the corrupt world leaders who engage in pedophilia and ritual murder for the same reason. Having access to precise genealogical records, they know who to seek out as victims, those innocent that are of the Lemurian bloodline specifically. This is the answer to much of what lies behind the exposés of Kathy O'Brien, Arizona Wilder, Bryce Taylor, and others who have come forth to reveal what they have seen and experienced behind the corridors of power. The hybrid reptilians were created to seek out and destroy the Lemurians on behalf of their alien masters. This was like their day job. This process has not ceased in ancient times, but still goes on today. Now we come full circle to examine what has happened more distinctly in our own times. We don't have time in one presentation or even in a series of presentations to delineate and examine every single machination of these entities in the last 11,000 years. But we can look at a few that are specific to our own times. Now, when the pursuers of the Nephilim destroyed the planet Tiamat, they made haste to leave our solar system to avoid the cosmic upheavals created by their action. However, for some reason, they took extraordinary precautions to prevent their enemies, should they be still alive on our planet, from ever leaving. They erected a powerful energy barrier around our entire planet. This enveloping shield still exists, and no one on Earth can physically break through or go beyond it. Now, earlier we saw that the Nephilim arrived on our planet not by their own free will. They arrived here approximately 50,000 years ago, and the subsequent pole shift and the War of the Gods occurred about 13,005 years from our present age. Now, the Nephilim arrived in our solar system after being expurged from their own planetary systems, wherever those may be. I tend to think that that was Draco, the constellation of Draco, or Alpha Draconis, perhaps. They arrived here not of their own free will, and the pursuers, after destroying Tiamat, had to make haste to leave, because we don't drive our car through an earthquake by choice, do we? But before they left, they erected a membrane and etheric barrier around our Earth just as a quarantine measure, in order to make sure that just in case the Nephilim, their hated nemesis, were on this planet, that they could never again leave to spread their evil elsewhere in the galaxy or the universe. That barrier is the true Stargate. So when we hear about that term, the Stargate, we should realize that it also has historical precedence, and it's up there. A shield or a barrier around the Earth, and the mythologies talk about it. The ancient scriptures talk about this barrier around the Earth. It's part technology, but it's also part etheric energy, far in advance of our own science today. In the Pistis Sophia, one of the most ancient Gnostic texts, it says, "The outer darkness is a huge dragon, whose tail is in its mouth." And that was the symbol that has come down to us from mythology to illustrate this particular encircling field of energy, the serpent with a tail in its own mouth, which is called the Ouroboros, the encircling dragon. You'll often see symbols of the dragon encompassing a globe or something of great price, like a pearl or a diamond. The Native American Indians have often referred to it as the great web in the sky. And we might wonder about, again, modern symbolism. And who knows what? Here we have the symbol for the United Nations with the earth with a strange grid and the Roman laurel leaves encircling it. In Revelation 8, we read, "And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit." In the epistle of Peter, God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into the chains of darkness, to be reserved unto judgment. So we're hearing in these scriptures that the earth and the internment is described as a bottomless pit in which the Lord has interned the dark ones, that the beings can enter into our earth atmosphere or through the membrane, but the Nephilim specifically, any entity with the alien DNA simply cannot go beyond this barrier. They are contained here until the time of the judgment. Now, the assassinated researcher and theorist Bill Cooper writes, "No man has ever ascended higher than 300 miles, if that high, above the Earth's surface. No man has ever orbited, landed on, or walked upon the moon in any publicly known space program. If man has ever truly been to the moon, it has been done in secret and with a far different technology. The tremendous radiation encountered by the Van Allen belt, solar radiation, cosmic radiation, temperature control, and many other problems connected with space travel prevent living organisms leaving our atmosphere with our known level of technology. Any intelligent high school student with a basic physics book can prove NASA faked the Apollo moon landings. If you doubt this, please explain how the astronauts walked upon the moon's surface enclosed in a spacesuit in full sunlight, absorbing a minimum of 265 degrees of heat, surrounded by a vacuum." So this piece of controversial information is in fact the truth. You cannot go to the moon. The Stargate is connected with the orbit of the moon, like the moon may be the lodestone or the lock. And the orbit of the moon is in some way connected to what keeps this Stargate active. So you can go to the moon. You could actually go to the moon, but you couldn't go beyond it. And as Bill Cooper is saying here, because of the radiation and our level of technology, it is a fallacy that we've even gone to the moon. Here, from all cultures again, the Ouroboros, the encircling dragon. Always in its clutches, in its protection, is the pearl of great price. Here the artist is actually showing the dragon encircling the world. And of course, again, we have the old mythological motif of the hero slaying the dragon. Now we can understand that in slaying the dragon, there's also a tie-in to leaving the earth, being able to be free to explore the heavens. So in slaying the dragon, it's opening the Stargate. There's a connection now between these two paradigms, carefully disguised in mythology and in folktale, but with an incredible celestial meaning behind it. Now, research has demonstrated that some 30,000 years ago, a highly developed civilization existed in the Andes, and also that the Earth's moon was not there at the time. This supports the evidence which suggests that the moon is not a natural satellite, but an artificial construction parked there some thousands of years ago. That's not as far-fetched as it seems, because of all the planets in our solar system, our moon is vastly bigger. The moons of Saturn, and the moons of Uranus or whatever planet are minuscule. They are actually true satellites. Very, very small. Our moon is more like a small planetoid. It's vastly bigger than the other moons of other planets. Michel de Nostradamus, the famous French clairvoyant, says, "He will come to take himself to the corner of Luna, where he will be taken and placed on alien land." Then we have the Lunar Society. Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of Charles Darwin. Erasmus Darwin was the founder of the Lunar Society. The group's name owed itself to the fact that the members met monthly at the time of the full moon. The membership boasted such luminaries as John Wilkinson, who made cannons, James Watt, who owed his notoriety to the steam engine, Matthew Boulton, a manufacturer, Joseph Priestley, a chemist, Josiah Wedgwood, who founded the famous pottery business, and Benjamin Franklin, no less. So here we have some of the most illustrious scientists and inventors and politicians, and they all belong to this society known as the Lunar Society and make a point of meeting at the time of the moon. Well, hold on. I thought scientists refute all such occult principles. Virtually all the Royal Society founding members, says Michael Bagent, were Freemasons. One could reasonably argue that the Royal Society itself, at least in its inception, was a Masonic institution. And when we do our homework, we find out that the Lunar Society was the prelude or the predecessor to what later became the Royal Society. The Royal Society grew out of an occult organization. In England, we have the organization known as the Hellfire Club, created by Sir Francis Dashwood, the famous Satanist. But Dashwood was also the Chancellor of the Exchequer of the Government of England. Other members were the son of the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Potter, the Earl of Sandwich, who was also a member of the House of the Lords, the Marquis of Bute, who became the Prime Minister of England, Charles Churchill, John Wilkes, and George Bob Doddington, another member of the Cabinet. And the Hellfire Club is known satanic enclave. The moon landing of July 20th, 1969, the so-called moon landing. But what is not widely known is that alongside the national flag, Buzz Aldrin also carried a Masonic banner. This has been embroidered especially for his strange journey by the librarian of the Masonic House of the Temple in Washington, D.C. That's right. So here we have the cameras rolling when we have the official flag of the United States being positioned on the moon. But hold on. Half an hour before, we've got this whole Masonic ceremony. Well, wait a minute. I thought this was a free country, and there's meant to be freedom of the press. How come we weren't privy to that one? How come the moon is even being dedicated to some strange occult fraternity before it's being dedicated to the American people? So whether you believe there was an actual visitation to the moon or the whole thing was staged, either way, even in a staged event, the proclaiming of the moon in a ritualistic way should raise some very serious questions here. And of course, we have the strange phraseology that from beginning to end of the Apollo missions, we have this strange, bizarre phraseology which NASA has never satisfactorily explained. One of the most obvious and most heard euphemisms, of course, is the eagle has landed. And everyone associated that with the eagle symbol of America. But in fact, the eagle is a Masonic symbol because it is really, what is being referred to is really the double eagle of Freemasonry and not the bald eagle of America. The double eagle is a very famous symbol of Freemasonry. It was originally the emblem of the Habsburg dynasty of Europe, a very powerful set of oligarchs and royalty that still exist and are responsible for innumerable wars and dynastic rivalries. Now, in the Quran, chapter 9:11, no less, it says, "For it is written that a son of Arabia would awaken a fearsome eagle. The wrath of the eagle would be felt throughout the lands of Allah." Now, as I said earlier, we have not got the time to deal with all the sundry historical machinations from the last 11,000 years. But one particular period, one particular epoch that should concern us is what we know today historically as the Renaissance. About the time of the 15th century, as they were congratulating themselves on their progress, the alien bureaucracy discovered the presence of the Stargate. They had to face the fact that even if all their technological hardware was successfully reconstructed, they still could not vacate the planet Earth, which had been placed under quarantine. So here we have it. Hundreds, thousands of years are going by. The alien progeny have understood that, yes, all the technological hardware that they once had created and had brought here to the planet Earth, which may have even included spacecrafts and all sorts of cybernetic, technologically advanced devices, all of it, or a good deal of it, has been destroyed. So here they are, spending 11,000 years moving mankind gradually, manipulating every phase of history, putting whole nations under the swords, stretching their empire out to encompass the whole of the globe, mining and enslaving the whole human race in order to slowly, incrementally push the technology further to the point where they can restore some of this. And that accounts for why in the world, for 11,000 years, we've been so sexually and genetically and genderally and emotionally and psychologically arrested, while we're so super technologically advanced. But they've realized, after they discover the Stargate, that now, even if they manage to succeed in phase one, the Stargate exists. They're in quarantine. Perhaps they'll never be able to leave after all. And they probably found this out the hard way. A very huge and puzzling meteorite fell thunderously in Soviet Siberia on July 30th, 1908. Peasants heard the awesome explosion as far as 620 miles away. A large area of forest was flattened as if an immense object had fallen. No remnants of the alleged meteorite could be found anywhere underground. Radioactivity had initially been released in enormous amounts. The general destruction showed that the energy released had been far greater than the mere impact of a falling stone, no matter how huge. Most significantly, the aerial path of the falling object had not been uniform, but had amazingly changed during descent. Various Soviet scientists then put forward an amazing theory, that it had been a spaceship driven by intelligent beings and loaded with a great power from a nuclear power plant, which had exploded through some accident. Well, if you go along with the theories we're advancing here, we can edit this statement slightly. From the Renaissance, and probably before, through this process of pushing mankind forward, the alien progeny of Atlantis, their descendants, of course, probably were able to build some rudimentary spacecrafts. And it was through taking these up into the ionosphere that they discovered the presence of the Stargate. And perhaps crashing right into it, these spaceships would then fall back to Earth in the way just described here. So it's not that we should understand this as spaceships coming into our solar system and then entering into our Earth atmosphere and then mysteriously veering and careering out of control and crashing into the Russian forests. It can hardly be said that those who've got the ability to cross hyperspace would then enter into our planetary space and lose control of their spacecrafts. There's something doesn't sit quite right with that story. More likely, Earth ships are making journeys into the ionosphere in order to penetrate the barrier and can't do so, and then perhaps they lose control and fall back to Earth. But undaunted by this discovery, the alien progeny decide to press ahead. They put their greatest intellectuals onto the problem to see if a solution could be found, believing that what technology could erect, technology could take down. The major dynasties of the planet underwrote occultists, scholars, scientists, and philosophers to work on the Stargate problem. Elaborate efforts were also made to cover up the existence of the real opus. The perfect covers came to be that of both science and occultism. It was so effective that even today, most students and practitioners of both science and magic are unaware of the practical importance of their work and to whom it is really of benefit. Those of the inner sanctums also adopt clever cover acts and stories in order to be able to work undetected. Fronts are utilized by all major criminal syndicates, and it is no different with the children of the Nephilim, who have a great deal to hide from public view. And at this point, we should remark that, of course, when we talk about the Atlantean progeny, we're not talking about the originals. These beings from other worlds with a pure alien DNA, and perhaps even some of their progeny, those with human and alien DNA, live for extended periods of time. There's reports that the original alien warlocks could live for up to 700 years, but they're not eternal and do in fact die. So the Atlantean progeny, the bloodline that we're talking about, are descendants of the original warlocks of Atlantis. We can surmise that none of the original warlocks exist, although some accounts say that they do. So who are the new Atlanteans? And how would we identify them? Well, we've got strange personalities all over history. Open any history book and faces stare out of you. Machiavelli, Nostradamus, all these bizarre creatures and characters and the dramatis personae of history. Interestingly, here we have a picture of Rasputin, the Russian warlock. Well, the word Grigory means in Greek the fallen one or the fallen angel. And of course, Rasputin was the devil responsible for the destruction of the Romanov dynasty in Russia. But we can speculate that the great kings have the alien blood, and perhaps even some of the popes. And it's not so far-fetched when you start reading some of their biographies and penchants for slaughter and abuse. We have in English mythology William the Conqueror, of course, the Norman king who brought such destruction and mayhem to England. In fact, so bad it was that the people of England referred to his reign as Doomsday. This is the term that the Saxon English used for the seizure of their land and the subsequent taxation, which was hitherto relatively unknown. William the Conqueror brought the pyramidical organizational structure to feudal England. But just before he died, and I mean a matter of days before William died, he had this to say: "I have persecuted its native inhabitants beyond all reason. Whether gentle or simple, I have cruelly oppressed them. Many I unjustly disinherited. Innumerable multitudes, especially in the country of York, perished through me by famine or the sword. Having therefore made my way to the throne of that kingdom by so many crimes, I dare not leave it to anyone but God alone, lest after my death worse should happen by my means." And of course, no Irish person on the planet can forget the scorched earth policy of Oliver Cromwell, who literally murdered thousands of Irish people in an all-out blitzkrieg. The 14th century Plantagenet King Richard II, one of the most unpredictable of English kings, after the unsuccessful Peasants' Revolt, he declared this to his Saxon underlings, and these are his own words: "God omnipotent is mustering in his clouds on our behalf armies of pestilence, and they shall strike your children yet unborn and unbegot, that lift your vassal hands against my head and threat the glory of my precious crown. You wretches, detestable on land or sea, you will seek equality with lords and are unworthy to live. Give this message to your colleagues. Rustics you were, and rustics you are still. You will remain in bondage, not as before, but incomparably harsher. For as long as we live, we will strive to suppress you, and your misery will be an example for posterity. However, we will spare your lives if you remain faithful. Choose now which course you want to follow." This is the refrain of the kings of all of the world. This is the kings, the potentates, the nobles, and the lords. You only have to listen to what they have to say. Now, the most powerful dynasty that enjoyed direct descent from the Atlantean bloodkin was the Tudor dynasty of England. The word Tudor comes from the word tutor, meaning the teachers, that is, the educated ones, those with knowledge. The leader of the Tudor dynasty during this period was called the Virgin Queen, Elizabeth Tudor, Elizabeth I, literally, she who must be obeyed. Here we have that term virgin again also, which one should note. The Virgin Queen. And the symbol of the Tudors was the famous rose, the Tudor rose. This is why, for instance, there is a rose garden near every government office or government central headquarters. And we have the War of the Roses, of course, in historical terms in England. The father of Elizabeth I was the famous Henry VIII, Henry Tudor. Queen Elizabeth I was put in charge of the problem of the Stargate, and as such she employed several different people. At the head of these individuals, she placed the man on the left, who is known as Sir John Dee. And Sir John Dee's helper on this problem was Edward Kelly, the Irish clairvoyant. John Dee, Dr. John Dee, is the creator of Enochian magic. Note that word Enochian, because Enoch, of course, is one of the prophets of the Old Testament. But the word Enoch also means the inner eye, or the initiated ones. So Enochian magic is nothing more than the magic of the high ones, the magic of the initiated ones. And through Enochian magic, John Dee believed he could talk to the angels. Now, if we go to the actual book of Enoch, after which the word Enochian comes, the prophet Enoch had this to say in the very opening passage of his book. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and the godless are to be removed. And he took up his parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angel showed me. And from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw, but not for this generation, but for a remote one, which is for to come. So Enoch is prophesying our times again, the days of tribulation. It turns out that this mysterious master astrologer and court official and ambassador, Sir John Dee, was also the head of MI5, the British Secret Service. It's the first secret service that ever existed. The first secret police existed in Tudor England and was created by John Dee. And when John Dee used to go on occasion to visit the royal houses of other countries, and when he'd write back to his mistress, she who must be obeyed, Elizabeth I, he'd always sign at the bottom of his documents 007. That was the sigil of the head of MI5 of those days. Now, of course, that is later picked up in the stories of Ian Fleming, and the reason for that is because Ian Fleming himself was a member in more modern times of the British Secret Service. And what better upon retirement than to write about his own organization? So the 007, the original, way back at the time of the Tudor dynasty, was Sir John Dee, master occultist. And if you study the symbol for MI5, you'll notice that it has a triangular pyramidical shape with the crown of the Queen, and it has an eye, the Enochian eye, at the northern apex. Now, John Dee was one of the most powerful black magicians in history. He decided that it would be better to contact pan-dimensional intelligences to solve their little problem of quarantine. Via his system of magic and divination, he succeeded in opening a portal to these fourth-dimensional entities, or oversouls. Dee became a living macroscope. This was not the first time in history where such a forbidden rite was undertaken, and every time it does occur, it has the severest repercussions from history. So John Dee, being a master occultist and connected throughout the world, he looked into this problem and decided that there wasn't any normal technological or scientific way that they were going to be able to find this key, so to speak, to the Stargate. But he said he could use his occult power. So with Edward Kelly and all the other occultists of Europe, in combination, in concert, they decided to call on what are known in the occult world as pan-dimensional oversouls, beings that are above our level of consciousness. Not necessarily more pure or more spiritual, but of a higher spiritual intelligence, let's say. The oversouls. Later writers have called these entities the macrobes. This word comes from the fact that there are beings, creatures, entities below us who are called the microbes, and it takes a microscope to see them. Before the advent of the microscope, if anyone had told you that there's all sorts of little creatures and little entities, but you just can't see them, we would have thought they were crazy and probably burned them at the stake as being heretics. But as soon as we have the right instrument, we look through it, and we're able to see a whole world, a whole ecostructure of microbes and bacteria and viruses and whatnot. Well, above the level of the human consciousness are the macrobes. And as yet, there's no instrument per se in order to see it. But there is an instrument, and that instrument is known as the human intuition. It's through the human intuition, the human imagination, that one can make contact with the macrobes. John Dee did did make contact with the microbes. In fact, he became what might be described as a living macroscope. Now, in short, Dee was told that there were two cardinal premises which needed to be mastered before the Stargate could be opened. The first precept concerned creating matter from energy, but that would have to be revealed in two main stages. And the second concerned the properties of a certain element, and that element was silicon. Now, phase one concerned creating matter from energy. But as the macrobes instructed John Dee, the human race was way too primitive for that. That phase one would have to be taught to them in two stages. Part one would be to learn how to do the exact reverse, release energy from matter. And then after that, they would be taught how to create matter from energy. And phase one of that was accomplished on July 16th, 1945, at Alamogordo, or the Trinity experiment, when the atomic bomb was released. So the splitting of the atom was phase A of phase one, being able to release energy from matter. Later on, after that period, from the period of 1945, we would start to see experiments which would work on the rest. So MIT, SRI, Hoover Institute, and so on. These organizations are merely fronts for this experimentation, looking at how to now manipulate matter and create it from energy. Phase two was the silicon revolution, the properties of silicon. And of course, we know that silicon is created, or is a gateway to the computer age. Silicon makes computing possible. And we're told that technology makes life easier. These are the cover stories that let us buy into some of this stuff. If Grandma can do her shopping on the internet, and we could talk over the internet and buy our VCRs, most people are happy and don't think of any of the occult reasons behind the creations of these powerful instruments. Now, one of the greatest New Atlanteans, other than John Dee and Elizabeth I and the Tudors, was Sir Francis Bacon. A Knight Templar, a major occultist, Sir Francis Bacon was appointed Solicitor General and Chief Advisor to the British Crown on June 25th, 1607. He conceived the idea of reactivating various secret societies, and in 1580 he founded the secret Rosicross Literary Society and the Lodge of Free and Accepted Speculative Masons. Bacon is said to have been introduced to the 33rd degree system into Masonry from the original Templar 9 degrees. So Bacon introduced the 33rd degree system into Freemasonry. For 1 year, he had in his possession the first English translations of the Bible. In fact, he was the first major editor of what would become the King James Bible. He also added secret information into the Bible, which was not there before. And William T. Smedley, who is a biographer of Francis Bacon, said, "It will eventually be proved that the whole structure of the authorized Bible was Francis Bacon's. He was an ardent student, not only of the Bible, but also of early manuscripts." So Francis Bacon was yet another one of the great thinkers and intelligences that was put onto the problem of the Stargate. He was directly working for the Tudor dynasty. In Talisman, by Graham Hancock and Robert Bivall, they write, "Bacon was a passionate exponent of Britain's colonialization and development of its recently acquired North American territory of Virginia. In 1606, the so-called Virginia Company, there's that word again, Virginia Company was granted a royal charter by James I, which allowed it virtually unlimited power of government in the colony. Bacon had been instrumental in the creation of the charter. Bearing this in mind, it is not surprising that in New Atlantis, Bacon refers to Benasalem as the Virgin of the world." That's right. Francis Bacon wrote two very important books that all scientists know. The first one was called The New Atlantis, and the other, The Nouveau Organum, the New Organism. The New Organism and the New Atlantis. Now, Sir John Dee worked closely with his confederates all over the globe. The information transmitted by the macrobes was done cryptically and was voluminous. He realized that many centuries would have to elapse before even the basics could be realized. He also knew how inefficient and counterproductive it was going to be to have separate genius types working in their private garrets all over the planet. The knowledge could not be collated efficiently in this way. So he and his masters devised a scheme to have the scholars come to one place to work and amass the knowledge. These places we know as the universities. And that's right. John Dee realized that it was going to be unproductive to have all these different scholars and occultists and eccentrics and whatnot working in all sorts of corners of the world. Better to bring them all into centralized locations. That's what the word college means. The word college means collage, where many can come together. And of course, there's the silicon connection, now fully understood. We've moved on even from the time of universities. Universities can collate. Yes, they can collate in libraries. You can have papers. You can have documents. But soon even that becomes so voluminous. Even that becomes open and privy. Now you can introduce hierarchies. You can introduce fraternity structures into the university system so that, again, you police people and only the purest can ascend through the ranks to find out what the real agenda is. But even that, in the end, can become a problem. The computer is the miniature university with unlimited data storage space. So here we have a tie-in from the silicon idea and the carbon life forms. Because the internet promises you also worldwide communication. It's a virtual library, an endless space for archival storage. Now another level of information that the macrobes had transmitted to John Dee, and what he also realized from his interactions with these supernatural beings, was that in order to even move along with this process, it was going to take hundreds of years. And in fact, from what he was receiving from them, he realized that they would have to subjugate the whole planet in order to not only continue to move the technology forward, but in order to get the element silicon and be able to process it, the whole of the planet would have to be subjugated. And therefore it is from that time, it is from the time of the 15th and 16th and 17th century that we have all the idioms we associate with England. We have the rising of the great navies. We have the rising of empire. We have the rising of the first stock exchanges. And we have the rising of the colonial impulse. A tiny little nothing country, England, where 100 or 200 years before the kings were shivering in windowless castles, literally shivering, couldn't even get the taxes together to fight their neighbors. And suddenly we have empires beginning, empires starting, the great proliferation of what we now know to be the British Empire. And of course, in the vanguard of this were the beings that we know as the pirates, or the pirates, because the word pirates actually means the men of fire. These were direct agents of the Tudor dynasty. The heads of the pirates were the top officials of the pirates. The leaders of most of the pirates were the top brass of the Tudor dynasty, trained in the finest universities, even the fine maritime universities. And one of the greatest leaders of them all was Sir Francis Drake. And of course the word Drake actually means the dragon. San Francisco Bay was originally called Drake's Bay. The pirates, or the pirates, the men of fire, serving the Tudor dynasty, were headed by men like Sir Francis Drake and Edmund Spenser. He was the great-grandfather or the ancestor of Lady Diana Spenser. The progeny of the pirates settled on the lands that they conquered and opened the great universities for the education of their sons and daughters. They employed the fraternity structure to ensure that only the chosen would be exposed to the real occult history of the world and to their role as the future leaders and thinkers, overworld and underworld figures, educated and funded to adroitly lead the rest of mankind down whatever roads became necessary. In the tarot cards, for instance, the devil card is number 15. And we have the old pirate motto, 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. But the occult history of the pirates has really never been told. And of course, the famous symbol of the pirates was the skull and crossbones, a symbol known to be used before them by the Knights of Malta and the Knights Templars, or other occult fraternities. And the job of the pirates was to bring mayhem and disease and slaughter to all the lands that they colonized. These were agents of the British Crown and not, as the Errol Flynn movies of the swashbuckling buccaneers tries to show you, some romantic heroes. These people were cutthroats and they had an agenda to be sent out to all the corners of the world and to massacre whoever they found there. It's important to bring out at this time that the microbes don't work for free. Though John Dee was successful in contacting them, and though the microbes did transmit a great deal of information that he desired concerning the quarantine and Stargate problem, they don't work for nothing. And John Dee was soon to find out what it was that they wanted in exchange for their services. What they wanted has had the severest consequences for the future of mankind. The microbes basically told him that what they wanted was blood. Blood has some very specific occult properties, and that's what the microbes wanted. And John Dee, his reply was, how much do you want, and when do you want it? Whatever it takes. This thing is already going to take us hundreds of years. Whatever you need for that information, you will get it. And so John Dee literally put the whole of the human race up in a great black magic mass, a great rite to his overlords, the oversouls that were asking him for payment, literally, in blood. Now, blood happens to be the second commonest word in the Bible after God. And Erich Fromm, the scholar, the German scholar, says, at a deep archaic level, blood is very peculiar substance. Quite generally, it has been equated with life and the life force, and is one of the three sacred substances that emanate from the body. The other two are semen and milk. Semen expresses male, while milk expresses female or motherly creativity, and both were considered sacred in many cults and rituals. Blood transcends the difference between the male and the female. In the deepest level of experience, one magically seizes the life force itself by shedding blood. Now, of course, we looked at earlier just how bloodthirsty the Nephilim had already been, and the progeny and the empires that came out of the Middle East. We know, and we've looked at how bloodthirsty and how warlike and rapacious those races and nations have already been. And now we're being put, the whole human race is being put up in a pact to some oversouls. Could that explain some of the calamities that we've endured since John Dee's time? Well, we've had inquisitions old and new. One of the most atrocious human beings ever to be on this planet, Joseph de Maistre, in his St. Petersburg's dialogues, has this to say: all grandeur, power, all subordination to authority rests on the executioner. He is the horror and the bond of human association. Remove this incomprehensible agent from the world, and at that very moment, order gives way to chaos. Thrones topple, and society disappears. Lust for the spilling of human blood is a touchstone of the synarchist mindset. Take the 19th century Spanish Catholic counter-revolutionary ideologue Juan Donoso Cortés, who argued that human sacrifice is the most universal of all human institutions. I say, gentlemen, that dictatorship in certain circumstances, such as those in which we find ourselves, for example, is a legitimate form of government. Dictatorship, indeed, is part of the divine order. The meanest reptile, which I would trample under my feet, would seem less despicable to me than man. The point of faith which most oppresses and weighs upon my reason is that of the nobility and dignity of the human species. So let's not say that it's far-fetched that certain individuals walking this planet think of the human being, as Cortés is saying here, lower than the humble reptile. And it even causes them great distress to think of the nobility of the human creature. Such is in the minds of the progeny of the warlocks of Atlantis. Cortés goes on to say the culmination of Donoso's philosophical treatise is that the institution of bloody sacrifice is the most universal of all human dogmas and institutions. The most civilized nations and the most savage tribes believe in a pure victim offered as a perfect holocaust, he wrote. Without the death penalty, without the purifying efficacy of blood, all societal bonds would collapse. Since the first day of the first effusion of blood, it has never ceased to flow, and it has never been shed in vain. Mankind has always believed in three things with an unconquerable faith: that the effusion of blood is necessary, that there is a manner of shedding blood which is purifying, and another mode which is condemnatory. History clearly attests these truths. It presents to us the narrative of cruel acts, of bloody conquests, of the overflow and destruction of famous cities, of atrocious murders committed, of pure victims offered on blood-stained altars, of brothers warring against brothers, of the rich oppressing the poor, and fathers tyrannizing over their children, until the earth appears to us like an immense sea of blood, which neither the piercing breath of the winds can dry up, nor the scorching rays of the sun can absorb. Well, in Russia, 10 million soldiers are said to have died, including 10 million civilians. In Germany, 3 million soldiers and 500,000 civilians. The death toll is awesome. The total of human lives lost in the Second World War is 18,200,000 soldiers and 16,300,000 civilians, for a grand total of 34 million deaths. And of course, in 1918, just after the war, the Spanish flu epidemic killed 20 million when the war killed 10. And in the Second World War, the Spanish flu killed even more men than the war did. Now, students of black magic, students of occultism, as well as the practitioners, also know that not only the killing of the victim is important, but also the time of the slaying and also the place. These are also important factors in any kind of ritual associated with black magic or occultism. And John Dee knew the same thing. Being a master occultist and being internationally connected, he understood that the slaughter of mankind, the sacrifice, the offerings to his dark oversouls, had to be also orchestrated correctly. Otherwise, that energy could not be correctly received. The cortisol or whatever properties of the blood, the energy that it contains, could not be properly received unless the deaths occurred in a ritualistic way. So just like the average common or garden Satanist has to draw his circle or create his altar to slaughter his victim, so in the same way do the ritual centers need to be fashioned. And in the same way as the universities were used to coalesce all the scholars, so instead of bringing victims to a site of slaughter, why not have them live in the center of the rite? Now, we call these centers of sacrifice cities. The great cities of the world are, in fact, nothing more than ritual centers designed for the purpose of a massive Holocaust. In David Oveson's monumental work, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, we find that there are no less than 23 complete zodiacs in the city of Washington, D.C. And there are over 1,000 zodiacal and planetary symbols embedded into that city. In London, there's 4. So in Washington, D.C., we have 23. That's 19 more than anywhere else in the world. Complete zodiacs secreted into the architecture of Washington, D.C. Now, why would that be? We also find from Oveson's book and also from Talisman by Graham Hancock that every laying of the cornerstones, the rites and rituals, and the founding of the Capitol building and the Library of Congress and all the places of government were meticulously and ritualistically done by Freemasons. David Oveson writes, in the years following the Revolution, the Masonic fraternities held ceremonial layings for such new enterprises as bridges, locks, universities, government buildings, state houses, memorials, and even churches. Such buildings were aligned with the stars and with the spiritual beings who ruled the stars. There may be no doubt, he says, that astrology played an important role in the choice of the key monuments for the laying down of the federal city. Even so, we are reduced to speculation as to which individual or group of individuals was behind this extraordinary undertaking. So David Oveson is a scholar who's understood that there's something mysterious going on here, but unfortunately he doesn't know why, and he admits that. He's a meticulous researcher, and he's gone to the Library of Congress, to the memoirs of the Founding Fathers, and he understands that Freemasons and other secret fraternities designed not only Washington, D.C., but Philadelphia and all of the European cities, Paris, London, Cologne. These cities are based on an occult pattern, a template, but he doesn't know why. In his book, he writes, "A survey of the foundation charts used in the building of Washington, D.C. reveals the importance of astrology and indeed confirms beyond doubt that astrology played an important role in the early Masonic rites. The rationale of astrology was rarely discussed openly, even in Masonic documents. Knowledge of the stars, insofar as they were understood in Masonic circles, was preserved as secrets best left to those with specialist knowledge of such things. The extraordinary truth is that the very existence of the Washington Monument is intimately linked with the Egyptian star Sirius, the Sihor that the ancients represented in their sacred hieroglyphics as an obelisk as well as a star. How is it possible that this most important star of the ancient world should find itself, as it were, resurrected in the architecture of the United States? In the course of that day, when the cornerstone of the Washington Monument was laid, the sun would have passed directly over Sirius." And the Declaration of Independence. Oveson says, computations clearly show that on that day, the Declaration of Independence was agreed in Philadelphia. The sun was on Sirius. The Mason who first signed the Declaration of Independence would have been aware of the particular significance of July 4th as a cosmic event. The day was the second of the so-called dog days, which begin on July 3rd. And these so-called dog days are sacred to the Egyptians because it's when the star Sirius is rising to its zenith. In fact, on the moon landing, faked or not, but on that day, again in July, Sirius was at its highest point when the words were being said that the eagle has landed. The star Sirius was brightest in the sky and rising to its zenith. Here we have David Oveson's own words. "The dog days are so called because they refer to the rising of the star Sirius. But the word dog here may be a corruption of dag, or dagon, or dragon. In this case, Sirius is not the dog star, but the dragon star, or the star of the dragons. For within a year of Washington's death, it was recognized that the great man should most fittingly be memorialized by means of a massive pyramid." That's right, a massive Egyptian pyramid was the original commemoration of George Washington. The pyramid was already widely used as a symbol in Masonic fraternities in Europe, and we should therefore not be surprised that it should have been proposed in the context of a national symbol guided by so many Freemasons. Whoever was directing the planning of Washington, D.C., not only had a considerable knowledge of astrology, but had a vested interest in emphasizing the role of Virgo, the Virgin. The American Constitution was put before people on September 19th, 1798, in Virgo. Oveson says, "The ancient records indicate that it was a practice in former ages for the mystery centers that directed civilization to hand out newly founded cities to the care of specific spiritual beings. The practice of assigning places to the rule of specific zodiacal signs, and thus in medieval times to spiritual beings, is very ancient and has been extended into modern times. Since the discovery of America, we are able to trace most of the sources for the zodiacal rulerships ascribed to the cities of the United States." So what is this man telling us? Suddenly, we're now reading this man's incredible research in the 90s, that cities are ascribed to not only zodiacal signs of the horoscope, of the zodiac, of the stars, but the spiritual beings that rule those energies and rule those stars. Why have we not been told this before? What does it mean? Why is this being found in the memoirs and the documents of the founding fathers of America, senior Freemasons, who not only paid attention to the computations of the heavens when they put in the stone of the Washington Monument in the Capitol building, but who saw to it that the very timings in which these rocks were laid or these stones were placed had significance sidereally. Perhaps it is sufficient, he says, that we recognize as true the medieval arcane notion that such beings could be invited to participate in the life of a city by means of the spiritual art of astrology. Of course, in Latin, these beings are called the cosmocrates, angelic beings, or the angeli motivori. They are beings that move the planets, participating directly in human affairs. For what purpose? For what reason? Oveson says the leader of these mighty beings was due to take over the direction of Western civilization in 1881. This caused considerable excitement in esoteric circles of Washington, D.C., and the occult world in general. Now, in astrology, for those who've done their homework and really researched the esoteric aspects of astrology, two particular signs are of great importance. The northern sign of Cancer and the southern sign of Capricorn face each other, just like you have on the globe, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. Now, the Tropic of Cancer, or the northern sign of Cancer, was often called the Gate of the Souls. Cancer is ruled by the moon. And the moon was considered how the souls enter in to birth. They enter into the planet birth at the time of their birth. They enter in through the moon, through the gate of Cancer, the gate of life. And then when we die and we pass out, mortality, we pass out through the sign of Capricorn, which is ruled by the planet Saturn, which was once attributed to death. So we have the gate of the north and the gate of the south. When we look at different cities, we find that not only do we have this zodiological motif in the architecture, but we often have the piazza, or the center point, which often has a gate at the north and a gate at the south, just like in Vatican City, or in Washington, D.C., or in London, or in Rome, or in Paris. It is also a fact that the Earth is networked with ley lines. These ley lines can often be referred to as dragon paths. Technically, they're called synchronic lines or axiational lines. And as we saw earlier on, Alfred Watkins discovered them, or rediscovered them, at the turn of the century and called them the ley lines. And these are patterns of energy, a great dodecahedron that surrounds the Earth. And it is found by those who study geomancy and feng shui of the Earth that great buildings, cathedrals, churches, and state buildings are often placed at the vertices and key parts, key intersections, key vertices of these ley lines. As Oveson was saying, not only does Washington, D.C. have innumerable zodiacs secreted into it, but many of the different ceremonies and festivals involve the star Sirius. Well, if you go to the Egyptian, you find that when they tried to write the symbol for Sirius, they used a star, a five-pointed star, an oval, and an obelisk. That's right, they used a pentagram shape, an obelisk, and an oval. Well, isn't that exactly what you see in concrete and marble and granite in the city of Washington? The U.S. Pentagon, the U.S. Monument, and the Oval Office? Why would the whole layout of Washington, D.C. be literally a hieroglyphic in stone of the star Sirius? And it's been noted before that the layout of the central buildings from Shooters Hill onwards, from the Lincoln Memorial and the Capitol building, are all aligned with the horizon to key celestial events and compass points. Graham Hancock says on this subject, for reasons and motives not yet too clear, the ceremonies, festivities, and city monuments associated with the sister American and French revolutions display Masonic ideas and imagery, and are heavily tinged with Egyptian connotations and symbols. Well, isn't that who the Freemasons were? The word Freemason comes from as early as Egypt, the creators of the pyramids and the Sphinx, the ones who were the workers in stone, the Freemasons. Masons are those who work in stone. Graham Hancock goes on to say, what the American Revolution or War of Independence was much influenced by Freemasons and Masonic ideologies and principles is a well-accepted thesis. Freemasonry was the driving force behind the ideals and tenets of the American Revolution. What is less well known is the fact that there was a very close connection between the French and American Masonic lodges at this time. In those days, Freemasonry in America was regulated by a united Grand Lodge in England, which appointed provincial Grand Masters in various regions of the North American continent. Jean-André Fauchier, a Masonic historian, says, it is certain that the Freemasons of the Nine Sisters Lodge and other lodges who contributed to the collapse of the monarchy and to the success of the revolution were in great numbers. We also have the image of the obelisk, Egyptian obelisks in American cities. And these can be situated in the same way that an acupuncturist uses needles to enhance or to suppress the energies of the physical body. The idea of the Egyptians and the ancient geomancers was to position these statues and these obelisks and these towers at key points of the earth in order to either inflate energy and conduct energy, earth energy, or to suppress energy. Just in the same way, a Chinese doctor will use a needle or will use acupressure to do the same thing for your own body. That is why when you go to certain places where these objects exist, you will feel very good energy at certain places, and you'll feel very peaceful and calm and majestic. And then sometimes when you go to other cities, you have an indescribable feeling of dis-ease and not feel so good. It all has to do with the architecture and the geometry that's involved in the layouts of the cities. But it goes back a long, long way. Thousands and thousands of years before, primitive societies would create the phallic towers in order to transmute the energies of the earth. Washington, D.C. has a large pentagram also involved, and the shape of the owl. There's a large owl in the street plan and the street design. The U.S. Pentagon, we were talking about pentagrams. Well, the U.S. Pentagon is a very important shape and a very important building. It also faces the Egyptian star, Thuban, which used to be the star associated with war. So here we have the U.S. Pentagon actually pointing or facing the ancient star of war, Thuban. It was actually designed or co-designed by John Whiteside Parsons, who's got many secret society connections. He actually helped to design the Pentagon, and he was a high priest in OTO, that's Ordo Templi Orientis, a German Freemasonic lodge, and he was also a close friend of L. Ron Hubbard, the creator of Scientology. And though the Pentagon is very angular, it is actually based on the symbol of the Tudor rose. If you were to soften the edges of the Pentagon just a little, it would bear almost uncannily resemblance for the Tudor rose. And why not? It's the Tudor dynasty who's paying the bills. The Pentagon, if you put the arms back onto a pentagon, you have a pentagram, the great symbol of the star Sirius. And all the military generals wear the symbol of the pentagram. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was raised as a master mason in 1911 at the Holland Lodge No. 8 in New York, and in 1929 became a 33-degree Scottish Rite Freemason at the Albany Consistory. He would have been aware, as were all high-ranking Scottish Rite Masons who had read Albert Pike's Moral and Dogma, that the pentagonal shape, or pentacle, was associated by Pike with the Masonic blazing star, and in turn identified with the five-pointed star of ancient Egypt, Sirius. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Pentagon was on September 11th, 1941. Here is a rendition of the Tudor rose. The Lancasters of England had a red rose as symbol, and the Yorks had a white, just like the old red and white dragons of the Arthurian period. David Ovison goes on to talk about the pentagram. He says, when found in a text, and that also means on a symbol, the star determined or indicated to the reader that the group of hieroglyphics associated with it was related to spiritual matters. It was related to the heavens to invisible energies, which the Greeks called etheric. So, what's he telling us here? That if you actually see somebody, a general, wearing the symbols of the pentagram, if you see a pentagram on the side of a tank, if you see a US Pentagon shaped like that, if you see a flag, which nearly all the flags of the world contain the five-pointed star, or you see the star on any other thing, chances are it's been put there consciously to represent something etheric, something spiritual, something otherworldly. So here we are in our materialistic world, being taught materialistic philosophy from the time we come out of the womb, told that not to pay attention to anything to do with the occult, and marginalized and sequestered and lambasted if we are, and yet we find out that those in the highest echelons of society are well versed in the most arcane spiritual matters, even to the point of designing the cities in which we live. Here's the Masonic five-pointed star. And of course, the five-pointed star is also connected with other celestial cycles, like the Leviathan cycle, great cosmic cycles. In Paris, we have a literal zodiac leading up to the Champs-Élysées. We have the 12 radiating streets coming to a point. The city is literally designed as a zodiac by French Freemasons. The city of London is situated on the ancient Celtic power points and is divided into 28 boroughs in order to synchronize with the 28 lunar phases. Talking about rituals that go on in the cities, here we have the Great Fire of London, which began on the 2nd of September, 1666. The fire started in the house and shop of Thomas Farnior, baker to King Charles II in Pudding Lane. By the way, the Jewish festival of Rosh Hashanah, the Day of Judgment, was only 10 days away. The Great Fire swept over the city of London like a great blowtorch, clearing an area 1.5 miles long and half a mile wide. It destroyed almost everything from Tower Hill in the east to Temple in the west, where it finally burned itself out in front of Temple Church, a distinctive round structure built of stone in the Gothic style. But it is probable that the king was not entirely displeased at this opportunity, for he himself was a bit of a dabbler in town planning and design. Since the Restoration, he had been bitterly frustrated by the lack of funds to transform London into a splendid metropolis that would eclipse the city of light that his cousin, Louis XIV, was turning Paris into. Now here, out of the blue, had come his amazing opportunity that might allow him to do just that. In Graham Hancock's book, Talisman, he speaks about the Fire of London, saying, "A few days after the Great Fire finally abated, Christopher Wren and John Evelyn, each man apparently acting independently, rushed to present Charles II with plans for the full reconstruction of London. To be precise, Wren presented his plan on the 11th of September, 1666. Wow, there's that strange date again, September 11th, 1666. And Evelyn presented his on the 13th of September, 1666. Both men, invisibly, incorporated esoteric symbolic devices into their proposed layouts for the streets and plazas of London, and can only have been done so with the same purpose in mind. Exactly the same symbolic devices, again apparently used for the same purposes, turns up more than a century later on the other side of the Atlantic in the layout for the streets and plazas of Washington, D.C., the newly built capital of the United States of America. It is known that Elias Ashmole was frequently asked by King Charles II to cast horoscopes for various stately functions, and more particularly, after the Great Fire of 1666, to select favorable dates for the layings of the cornerstones of important buildings. Indeed, the tradition of casting horoscopes or selecting propitious astrological dates for the laying of cornerstones of important buildings and monuments was then and remains today a common practice in Freemasonry. Now, we heard in the previous slide that King Charles may have in fact wanted the city to burn down and may have even started the city. After all, it was his baker that the fire started in his baker's shop. And according to Lady Queensborough in her monumental book, Occult Theocracy, Lady Queensborough, who studied the writings of spies that are operating in London, found evidence to say that the fire was in fact started consciously and wasn't just an accident. Lady Queensborough, or Lady Edith Starr Mill, was one of the first writers on the subjects of occult theocracies and secret societies and subversive movements throughout the world. So this is a lady that needs to be read. Her book, Occult Theocracy, goes into that and talks about the fire of London being by design. One of the other purposes that the ancients made of the dragon paths, the ley lines, or the axiational lines was to commemorate the dead. Many of the ancient stone structures and megalithic sites are actually burial grounds. Not all of them, but some of them are burial grounds. And the same idea transformed and moved over into the modern context. Whenever a great shaman or a great leader or a great master or a great founder of a city or the head of a nation would fall, it was the habit to position their grave or their tomb near one of the major axiational lines or vertices. Monuments of great geometric and geomantic power were constructed to encapsulate the wisdom of a departed serpent. And this process was carried on by both contingents, both the Atlanteans, when one of their champions or heroes or special individuals would fall, they also would intern them at a particular location of the earth grid. And that is why it is when we go to certain places of the world again, we feel a tremendous feeling of spiritual uplift and creative inspiration. And then we go to certain other places and we don't feel the same way. It could also account for the reason why certain places are tranquil and beautiful and have a very powerful vortex, and other places are war-torn and rent with all manner of upheaval. The ancient burial grounds of the serpent masters. Here in Ohio, we have the Ohio serpent, clearly defining the fact that these are commemorated to the serpent people. Here in Avebury, and of course in Ireland, we have the graves of the famous gods of the Gaels. But as I said, the dark side also have their positioning. In fact, the word Capitol comes from Caput Draconis, the head and the tail of the dragon. At Tiahuanaco, according to Inca mythology, it was built in a single night by men who survived the flood. An older legend says that it was built by giants that did not build the city of their own free will, but who were made to do it by beings who came from the sky. It's now time to take a short look at some of the ways that these Nephilim progeny, the descendants of the Atlanteans, have controlled the masses of mankind and how they've gone about activating this great ritual to their dark archons. One of the most powerful Freemasonic symbols is seen here on the left, and it is called the cross and the crown. Around that image we see in Latin, in hoc signe victe, which is in this sign I will conquer, attributed to the Emperor Constantine, one of the founders of Christianity. The cross and the crown. Now, the first international banking empire was created by the Knights Templar with their exploits during the Crusades. Martin Luther's 16th century Protestant Reformation was largely funded by the emerging merchant and banking classes of Germany, who sought to wrest financial control from the papacy. It's also interesting to note that if you go to Wittenberg or you go to Worms and you go and look at the original documents of Martin Luther, you'll find that on the leather-bound covers you'll see the rose cross, the symbols of the Rosicrucians. So here is the person purported to be the founder of a modern Christian religion, and yet he's funded by secret societies and even has their logos on the front covers of his books. The exact same logos that later turn up on the American dollar bill and on the Tudor dynasty. The church exerted a complete stranglehold over all forms of intellectual life and education from early on in its unholy alliance with Rome until the 12th century. The respect for education that was one of the great distinguishing characteristics of the classical Roman Empire was swept away. This is Tim Wallace Murphy in his book Roslin, speaking about the coming of the Dark Ages. Thomas Jefferson also says, The clergy converted the simple teachings of Jesus into an engine for enslaving the world and adulterated by artificial constructions into a connivance to filch wealth and power to themselves. These clergy, in fact, constitute the real Antichrist. At the top of the crown of the Queen of England, we find the Malta Cross. The Queen is the head of the Knights of Malta, another secret society. And the Nazis, of course, used also the Malta Cross. But this is a very ancient device. The Nazis also used the oak leaves, the skull and bones of the pirates, and the eagle, the old Habsburg symbol, the old skull and bones symbol of the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta Cross, and the oak leaves of the ancient Druids. Now one might ask, what on earth, again, in the military, in something that has to do with mass death and mass casualty, what are oak leaves doing? On the lapels, we find oak leaves around the hats of the French military. We find them on the lapels of the Russian military. In fact, we find acorns on the hats of the cavalry of the United States of America. Ancient Druidic bardic symbols of theological elites now found on the uniforms of the military mass murderers of the world. That's right. The reason is, as I said, if you're going to sacrifice somebody to the macrobes, you have to mark them for death. You not only have to send a person to the right ritualistic place, but you have to have them dressed for the ritual. The virgin must be dressed for the ritual. They must be marked for death. So you put a bunch of occult symbols on them and send them out to die. The individual just looks in the mirror and thinks they look damn good, but they don't realize what these occult symbols mean. The ribbons and the bells and the whistles and the badges and the emblems of state, the coins, the flags, all the heraldry. It has a meaning in occult theocracy. In America, we have the Ku Klux Klan. This word originally comes from the Greek, kuklos, which meant the Knights of the Golden Circle. Now, the Grand Master refers to himself as the dragon. They wear the Knights of Malta Cross. They burn crosses, wear white robes like the Knights Templar, and have a racist ideology. And we'll be coming back to the Ku Klux Klan a little bit later. Now, we see the Knights of Malta Cross together with the symbol of the dove on the maces of the Queen of England. And it turns out that the Spanish or old word for dove is columb. And that's why we have the District of Columbia, Columbia Pictures and Records, Columbia Shuttle, all the drugs coming from Colombia, South America. We have British Columbia and we have Christopher Columbus. But the word Columbus means the doves. The Knights of Columbus is a secret fraternity run by the Queen of England. It does not represent the Holy Spirit. If we look today on the Visa credit cards on the right-hand side, you'll see the little symbol of the dove. And people never ask, what does this symbol, this so-called holy symbol that's meant to represent the Holy Spirit, what's it doing on the credit cards? Well, it is a dove, but it has nothing to do with the Holy Spirit. It has to do with a secret fraternity known as the Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Malta Cross is also known as the Black Sun. And of course, the Black Sun is the symbol of the Smithsonian Institute in America. And the swastika was even referred to by the Nazis as a black sun. Himmler never got tired of calling the Nazis an order, a lodge, a black lodge. Now the Anunnaki, which is the ancient Sumerian word for the fallen angels, is very close to the word Nazi. One of the 8 children of the mother goddess, Ninharsag, Naz, was also refers to Canis Major, a constellation that Sirius occupies. Again, Jesus of Nazareth, from Nasir, meaning Sirius. The Knights of Malta Cross is seen here on the picture on the left in ancient Pictish. These are the Picts of Scotland, using not only the serpent, not only the swastika, but the Knights of Malta Cross. A very ancient symbol. But the fact that we see it here with the serpent is very suggestive. Here again we see it on ancient lances of the Teutonic peoples. Now, of course, just like the old Atlanteans, we have the Nazis being very interested in the concept of race and eugenics and genetics, in polygamy and population control. We also have the phenomena of Siamese twins and midgets and deformities and blemishes and the extra nipple and whatnot. Witches were burned for their blemishes. We have congenital hemophilia. We have the ritual of bonding by blood. We have freaks, the whole concept of the Siamese twins that comes down to us. It just put down to us as being freakish, individuals, strange mutations. But could these not be throwbacks to genetic manipulations and genetic experiments that were being done not too far back in our Earth history? Now, Charles Darwin, who wrote Origin of the Species, what we often don't realize is the full title of that book. The full title was Origin of the Species and the Preservation of the Favored Races. Charles Darwin was also funded by occultists, specifically the Royal Academy. Now, Herbert Spencer, the philosopher, while Darwin got the credit, the leading proponent of this chilling racial evolutionary theory was Herbert Spencer, whose ideas were based on race. Spencer was more explicit than Darwin in his conclusion. Only one race was capable of ascending to the highest levels of the evolutionary spiral. The others would be left behind. So here we have an occult agenda of blood, of race, and of mass murder. Because remember, the pontifications of philosophers in the 19th century and in the 20th century are being carried out, they're being implemented in the world. The Nazis implementing occult theocracies coming from occult societies, like the Thule Society and the Freemasons and the occultists of the ancient world, Ordo Templi Orientis. And in America and Britain, it's no different. The Knights Templar, the Knights of Columbus, the Freemasons. The Nazis are steeped, as anyone who studies their symbolism can see, in occultism. They often refer to themselves as the Order of the Black Sun. The official historians now generally accept that occult orders, some very ancient and some new, were operating behind the Nazi Party and other political parties in Germany. The same historians seem conspicuously reluctant, however, to transpose these facts to the British and American political milieu, even when ample evidence exists to prove it, and even when many of the elites of the European occult orders, plus industrialists, publishers, and scholars, were related to international aristocratic families and dynasties. It is a fact that the Vatican helped Hitler to gain power and then helped him to consolidate his grip on Germany. This was done in part by advising the Catholic Party of Germany to vote for the Nazi candidates. The Third Reich is the first power which not only recognizes but puts into practice the high principles of the papacy. This is Franz von Papen, second only in command to Adolf Hitler, is literally telling you that the Third Reich is implementing the principles of the Vatican, the principles of the papacy. But who are the papacy officiating for? Now, of course, when we talk here in programs like this about the Vatican, please understand that we're not talking about Roman Catholicism as a religion. There's a very great difference between Roman Catholicism as a practicing religion and Vatican, the institution of Catholicism, the institution of the Vatican, the nation state, the state within a state. These are two completely different animals here. Behind one of the great thinkers and philosophers behind the Nazi Party, close friend to Rudolf Hess and to Adolf Hitler, was Karl Haushofer. He created what is known as geostrategical theory. He propounded it, and he was the teacher of Rudolf Hess, and Rudolf Hess introduced Haushofer to Adolf Hitler. It's a very important character to study. In the Origins and Oracles series, we have a program called Evil's Willing Servants, and we go into a little bit of Haushofer's background. It makes very interesting listening. One of the most powerful occult societies behind the politics of Germany was called the Thule Society, or the Thule Society, founded in 1912 by Rudolf von Subottendorf, a major Freemason, an expert in Islamic and Oriental mysticism. In 1918, Thule member Karl Harrer forms the Workers' Political Circle, and in 1919 he renames that the German Workers' Party, later headed by Adolf Hitler, who took over from mystic Dietrich Eckart. It became the Nazi Party. Now the word Tula, or Thule, means northerly place or homeland, and it refers to Atlantis. Again, one of the thinkers specifically beloved by Adolf Hitler was called Jorg Lanz, one of the most important of all Nazi ideologists. Jorg Lanz von Liebenfels was an ex-Cistercian monk who published the magazine Ostara. After being expelled from his monastery, he formed his own Order of the New Templars. Adolf Hitler and other Nazis collected and read Ostara and thought of Lanz as a veritable guru. There's the front cover of Ostara, and as you can see, clearly shown there is a Knights Templar. Now, the master race, as they referred themselves to, these terms, we've become so enamored to them, we don't even think anymore what they really mean. Master race. Who are the racialists? Who are those who control the genes of mankind? Who are those who try to separate and segregate the human race based on genetics and eugenics and racial hygiene? Who were the original ones? We see only the Nazis. They're a modern rendition of this ancient problem. They were Satanists who practiced black magic, says Trevor Ravenscroft, author of The Spear of Destiny. This means that they were solely concerned with raising their consciousness by means of rituals to awareness of evil and non-human intelligences in the universe, and with achieving means of communication with these intelligences. Now, closer to home, when the tomb of Yale University, that's the tomb of the Skull and Bones secret fraternity, was raided by Christian students, the decor was almost purely Nazi in nature. Maltese crosses, swastikas, and so on were found therein. And the number 322, which is the lodge of the Skull and Bones Society, is actually the German lodge number of this fraternity. It is controlled by German secret societies such as the Illuminati and the OTO and the Thule. And Joel Bakan, in his fine book, The Corporation, says, in its July 1934 issue, Fortune magazine extolled the virtues of fascism and the economic miracles wrought by Mussolini. Lord Goldsborough, the man who produced the issue, wrote, the good journalist must recognize in fascism certain ancient virtues of the race, whether or not they happen to be fashionable in his own country. So there we have it, ties between modern American industrialists and politicians and ancient societies and German occultists. Now, have we been told all along that the ritual sacrifices have been going on? Let's look at the etymology. We've been told that there's a nuclear war. We've been told that there's an atomic war. What do these words actually refer to? What does the word nuclear or nucleus actually refer to? What does the word atomic actually refer to? Does it really refer to reds under the beds and SDI and bombs dropping at you from the skies? Or is it something much closer to home, something slightly more biological, something more of a Cold War, one that would never heat up at all? And what are the Star Wars? And now that the ritual centers have been designed and built, and now that the masses of the population live in the cities of the world, the next stage is easy. All the unrest, all the slaughter, all the mayhem, all the bloodletting, from the Holocaust to the assassinations. We have in Ireland, for instance, tremendous unrest there, constant unrest. In Palestine, in Guyana, in Waco, in Heaven's Gate, in Columbine school disaster, in Oklahoma city bombing, or the Twin Towers or the Gulf War. All these traumas visited upon members of the human race. In Waco, the great comedian Bill Hicks said, if child molestation is actually your concern, then how come we don't see Bradley tanks knocking down Catholic churches? Now, since the Second World War, the U.S. has bombed 250 countries. That's actually since 1948, which was the time of the creation of the United Nations. Anthony J. Hilder of Radio Free World says there have been more wars since the creation of the United Nations in 1948 than from the beginning of time up until 1948. Now, who are the United Nations, and were they really created to instigate peace in the world anyway? Well, their history is that they were previously called the League of Nations, and they came into existence through Roosevelt's Bretton Woods Agreement. But before they were called the League of Nations, they were called the League to Enforce the Peace. Previous to that, they were called the American Society for the Judicial Settlement of International Disputes. Now, this society was created in 1920 by Theodore Marburg, and its first chairman was William Howard Taft of the Skull and Bones Society. Secretaries of War of the U.S. are commonly Skull and Bones members, right up to the modern day. And Geneva is home to the League of Nations and to the Bilderberger Group. Concerning the slaughter and mayhem, Count Leo Tolstoy, the great author, said that government is an association of men who do violence to the rest of us. How right he is. And Manly Palmer Hall, one of America's greatest and most beloved occultists, also a 33rd degree Mason, puts it this way: to repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature in a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man merely by slaving his body. The mind must also be held, and to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, fear death, fear God, and fear devil, and fear most his overlords, the keepers of his destiny. So it goes for urban life. And Aldous Huxley, in his book The Final Revolution, one of the people very much into control of the masses, writes, there will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorships without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will, in fact, have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda, brainwashing, or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. That's right. As the Nazis had a final solution for their victims, so these thinkers and potentates and politicians, they're working on the final solution for the rest of us. But we're going to enjoy it, of course. Now, one of the major occultists in Europe was called Count Cagliostro, and he was one of the individuals also working on the Stargate problem. His real name was Giuseppe Balsamo, and he was a ruthless and a very enigmatic character. And being a Freemason, he actually invented one of Freemasonry's rites. It's called Cagliostro's Egyptian rite. But this involved a virginal boy or girl as an oracle, or even as a priest. And these virgins were known in Masonic circles as the Columb, or the doves. So here we have Cagliostro's Egyptian rite, a rite that involves virginal boys or girls in the form of the priest or the oracle. But they're known by the name the doves. And the Spanish for that is Columb. So anybody remember Columbine High School and the sacrifice of the young children there? Were they oracles too, in some sort of Masonic rite? We have Applewhite and the priesthood of Saturn. Saturnian symbolism is also very prevalent in Freemasonry. And this particular Heaven's Gate cult, the very word Heaven's Gate, we already looked earlier at Saturn and the gate of the south, which is a correspondence of death. And the fact that they wore black attire and the Nike logo. The Nike logo is actually the corner of the rings of Saturn. And the fact that the men in Heaven's Gate were castrated. Anyone who studied ancient mythology knows that Saturn and the sickle of Saturn and the castration of his father Uranus, all of these symbols coming out of the ancient world. Now, large doses of fear, trepidation, and agony were released during the 9/11 episode, not only from New York, but all over the world. This event was staged at the site of a powerful vortex or synchronic line. So yes, as part of the great rituals and traumas, we're not going to have just one event. We're going to have assassinations, we're going to have murders, we're going to have rapes and serial crimes. We're going to have Zodiac killers and Green River killers and Night Stalkers and all kinds of disaster. We're going to have children burned up with CS gas at Waco and all other manner of atrocities that one could possibly think of, that the human mind in its depravity could come up with. 9/11 is just one of those events. But any of these events, if they're situated at the right place and at the right time, create waves that permeate into the earth grid and permeate the lives of individuals. That's what cities were originally designed for. There's nothing natural about a city. There's nothing natural about living in one. Assassinations like that of Diana, the moon goddess, on August 31st. And August 31st is the period when the constellation known as Virgo descends beneath the horizon. So the Virgin descending beneath the horizon signifies the time of sacrifice. In fact, August 31st, 100 years prior, was when Jack the Ripper killed his first virgin, or his first whore. Another ritual sacrifice. November 22nd, 1963. At Sagittarius, the point of Sagittarius, the famous 13th sign of the zodiac, is the assassination of John F. Kennedy at the junction of 3 roads on November 22nd. That's 11 for November and 22 for the day. That's 33. He was also shot at the 33rd meridian of the Earth, at the junction of 3 roads. And he was murdered at the period between the signs of Sagittarius and Scorpio. And this is known as the 13th sign of the zodiac. Only those who study the occult, esoteric form of astrology know this, the famous 13th sign of the zodiac. And the secret society, or the secret bodyguard, the secret police of meant to be protecting John F. K., referred to him by the code name the Traveler. But in fact, that's an ancient mythological name. Exactly at the point when the sun god descends into the underworld, he was known in all ancient times as the Traveler. Speaking of this kind of geometry, Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval write, the geographical latitude of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount lies between the 31st and 32nd degree parallels, with the latter passing just south of the Holy City. It has also been remarked that the Mother Lodge of the Scottish Rite Supreme Council of the 33rd degree was located in the city of Charleston in South Carolina, probably because the 33rd degree parallel passes right through it. So even though it may seem strange, even preposterous to us, these secret societies pay attention not only to sidereal time, not only the calendar dates, not only the movement of the luminaries and the stars, but also to the degrees of longitude and latitude of the Earth, from the dropping of the atom bomb, to assassinations here, to openings of buildings there. These sidereal times are very, very important, as the great scholars are now starting to find out. And this particular thing about the 33rd meridian, why are so many of the world's banks, why are so many of the world's wars, why are so many of the stately homes of the world, and specifically the banks, are situated on the 30th, between the 30th and 33rd parallel of the Earth. But we have wars, and we have rumors of wars, and we have endless anxiety. Large doses of fear and confusion make excellent business, especially for the pharmaceutical monopolies. Consumption of antidepressants rose dramatically after the attack on the World Trade Center. As Emperor Caligula is meant to have said, let them hate us as long as they fear us. Fear, of course, as Huxley and as Manly Palmer Hall are saying, is the best way to control. Since love and fear can hardly exist together, says Machiavelli, and if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than loved. So this is the kind of mentality in these new Atlanteans, the ones who seek to control us and keep us roped in, dumbed down, ignorant, impoverished, not to be made privy to what the masters are doing behind the scenes, behind the veil of government and national security. Now, F.T. Marinetti is a great study when it comes to studying mania. The founder of the Italian Futurism and a lifelong fascist, he was also one of the most influential personages in the history of modern art. In his Futurist Manifesto of 1909, he says, war is beautiful because it initiates the dreamt-of metallization of the human body. War is beautiful because it enriches a flowering meadow with fiery orchids of machine guns. War is beautiful because it combines the gunfire, the cannonades, the ceasefire, the scents, and the stench of putrefaction into a symphony. We will glorify war, the world's only hygiene. Militarism, patriotism, the destructive gesture of freedom, brings beautiful ideas worth dying for, and scorn for women. We will destroy the museums, libraries, academies of every kind. We will fight moralism, feminism, every opportunistic or utilitarian cowardice. Makes one think of the movie Dr. Strangelove, this kind of mania loose in the world. Not some psychotic, though. Not somebody who's been locked up in a, asylum somewhere. These are the top thinkers of the world. People whose thoughts and manifestos change how we think and act. Herman Kahn, in his On Thermonuclear War in 1960, calmly considers whether or not a death toll of 50 million human beings would be an acceptable, quote-unquote, statistic to ensure that democracy prevails. Jordan Maxwell and some other scholars who study the astrological cycles and chart what these evilarchies are up to, and once you know what they're into, then you can sort of follow what they're up to and get ahead of the game. We've come to understand that we're in what we call the Saturnalian period, or what they call the Saturnalian period, when chaos and debauchery is permissible. We're in what the Hindus call the Kal age, and what also might be called the Dionysian age, when all forms of debauchery and depravity are let loose upon the world. This is the period when all kinds of virtue and morality, as the ancient texts were saying, are thought of as vices. Julian Huxley, in the preface to Brave New World, says, as political and economic freedom diminishes, sexual freedom tends to compensatingly increase, and the dictator will do well to encourage that freedom, in conjunction with the freedom to daydream under the influence of dope, movies, and radio. It will help to reconcile his subjects to their servitude, which is not their fate. In Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, he writes, sensual pleasures programmed into people as infants through hypnopedic messages repeated thousands of times as they slept. These messages encouraged sexual promiscuity, attendance at mass entertainments, and the ingestion of drugs for any and every unpleasant feeling or little distress. The idea here is not to have people actually have more sex, but to engender frustration that they're not able to. In George Orwell's 1984, An Animal Farm, he says, the past is completely eliminated. History is revised. Books are destroyed. Without print media, there is no evidence that anything has been different. Even keeping diaries is forbidden. People are expected to absorb and accept the new information delivered by the television sets, even if it directly contradicts the news of a month ago. Since it is impossible to prove the contradiction, it is useless to try to resist. And is this not the exact situation we find ourselves in today, where people not only believe the media, but in believing it, they're filled with contradictions? But who stands up to right those contradictions? If something on the media repeats and repeats and repeats the same message, eventually 80% of the population just blithely accept it. In the book Being Human, we read, when faced with a life-threatening situation, the reptilian hindbrain, the most primitive part of the human brain, switches off all activity except that which keeps us alive. It sends the subconscious message, do not move, breathe, or blink, or you will be seen and attacked. But as Hesiod, and the ancient Greek playwright in 8th century BC, he writes, the gods keep mankind ignorant of the ways of living, else one would do enough in one day to last a year. In Job 12, the Bible, we read, he increaseth the nations and destroyeth them. He enlargeth the nations and straighteneth them again. In Job 12, he taketh away the heart of the chief of the people of the earth, and causeth them to wander in a wilderness where there is no way. They grope in the dark, without light, and him maketh to stagger like a drunken man. So we have it in the age of Dionysus, the Kal age. And who are the philosophers who brought this about? Well, Thomas Malthus, in his own words, says, in his essay on population, instead of recommending cleanliness to the poor, we should encourage contrary habits. We should crowd more people into the houses and court the return of the plague. But above all, we should reprobate specific remedies for ravaging diseases, and those benevolent but mistaken men who have thought that they were doing a service to mankind by projecting schemes for the total extirpation of particular disorders. If by these and similar means the annual mortality were increased, we might possibly, every one of us, marry at the age of puberty, and yet few be absolutely starved. When we come to eugenics and Charles Darwin, he writes in his own words, "Excepting in the case of man himself, hardly anyone is so ignorant as to allow his worst animals to breed." Eugenics, which was selective breeding or racial hygiene, is not, however, a Nazi or a German phenomena, but a British and American one. Hundreds of people were systemically and legally sterilized in the United States from 1907 on. The most influential eugenicist was Sir Francis Galton, the cousin of Charles Darwin. He was an honorary president of the Eugenics Society for several years. His successor was Major Leonard Darwin, son of Charles Darwin, and it was he who strongly promoted the eradication of the unfit. The first U.S. Eugenics Society was headed by Averell Harriman's mother. It was also funded by the royals, as was the entire Harriman dynasty. Ernst Rudin, Hitler's eugenics expert and chief engineer, was a guest of Mrs. Harriman in America before the advent of the Second World War. In 1905, Dr. Ernst Rudin founded a German eugenics society called the Society for Racial Hygiene. Later, he changed the name, adding the word suggested by Francis Galton, the Society for Racial Hygiene, that is, eugenics. In 1925, Leonard Darwin wrote an article for the Journal of the Eugenics Society, the Eugenics Review, pushing the idea of locking up everyone whose genes might be considered defective. To save the human race, he said, force or compulsion would be necessary in many cases. He promoted a policy that he called segregation, but he did not mean segregating whites from blacks. He meant separating the fit from the unfit. Compulsion is now permitted if applying to criminals, lunatics, and mental defectives. And this principle must be extended to all who, by having offspring, would seriously damage future generations, he argued. The leaders of the progressive movement in Britain also supported negative eugenics. The people who had founded the London School of Economics, that's Sidney and Beatrice Webb, were also leaders of the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society later became one of Britain's major political parties, the Labour Party. As early as 1909, the Fabians, led by the Webbs, said, "What we as eugenicists have got to do is to scrap the old poor law with its indiscriminate relief of the destitute as such and replace it by an intelligent policy of so altering the social environment as to discourage or prevent the multiplication of those irrevocably below the national minimum of fitness." In 1930, a Fabian leader, Archibald Church, introduced a bill for eugenic sterilization. So here we have the Fabians, here we have top politicians, here we have the founder of evolution theory, the elites of British society, deciding who will live and who will not, and the manner in which they will administer the torture to the unfit. The Fabian Society itself was founded in 1883 and played a catalytic role, preaching the inevitability of gradualness in the movement towards a socialist society, taking their name from the Roman warrior Fabius, who learned to wait patiently before striking a fatal blow against Hannibal. In America, John Foster Dulles, Senator and Secretary of State under Eisenhower, has this to say: "It is only by eliminating the lower members of the human race that the higher average is maintained." And Jacques Cousteau, UNESCO courier, on November 1991 said, "The United Nations goal is to reduce population selectively by encouraging abortion, forced sterilization, and control human reproduction, and regards 2/3 of the human population as excess baggage, with 350,000 people to be eliminated per day." And the master of them all, Bertrand Russell, in his Impact of Science on Society, had this to say: "At present, The population of the world is increasing at about 58,000 per diem. War so far has had no very great effect on this increase, which continued throughout each of the world wars. War has hitherto been disappointing in this respect, but perhaps bacteriological war may prove effective. If a Black Death could spread throughout the world in every generation, survivors could procreate freely without making the world too full. The state of affairs might be unpleasant, but what of it? We have Prince Philip, quoted in the Deutsche Presse Agentur in August 1988, said, "In the event I am reborn, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation." Now, the Institute of Human Virology, we read that according to top pharmacologist Dr. Robert B. Strecker, MD, PhD, the leading scientist of the project, that AIDS virus was created at Fort Detrick, but was based on research first conducted at the Lebedev Institute near Moscow, which was founded by the world's leading virologist, Gurvich. The number of those infected doubles every month. Over 23 million Americans are already affected. In the Strecker Memorandum, in the 30s and 40s, the Public Health Service openly experimented and monitored black men infected with syphilis in Tuskegee, Alabama. Even after penicillin was discovered, these men remained infected and were not treated. Hence, their wives and sons were likewise infected. These incidents are recorded in detail in the book Bad Blood by James Jones. Between 1959 and 1970, there were over 300 biological experiments conducted on U.S. citizens unbeknownst to them. The extent of the program is revealed in the book A Higher Form of Killing by Paxman and Harris. That's from Dr. Robert Strecker's The Strecker Memorandum. Now here it is on DVD. This doctor, Dr. Robert Strecker, conclusively proves that AIDS was vector-borne, that AIDS was a man-made designer disease to create havoc in the world, exactly according to the policies of Bertrand Russell and Aldous Huxley and his coterie. This is absolute compulsory viewing. The Strecker Memorandum by Dr. Robert Strecker. He was one of the first people to work on the AIDS virus and knows everything there is to know about it. In The Final Revolution, Aldous Huxley says, "It seems to me perfectly in the cards that a euphoric drug, far more efficient and less harmful than alcohol, may be produced. And if this should be introduced into every bottle of Coca-Cola, then clearly, as I ventured to point out more than 25 years ago in Brave New World, this would become an incredibly powerful instrument in the hands of a dictator. What is becoming, I think, quite clear now is that dictatorships of the future probably will not be based on terror, as the dictatorships of Hitler and Stalin. Terror is an extremely wasteful, stupid, and inefficient method of controlling people. In Brave New World, the distribution of this mysterious drug, which I call the soma, was a plank in the political platform. A Dr. Wright refers to inoculation against smallpox in the British Isles as an ancient practice. And a citizen of Wales, aged 99 years old, states that inoculations had been known and used during his entire lifetime, but that she got smallpox through her inoculation. In Birmingham, England, from 1871 to 1874, there were 7,706 cases of smallpox. Out of these, 6,795 had been vaccinated against the disease. A select committee of the Privy Council convened to inquire into the Vaccination Act of 1867. As 97.5% of those vaccinated died of the disease. Now, Dr. Charles Crichton, in 1884, he is asked to write an article for the Encyclopedia Britannica on vaccination. After much research internationally, he concludes that vaccination constituted a gross superstition. In 1896, Italian professor Carlo Ruta states that vaccination is a worldwide delusion and an unscientific practice with consequences measured today with tears and sorrow without end. Joseph Lister introduced sanitation to the surgery and hospital, but was fiercely resisted by leading surgeons and doctors. The British Medical Association dedicated itself to attacking his name, reputation, and theories. In 1850, a British physician reads a paper detailing the microscopic examination of food products, revealing that all food products examined in Britain were adulterated with foreign substances, including chemicals. W.B. Clark from the New York Press in 1909 says, cancer was practically unknown until the cowpox vaccination began to be introduced. He says, I have seen 200 cases of cancer, and I never saw a case of cancer in an unvaccinated person. On the question of fluoride, in 1943, researchers from the U.S. Public Health Service examined the health of the residents of Bartlett, Texas, to see if the 8 parts per million of fluoride in their drinking water was affecting their health. It was checked again in 1953. They find that the death rate in Bartlett was 3 times higher than a neighboring town which contained only 0.4 parts per million of the fluoride. Dr. James W. Wardner, in his book Unholy Alliances, says, the London Office of Strategic Affairs, that's the OSS from which developed the CIA, was run by David K. E. Bruce, an employee of Averell Harriman from the 1920s. Through Bruce and other connections, Averell Harriman dominated all American intelligence functions in wartime Britain. David Bruce was the husband of a Pittsburgh Mellon heiress. Allen Dulles had been the player for the Mellons' big international oil ventures, and eventually the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell took over the management of the entire Mellon family fortune. It was through the Mellons that fluoride began to be promoted and dispensed into the America's water supply. Now, Ghislaine Langtot, in her book The Medical Mafia, writes, at a CIA hearing, Dr. Gottlieb, a cancerologist, admitted having dispersed in 1960 a large quantity of viruses in the Congo River in Zaire to pollute and contaminate all the people who used the river as their source of water. Dr. Gottlieb was named to be the head of the National Cancer Institute. François Mitterrand, the president of France, says, the health of citizens is a commodity which is bought and sold. And mind control advocate Dr. Jose Delgado, in his book Physical Control of the Mind Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society, simply puts it this way: man does not have the right to develop his own mind. Now, the annual death toll from synthetic prescription drugs, both from the correctly prescribed and the incorrectly prescribed, amounts to about 231,000 deaths every year. To put this into perspective, this is the equivalent of a World Trade Center disaster every week for over a year and a half, or the crash of 2 fully loaded 747 aircraft every day of the year. Drug deaths caused by physicians, the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States. It is far ahead of accidents, drunk driving, homicides, airline accidents, as well as all other disease. Jimmy Carter says, doctors collectively have done more to block adequate medical care for people of this country than any other single group. And Linus Pauling, the Nobel laureate, says, everyone should know that the war on cancer is largely a fraud. Now, it turns out that the term or word Medici, refers to the 13th century Florentine patrician family who became one of the most powerful bankers as well as patrons of the arts and who provided many tyrannical popes. This word, the Medici, actually comes from that, meaning medical doctors. So again, here we have the age-old connection, coming down from the Venetians, coming down from the Phoenicians, coming down from the ancient Sumerians. We have the families related, descended by blood from these ancient sources. And they're still up to their business, right down into modern times, massacring, creating rituals, treating people as if they're just cattle ready for sacrifice. Alice Bailey, an occultist and head of the Lucius Trust, she says, behind the division of humanity stand those enlightened ones whose right and privilege it is to watch over human evolution and to guide the destinies of men. This they do through the implanting of ideas in the minds of the world thinkers, so that these ideas in due time receive recognition and eventually become controlling factors in human life. They train the members of the new group of world servers in the task of changing these ideas into ideals. These in turn become the desired objectives of the thinkers and are then taught to the powerful middle class and worked up into world forms of governments or religion, thus forming the basis of the New World Order. And Sidney West, the leader of the Fabian Society that later became the Labour Party of England, has this to say about the whole gig. To play those millions of minds, to watch them slowly respond to unseen stimulus, to guide their aspirations without their knowledge, all this, whether in high capacities or in humble, is a big and endless game of chess of ever extraordinary excitement. So-called philanthropist John D. Rockefeller, in his occasional letter number 1 of the General Educational Board, has this to say: "In our dreams we have limitless resources, and people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. Unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill on a grateful and responsive rule of folk. The task we set before ourselves is a very beautiful one, to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are." And Major John Rawling Rees of the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, a major mind control syndicate in England, says this: "The patient must remain unaware of the specific intentions and purposes of the doctor administrating the treatment. Building a society in which it is possible for any member of any social group to be treated without resort to legal means, and even if they do not desire such treatment." It should be clear by now, at this stage, that we have in fact an official history and we have an occult history of the world, occult history of the ancient world, and we also have a cult history of America. Arthur S. Miller of George Washington University says, "Those who formally rule take their signals and commands not from the electorate as a body, but from a small group of men plus a few women. This group will be called the establishment. It exists even though that existence is stoutly denied. It is one of the secrets of the American social order. A second secret is the fact that the existence of the establishment, the ruling class, is not supposed to be discussed." Now, in the American Oath of Allegiance, we hear reference to protecting America from enemies both foreign and domestic, which implies, does it not, that there can be domestic enemies? Well, we can be sure that there are plenty of domestic enemies. Let's take a look and find out who they are. One of the most powerful of all the secret societies, given the agenda and operating in the world, is known by the name of the Illuminati. There's terms that they use, these secret societies, and then there's terms that their historians and critics also use, terms that they use within the lodges and terms and names that people on the outside know. But the Illuminati is a very powerful organization. On the left is a picture of its creator, Adam Weishaupt. And Adam Weishaupt, after his passing on, the mantle went to the Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini, and Giuseppe Mazzini passed it on to the American Albert Pike, whose picture is on the right there. Albert Pike is the creator of the Scottish Rite Freemasonic system, or at least the bringer to America of the Scottish Rite Freemasonic system. Now, Adam Weishaupt's symbol, the original symbol of the Illuminati, was the pyramid with the eye at the top, and the term New World Order, or Novus Ordo Seclorum, around the bottom of the pyramid. That was the symbol that was found on the documents of the Illuminati and is now on the American $1 bill. The Illuminati was officially founded on May 1st, 1776, and America's official birthday is July 4th, 1776. Interestingly, Adolf Hitler's second book was called The New World Order. Now, this term, New World Order, is found at the bottom of the pyramid. It is another secret society slogan. It is not a political slogan. Adolf Hitler's first book was Mein Kampf, and the second one was The World Order, or The New World Order. Now, Masons work in very ingenious ways in order to conceal their identity. If you take the symbol of the pyramid and draw around it take a ruler and draw around it a six-pointed star or hexagram or Star of David, which is easy to do because the pyramid is already the upward pointing triangle, you will find that at the vertices, at the apexes of the Star of David, that's at the 6 points, it spells out the word M-A-S-O-N, that's Mason. And of course it shows a pyramid, which Masons build. George Washington is seen here standing in the Masonic Hall with the Masonic G above his head, and he's wearing the Masonic apron. So George Washington and many other elites and presidents and so forth are members of these secret fraternities. Everyone knows about the Lincoln Memorial, but travelers and tourists are not as aware that round the corner from that is a very strange, to say the least, image of George Washington, one of the founding fathers. He's seen here naked to the waist, his arms in this mysterious pose. Of course, it's mysterious to tourists. It's not mysterious to members of secret societies, because they would recognize this pose. It is an occult symbol. Here is the god worshipped by the Knights Templars, Baphomet. Open any book on the occult and you'll usually see this symbol of the deity, stripped to the waist, with the hands in that pose. Baphomet is the god of the Freemasons and of the Rosicrucians. Here's an image of Baphomet with the rose cross and the serpent on the globe, being worshipped by the members of the fraternity. And in the book of Acts, we have a reference to Satan. I am the offspring of the serpent nature and a corrupter's son. I am the son of he who sits upon the throne and has dominion over the creation beneath the heavens. So the serpents have dominion over the heavens and over the earth. Here is the original symbol that was meant to be on the dollar bill before they came up with the eagle. It was actually a triangle surrounded by serpents. America, as we saw earlier, is literally the land of the serpents. They probably thought that would be too obvious and settled for other symbols instead, like the eagle. Here is the first U.S. flag, which shows the stars, again, Sirius, and the all-seeing eye radiating outward. So the eye, the Freemasonic symbols of the stars and the all-seeing eye and the pyramidical shape were very much in the minds of the original founding fathers. Now the number 13 appears on the dollar bill quite a lot. There's 13 levels of the pyramid, and the 13, which appears on the dollar bill, refers directly to the serpent. In the book of Revelations is chapter 13 that the dragon and his destructive power are introduced, but that destructive power involves the use of money. In Revelation 13 it says, "He also forced everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on his right hand or upon his forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of his name." Now the Declaration of Independence was signed by 56 men, over 50 of whom were Masons, some Grand Masters. Their original meeting place was none other than the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, which Daniel Webster said was the headquarters of the American Revolution. So the whole of the American Revolution starts in a tavern which bears the name the Green Dragon. We wonder if that green dragon was swallowing a human being. Now, all cults, all fraternities, all churches, all denominations have their symbols. We know the symbols, and we know what we're looking at, whether it's a church, a synagogue, a mosque, whether it's a policeman, or whether it's a fireman, or whether it's a nurse. We know things by their symbols. So fascism, what are the symbols of fascism? One might think it's the swastika. Actually, it is not. The symbols of international fascism are much older than that. And the key symbol, the cardinal symbol of the fascist movements of the world, is a bundle of rods with a hatchet in the middle of them. This is called the fasce, or the fasces. It's an old Roman symbol, but it even predates the Romans. Where do we find it? On the back of the Congress room. The Freemasonic monopoly of government positions continued for at least the first 100 years of United States history. According to a 1924 census, even in that year, the Senate had a membership which was 60% Freemason. But what worries me more is why, of all the symbols that you could possibly choose, the symbols for international fascism are there in the Senate room at the back. Now, James W. Wardner, in his book Unholy Alliances, says, "Our first president was a Mason, sworn into office by the Grand Master of New York on a Bible taken from a Masonic altar, that of St. John's Lodge No. 1. The Bible used in the ceremony was brought there by John Morton, Marshal of the Day from St. John's Lodge, of which he was the worshipful master. Thus was laid the cornerstone of our country, and forever of our government. This same Bible, used for Washington's inauguration, was used to swear in Masonic presidents Warren Harding in 1921 and Dwight Eisenhower in 1953. And what the good doctor fails to tell you is that when George Bush, in more recent times, asked for his Bible, he specifically asked for 3 Bibles, the Masonic 3, and laid his hand on 3 Bibles, and that is another known Masonic symbol. Well, if you got allegiances, you certainly have. George Washington, here is another statue of George Washington, and the caption under the bust, under the name, says Freemason and First President. Now, I don't know about you. In fact, I'm not even an American citizen. I'm from Ireland. But yet I would take offense to that statement. Because what does it say? Let's read it together. It says George Washington, Freemason and First President. Now, maybe it's just me, but perhaps that should be the other way around. But no, these chaps have allegiances. And you see, that's the problem. That's the conundrum with domestic enemies. If you've got allegiances behind the veil, then what good are your promises and your allegiances in the public domain? If you have your fingers crossed behind your back, so to speak, what good are your promises? Well, from their own works, here's a little book that Freemasons use. This is just one of their little manifesto books that they're all given. It's called The Duncan's Ritual. The Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. It's given to neophytes so that they can learn about their rituals, and it's full of interesting pictures to show them what to do when they're in the lodge. And in books just like this one, in the Duncan's Ritual, you find captions like this. You find instructions, and you find oaths. I will aid and assist a companion Royal Archmason when engaged in any difficulty, and espouse his cause, whether it be right or wrong. A companion Royal Archmason's secrets shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own. Murder and treason not accepted. Here at the G7 summit, you've got the whole picture in one. You've got the Illuminati pyramid in the center with its spokes radiating out. And who are the gang of criminals sitting around it? We've got Francis Mitterrand, we've got Bill Clinton of America and Tony Blair, and other minions of the Atlantean warlocks. And the G, the G7, the G8. The G is the famous Masonic G, seen on every Masonic lodge. And what is a summit? A summit meeting, a peak meeting. We're meeting on the floor of the house. These are Masonic terms. Pick up a book on it and find out. In my book, and also in the presentation, Weapons of Mass Deception Behind the New World Order, we go very much into this. It's part of the Origins and Oracles series. We show the actual connections between the Bush dynasty and the fraternities of Freemasonry and the Illuminati. So we've taken a little bit of time there to look at the ingenuity of the machinations of our hidden masters, our controllers. We've looked at why they're motivated to do what they do. We've looked at how they do it a little bit. But have we really proven that these individuals are not just money-grubbing and power-mongering individuals driven by greed? Have we really proven that they do, in fact, have bloodlines and connections to the ancient past? Let's take another look at that whole question of lineage and bloodline. Peter Tompkins, in his book Secret of the Great Pyramid, quotes the great Manly Palmer Hall, who said, "Not only were many of the founders of the U.S. Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe, which helped them to establish the United States for," he says, "a peculiar and particular purpose known only to the initiated few." But the conspiracy is an old one. It's not something new. Sir Thomas More, in 1478, in the 1500s, almost at the time of the Tudors, he writes, "Everywhere do I perceive a certain conspiracy of rich men seeking their own advantage under that name and pretext of the Commonwealth." So here's the Sir Thomas More, a friend of Henry Tudor, clearly showing us that we have two realities here. We've got the fronts that these people hide behind, be it the Commonwealth or communism or eugenics or Nazism or fascism. These isms and ologies are merely fronts. They're easy to create. But what goes on behind these fronts? What goes on behind the scenes? Now, many books have been written charting this concept of bloodline. It's become a cottage industry almost, going into the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail and the legends of the Holy Family. And this is the book that started it all, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail by Begent and Lay and Lincoln. And it was a bestseller, and it's a book well worth reading because, again, as a bestseller, it went into the subject of secret societies and their ancestry and how they operate in the world behind closed doors and also out in the open. But unless we learn to see it, unless we become literate to the symbols and the emblems that they use, and something about also their philosophies, they could be operating right in front of us and we wouldn't know it. We might even be conspiring in helping them. William Bramley, in his masterpiece, Gods of Eden, writes, "The Sumerians state that the first human kings on earth were the offspring of the custodial rulers who mated with the human women. Those matings entitled the half-human offspring to become the early monarchs on the earth." Now, the phoneme for a king is Rex. But RX is also the symbol that refers to royalty and also to the Rose Cross or the Rosicrucians. And some people think, like Lawrence Gardner, they're trying to establish the fact that this RX was in fact the famous mark of Cain. And Cain, as we know from this presentation, is the serpent. We also have the symbols of the red carpet. The red carpet, which is commonly used by the royals, is a symbol of the bloodline. Bloodline is very important to the royals. And the rolling of the red runner that the queen or the king or the dignitaries walk on is their symbol. That's where it comes from. It's old Semitic tradition that we are the bloodline that starts in the past and goes through us and continues into the future. So when you happen to see certain politicians in America, those who are meant to have fought wars against these dynasties and monarchs of the old world, still walking on the red carpet, still sitting on the red square, we've got some questions. In Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism, presentation of the Origins and Oracle series, we go into that more deeply, what the symbol of the red carpet really entails and why it's so used in the world by those who are not officially connected to the royal dynasties of old. And the handshake and the red carpet, it's a one-party state. Heads they win, tails we lose. A one-party state. The same occult symbols, the same occult agenda. A carefully crafted dialectic. And they've all got allegiances. Just like any mafioso or gang that has its rules, its regulations, and its codes, so do the heads of state and the members of the elites. In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, we read, "Speak I of ancient Atlantis. Speak of the days of the kingdom of shadows. Speak of the coming of the children of shadows. Out of the great deep they were called by the wisdom of the earthman. In the form of man they moved amongst us, but only to sight were they as men. serpent-headed when the glamour was lifted. Crept they into councils, taking the form, were like unto men, slaying by their arts the chiefs of the kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over man, to destroy man and rule in his place. In the book of Enoch, chapter 15, and now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, because they are born from men and from the holy watchers in their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on the earth, and evil spirits they shall be called. And the spirits of the giants will afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth and cause trouble. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women. Dr. Stephen Haller, in Young and the Lost Gospels, he writes, "The star angels and other ruling spirits appear as tyrannical, limiting agencies in this Gnostic view. They are usurpers who lord it over humanity and creation in order to enhance their own self-importance and glory. It is incumbent upon the knower to realize this and to extricate himself from the grasp of these powers whenever possible." Again, from Hermes Trismegistus, AD 150, "So the gods will depart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men and drive the poor wretches by main force into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds, and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. The pious will be deemed insane, and the impious wise. The madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked will be esteemed as good." We have the story even coming out of the Scriptures. I'm reminded of Christ saying, "The Pharisees and the scribes have taken the keys of knowledge and have hidden them. They have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to enter to do so. As for you, be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves." So here we have the message that those who are in the bastions and the corridors of power, be they of a religious disposition or of a autocratic political disposition, they bar the way. They bar the way to us psychologically. They bar the way to us spiritually. And they certainly bar the way to us materially. They don't recognize all human beings as equal. They recognize themselves as an overclass, an elite, as God-men, as royalty. And the rest of us, nothing more than their dispensable, disposable servants. Jordan Maxwell, in his Secret Societies and Toxic Religion, says, "Plato said that the price society pays for non-involvement in political affairs is to be ruled by evil men. When have we ever been ruled by evil men, if not now?" And here we have Joseph de Maistria again, in his St. Petersburg Dialogues, letting us know how the game works. "Who is this inexplicable being who, when there are so many agreeable, lucrative, honest, and even honorable professions to choose among, to which a man can exercise his skill or his powers, has chosen that of torturing or killing his own kind? Is there not something in them that is peculiar and alien to our nature? Myself, I have no doubt about this. He is made like us externally. He is born like us all. But he is an extraordinary being. He is created like a law unto himself. Now all grandeur, power, all subordination to authority rests on the executioner. He is the horror and the bond of human association. Remove this incomprehensible agent from the world, and at that very moment, order gives way to chaos, thrones topple, and society disappears." Now, talking about bloodline, the fact is, as is now slowly coming to light, that at least 34 American presidents go back to European aristocratic families. These facts are concealed because these royal elites have children born and raised in unofficial families. That's right. At Hampton Court Hospital, the nurses there well know. They have it happen quite regularly. But all over the world it happens. The male heads of the royal dynasties are not just mating with or bonding with the one that is the girl next door or the one that the public sees them being married to. They have unofficial families, whole families whose job it is to breed the offspring of the kings of the world and the princes of the world, and to raise them in private, behind the veil. This is one of the great secrets of royalty, and under a different name. And then these children, the records are kept on them, and very detailed records, and then they're sent to be the head of this bank and the head of that university and the head of this think tank. And then we sit and wonder why nothing changes and why none of these individuals ever breaks the code. Well, why should they? They're all bonded by blood. In an American context, the picture is unbelievable. Al Gore, for instance, one of the top politicians of the United States of America, contender to the presidency, is actually a descendant of Edward I. He's also cousin of former U.S. President Richard Nixon. He is descendant of the Roman emperors Louis II, Charles II, and Louis I, and is therefore also a direct descendant of Charlemagne, the 8th century emperor. The problem is that Gore's Charlemagne links also make him a cousin of George W. Bush. And don't we remember Bill Clinton running off in the latter days of his presidency to receive something called the Charlemagne Medal of Honor? Why? Charlemagne is the man who opened the West. Is Bill Clinton and George Bush the people who are closing the West, signing the death warrant on the middle class? George W. Bush is closely related to every European monarch on or off the throne, and has kinship with every member of Britain's royal family, the House of Windsor. He is the 13th cousin, note that number, the 13th cousin of Britain's Queen Mother, and of her daughter Queen Elizabeth, and is the 13th cousin once removed from the heir of the throne, Prince Charles. Bush's family tree can be documented as far back as early as the 15th century. He is a direct descent from Henry III and from Henry VIII's sister, Mary Tudor. There you go, there's that Tudor connection, who was also the wife of Louis XI of France. He is also descended from Charles II of England. But strange of all is that he and his own wife, Barbara Bush, are related to the same British monarch. The Kennedys married into British royalty. The girl of the family married some Duke of Buckinghamshire or whatever, or Duke of Marlborough, one of the most elite royal aristocratic figures of England. Now, it is hardly a secret that George W. Bush has an impressive family tree. His father was president, his grandfather, Prescott Bush, was a U.S. senator from Connecticut, and his brother Jeb is governor of Florida. But the Republican candidate for president has a richer political pedigree than the immediate family that gathers for Christmas dinners and birthday celebrations. They are, in fact, related to 16 U.S. presidents, a slew of British monarchs, and even the American Indian Princess Pocahontas. Gary Boyd Roberts, a prominent genealogist at the New England Historic Genealogical Society, documented the remarkable Bush lineage in his little notice book, Ancestors of American Presidents. According to Roberts, the list consists of George Washington, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and George Herbert Walker Bush. All connected by blood. The Bush family, especially George Herbert Walker Bush, is directly connected to Prescott Sheldon Bush, back through Samuel Prescott Bush, back through Hannah Ruck in the 1700s, back to Anna Marbury in the 1500s, back to Eleanor de Buchan in the 1300s, and through Princess Elizabeth Plantagenet of the 1200s, back to King Edward I Longshanks. King Edward I, known to every Scot, considered the hammer of the Scot, and if you're in Scotland or Ireland, don't mention Edward I Longshanks. But we find out that the American president is basically directly linked to him. Tyrants all. And David Icke, Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster, he says that Father George and wife Barbara are both descendants of Godefroy de Bouillon, who in 1099 led European noblemen in the successful crusade to recapture Jerusalem from the Islamic faith and moved into the king's palace at Temple Mount. Godefroy de Bouillon was the first king of Jerusalem and Duke of Lower Lorraine, a major region for the Illuminati bloodline. I bring out several times to audiences that Martin Luther King was shot in a motel called the Lorraine Motel, and the study of Lorraine and the symbols of Lorraine, the double cross, is a central study in the study of Freemasonry. But here we have Godefroy de Bouillon leading crusades. Where have we heard that one before? So when George W. Bush, a descendant of the de Bouillon through his mother and father, talked of a crusade against Islamic terrorism, this was no slip of the tongue, as was reported. The strange fact is, however, that of the 7 major Christian crusades, only one of them was won, the first. All the others were massive defeats by the Islamic forces. Earlier in the program, we read from the Plantagenet King James I, the utter hubris and contempt that he had for the people's revolution, the people's revolt, and how he talked about vengeance from the skies and how God was mustering strange clouds of pestilence on their behalf, and that they should not raise their lowly eyes to him, and that the only thing that they would be allowed is to serve him and keep their lives. This hubris, of course, stretches down through James Stuart, the 6th King of Scotland and England, but is strangely reminiscent of the attitude that George W. Bush took in the first presidency when talking to the media about his dictatorship. But James Stuart said, "The state of monarchy is the most supreme thing upon earth, for kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself are called gods. For if you will consider the attributes of God, you shall see how they agree in the person of a king. To dispute what God does is blasphemy. So it is sedition in subjects to dispute what a king may do at the height of his power. I would not have you meddle with such ancient rights of mine as I have received from my predecessors." Well, now, according to what I've been advocating here, we know who those predecessors were. As the historian and philosopher Marcus Tullius Cicero wrote, "A nation can survive its fools, and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known, and he carries his banners openly. But the traitor moves among those within the gates freely, his sly whispers rustling through the galleys, heard in every hall of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in the accents familiar to his victims, and wears their face and their garment, and he appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of a city. He infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to be feared." Dr. Johannes Koppel, the former German Defense Ministry official and advisor to former NATO Secretary General Manfred Werner, he writes of these secret societies, and he says that the interests behind the Bush administration, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, founded by Brzezinski for David Rockefeller, and the Bilderberger Group, have prepared for and are now moving to implement open world dictatorship within the next 5 years. New York City Mayor John Hylan in 1922 has this to say, "The real menace of our republic is this invisible government, which like a giant octopus sprawls its slimy length over city, state, and nation. Like the octopus of real life, it operates under cover of a self-created screen. At the head of this octopus are the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests and a small group of powerful banking houses generally referred to as the international bankers. The little coterie of powerful international bankers virtually run the United States government for their own selfish purposes. They practically control both political parties." George Bush is on record to say, "I never apologize for the United States of America. Never. And I don't care what the facts are." The attitude can be summed up as, "Don't presume to judge us. We don't live by your rules. You live by ours." If we turn to the situation in England, we find something very similar. Let's look at Harold Macmillan, the Prime Minister of England in 1957. He becomes Prime Minister after Churchill and Anthony Eden. But he was uncle by marriage to the Duke of Devonshire. In 1962, the journalist Anthony Sampson wrote in Anatomy of Britain, in which he presented an elaborate family tree showing that Macmillan was related to the President of the United States, that was Kennedy, the British ambassador to Washington, which was David Ormsby Gore at that time. He was related to the Secretary for War, Julian Emery, the editors of the Observer and the Times Magazine, that was Lord Astor, no less, the Governor of the Bank of England, and 35 members of his own government. His wife was a Devonshire, and Macmillan promoted many of her relatives while Prime Minister. He was the grandson of Daniel Macmillan, the founder of Macmillan Publishing Company. He held illustrious positions such as Minister of Housing, Minister of Defense, Foreign Secretary, and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Good job if you can get it. And here's the other side. Presidential running mate, John Kerry, has got blue blood also, according to Burke's Peerage, and they should know. The Burke's Peerage is the book that has been kept since the Tudor dynasty by one single family on the genealogy of all the royals all over the world. And in fact, it was the editor, or it was the latest keeper of that book, a kind of a who's who, that noticed this pattern relating to the American presidents. So here we have the aristocrats themselves revealing the facts, and then it hit the investigative journalists who brought it to public light. Senator John Kerry has blue blood from all the royal houses of Europe, with even more titled relations than President Bush. Burke's Peerage, which researches the genealogy, said the Democratic presidential candidate traces descent through his mother, Rosemary Forbes, to the royal houses of Albania, England, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Russia, Byzantine, Persia, that's Iran, and France. Forbes was descended from William Forbes, the Laird of New, and extended family that included many baronets. It is via this family that the Democratic candidate is descended from Henry II, the King of England, and father of Richard the Lionheart, who was the leader of the Third Crusade in 1189. By contrast, Bush is related to Queen Elizabeth II, 20 British dukes, and many European princes. President Bush, Princess Diana, and Winston Churchill are also distantly related. In fact, Kerry and Bush are also cousins 9 times removed. In the very first part of this program, we looked at the little Celtic figurines, the little Celtic effigies that turn up in Ireland. And of course, they had the skull and bones motif. We find that the skull and bones was used by the Nazis. We find it was used by the English regiment, the Black Brunswickers. And now we find it on the pirates. And we find it later in the fraternities of the Ivy League universities of America. As we said earlier, the pirates helped to form these universities for the education of their own progeny. The large number for the Skull and Bones Society is 322, which also relates, of course, to the spring equinox, March 22nd, when the sun rises out of winter into the summer or the spring months. The Skull and Bones are referred to as the Brotherhood of Death. Lieutenant Colonel James Beau Greitz refers to them as the lesser of two evils, or the evil of two lessers. And Dr. James W. Wardner says, if the Skull and Bones is not itself the Illuminati, it is as close as you can get. Now, the German connection of the Skull and Bones is brought out by James W. Wardner in Unholy Alliances. He writes, in the 1790s, Jacques Millet Dupin established the Continental European Intelligence Service for Great Britain. The base for this operation was Bern, Switzerland. From 1807 to 1860, the leader of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry was John James Joseph Gurja Dupin de Ranger of Geneva, his cousin. Jacques Millet Dupin's grandson, Louis Millet, was also involved in British intelligence. Louis Millet's son, Bernard, was the private secretary to Britain's Lord Balfour and became president of the British Eugenics Organization. This takes us full circle back to George Bush's Skull and Bones. Bernard Mallet was the honored guest at bonesman Averell Harriman's race science celebration at the American Museum of Natural History in 1932, just prior to Hitler and the Nazis' takeover of Germany. So here we have Dr. Wardner is talking about the close association of the French Freemasons, the Nazi Party, and the elite industrialists and secret society members of America that then go on to create the Secretaries of Defense and the Secretaries of the Interior and whatnot, and even the presidency. A famous figure in public life in America, Pat Robertson of the Christian Coalition and 700 Club. Robertson attended Yale University's law school and the London School of Economics. It was the Fabian Society whose goal was world socialism which established the London School of Economics. In his book, The Secret Kingdom, Robertson says we are in the time of transition from the old discredited world order into the time of the emergence of the new. There is an invisible world of the spirit, he says. It is possible to draw help from that invisible world. There can be a new world order. It demands an inner revolution of attitude and outlook, he says. It turns ordinary ideas upside down. It sets the stage for a new world order. Now, in the Scottish Rite Freemasonic degrees, propagated, of course, by Albert Pike of the Illuminati, we have two interesting degrees that can be attained. One is the Knight of the Brazen Serpent, and the other is the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. Here, from any Masonic lodge, you can get a little chart of the degrees of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. And those two degrees are on the right-hand side. The Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret is the top degree, the 32nd degree, and the Knight of the Brazen Serpent is the 25th degree. Now, the Knight of the Brazen Serpent, this brazen serpent, of course, goes back to Moses and to the Israelites. And we might ask about the 32nd degree. What is the Royal Secret? Of course, the Knight of the Brazen Serpent goes right back to Moses and the Israelites and all the way back to the time of Atlantis and the conflict between the serpent races. But the 32nd degree, Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. What is this Royal Secret? Could this Royal Secret be the fact that the Freemasons are the keepers of the secrets of the bloodline? That people in public domain, elites within the religions of the world and the governments of the world are connected by blood? And that that bloodline secret is preserved by the Freemasons and Illuminati and secret societies of the world to which they all belong? Here we have on the American dollar bill not only the pyramid with the 13 levels and the New World Order with its 13 letters, but we have above the head of the eagle the Star of David with 13 stars. And of course the Star of David is an Israelite symbol. We have 33 feathers on the eagle on one side and 32 on the other, which talks about the 32nd and 33rd degrees of Freemasonry. And we have the 13 leaves and berries, the 13 stripes, and the 13 arrows. By the way, this symbol that's found on the dollar bill comes from two sources. It comes from the Rothschild dynasty of Frankfurt, and before that it comes from the tribe of Manasseh. That's of the 12 tribes of Israel, the tribe of Manasseh. This is the exact logo, their exact emblem, a very ancient symbol. And of course, the politicians, the members of the Senate and the White House meet on Capitol Hill and go to Camp David. Where are these terms coming from? Here we see Hillary Clinton, the wife of President Bill Clinton, wearing the coveted and beloved phoenix, which of course was the symbol not only of the Freemasons but of the Tudor dynasty of England. So we may ask, who is the Rodham in Hillary Rodham Clinton? Here on the back of Australian coins is the head of the British monarch, but on the reverse side we find a dragon. For many people in today's world, it seems quite preposterous, or strange at least, to talk about genetics and genetic programs and genetic hybridization happening millennia ago, certainly happening 50,000 years ago. we associate today these sciences with the modern world. We think of silicon and everything that is technologically chic as being a very modern, making a modern appearance. But in fact, the genetic sciences are very ancient, as we've been demonstrating in this program. And today, again, the push is on to understand the nature of the genome, to understand the mysteries of the DNA. But for what? For what purpose? Is there something more malign behind the official claims that are being made? The need to cure all cancers? The same hand that creates the cancers is now out there spending more millions looking for the cure? Now, the first genetic experiments were done suggestively at Roslin Institute near Edinburgh. Anyone who's done their homework knows that Roslin Institute and Roslin itself was the headquarters of the Knights Templar, one of the most powerful secret fraternal orders in history, who were prominent in the discovery of America. Roslin in Gaelic actually means ancient knowledge handed down through the generations. It's simple etymology. And in the cathedrals and churches, you can go and visit the graveyards of the monks. You'll notice replete all over the architecture the skull and bones motif in Scotland, to which the Knights Templars made their way after they were suppressed in France. Now, the Masonic symbols, as you saw, is the compass and the rule, and this letter G, this mysterious letter G that keeps turning up. Now, of course, if you write G in the lower case, as it used to be done, you suddenly see why it is that the Masons are using the G, because that symbol is the cryptic symbol of the serpent. It's not G for God, it's not G for geometry, it's not G for Gaia or any of the other things that the would-be scholars of Masonry are thinking. It is simply a cryptic image for the serpent. And the architects of the universe and the high sciences, the high scientists in control of man's body and the organization of the world. The compass and the rule. Don't believe it? They're basically telling you themselves. Here it is on the Gene Trust logo. The Gene Trust logo. Of all the symbols they could use, the serpentine G, and then they're telling you at the bottom as their little blurb, be a part of history. Yeah, be a part of their history. Again, on the front cover of so many magazines and so many periodicals, we keep on seeing this occultism crossing over with the science. Why are the scientists using the symbol of the serpent? Do they know something we don't know? These Medicis, these modern doctors, the medics. Interestingly, on the front cover of Time magazine for the countdown to war, very close to the outbreak of the Gulf War, the front cover has on the corner countdown to war in Iraq, in the homeland of civilization. But the front cover is not a war sign, or is it? It shows the primal scene, Adam and Eve and the DNA and the tree of life. We have to watch these juxtapositions, just as Dick Gregory has asked us to do, and many of the other scholars are asking you to do. Learn pattern recognition, learn symbol literacy, connect the dots to know what's going on. Now, the puppet masters would much prefer a race of soulless, programmable robots to serve them, and had that in mind. However, mechanical robots give as many problems as having problematic humans around, and the latter are still useful for various occult reasons. It was therefore thought best to reduce the organic human to the level of the machine, which has been, of course, overwhelmingly successful. Man, merely a largely imperfect evolutionary step towards the intelligent computer. This is what the brain drain of the think tanks and the MITs and the SRIs of the world are absolutely itching for, contemplating. They'll even tell you themselves that they can't wait for the days when man is an organic computer and he lives in a virtual hyperspace. They're back in business. Curtis R. Schaefer, engineer for Norton Key Corporation, says, the ultimate achievement of biocontrol may be the control of man himself. The controlled subject would never be permitted to think as individuals. A few months after, a surgeon would equip each child with a socket mounted under the scalp and electrodes reaching selected areas of brain tissue. The child's sensory perceptions and muscular activity would be modified or completely controlled by bioelectric signals radiating from state-controlled transmitters. So there you have it, the general and the henchman. You've got the Huxleys, and you've got the Bertrand Russells, and you've got the Thomas Malthuses thinking it all up, and then you have their henchmen putting it into practice. Huxley says in Brave New World Revisited, "It is perfectly possible for a man to be out of prison and yet not be free, to be under no physical constraint and yet be a psychological captive, compelled to think, feel, and act as the representatives of the national state, or of some private interest within the nation wants him to think, feel, and act. The nature of psychological compulsion is such that those who act under the constraint remain under the impression that they're acting on their own initiative. The victim of mind manipulation does not know that he is a victim. To him, the walls of his prison are invisible, and he believes himself to be free. That he is not free is apparent only to other people. His servitude is strictly objective." Dr. Jose Delgado of Yale University, and an expert in mind control, implants, and the author of Physical Control of the Mind Towards a Psycho-Civilized Civilization, writes, "Our understanding of genetics is very clumsy at present, but we can produce lethal mutations with EMF fields. Perhaps we will someday be able to use the technique to produce behavior changes. This new knowledge is so important that I think it should radically change the philosophy of our educational system, which believes in the sanctity of individuals, thinking that an individual exists at birth. This is not true, and this science is going to prove the fallacy of democracy in the sense that we talk about rights of the individual. This democratic belief is not true. Because we are forming this individual, because we are constructing his brain, we are willy-nilly making the differences we either desire or dislike." Werner Vinge, San Diego University professor of computer science, speaking in 1993, says, "We are on the edge of a change comparable to the rise of human life on Earth. Within 30 years, we will have the technological means to create superhuman intelligence. Shortly after, the human era will end." Steve Quayle, who wrote the book Genetic Armageddon, says, "A terrifying future thunders towards mankind, an impending fate embodied by monstrous, blasphemous combinations of human and animal genetic materials, of man, machine, of cyborgs, and of beings not only with increased capacities and extended lifespans, but also with re-engineered morality, void of compassion. This future is so abhorrent as to almost defy the imagination. These new beings and the transhumanists looking forward to their arrival will not be benevolent, just the opposite. Because the goal of those creating these beings will be that they will replace human beings, and the new race will be post-humans. The word post-human sounds innocuous enough until one realizes that post means after." On the humblest of advertisements, we get the message. Here of a Canon advertisement for the ELF camera. If we look up into the left-hand corner, we see the question, "Are you digital yet?" Now, the Knights of Malta cross, of the cross and the crown, and "in this sign I will conquer." From this we can gather the means that is being used against, the principles that are being used against the human race. They have a particular methodology about how they go about securing their agenda and controlling the rest of us. One of the means of doing this I refer to as the infernal trinity of problem, confusion, solution. David Icke and other researchers in this exact field refer to it as problem, reaction, solution. But you see, reaction is too vague. It's not a reaction that they merely want. It is a confused reaction. So I prefer to have it as problem, confusion, solution. It's more commonly known as the Hegelian dialectic. Another manifesto of these secret societies is called the Occult Technocracy of Power. It's anonymously written. And in that book it says, the so-called left-right political spectrum is our creation. In fact, it accurately reflects our careful, artificial polarization of the population on phony issues that prevents the issue of our power from ever arising in their minds. And in my own book, I say that, look, the opposition party is being called opposition by guess who? The opposition. Makes perfect sense. These are the masters of the game. As Fabian Sidney Webb had said, it's just an endless and exciting game of chess. And the masters of the dialectic, the Freemasons, that's what they have in every Freemasonic lodge should you go into one. The famous checkerboard, advertising to you exactly what they think of the human race and how they operate. It's a game. It's a three-party system. It's a triad. It's a pyramid. It's a triangle. Conservative, labor, liberal. Over here in America you have the Republicans and the Democrats and the so-called independents. Dr. Carroll Quigley, in his great work on the subject of secret societies, tragedy and hope, he writes, it must be recognized that the power that these energetic left-wingers exercised was never their own power or a communist power, but was ultimately the power of the international financial coterie. And Dr. Carroll Quigley is, of course, the guru of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton has acclaimed Dr. Carroll Quigley many times and said that he was his main mentor. Dr. Quigley had all the archives of the secret societies open to him for the express purpose that he could write a book and tell us all about it. Not that we'd ever read it, but there it is in plain view from the horse's mouth. Now the problem, confusion, solution, we can see it operate. Deliberately create problems and then offer only those solutions which result in the expansion of government. Create conditions so frightful at home and abroad that the abandonment of personal liberties and national sovereignty will appear as a reasonable price to pay for a return to domestic tranquility and world peace. So says G. Edward Griffin, one of the great American researchers into alternative history and conspiratorial movements. Now, James Simon Coonan of the Strawberry Statement, in that book, he was one of the original college revolutionaries of the 60s, says, at the convention, men from Business International roundtables, the meeting sponsored by Business International for their client groups and heads of government, try to buy up a few radicals. They offered to finance our demonstrations in Chicago. We were also offered ESSO, that's Rockefeller money. They wanted us to make a lot of commotion. So here you have it from the horse's mouth. Here's one of the rebels that wouldn't give in, one of the leading activists in the movement of rebellion in the colleges on the East Coast, saying no sooner did we get created and try to overthrow the establishment than they're in the back door offering us all sorts of millions to do their bidding. And then we have Jerry Kirk, the famous black activist at the University of Chicago, was a radical member of SDS, the New Boys Club, the Black Panthers, and the Communist Party. But in 1969, he broke from the party and publicly declared the following. Young people have no conception, he said, of the conspiracy strategy of pressure from above and pressure from below. They have no idea that they are playing into the hands of the establishment they claim to hate. The radicals think they're fighting the forces of the super-rich, like Rockefeller and Ford, and don't realize that it is precisely such forces which are behind their own revolution, financing it and using it for their own purposes. Jerry Kirk goes on to say, the idea is to create a situation where the people are so frightened of all the chaos around them that they will throw up their arms in the air and shout, "Federal government, do something!" And the only choice will be martial law. The communists, black militants, and revolutionaries will never succeed in overthrowing the government of the United States, but unless they are stopped, they will scare the American people into accepting socialism from Washington, the status rule from the establishment. This is what it's really about. Now we actually find out that communism itself is part of the Illuminati conspiracy. One of the major offshoots of the order of the Illuminati was called the League of the Just, and Karl Marx was a member. The League later changed its name to the Communist League. In 1847, they commissioned Marx to write their policy statement for the public. This became the Communist Manifesto. On the surface, it appears to be a call for the underclasses to rise up and overthrow their oppressors. However, the manifesto was financed by one of England's most prominent and wealthy business magnates, Frederick Engels. The name of Karl Marx did not even appear on the document until 20 years later. And Winston Churchill, before he got turned around to serve these forces, he wrote 3 years after the Bolshevik Revolution the following: "From the days of Spartacus Weishaupt to those of Karl Marx, Bella Kuhn, Rosa Luxemburg, and Emma Goldman, this worldwide conspiracy has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century, and now at last it grips the Russian people by the hair of their heads." Now we saw that the Knights Templars and the Knights of Malta have the symbol of the crown and the cross representing a methodology. We talked about the dialectic. And in Zurich, over the world headquarters of Freemasonry, the world headquarters of Freemasonry, is written in Latin above the door, Ordo ab chaos, which translates into English as order out of chaos, just as Jerry Kirk is saying. They create order, and then there's chaos, just as G. Edward Griffin is saying. They create order, and then they create the chaos. And we throw up our hands with all the calamity in the world around us, and all the insecurity and the fear and the terrorism and whatnot, and say, please come in and help us, federal government. But nobody could put it quite as well as Albert Pike himself. In his letter to Giuseppe Manzini, Albert Pike, the head of the Illuminati and Scottish Rite Freemasonry in America, he puts it this way: "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which, in all its horror, will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. Then, everywhere, the citizens, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, then disillusioned with Christianity, anxious for an ideal, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer." Benjamin Disraeli, the first Jewish Prime Minister of England, who spent his whole life trying to expose these secret society networks, he says, "The government of this country has not only to deal with governments, kings and ministers, but also with secret societies, elements which must be taken into account, which at the last minute can bring our plans to nothing, which have agents everywhere, who incite assassinations and can, if necessary, lead a massacre." In the World Constitution of the United Nations, it says, "The age of nations must end. The governments of the nations have decided to order their separate sovereignties into one government to which they will surrender their arms." In Harper's Magazine, July 1958, we read, "The CFR, that's the Council on Foreign Relations, was founded for the purpose of promoting disarmament and submergence of U.S. sovereignty and national independence into an all-powerful one world government." And one world government henchman, John Foster Dulles, writes, "The United Nation represents not a final stage in the development of world order, but a primitive stage. Therefore, its primary task is to create the conditions which will make possible a more highly developed organization." Strobe Talbot, in 1992, he's the Deputy Secretary of State, said, "Within the next 100 years, nationhood as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority. All countries are basically social arrangements, no matter how permanent and even sacred they may seem at any one time. In fact, they are artificial and temporary." Arthur Schlesinger Jr. says, "We are not going to achieve a new world order without paying for it in blood as well as in words and money." And Lord Cecil, one of the prime movers of the Round Table Organization of England, says that national governments must go in the interest of world government, world police, and world currency. And David Rockefeller says, "All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the New World Order." And prime mover James Warburg, in February 17th, 1950 said, "We shall have world government, whether or not you like it, by conquest or consent." Edward Bernays, in his book Propaganda, he says the conscious and intelligent manipulation of organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in a democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power in our country. A relatively small number of persons. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind and who harness the wild social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. Now, Congressman Larry P. MacDonald, who was killed in the Korean Airlines 747 disaster that was shot down by the Soviets in 1976, Congressman MacDonald says, "The drive of the Rockefellers and their allies is to create a one-world government combining super-capitalism and communism under the same tent, all under their control. Do I mean conspiracy? Yes, I do. I am convinced there is such a plot, international in scope, generations old in planning, and incredibly evil in intent." James Madison, one of the founding fathers, presidents, said, "The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." But Kissinger has the opposite idea. He says, the illegal we do immediately, the unconstitutional, that takes a little longer. He also says elsewhere, today, America would be outraged if United Nations troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they would be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond that threatened our very existence. It is then that all people of the world will plead to deliver them from this evil. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by the world government. Now, if one looks at the symbol for the United Nations, and symbols are very important to study as we've been seeing, but if you look at that actual symbol of United Nations, it's like a grid overlooking the globe of the earth and then surrounded by the laurel leaves, the old Roman emperor symbols, coming out of the ancient world, the ancient fascist symbols. But the grid is interesting too, because if you count the segments of the grid, including the circle in the middle, it makes the number 33. So who is it that encompasses the world? Who has put their matrix, their template over the globe of all the nations and the ship of state? The 33, the 33rd degree of the Freemasons. It's all in the symbolism. Zbigniew Brzezinski, in his book Between Two Ages, says, the technotronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite, unrestrained by traditional values. In Brzezinski's book, The Grand Chessboard, he also says something a lot more pertinent than that. He says, moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues, except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct and external threat. Hermann Göring, the Reich Minister for the Nazi Party in Germany in the 30s and 40s, said, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them that they're being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. Now, General Douglas MacArthur in 1957, he tells us, our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, kept us in a continuous stampede of patriotic fervor, with the cry of grave national emergency. Always there has been some terrible evil at home, or some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it. And Julius Caesar tells us, beware the leader who bangs the drums of war in order to whip the citizenry into a patriotic fervor, for patriotism is indeed a double-edged sword. It both emboldens the blood just as it narrows the mind. And when the drums of war have reached a fever pitch, and the blood boils with hate, and the mind is closed, the leader will have no need in seizing the rights of the citizenry. Rather, the citizenry, infused with fear and blinded by patriotism, will offer up all their rights unto the leader, and gladly so. How do I know? For this is what I have done, and I am Caesar. And who said, what author was it who said that patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel? Was it Victor Hugo? President George Herbert Walker Bush puts it this way: out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, there's that number 5 again, the pentagram, our fifth objective, a new world order can emerge, a new era, freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice and more secure. Today, a new world is struggling to be born, a world quite different from the one we've known, a world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle. Now, curiously, this speech was given on September 11th, 1990, at 9:09 p.m. That's 11 years to the day before the attack on New York. It was given before the joint session of Congress on the Persian Gulf crisis. The speech begins at 9:09 p.m. At approximately 9:11 p.m., he was speaking the lines, "The New World Order." So we have chaos at home. We have chaos abroad. We have burning buildings and police state. Why? All the chaos and the confusion. And people are throwing up their hands saying, "Save us, save us. What do we do against the terror?" Not the terrorism, but the terror. And there's a difference. And the answer is, get rid of your constitution. Give us your rights and all will be well. Hand over your sovereignty. Hand over your thinking. Hand over your children. We have the Office of Information Awareness. The only trouble is, through their symbolism, they're telling you they're nothing more than a wing of the Illuminati. For there it is, the pyramid in the eye, overlooking the whole of the world. We see everything. Big Brother is watching you. Ron Paul, the congressman from Texas, talking about the Patriot Act, says, "It is a clear violation of all the civil liberties of Americans." And Honorable Cynthia McKinney, the Democratic congressperson from Georgia, says, "It appears to me that the American people might have a criminal syndicate running their government." On the question of patriotism, we're reminded by Theodore Roosevelt, patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president. But here it is, New World Order, new and improved. Karl Marx and Albert Pike wrote it. George Bush and his coterie are implementing it. Jonathan Quithney, in Crimes of Patriots, writes, "Neither the director of the CIA nor the deputy director had in his career shown any reluctance to shed American or foreign blood in covert military operations." And of course, we have the famous Orwellian doublespeak, every day on the news, every day coming down from the corridors of power, confusion in the words, terror and terrorism and all sorts of other doublespeak. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. In USA Today, Bill Clinton had said, "We can't be so fixated on our desire to preserve the rights of ordinary Americans." And on MTV, on April 19th, he said, "A lot of people say there's too much personal freedom. When personal freedom is being abused, you have to move to limit it." And in 1992, he said, "Mine will be the most ethical administration in the history of the Republic." Yes, but the only problem is, what about the 52 people who died violent deaths all around him? When's the last time 52 people you know dropped dead around you of violent crimes? Now, it is a fact that the people in the media, those even leaders that seem to be quite illustrious, happen to be only the front men for the hidden hands that work and operate behind them, who are a great deal more shadowy. We might refer to them as the true underworld figures. The people's champions, of course, are always put out in front of us. They're the ones we see. They're the ones we love to hate. But who is it that is at the top of the pyramid? As you can see, the top of the pyramid is removed from the rest of the edifice. So who are the people at the very top, the controlling hands? Benjamin Disraeli, the Prime Minister of England, said, "The world is run by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes." And Felix Frankfurter, the U.S. Supreme Court Justice in 1952, said, "The real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise power from behind the scenes." Senator Daniel K. Inouye says, "There exists a shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself." Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky of the Theosophical Society writes, "But there exists another class of adepts belonging to a brotherhood also, and mightier than any other. They have to be ranked with the adepts of the black art. These are our Roman Catholic fathers and clergy, 100 times more learned in secret symbology and the old religion than our Orientalists will ever be. There are more profoundly learned Kabbalists in Rome and throughout Europe and America than is generally suspected. Thus are the brotherhoods of black adepts more powerful and dangerous than any host of Eastern occultists." Gore Vidal, in his latest book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, says, in reference to the FBI Director Louis Freeh, "Former Senator Danforth threatened the recalcitrant FBI Director Louis Freeh with a search warrant. It is a pity that he did not get one. He might in the process have discovered a bit more about Freeh's membership in Opus Dei, meaning God's work, a secretive international Roman Catholic order dedicated to getting its membership into high political, corporate, and religious offices in various lands to various ends. Media light was cast on the order when it was discovered that Robert Hansen, an FBI agent, had been a Russian spy for 22 years, but also that he and his director, Louis Freeh, were not only were both members of the same Roman Catholic Church in suburban Virginia, but also belonged to the local chapter of Opus Dei." And anyone who's taken the time to watch Francis Ford Coppola's Godfather 3 will know what Vidal is talking about here, about the connections between the Vatican and the mafioso, La Cosa Nostra, and many other secret societies. Blavatsky also says, "While the real brothers died ignominious deaths, the spurious order, which tried to step into their shoes, became exclusively a branch of the Jesuits," that's the Illuminati, "under the immediate tutelage of the latter. True-hearted Masons ought to reject with horror any connection, let alone descent from these." And she makes a valid point there, because when we are looking at the Freemasons, we're not talking about the average Freemason that joins the lodge in a well-meaning humanitarian consciousness right off the street. Those are called the speculative Masons, the blue and the red degrees. We're talking about bloodline Masons. I have to make this very clear. We're talking about bloodline Masons coming from bloodline families, those who have not been initiated from the street level and who operate on a completely different basis. In her Secret Doctrine, Volume 3, Madame Blavatsky writes, "There are numbers of these mystic brotherhoods which have nothing to do with civilized countries, and it is in their unknown communities that are concealed the skeletons of the past. These adepts could, if they chose, lay claim to strange ancestry." A British intelligence operation swept Madame Blavatsky aside, says James Wardner in his book Unholy Alliances, and she was replaced by British Fabian Society co-founder Annie Besant. Foster Bailey, a 33rd degree Mason, was a leader of the Theosophic Society. His wife, Alice A. Bailey, founded the Lucifer Trust. Alice Bailey was in the broad circles of society around Queen Victoria, and she always sought wealthy and titled converts. Lucifer Trust. Well, Lucifer Trust later morphs and becomes the Lucius Trust, which just happens to be the publishing company for all the documents of the United Nations. So the United Nations has an occult publisher producing all of its paperwork, the Lucius Trust, which was once Annie Besant's Lucifer Trust. A.E. Waite, from the Order of the Golden Dawn, a great scholar, says, "Beneath the broad tide of human history there flow the stealthy undercurrents of the secret societies, which frequently determine in the depths the changes that take place upon the surface." And Giuseppe Mazzini himself, none other than the head of the Illuminati, says, "We form an association of brothers in all points of the globe. Yet there is one unseen that can hardly be felt, yet it weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. This association is secret even to us, the veterans of the secret societies." What? I mean, hierarchy is one thing, and now we have so-called the top man, the people at the top of the pyramid saying, no, guess what, folks? There's even a higher degree. We're not talking 32nd, 33rd degree. We're not talking Knights Templar degrees. We're not talking Illuminati. Something is even behind that, and we don't know what it is. Albert Pike, in addition to the letter he wrote to Mazzini in 1871, another he wrote to the heads of the Palladian councils on July 14th, 1889, fell into the hands other than intended. It was written to explain the Luciferian dogma concerning worship of Satan and worship of Lucifer. In it, he said, in part, "That which we say to the crowd is, we worship God. The religion should be, by all us initiates of the higher degrees, maintained in the purity of the Lucifer doctrine. Yes, Lucifer is God." Now, the Duke of Brunswick, who was the world head of Freemasonry in the 1700s, the Grand Master of world Freemasonry, became aware that his organization had been infiltrated by the Illuminati from Bavaria. So he stood up and he asked for the worldwide disbandment of world Freemasonry. He writes, "I have been convinced that we, as an order, have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise. Though not infallible, their methods, being black magic, that is to say, electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion. We are convinced that the order is being controlled by some sun order, after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself." Now, unfortunately, the Illuminati succeeded in uniting with Freemasonry at the Council of Wilhelmsbad in 1780. Now, John Robinson, in his book of 1798, this is one of the earliest books that was written on the Illuminati, dating from 1798, just in case anyone thinks that conspiracy theories are a new thing of the 20th century, think again. John Robinson was approached. He was a dean or a senior in a Scottish university. He was approached by members of the Illuminati, and he was recruited. But after discovering what they were really about, he left and wrote Proofs of a Conspiracy. And this book circulated amongst members of the Civil War in America. John Robinson says in Proofs of a Conspiracy, "The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. None is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it." General J.F.C. Fuller, who is a war historian, in 1941 wrote, "The government of the Western nations, whether monarchical or republican, has passed into the invisible hands of a plutocracy, international in power and grasp. It was, I venture to suggest, this semi-occult power which pushed the mass of the American people into the cauldron of World War I." Woodrow Wilson, in his book The New Freedom, 1913, said, "Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody, are afraid of something. They know there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." Speaking of the Jacobins, which the Jacobins is just another term in Scotland or in Europe for the Illuminati. Gore Vidal, speaking on the Jacobins, said, "It is nicely apt that the word terrorist, according to the old Oxford English Dictionary, should have been coined during the French Revolution to describe, an adherent or supporter of the Jacobins, who advocated and practiced methods of partisan repression and bloodshed in the propagation of the principles of democracy and equality. Although our rulers have revived the word to describe violent enemies of the United States, most of today's actual terrorists can be found within our own governments, federal, state, and municipal. The Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, known as the ATF, the Drug Enforcement Agency, FBI and IRS, etc., are so many Jacobins at war against the lives, freedoms, and property of our citizens. The FBI slaughter of the innocents at Waco was a model Jacobin enterprise. Now, Joseph Willard, the president of Harvard University, no less, writes this, or speaks this, following a quote during his retirement. He says, "There is sufficient evidence that a number of societies of the Illuminati have been established in this land. They are doubtless striving to secretly undermine all our ancient institutions, civil and sacred. We live in an alarming period. The enemies of all order are seeking our ruin. Should infidelity generally prevail, our independence would fall, of course. Our Republican government would be annihilated." And here again we have another leading figure, neither a light of the intellectual community, waiting to his retirement, because, as Woodrow Wilson already said, those who even know about the conspiracy often don't raise a murmur against it, and if they do, they make sure that their bases are covered first. But let's not believe that individuals of this rank in our society are not fully aware of who is pulling the strings and running the show. There have been many books on this very subject. You can visit my website, you can go to the links page and use that, just that one links page as a resource if you're coming to this subject for the first time. But let it be known that there are many books and many researchers out there for many generations who have brought these facts before mankind. We've had G. Edward Griffin, as we saw, but we also have Fritz Springmeier, who wrote The Bloodline of the Illuminati. It's a very excellent book on the subject. We have the Proofs of the Illuminati, and we have the works of John Coleman, who was in fact an MI6 agent in Britain before he left and tried to explain and expose the whole conspiracy. His book, Committee of 300, and One World Order, and Diplomacy by Deception, are excellent books. We have books on Masonry, we have books on the Illuminati. This is a subject that can be researched. And one of the most senior intellectual figures of American history was Professor Carroll Quigley. Now, Carroll Quigley was Bill Clinton's guru. He was the guru not just of Bill Clinton, but of many other politicians. This is the book that he wrote, this voluminous expose. In fact, being an insider, he was given, all the records were exposed before him of the entire network, the technocracy, the aristocracy, the oligarchy. And he wrote this thick book, basically explaining all of their agendas. But then again, how many people are going to read a book this thick? Recently, it's even been noticed that even a best-selling book like Michael Moore's bestseller, Stupid White Men, or any book comparable to that, reaches 1 million people in America, whereas the average hit TV primetime show reaches 20 million at least. So there's your predicament right there. And since most people don't even read books, they read the newspapers or they flick through magazines, they just listen to the sound bites that's coming over Bill O'Reilly or CNN, no wonder that the great depth of this subject has not hitherto been brought up. But let it be known that from both sides of the field, pro and negative, there have been volumes and books written on this subject. Now, from Carroll Quigley's book, Tragedy and Hope, he writes, "There does exist, and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network, which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the round table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have, for much of my life, been close to it and to many of its instruments." One of the most senior and also most sinister figures of the conspiracy, again, a puppet master, controlling those overworld figures that are put before us, was an individual by the name of Colonel Mandel House. Now, I cover him more extensively and other creatures like him in the other program in this series, Evil's Willing Servants. Colonel Mandel House was the author of a book called Philip Drew, Administrator. Colonel Mandel House, says G. Edward Griffin, was the man who selected Woodrow Wilson as a presidential candidate and later became his principal advisor. Wilson was totally dependent on House for all political decisions. In fact, in the words of Woodrow Wilson, he says, "Mr. House is my second personality. He is my independent self. His thoughts and mine are one. If I were he, I would do just as he suggested." Now, I want you to please note the kind of language there. People who are interested in the subject of mind control could make something of that statement. The strange tonality, the strange insidious nature of that, the fact of an alter ego. I mean, this is a whole subject in itself about how the control operates. My second personality. He is my independent self. The book by Mandel House, Philip Drew, Administrator, which basically reveals his entire agenda, was disguised as a novel to dupe the masses. It was a blueprint for the radical socialist revolution and the enslavement of the United States during the Wilson and Roosevelt presidencies. So just in case you think that Woodrow Wilson and President Roosevelt were the mainspring, the main voices, the main leaders, the main architects of their policies, this book and many others will show you what was really going on, all the way down to the Bretton Woods Agreement, into the League of Nations and the United Nations, and all the policies that we now find coming out of that era. Abraham Lincoln, in his letter to Colonel William Elkins on November 21st, 1864, makes this remarkable statement. "I see in the near future a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. Corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow. And the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people, until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands and the republic is destroyed. I feel at this moment more anxiety for the safety of my country than ever before, even in the midst of war." John F. Kennedy wrote on April 27th, 1961, or he openly spoke these words. He said, "The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings." And then later he said, "The high office of president has been used to foment a plot to destroy the Americans' freedom, and before I leave office, I must inform the citizen of his plight." So in all of the different movies and books that have been written, how come we haven't heard this publicly? Now, we'll remember that he did leave office, but not in the way that he thought he would. This statement was written 10 days prior to his assassination. And his assassination was for many reasons, partly connected to the gold standard and partly connected to the fact that he was perhaps a Catholic, and there was Catholic dynasties rivaling what we would call the Protestant dynasties. So there's lots of infighting. But here we have a verbatim statement saying that he was going to expose certain levels of the conspiracy, certain levels. This is the president himself. And 10 days later, he does leave office. In fact, Jim Marrs, an expert on the Kennedy assassination, in his book Crossfire, The Plot That Killed Kennedy, says, "In the 3-year period which followed the murders of President Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald, 18 material witnesses died, 6 by gunfire, 3 in motor accidents, 1 by suicide, 1 from a cut throat, 1 from a karate chop to the neck, and 5 from natural causes." And Craig Robertson, John Armstrong, and JFK, The Dead Witnesses, write, "A mathematician hired by the London Sunday Times concluded that the odds of the number of witnesses involved in the assassination dying between November 22nd, 1963, and that date were 100,000 trillion to 1, in the time period ranging from November 22nd, 63 to August 1993. Over 115 witnesses, quote-unquote, have died or fallen victim to death by strange circumstances, suicides or murder. and think that's a phenomenon merely of the 60s. His Majesty Bill Clinton, over 52 people died in exactly the same way. Violent deaths, unexplained deaths. And when's the last time you knew of 52, 40 people, 20, 30? How many people around you have just dropped dead from violent deaths? And yet again, this conspiracy is pushed under the carpet as if nothing ever happened. People go blithely along the same old way. G. Edward Griffin, one of the leading American researchers into the field of subversive movements, puts it beautifully this way. Conspiracy, he says, one of the darkest words in the language of man. Yet there is hardly a single page of history that does not partially reveal the deadly eye of conspiracy at work. It was a conspiracy that led Brutus against Caesar in the Roman Senate on the Ides of March, that plotted the betrayal of West Point by Benedict Arnold during the American Revolution, that led John Wilkes Booth to assassination of President Lincoln on Good Friday, 1865. The past record of man is burdened with accounts of assassinations, secret combines, palace plots, and betrayals in war. But in despite of this clear record, an amazing number of people have begun to scoff at the possibility of conspiracy at work today. They dismiss such an idea merely as a conspiratorial view. James Billington, another leading light in the subject of revolutionary movements and subversive activities, wrote this book, Fire in the Minds of Men. This individual is no less than the leading scholar involved in the Library of Congress, a fantastic historian who specialized in subversive movements. He writes in his book, The Fire in the Minds of Men, The Origins of the Revolutionary Faith. He writes, the plain fact is that by the mid-1810s, there were not just one or two, but scores of secret societies and revolutionary organizations throughout Europe, extending even into Latin America and the Middle East. And it was they who, in the process of modernization, pioneered a phenomena by now familiar: impatient youth forming their own organizations to combat the monarchical religious authority. The story of secret societies can never be fully reconstructed, but it has been badly neglected, even avoided, one suspects, because the evidence that is available repeatedly leads one into the territory equally uncongenial to modern historians in the East and in the West. Now, J. Edgar Hoover, crazy as he was, said one thing that is interesting. He said, the individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous that he cannot believe it exists. And this is very accurate, because here we are, stressed out, overworked, underpaid. We've got so much going on in our domestic lives that we really don't have the time for anything more than sound bites. Now, I don't know, though, whether some of you are still misinformed enough or even naive enough to not realize that there is something very seriously wrong in the world today politically, not just in America and the West, but throughout the entire world. And we better know that, because we have to know what the problems are before we can even hope to arrive at the solutions. When one looks, as we've been doing, at the statements of those who do know that there is something going on, we also find their statements that there is a conspiracy, coupled with the fact that it is our own gullibility, our own complicity that is maintaining this status quo. Now, as a teacher, I'm constantly coming across people who aggressively and even indignantly get up in the face and say, you know, there's no such thing as a conspiracy, a worldwide conspiracy with secret societies moving. This new flatline mentality can best be summed up as, you know, if I don't see it happening in my life, then it doesn't exist. So if it's invisible to you, then obviously it doesn't exist. Now, if we go to the third world, you know, in comparison to this, if we go to those who live in Africa, if we go to those who live in, you know, East Timor or Cambodia, if we go to those who live near the Amazon, who when they pull their shutters, you know, aside every morning, they see their beautiful land, their jungle being torn to shreds by Western corporations, you know, they are not in any doubt that there's a big brother operating in the world. This denial is a luxury that we have in Middle America or in the world. It's a luxury we can still at this time afford. But what really gets me is that even on a more domestic and lower level, there are still conspiracies, quote unquote, happening before our eyes. Ones that can be handled very easily and yet are not handled. For instance, there is legal and constitutional protection against the corporate involvement and the corporate takeover of government. These edicts and these legislations have long been in power, and yet what gets done? Almost next to nothing. The corporate, even in this present administration, the corporate involvement in politics is obvious. The whole swing door attitude is very much obvious to us if we look. We have high-level members of government who have corporate connections, becoming part of the government, taking senior ranks so that they can further the agenda of their corporate buddies and their corporations, and then quickly exiting when they've done their job and moving straight back into the corporate world. Here we have in the 2004 George Bush election, we have half the cabinet resigning after he gets into power. Now wait a minute, what happens? What is all this about? The election takes place, nobody speaks a word of any resignations, they get Bush back into power, and then half the cabinet suddenly resign. Where have we ever heard of such a thing? Why are they resigning, and what for? It is understood when we realize how the corporate entity works. And that's just a low-level, normal, in-your-face conspiracy that there's plenty of legislation in the world, more than enough legislation to deal with, and yet nobody deals with it. It carries on as if nothing ever happened. Now we have drugs and drug peddling on every street of the world and of the West. We have record rates of crime. We have white-collar crime soaring through the ceiling. We have suspicious mortality taking place in the hospitals all across the land. We have suspicious activities from doctors. We have massive pharmaceutical monopolization of the planet. We have vote fraud that the mafia would envy. And yet with all of these local, community, neighborhood crimes, and with all of the well-meaning individuals, almost next to nothing gets done. And yet there's laws on the books to handle this kind of thing. So why is it then, even with the police force, the FBI having a criminal conspiracy division, which implies that there is such a thing as a criminal conspiracy operating in the world, the average individual adamantly stands up and denies that there's a worldwide conspiracy? I mean, there's enough corruption in your own communities. These same individuals who can't handle that, can never get a handle on any of this, are happy to stand up and in a couple of sound bites tell you that there's no worldwide global conspiracy, no oligarchy, no pyramid, no hierarchical system bent on the control of mankind. This is the ignorance factor that one has to put up with, the new, as I said, flatliner mentality. Now, in fact, the burden of proof is really not on those who believe that there is a conspiracy operating in the world. The burden of proof is really on those who would stand up and oppose that fact. That is why I think it is that those who have studied this subject thoroughly, who really know their facts, have never actually been taken on head to head, whether that be Jordan Maxwell or Eustace Mullins or Alex Jones, or Anthony J. Hilder, or even lower level scholars in this subject like Amy Goodman, for instance, or Greg Palast. It's not a habit that they're taken on face to face for that very reason. The opposition knows that as soon as it would engage anyone who has the knowledge, the cat would be very much out of the bag, because we have, as I've been demonstrating here, we have the proof, we have the facts. And it's not really possible, is it, on the media as we know it today, to be able to even get into this whole question in a couple of sound bites. In fact, you couldn't even get into the pros and cons of this in a very lengthy conversation. So that also helps to debar the whole expose. What I urge you to do is to get your hands around the facts. I can only give that part that I have discovered, because in fact no one person has all the answers with this. It's a very complex and ancient subject. It goes back far in time, and it takes a while. One has to be patient and diligent, and like any good detective, a great deal of patience and constancy is needed. So I provide my audiences with the information that I have gleaned, and you provide what you have discovered, but you have to get your arms and your mind around as many of the facts as you possibly can. And you also need a great deal of bravery, because it takes bravery to be able to go against the flow. But in short, if researchers such as myself are advocating this, it's not because we have nothing better to do. If we're into the subject of conspiracy, it's not because we've got nothing better to do. And we are empowered, and we've researched the whole subject through and through. You know, and I myself have plowed through all of the misinformation, all the wacko-jacko theories that are out there. And I know from my time living in Ireland exactly how the game of politics works, how the game of the dialectic, both sides being pitted against each other, the whole problem-reaction-solution situation works. I saw it was at first hand and know how that is very successful to those in power, and why it is that they choose to use the pyramid and the triangle as a symbol. Let us not tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories was one of the first statements George Bush made after the declaration of war in the Middle East, to which John Judge, who is a leading researcher of alternative history and conspiracy, says, well, I don't mind being called a conspiracy theorist by those who don't mind being called coincidence theorists. But many individuals will rightly say, those who are interested and those who are well-meaning and those who want to know the facts, okay, so you say there's a force behind the open governments of the world. You say that there are shady individuals or secret societies and subversive movements operating behind the veil of national security, behind the political edifices, on a higher level. Give us some proof, give us some evidence. Well, in an American context and even in a British context, one of the organizations that's very important to look out for is called the Trilateral Commission, and they are connected to the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, the Council on Foreign Relations, this is the American wing of the British Round Table organization, originally formed by billionaire Cecil Rhodes and controlled by Lord Alfred Milner, the Governor-General and High Commissioner of South Africa. In fact, by the way, Cecil Rhodes is how we get the name Rhodesia. But Alfred Milner, his henchman, was the controller of several banks, including the Midland Bank in England. The Round Table Group, says G. Edward Griffin, in the United States, promptly created an external organization known as the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. It is through this organizational ring and then outward, through tax-exempt foundations, universities, and government agencies, that the international capitalist conspiracy has dominated the domestic and foreign policy of the United States for over 50 years. The Communist Party began in 1929. In the investigation of communist propaganda, we learned that the Communist Party in the United States was first organized in Chicago in September 1919, shortly after the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. This was the same year as the formation of the Council on Foreign Relations, who presently have complete control over all aspects of the United States government. The Royal Institute of International Affairs was the predecessor to the conspiratorial group which makes up America's controlling oligarchy today, the Council on Foreign Relations, or CFR. Lord Robert Cecil was the chairman of the Supreme Economic Council at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, where the CFR was founded. Now, it might come as a shock to some people to realize that Trotsky and Lenin lived and worked in the Bronx in New York, and that Karl Marx wrote his manifestos not only in London, but in Paris. These individuals were international terrorists and were funded by the bankers and the oligarchy from New York. This has all been brought out and proven. G. Edward Griffin goes on to say, the semi-secret CFR has over 1,400 elite personalities. In Harper's Magazine of July 1958, CFR member Joseph Kraft disclosed that one of the chief architects of the organization was Colonel Mandel House. Kraft boasted that the members included the President, the Secretary of State, the Chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, the Director of the CIA, the Board Chairman of the 3 of the country's 5 industrial corporations, 2 of the 4 richest insurance companies, and 2 of the 3 biggest banks, plus the senior partners of the 3 leading Wall Street law firms, the publisher of the 2 biggest news magazines, and of the country's most influential newspaper, and the presidents of the big 3 in both universities and foundations, as well as a score of other college presidents and scattering of top scientists and journalists. The CFR from behind the scenes has dominated this nation for decades. CFR members include top executives and journalists for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Chicago Daily News, Harper's, Look, Time, Life, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, CBS, NBC, MGM. They include directors of the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Endowment Fund. They include Presidents Hoover, Eisenhower, Johnson, and Nixon, Secretaries of State Stettenau, Acheson, Dulles, Carter, and Rusk, a fantastic percentage of the President's cabinet, undersecretaries and Federal Reserve Board, ambassadors to other countries, Supreme Court justices, and presidential advisors. The average American has never heard of the CFR, yet it is the unseen government of the United States. And let's not forget, the CFR is a wing of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, which is connected to the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, and is connected to the Round Table Organization created by Cecil Rhodes, who was a billionaire industrialist, and whose connections to Masonry are all been studied and researched and thoroughly documented. And again, in their own words. You don't have to go to any detractor. You merely go to their own documents, their own words. For those who are very interested in the ancient connection, we digress slightly and brought things up to the modern era. But perhaps it's also important to re-stress exactly how these oligarchs follow through in a bloodline manner. And one of the most important connections from the ancient world, the ancient dynasties, up into the modern, are a group of people from Italy, from Venice specifically, that have dominated the world for many generations, that have been loosely called the Black Venetians. Now this term, the Black Venetians or the Black Nobility, is their own term. This is not just a historical term used for them. This is one of their own terms. And they became known as the Black Nobility or the Black Venetians because literally their deeds were so black. Now the word Phoenician, who were the ancient descendants of the Atlantean race, an old ancient Semitic race. The Phoenicians were like the elites of the Semites. Okay, we have the Semitic race. The Semitic race is the largest racial group in the world. Well, we have many branches of the Semitic peoples. And the elites, you could say the royalty within the Semitic race, were what we know as the Phoenician race. These are the people who built the Temple of Solomon, who were the great navigators, the great mappers of the sky, and the great mathematicians and so on. Well, down into the modern world as we progress through the ages, the word Phoenician, as the Phoenicians settled in Italy, they became known as the Venetians, the Venetians. And they're worshippers of Venus. One of their gods or goddesses was literally Venetian. They're Venus worshippers. And that figures because if you're on the high seas, the stars and the moon and the luminaries are very important to you. And the Venetians, we have many families making up the Venetian oligarchy, but the Longhi and the Guelphs are of particular interest. Now, upon their move to Holland, the Black Venetians created the Great Amsterdam Bank, the financial hinge of the 17th century, and they also created the Dutch East India Company. They also controlled the finances of many royal dynasties, like the Stuarts. So they were lenders, financiers of some of the royal families. They are also the promoters of Martin Luther, of Protestantism, Puritanism, the Jesuits, the Club of Rome, the later Freemasons, and most other secret societies. Through the House of Hanover, that's the House of Orange, they came to England and have been the dominating power since William III. Christina Huth, in her book Venice, The Methodology of Evil, Part 3, she writes, Henry VIII had also thrown open the door for the cultural, political, and financial takeover of England by agents of the city-state of Venice. By the middle of the 1530s, Henry's government was in the hands of the Venetian agents and being shaped into a model of police-state political terror. By the end of Henry's reign, Venetian bankers were in control of a burgeoning English foreign debt and dictating terms to the English throne. Within slightly over a century following Henry's death, England had been transformed into the usurious, slave-trading imperial power of Great Britain under the dictatorship of the Venetian party, which had been transplanted directly from the lagoons of Venice. Now, obviously, in one program, we can't go into this subsection, the whole story of the Venetian peoples. Just for now, doing an overview to show you that here we have the connection between the Stuarts, the Tudors, and these Venetians. And the takeover was implemented by Thomas Cromwell, This was the agent who convinced Henry VIII to buy in and to accept the money of the incoming Venetians. So this connection is very, very vital and important to understand how the Phoenician, Sumerian, Babylonian, Mesopotamian, Nephilim concept, that bloodline, ties into the modern oligarchs. There's a thread. It can be traced like anything. The congressman and statesman Lyndon LaRouche, from an American context, is one of the greatest experts on this. But there's many other works talking about this connection. King William III of Hanover, the Prince of Orange. And we have George Ludwig I, also of the House of Hanover. These are the two kings, specifically, of the House of Orange, coming out of Italy by way of Holland. They appear in the history books as being Dutch kings, Dutch potentates, but their ancestry goes further back than that. Graham Lowry, in How the Venetian Virus Infected and Took Over England, writes, in December 1688, the armies of the Dutch Prince William of Orange invaded England, interrupting the Hobbesian nightmare the country had experienced under the deranged King Charles II and his brother James II. A worse nightmare was to follow when William seized the throne of James II, for he embodied a more highly distilled form of poison, which Venice had perfected during its sway over the remains of the Dutch Republic. This outright usurpation is blithely referred to in British Venetian parlance as the Glorious Revolution, which should give you some idea of how little regard for truth prevails in these circles. So here's a scholar who's in no doubt about the problem whatsoever. He's pointing out that the James II and Charles II debauchery is one thing, and then it's replaced by yet even more layers of the same thing. And as I said earlier, is it not from these times that all these idioms we just take for granted of the British Stock Exchange, the rising of the Navy, the great conflicts throughout the world, the whole concept of empire, the rising of the great universities, the rising of the merchant class? Who are the merchants named after Mercury? We have some questions here. The very things that we take for granted, the very idea that individuals on the street level say, oh, we can't imagine any secret society just coming in and taking over. Well, that's right. You needn't imagine that because it didn't happen. Secret societies obviously couldn't just come in to the wide diversity of our modern age and just take over. But they didn't do that. These oligarchs formed our cities. They formed the political systems that we have. No more than a few hundred years ago, it was crown or it was gown. It was cross or it was crown. It was monarch on one side to mind control you and brainwash you and throw you in a dungeon, or it was the popes and the potentates. Two forms of control. Nobody just came in and took over. These individuals have created our cities, created our industries. They were there from day one. They were billionaires from the 1st century AD. And they're dancing on their desks to find out how easy it is to manipulate the herd, of the population of the world. But they didn't just suddenly come in and take over like some normal mafioso group. These individuals created the entire structure of our life. Our forefathers, not so long ago, never even ventured more than 5-10 miles from their feudal villages. In fact, it was even a crime to even do so. So nothing could have been easier. You have military, monarchy, and you have the religious, the theocracy. Two forms that attain world domination more simply than we can ever even imagine. David Icke, in his book, The Biggest Secret, says, William of Orange, that's William III, died in 1702. He and his wife Mary left no heirs, and so Mary's sister Anne became queen. Anne was the last of the Stuart monarchs. In 1714, the scene was set for the takeover of the British crown by the German black nobility family, the Hanovers. They were closely connected with the House of Hesse, which would become the launch pad for the House of Rothschild. The first Hanoverian king was George I. Queen Victoria, always famous for wearing black jewelry and wearing black clothes, was the Empress of India, the Empress of the world, the top of the Guelph dynasty, the family of Guelph, who was one of the major black nobility families. Today's modern Windsor family directly go back to the Guelph dynasty of the ancient world. The Guelph, Bourse-Lyon, Battenberg, Mountbatten, whatever you want to call it. These are all Hanoverian, Habsburgian families. all connected, all linked by blood. The British royal family, the Windsors, was a name adopted in the 1800s, and the reason was to give them an anglicised front, because in fact George I could hardly speak a word of English, and here they are declaring war on his brother the Kaiser in the First World War, and the so-called British royal family could hardly speak the English language. So in order to anglicise them and make them look more English, they adopted the name Windsor. But their original ancestral names is Saxe-Coburg-Battenberg, which they changed again to Mountbatten, Bourse-Lyon, which is the name of the Queen Mother, and Guelph. The word Guelph is the key word there because that's the Venetian connection, the Black Guelphs. Open any encyclopedia and start reading up on the black nobility and the Guelphs, and a fascinating story will unfold. Valdemar Valerian refers to them as the Serpentine World Order, understanding that these people are from the Serpent dynasties. All subsequent coups d'etats and revolutions and wars of the 19th and 20th centuries are centered in the battle of the Guelphs to hold and enhance their power, now the New World Order. In Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, my book, I point out the fact that, look at the grammar, look at the statement. If you have a New World Order, does not that imply in a way that we have an old world disorder? Well, as I've pointed out in this program, there certainly was more than enough disorder in the old world. And for those who think that the American politicians and leaders are in fact Republican and American and disconnected from royal ties, we find from David Icke that the Queen of England made Bush's military chiefs, Colin Powell and Norman Schwarzkopf, honorary knights of the British Empire. Honorary knights of the British Empire. This is not just some minor award you just happen to get of a weekend. These pats on the back show you who these individuals are actually working for. The British system controls the American system and always has. This is a republic on paper. That's it. The Constitution has long been null and void. The country's been bankrupt and in debt for goodness knows how long. And every leader, including Roosevelt, all the way back to the Founding Fathers, has been an agent of the Black Venetians, of the Knights Templar, the Knights of Columbus, the Freemasonic organizations, the Illuminati, and the British system that controls them. Professor Anthony Sutton, who wrote this fine book on the subject, American professor, was actually approached by the Skull and Bones as they attempted to recruit him. And not knowing who on earth this group was, he researched it, he opened their packages, he looked into the whole question, and in horror of who these people were, after years of research, he wrote many books on the subject, including this, America's Secret Establishment, Introduction to the Order of the Skull and Bones. And Sutton has grasped the essence of what we're saying here. He says in his book, their interests are global, and much as they may protest, we see no difference between trilateral globalism and, for example, British and French imperialism of the 19th century, or the Holy Roman Empire, for that matter. How right he is. Webster Tarpley, in the book The Venetian Takeover of England, writes, the oligarchical system of Great Britain is not autochthonous, product of English or British history. It represents rather the tradition, which has been transplanted into the British Isles through a series of upheavals into England and Scotland from the Venetian oligarchy, along with its philosophy, political forms, family fortunes, and imperial geopolitics. Jeffrey Steinberg, in The Last Empire in the History of the World, writes, these families constitute a financier oligarchy. They are the power behind the Windsor throne. They view themselves as the heirs to the Venetian oligarchy, which infiltrated and subverted England from the period of 1509 to 1715, and established a new, more virulent Anglo-Dutch-Swiss strain of the oligarchical system of imperial Babylon, Persia, Rome, and Byzantine. So there you have it. There is a direct paragraph that shows you the connection. Incidentally, Switzerland, as we mentioned earlier, is where the headquarters of World Freemasonry is. And over the door in Zurich, Switzerland, you can go there yourself. And that's where the courts are. That's where the so-called charities of the world, like the Red Cross, are located, and many others. It's also where the world banks are kept. those secretive world banks. Well, of course they're secretive. The oligarchs don't want you tracking the checks, following the money. But you also have the headquarters of world Freemasonry. And over the door, plain as day for everyone to see, it says in Latin, Ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. Implemented by the likes of Albert Pike and many of the politicians of the world. You create wall-to-wall evil, wall-to-wall debauchery, wall-to-wall license, and wall-to-wall chaos. You fund the gangs, you fund the terrorists of the world. You create so much upheaval that the masses, who are your real enemy, your real rivals, just come to you in a big line saying, help us, what can we do? Let's strengthen the powers of government. If it worked for Adolf Hitler and Genghis Khan, it works for anybody. The statesman and leading economist, Lyndon LaRouche, who himself has spent time in the federal stockade, has this to say: the Venetian method is the method of not taking sides, but playing sides against one another to one's advantage. You go into a country, you go among a people, you go to an individual person and you corrupt them by knowing the principle of corruption, which is embedded in every person. That principle of corruption is the person's self-ego, as an autonomous ego, as a microcosm, in counterposition, in struggle against the macrocosm. What LaRouche is pointing out here is more metaphysical. He's saying that the individual falls under hypnosis, he falls under control, because he himself is divided. This is a more sinister, the more subtle, the more pernicious form of control. It's not just political, it's not just social, it's not just domestic. There's a psychological component to this. I'll go into this in other programs in the series. But this idea of being in conflict within is the perfect bedrock, the perfect state of affairs that needs to exist before you accept or you become blinded to the conflict around you. You're more susceptible to that kind of control if your body politic, your own republic, is in complete chaos. James Morris, in his book Pax Britannica, says, before she set out on her Diamond Jubilee procession, on the morning of 22nd of June, 1897, Queen Victoria of England went to the telegraph room at Buckingham Palace. It was a few minutes after 11 o'clock. She pressed an electric button. An impulse was transmitted to the Central Telegraph Office in St. Martin-le-Grand. In a matter of seconds, her Jubilee message was on its way to every corner of her empire. It was the largest empire in the history of the world, comprising nearly a quarter of the land mass of the earth and a quarter of its population. Victoria herself was Queen Empress of such aged majesty that some of her simpler subjects considered her divine and slaughtered propitiatory goats before her image. So what Morris is bringing out here is the size and magnitude of this empire. And of course, we might ask a very simple question. What do you need empire for? Why would such a small, minuscule, insignificant country like England, of all places, granted with its Venetian Dutch oligarchy in control, why would it suddenly rise to send its tentacles out to the world? What is the reason? That reason has never been really handed to us. It's always put down to power and money, and that just covers it. But now we know of the old Atlantean tie, the old John Dee pact, and the idea that all peoples, all nations, all tribes had to be subjugated. The diamond mines, the ores that were needed to artificially move technology forward, move mankind forward to the point where the technology of the Nephilim could be rebuilt. We still live in those times. It's happening right before our eyes. Now, you have to take what popes say with a pinch of salt, but what Pope Pius VI said in his book, Memoirs of a Renaissance Pope, bears reading about the Venetians. He makes an interesting comment. He says, but what do fish care about law? As among brute beasts, aquatic creatures have the least intelligence. So, among human beings, the Venetians are the least just and least capable of humanity. And naturally, for they live on sea and pass their lives in the water. They use ships instead of horses. They are not so much companions of men as of fish and comrades of marine monsters. They wish to appear Christians before the world, but in reality they never think of God, and except for the state, which they do regard as a deity, they hold nothing sacred. Jeffrey Steinberg also says, among their own ranks, these financier oligarchs refer to themselves as the Club of the Isles, after the original Prince of the Isles, Edward Albert, that's King Edward VII, the son of Queen Victoria, who orchestrated the Crimean War, the Opium Wars, the Russo-Japanese War, and World War I to consolidate Britain as the primus inter pares, that's the first among equals, of the European monarchs and feudal families. The Club of the Isles, under the direction of the British monarchy, draws its resources and personalities from the Netherlands, Switzerland, France, Germany, and Italy, and orchestrates the actions of the caste of terminally Anglophilic Americans, typified by Henry Kissinger and former President George Bush. Now, in conclusion, in the last chapter of my book, Atlantis, I talk about the fact that here we are at a state where the Nephilim agenda, the Atlantean agenda of getting the technology back and also trying to solve this problem of the Stargate are coming into their latter days. The solution, the final solution, is at hand. And in the book I mentioned that there are 4 possible outcomes, 4 possible conclusion scenarios. You know, there's a reason why the oligarchs love pyramids. And if you stand in front of a pyramid, you'll notice that it's a triangle in front of you. But of course, a pyramid is made of 4 phases, 4 triangles. The swastika is a 4-fold device. The Knights of Malta cross, which is nothing but a pyramid seen from above, by the way. But the Knights of Malta cross is also 4-fold. There seems to be a penchant in secret societies for 4-fold symbolism. And perhaps there's a reason. So taking that motif, taking that paradigm, I thought that there were 4 outcome scenarios that might be played out in the next generation, or even less, next decade or so. Briefly speaking, I call these 4 outcomes, number 1, the burn and rise no more outcome. Number 2 is the bridges to Babylon outcome. Number 3 in the book, it says start the fuse tactor. And number 4 is the Empire Strikes Back scenario. More specifically, outcome 1, the progeny of Atlantis succeed in regaining all their technological hardware, especially that for breaking through the Stargate, and prepare for departure. In so doing, they come out into the open more than ever, startling the human race, who cannot comprehend what is happening. When they are out of range, they destroy our planet and all that lives on it. Does that seem far-fetched? Well, let's think. Does any criminal like to leave footprints and fingerprints behind? The individuals who came here and got interned on our planet have absolutely no love for us. And even though we're talking about the descendants of the Atlanteans, they have enough alien blood as their treatment of the planet, their treatment of womankind, their treatment of children, their treatment of animals should show you exactly who these people are and what they believe. So criminals do not like to leave traces behind if they can prevent it. So let's just bear that in mind. Outcome 2, the bridges to Babylon. The masters realize that no matter what they do, they cannot vacate the earth, and that they are forever chained to the pit. In this case, they rule the world with unmitigated tyranny, relentlessly and openly. The human race loses whatever privileges, quote unquote, it enjoyed while its utility was beneficial. Now it is deprived and slaughtered. Debauchery is everywhere, and people even turn upon themselves, sinking into chaos of unimaginable proportions, with all the dark, repressed content of consciousness in full view, without the restraint of inner or outer authority. We see many movies, from Judge Dredd to Blade Runner to all sorts of movies showing the debauchery, the coming chaos in the streets, from They Live to Life Force. Lots of movies contemplating this particular type of scenario where law and order goes out the door, and all that is repressed within us, all the years of frustration and hatred, you know, that's encoded in us, the human race just goes crazy with cudgels in the street type of scenario. Number 3, the good, quote unquote, under the weight of the yoke, finally rise against their oppressors, actively preventing them from ever leaving and taking their evil elsewhere. However, to do this, we destroy, that is, sacrifice ourselves, taking them with us. And I'm thinking of Start the Fuse Tactor from the Sam Peckinpah movie, you know, The Wild Bunch. I mean, this is kind of heroics that probably would very much impress Sam Peckinpah. Naturally, it's something we would not normally want to choose, because it would mean that the Earth would just become a revolving headstone. You solve your problem, though, but it's not the best option. However, this kind of scenario almost has taken place several times in history before. In Celtic mythology, if you read in detail the stories of the Taffety Danann and how they had to combat these forces with sword in hand, by the way. They weren't doing it today with microphones, cameras, placards, and speeches and books. They actually did it on the field of battle right in front of these individuals. The movie Highlander comes to mind, which in a fictional way shows this particular kind of conflict taking place between the giants and the heroes. Now, the fourth outcome, or scenario, which I entitled The Empire Strikes Back, we find that mankind finally discovers the correct means to the end and vanquishes its enemy with no excessive loss of life or homeworld. We eradicate the enemy and finally resolve the problem of evil. The beasts are slain, the damsels rescued, and the ending happy. Now, up until now, even with the vast majority of their sophisticated technical hardware again in their possession, the progeny of the Atlanteans are not able to break out of their quarantine, out of their internment on the silent planet. In the book Against Civilization, we read, the combined military expenditures of all the world's governments in 1987 were so large that all of the social programs of the United Nations could be financed for 300 years. This one caption, this one statement, basically tells us the whole gig. In 1 year, just 1987, we have this vast expenditure on what? Technology and military. But yet every program of the United Nations, they're all screaming for money and let's heal the world. We can't get round to it. We just don't know how we can crack it. I don't know how backward you have to be to not see what the problem is, what the agenda is. $900+ billion is spent on military budgets a year worldwide, with 50% of that spent by the US. The Pentagon spent $9,000 per second before the 9/11 attack. The percentage of US military spending that would ensure the essentials of life to everyone in the world, according to the United Nations, is a mere 10% of that. That's about $40 billion, which was in fact the amount of funding initially requested to fund our retaliatory attack on Afghanistan. Now, coming to the whole question, the ongoing pursuit of getting out of here, you may build your technology back to the place where you had it 50,000 years ago when you crossed space. You may have those UFOs, and those UFOs are being sighted from Mexico, all over the world, from Australia. Individuals in our modern world are seeing constant evidence. There's plenty of traffic in the sky to prove that there's UFO activity, even though we're being duped into thinking it's true extraterrestrials visiting our planet. We're not aware yet, as I advocate, that these are Earth ships. These are the product not only of Hermann Oberth and Werner von Braun from Germany, but from the Renaissance, from the time of Leonardo da Vinci. And before, we have crafts, I believe, that were able to be rebuilt and flew up into the heavens, discovered the existence of the Stargate. So here we have this problem. Now, in the book, what we talk about is how you will go about then breaking through this. D and his macrobes have offered up the world in a ritual. Two of the basic tenets that were handed down was, look, you have to learn how to release energy from matter, but we're going to have to show you that in 2 stages because you're too dumb to get it. They told us to D. They said, you humans are not going to get this, so we'll have hundreds of years just to show you the first, how you release energy from matter, which was, in history, the releasing of the atomic bomb. Then they pat themselves on the back saying, we've got that far. So from that age, from the time of the atom bomb's explosion, the next phase of the macrobes takes place. How now to show how to create matter from energy. This is the high technology that's needed to deal with the Stargate. So SRI, MIT, many of the think tanks and technical agencies that are out there, all the experimentation and research into nanotechnology and virtual reality and all the other expenditures while people are starving in the world. There's an agenda, an occult agenda. And the occult agenda is seen on the logos of half of these corporations. They're not even trying to hide it from us. But they know, as Edgar Allan Poe said, you want to hide something, you put it in plain sight. But there's been other attempts to break through the Stargate. And there have actually been explosions, detonations, huge nuclear and atomic explosions let off in our ionosphere by the governments of the world. Residents in Faulkner and Garland counties believe they saw meteors soaring through the atmosphere just after 10 o'clock on Tuesday night. Experts of the Arkansas Sky Observatory explain it's the end of a major meteor shower related to Halley's Comet. Conway resident Tammy Earnhardt knows is that the sonic boom was enough to rattle her entire house. It just shook all of the doors and everything. It was just a loud boom that shook everything. It sounded like a train was coming through our house. It was that loud. And Joshua Meeks says he saw a big ball of fire like a big flash. I mean, it was almost as big as the moon. Many in Conway and Hot Springs saw those flashes, but it's unclear where or if anything made it to the ground. If it was, in fact, a meteor, they're a rare find in Arkansas. So these explosions, these detonations are going there in an attempt to break through. There's been many different kinds of attempts to help try to break through the Stargate by force, through the new atomic and nuclear technologies that exist. Now, there are two natural radiation belts around the Earth, discovered in 1958 by James Van Allen. The natural belts are 64,000 miles deep. The astronauts would have to traverse them for 4 hours. The crafts were extremely thin and not at all protected from radiation of any kind, nor were there linen suits. The radiation in these belts increases when there's solar activity, such as the 11-year solar flare activity. Now, this activity was especially prominent during the Apollo 11 flights in 1967 to 69. Its strongest ever recorded activity was 1972, when the Apollo 13 was launched. So here we have not only it known by scientists that there's tremendous radiation up there. We have these belts that are thousands, literally thousands of miles deep, which would take days to traverse. And then we have to factor in the fact that the hull of the spacecraft, the Apollo, is far too thin to keep out that radiation, as are the spacesuits. And we even then find that the radiation was at its strongest when the Apollo 11 mission was meant to have taken place. The U.S. project A119 in the 1950s was a project to nuke the moon. As we said, the moon is the keystone, the lodestone that in some way is the active principle in the generation of the Stargate. The moon has some important relevance here as a kind of a lodestone in the Stargate. Well, the Rand Corporation and Kellogg wanted to nuke the moon in 1956. NASA in 57 had Project Red Sox, which was dedicated to the research of how to do that. Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was very eager to have the moon nuked, to put nuclear explosions on the moon. And the Soviets in 1950 had Project E4. In 1962, another radiation belt was artificially created by the U.S. military when they detonated a megaton nuclear bomb 248 miles above the Earth in order to create a corridor through the natural belts. The radiation from this detonation created a third belt with 100 times the radiation of the other belts. Sir Bernard Lovell said that the detonation was cataclysmic. So these villagers in Arkansas are seeing flashes in the sky. Flashes in the sky, we've got nuclear explosions in the megatons going off up there, destroying our ionosphere. This desperate attempt, we might even question, why would you want to create a passageway through the ionosphere in this particular kind of means, unless there was another agenda that we're not being told? Believe it or not, there was even an attempt, even there's a technology research to find a way to move the planet Earth to a new location of our solar system. They claim they need to do this to offset the worst effects of global warming. Yeah, right. Now, I want to be specific here. This was an idea to literally move the planet Earth from its original orbit, which I believe is tied into the idea that they're thinking if you can do that, that might also break the chain, break the Stargate, to literally move the planet Earth itself. One of the most important methodologies, and possibly one that might in the future be even successful, is microwave technology, such as HAARP, which was originally created or researched in Alaska, which is powerful microwave technology. In my book, I actually go into the fact that it is the superheating of the atmosphere, the superheating of the ionosphere, and it is these nuclear detonations that is responsible for the ozone hole. And it's not CFCs and the McDonald's cartons. CFCs are a contributing factor to problems in the ozone, but CFC molecule is 3 times heavier than air. It doesn't rise, it sinks. So if CFCs got up there, it's because of nuclear detonations on the Earth. It's to do with the upswing from rockets when they're taking off and going up there. They drag the dust up there and take the CFCs there. And CFCs have been an agricultural problem for many years. But the real contributing factor to the hole in the ozone layer, now nicely covered up, is in fact the superheating of the ionosphere by microwave technology and detonations up there. Now, HAARP is very important in this scenario because it has been specifically designed to try and break through the Stargate. It's pretty much an analogy can be used of a burglar. Any type of burglar who's trying to penetrate through a security fence, the idea is to put a dummy wire situation. You connect a dummy wire here and a dummy wire here to break the circuit, and then you can cut the main fence and leave yourself a portal to go through. Now, of course, you don't go up to the ionosphere with a pair of pliers or a hacksaw, but what you can do is try to break the Stargate and open a portal by way of lasers and microwave technology. Microwave technology is created in Alaska. It's all tested. Then they mount it onto satellites, which help to create a beam either on the moon or out into outer space. And by beaming these high-frequency microwave beams onto the Stargate, they're hoping to break through. And as yet, they have not been successful. Now, all its combined transmitters send 3.6 million watts of radio frequency output. Jerry Smith, in his book HAARP, The Ultimate Weapon of the Conspiracy, writes, HAARP has a unique feature, a patented ability to focus these transmissions into a single point high in the sky. This magnifies an output of 1,000 times, giving HAARP an effective radiated power in excess of 3.6 billion watts. So HAARP is normally, when it's on Earth, about 3.6 million watts, which is, by the way, almost 1 million times more powerful than the documents at its inception say it needed to be. So it's millions of times. Nick Bajik will admit this, the man who uncovered the HAARP agenda in his book, Angels Don't Play This HAARP, and so on. He also is confounded by this, because not knowing what the real use of HAARP is and thinking it's just a military device, cannot explain how it is 1 million times more powerful than it ever could possibly need to be for military purposes. Well, it's very easy to explain. There's no mystery once you understand what the agenda is, the real agenda. But as Smith is saying here, HAARP can be focused so that it even has so much more power than that. 3.6 billion watts is actually its full potential. He says, the signal will be sent to the top of our atmosphere where it is intended to heat a portion of the sky. This type of transmitter is called an ionospheric heater. There are several ionospheric heaters in use around the world today. HAARP, however, will be many times more powerful than all of them combined. Now, Richard Allen Miller and Iona Miller, in the Nexus magazine, Volume 10, in their interview say, researcher Guy Kramer has suggested that HAARP array may be used to bounce deadly signals off the ionosphere and moon to target sites on Earth and with major explosions, virtually eliminating the need for tactical nuclear weapons. And there's no denying that, yes, the lower level people involved in this, the lower level military people who are not privy to the main agenda, that's what the beauty of a pyramid is, are working on it happily because they think, yes, this is a perfect weapon, and oh, we won't need SDI, and we won't need all of these other clunking military apparatus. Let's just have HAARP, and we can incinerate people all over the planet. It's the super weapon. How wonderful. It'll be just like a video game. Right, they think that. But what's the real agenda, the real power? The 3 billion watt signal originating in Alaska can be caroomed off the moon to reach virtually everywhere on the planet, on the surface or underground with heat radiation. Since it does not leave contamination, it can even terminate targets covertly. But guess what? HAARP is funded by Arco Corporation which is owned by, oh, guess who? The British Queen Elizabeth. Arco connotes the word archon, which means fallen angel. That's right. We have to look at the subliminal way that we're being told things. It's very important to open your symbolic literacy. So Atlantic Richfield Corporation, Company, etc., that's its official meaning, but there's another meaning beside that. Anyone who's done their homework, who knows the ancient magical languages of the ancient world, knows and recognizes the word arco. It comes from the word archon, which means the fallen angels, or the intelligence of the fallen angels. Just like we looked at earlier, the cosmocrates, those who are the angelic beings who overlook the cities and the rituals of the world. HARP is also used for several other reasons. One of the most important is to trap incoming UFOs. It's very important to note this, that many of the UFOs that visit our planet, you can come through the semi-permeable membrane of the Stargate. So the elites on this planet realize, listen, we're having problems for hundreds and hundreds of years trying to vacate the planet. What would happen if we could create a web-like frequency, microwave frequency, that could in fact trap and down other UFOs incoming? Then, if we were able to down them successfully, we'd be able to loot those ships and find out how they work, and perhaps even use those very ships, once we know how they work, to get out of here. That's another scenario. If I was them, I'd probably be thinking that as well. And that's what Roswell and a lot of the other crashes are all about. Because it's a little bit too much of a stretch of the imagination, is it not? To think that spaceships that can cross hyperspace, cross the event horizons of suns, fly throughout the universe, then just happen to suddenly career and caroom out of control as soon as they enter into our atmosphere. And Richard Hoagland and others have even got footage showing that there are Earth agencies shooting some set of rays to incoming craft. This has actually been videotaped by NASA. The idea is to trap one of these like a fly in the middle of the air and try to bring it down. And in most cases it doesn't work. But there has been cases in which it has worked. And these ships have been downed. Military have been on the spot in a few minutes. And these entities and beings that are in these ships have been taken away to Area 51 and to other locations to be debriefed. And the ships, of course, their technology will be studied thoroughly in order to assist humans to vacate the planet. But one of the other most important aspects of HARP was to create the possibility for mass mind control. With HARP and these radio frequencies and radiotronic weaponry mounted on the satellites, mind control on a mass scale becomes much more easy. And the term that is technically used for that type of behavior, control, or mind control is entrainment. And in Jerry Smith's book, which is an excellent book, you can read about the actual power of HARP in that matter. And Jerry Smith is getting his information from one of the leading lights in this kind of study, Jim Keith. He was, of course, assassinated. The great scholar Jim Keith, in his book Mass Control, is one of the leading researchers on the subject of mind control. Goes into the history of Dr. Jose Delgado that we mentioned earlier, a fine scholar in this particular field. And he talks about entrainment. Now, fitting into our 4 scenarios, of course, if scenario 2 was to take place, which means that the Nephilim, the progeny, realize they're not going anywhere. They cannot leave here, so they're stuck with it. They've got all the technology, but they ain't going anywhere. Then they start to rule and reign openly. There's no more covert action. There's no more secret societies, no more hidden government. They come out into the open, and they need to make, because their numbers are few, they need to make use of this kind of technology to control everyone. In Northern Ireland, it's a simple gun to the head situation, which is the most primitive way you can do it, to control the whole of the population there. But there's different kinds of weaponry for a country of this size or for the world in general. Now, Richard Allen Miller and Iona Miller in their Nexus magazine interview say, for epochs, Schumann resonances have provided the orchestrating pulse for life on this planet, our planetary heartbeat, which sets the tempo for health and well-being. But now the very heart of the planet is in jeopardy, according to Framework Convention on Climate Change. ELF, that's extra low frequencies, from Schumann resonance are intimately linked with those of brain waves. Natural or artificially induced changes in the Schumann resonance could affect the subtle and perhaps gross brain wave generation. Liquid crystals, which are DNA, brain ventricles, and cellular structures, in the human body may operate as antennae for detecting and decoding such global and local ELF signals. So let's be in no doubt from what these researchers are saying. Our body is an electromagnetic antenna. Should there be any fluctuation not only in the normal Earth energies, but should those be influenced or precipitated by external interference, the human body will respond dramatically and almost instantly. There is an harmonic relationship between the Earth and our mind-body. Earth's low-frequency isoelectric field, the magnetic field of the Earth, and the electrostatic field that emerges from our bodies are closely interwoven. Our internal rhythms interact with external rhythms, affecting our balance, our REM patterns, and mental focus. Schumann resonance waves probably help regulate our body's internal clock, affecting sleep and dream patterns, arousal patterns, and hormonal secretion. Environmental rhythm, the fundamental driving system for all life on our small blue planet, is jeopardized by human manipulation of the ionosphere, such as HAARP. 90 Russian deputies signed an appeal against the HAARP program, charging that the experiments would create weapons capable of breaking radio communication lines and equipment installed on spaceships and rockets, could provoke serious accidents in electricity networks and in oil and gas pipelines, and have a negative impact on the mental health of people populating entire regions. Some researchers are speculating that the entrainment process has already happened or is being dabbled in, and that's why there's a rising levels of depression and delinquency in our world that cannot be normally explained in any other way. Jim Keith was certainly a big believer that this entrainment process has already begun in certain regions of the world. Now, in the book of Enoch, we read, "And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones." And this whole campaign against nature is central stage in this whole scenario. From the earliest times, certainly from the post-Diluvian epochs that we were looking at, right down to the present day. The whole extent of this crime against the planet, we can read here. Ecologists fear that we are losing between 50 and 150 species each day, a rate thousands of times higher than the evolutionary background extinction rate of about 1 species a year. Some estimate that we have lost perhaps 600,000 species since the biotic holocaust began around 1950. If present trends continue, half of all the species on Earth would be extinct in the next 50 years. Overhunting, pollution, and climate change are factors in this 6th mass extinction event. But by far the greatest cause is habitat loss. The lost ecological services would be devastating. It may take 5 million to 10 million years for biological diversity to recover. Half of the Earth's original forest cover is gone, and an additional 30% is degraded and fragmented. Only 20% of the original forest on Earth remains today as large, relatively undisturbed frontier forests. And half of this frontier forest is threatened by human activity, mostly by logging. Another 100,000 square miles of forest is lost each year, mostly in the tropics, and only a very small amount of this forest loss is offset by regrowth. Since 1960, about 30% of the Earth's tropical forests have disappeared, and with them, thousands of species. Between 50% and 90% of the terrestrial species inhabit and depend upon the forests, and more than half of the threatened vertebrate species on Earth are forest animals. Now, the United Nations says that $40 billion a year, about what consumers spend on cosmetics, would provide everyone on Earth with clean water, sanitation, health care, adequate nutrition, and education. The Secretary General of the 1992 Earth Summit cautioned, "No place on the planet can remain an island of affluence in a sea of misery. We're either going to save the world, the whole world, or no one will be saved." But it's an old story, and it's been foreseen by the prophets of old, perhaps some of the Lemurian bloodline, who are the bringers of culture, the sensitive ones, the ones with the human DNA, who have sensed these travesties even before they've begun. From Pastor Bartholomeus, in 1638, we read a prophecy. He says, "A great change will come to pass, such as no mortal man will have expected. Heaven and hell will confront each other in this struggle. Old states will perish, and light and darkness will be pitted against each other with swords. But it will be swords of a different fashion. With these swords, it will be possible to cut up the skies and to split the earth. A great lament will come over all mankind, and only a small batch will survive the tempest, the pestilence, and the horror." In Isaiah 24, "Broken down is the city of chaos. Every home is shut up, so that none can enter. In the streets there is an outcry. All joy has reached its eventide. The mirth of the world is gone. Desolation is left to the city, and its gates are battered to ruins." Was Isaiah talking about his own times or something to come? It would be a good idea to understand why it is that the space shuttle, not only the space shuttle, but many other programs, have the names that they do. The space shuttle Atlantis, on its way out into the nether. All the funding and research that goes into this type of technology. It has a purpose. Ronald Reagan himself said, "If suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species or from some other planet, we'd forget all the little local differences that we have between our two countries, and we would find out once and for all that we really are all human beings on this earth." This was Ronald Reagan's speech in a full session of the United Nations on September 21st, 1987. He's literally telling us there are only a handful of people who know the truth about this, that an alien force is already present and has been present on the earth. And we are being told, we have been warned. Many movies, many books, many researchers, so we have warnings not only from the traditional non-fiction, from hardcore scientists, specialists, and researchers, but we have it in fiction, reaching the masses, reaching the mass populace of the world. They're seeing it in visual images before their eyes. Here from the show and the film Stargate, the concept is a traveler from distant stars, escaped from a dying world, looking for a way to extend his own life. His body, decaying and weak, he could not prevent his own demise. Apparently, his whole species was becoming extinct. So he traveled, searched the galaxies, looking for a way to cheat death. He came to a world rich with life, where he encountered a primitive race, humans, a species which, with all his powers and knowledge, he could maintain indefinitely. He realized within a human body he had the chance for a new life. He found a young boy. So Ra took him and possessed his body like some kind of a parasite looking for a host. And inhabiting this human form, he appointed himself ruler. There was a rebellion on earth. Fearful, Ra outlawed reading and writing. He did not want people to remember the truth. And what are we being told in movies like this? In Highlander, we read this remarkable statement. We hear the voice of Sean Connery narrate the following at the very inception of the film. "From the dawn of time we came, moving silently down through the centuries, living many secret lives. No one has ever known we were among you until now."
Evil can be defined as any kind of behavior which allows one person to progress at the cost of another's overall material, emotional, or spiritual welfare. It is a fine line, since almost all human interaction is based on some form of manipulation, either soft manipulation or hard. However, the hard form of manipulation that seeks to progress at the loss of others can and should be defined as evil. We have learned to excuse those who perpetrate evil, to suspend justice, turn the other cheek, and blind ourselves to the manipulation which is perpetrated daily upon us and upon others in the world. Many even associate such manipulation with strength, and those who exercise this kind of manipulation actually gain great pleasure from seeing others suffer and fall. When we realize the extent of their mental corruption, we can begin to take appropriate measures to defend ourselves and even go on the attack. We often talk about humanity and our service to humanity, but the word humanity contains the word human. If we don't first know what it is that makes us truly human, there is not much credence in talking about humanity. Humanity must be made up of human beings, aware of what it means to be truly human. Most of what we call human is, as I have demonstrated, alien in nature. So truly serving humanity is to be serving the human in us. But we can serve that best when we expose what is anti-human in us and exercise from our own natures the traits and drives which force us to believe in and act upon all that is totally foreign to us, that which poisons our minds, emotions, and our planet. While we inhabit this planet, we each have one sovereign purpose, which is to leave the planet in a better state than when we found it. To even begin to do so, we have to have our own lives in order and be connected to our own Dharma. That is, we must be living authentically and being passionately and creatively involved in something which is a true extension of our own uniqueness. This is man's true religion. However, no sooner do we try to attend to this than the time comes when we will invariably come up into conflict with those whose motives are diametrically opposite. That is, to leave the planet in a worse condition than when they found it. The serpent masters who visited our planet ages ago arrived and took over without permission. They literally invaded our sovereign planet and interfered with the destiny and evolution of the native inhabitants while possessing no legal status, so to speak. Like many terrestrial illegal immigrants, these aliens had, and their progeny have, no love for the world they occupy. Their treatment of the earth tells us as much. Their plundering of nations, their decimation of indigenous peoples, and their violation of nature should be taken as ample evidence of their origins. The human victims of the earth must, therefore, remedy the injustices perpetrated against them by assertively taking back their power and exercising their birthrights as earth citizens. Men and women, as their own immigration officers, so to speak, have the right to bring justice and even expunge those who have violated the universal law, human sovereignty, and who have themselves no rights or status or jurisdiction or authority. The so-called controllers or hidden masters, the secret chiefs, those descendants of the original alien visitors whose influence and machinations have wrought untold horrors on the earth, have absolutely no legal right to hold their offices, to pass their laws, to exercise command, or to foment wars, or to slaughter, impoverish, enslave, divide, and mislead mankind. They have no right to interfere in any way with the destiny and evolution of the earth. Since they have appropriated these rights, they must be held totally accountable for every one of their machinations and crimes. As I have shown, the Nephilim have not, as some scholars assert, left this planet in the days of old. Therefore, they are not about to return to save us from ourselves. They have never been away, and it is they who have brought the conditions that plague us. I trust I have explained in the course of this program something of the origin and agenda of these dark and inhuman forces. The work towards their continuing exposure and final elimination continues.